In 1980, electronic engineer Zhou Feng is saved from the brink of death by the kind-hearted Tian Qiushan, who takes him in as a son-in-law. Determined to avoid the mistakes of his past life, Zhou Feng establishes an antenna factory in the village and introduces integrated circuit production lines, allowing the locals to taste prosperity for the first time. As he launches video game consoles and home computers to amass wealth, he strives to seize core semiconductor technologies. Amidst building his electronic empire, Zhou Feng also aims to uplift the small mountain village of Kuaishan, setting the stage for an epic saga of ambition, love, and transformation. Zhou Feng's journey is filled with challenges and opportunities as he navigates the complexities of family dynamics, local traditions, and the cutthroat world of business. Will he succeed in creating a legacy that not only enriches him, but also transforms the lives of those around him? Papa. Zhou Feng's collar was open, and his chest was a fiery shade of red. Two men wearing dogskin hats squatted beside him. One was rubbing snow on his chest, while the other was slapping his face. Zhou Feng was jolted awake, but instead of finding himself in the familiar office, he was confronted with this peculiar scene. Young man, what are you doing all alone in this vast mountain during such a heavy snowfall? If we hadn't stumbled upon you, it could have been fatal. The man slapping Zhou Feng's face exclaimed with a mix of relief and curiosity as he noticed Zhou Feng had regained consciousness. This remark opened the floodgates of memory, causing a sharp pain in Zhou Feng's head. Zhou Feng had been an electronic engineer. As an orphan, he struggled through life, eventually achieving notable success in both hardware and software engineering. Although he had little to hold on to in his previous life, the journey had been arduous, and just as he was preparing to enjoy the fruits of his labor, his life was extinguished. The original Zhou Feng had also been named Zhou Feng, with his parents and older brother sent to a labor farm during his early childhood, leaving him with no knowledge of their fate. He was too young and was left in the care of his uncle, whose wife was not kind. She often berated him as a burden and, by the age of 8, he was sent to hunt in the mountains to help with household expenses. His uncle, fearing his wife, initially sympathized with his nephew but eventually grew indifferent. Now, at 21, while his two younger cousins were thriving, he remained thin and gaunt from hard labor. Today, amidst the heavy snowfall, he was again driven to the mountains by his aunt, succumbing to hunger and cold, fainting in a snowdrift. Fortunately, the snowdrift was deep enough that, had he not been found, Zhou Feng would have frozen to death. Zhou Feng finally accepted that he had crossed over, arriving in 1980, and realized that these two men had saved him. Thank you, uncles. If it weren't for you, I would have perished here today. Young man, there's no need for thanks. It's only natural to lend a hand in such circumstances. Which village are you from? Zhou Feng promptly shared his situation. In this era, lacking a clear background could easily lead to being mistaken for an enemy spy. Through their conversation, Zhou Feng learned that the man slapping his face was named Tian Qiushan, and the one rubbing his chest was his elder brother, Tian Qiulin, both from the village of Kaoshan. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's story, the two men expressed their sympathy, recalling how just a few years earlier, everyone had been starving and death from hunger was common. Although conditions had not improved drastically, it was at least no longer a matter of going without food. Hunting in such heavy snow was futile, no game could be spotted. While Tian Qiushan felt pity, Tian Qiulin had other thoughts and pulled his brother aside to whisper. Zhou Feng felt bemused, thinking they might as well speak openly. The vast mountains echoed their words clearly. He soon realized that Tian Qiulin was trying to persuade Tian Qiushan to adopt him as a son-in-law. In this era, having no son was a source of shame, and with the introduction of family planning in the 1980s, many families faced pressure to ensure a male heir. The notion of continuing the family line was paramount, not to mention the considerations of old age care and family rituals. Tian Qiushan had 4 daughters, but no son, and now that he was older, he had resigned himself to the idea of not having a male descendant. Upon encountering Zhou Feng, and after a bit of prodding from his brother, Tian Qiushan began to entertain the idea. Initially hesitant, he started to see the merits of bringing Zhou Feng into the family as a son-in-law. Zhou Feng, though slender, appeared strong and articulate, and most importantly, his situation was suitable. He was self-sufficient, with no parents to consider. Zhou Feng pondered the pros and cons. Making a name for himself in this era was indeed challenging without a letter of introduction, and establishing his own household would require marriage. It seemed that becoming a son-in-law was a viable option, a way to repay Tian Qiushan for saving his life. As a young man of the new era, he saw no shame in becoming a son-in-law. After all, What mattered most was the lineage. If he and Tian Xiushan's daughter didn't get along, it wouldn't be a problem. They wouldn't be married immediately and could part ways if necessary. Tian Xiulin couldn't contain himself any longer. Young man, returning to your situation seems burdensome. Would you like a wife? My brother is looking for a son-in-law to carry on the family name, and I think you fit the bill. What are your thoughts? Uncles, I overheard your conversation, and I've just shared my background. If Uncle Xiushan doesn't mind, I would be willing to become his son-in-law. Tian Xiushan was delighted, never expecting a solution to his long-standing dilemma to arise so easily, relieving his wife from her daily lamentations about not having a son. Tian Xiulin was also pleased. He had previously considered adopting his youngest son to his brother, but the family had opposed it, so he abandoned the idea. Now, however, things seemed to have turned out well. Yet, given Zhou Feng's swift agreement, Tian Xiulin decided to investigate further into Zhou Feng's background, ensuring that nothing would go awry and that he wouldn't end up sacrificing his niece. Youth, then it is settled. You can stay with the Qiushan family for now and develop a relationship with Xiaoxia. She is a wonderful girl, the most beautiful in the vicinity, and still a high school student. However, whether this plan will succeed depends on Xiaoxia's approval. If both of you are agreeable, we can arrange everything in due time. Zhou Feng, though awake, felt weak, having lost track of how long he had been exposed to the freezing snow. The Tian brothers shed their thick coats to cover him and placed him on a sled. The heavy snow made descending the mountain more laborious than ascending. One had to brace themselves against the sled to control its speed, lest it take off uncontrollably. Observing Tian Xiushan's limping descent, Zhou Feng realized that his potential father-in-law might have some physical ailments, and felt a twinge of guilt, yet he could do little about his own frailty. The two brothers, Tian Xiushan and Tian Xiaoxian, were escorting a living individual back to their village, drawing the attention of many onlookers. When inquired by passers-by, Tian Xiushan explained that this individual was the betrothed of his eldest daughter, a union arranged since childhood. Due to their family's misfortunes, they had sought refuge with their kin, simultaneously allowing for a chance to assess the match. This news spread like wildfire, and before they even reached home, Tian Xiaoxia was already aware of her newfound status as an engaged woman. Chapter 2. Did you really like him? On his way to the home of Tian Xiushan, Zhou Feng felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. The Tian brothers were simply too ostentatious. If Tian Xiaoxia was indeed as splendid as Tian Xiulin claimed, it would be one thing, but if she resembled a mere flower, then what was to be done? Of course, it was also possible that she might not find him appealing at all. Zhou Feng was left with a throbbing headache. Upon arriving at Tian Xiushan's residence, Zhou Feng was greeted at the door by his future mother-in-law, Qin Guixiang. She had heard the news and was filled with a mix of surprise, joy, and trepidation, having specially returned home to wait. In truth, she had long harbored the idea of marrying off her daughter, yet mere desire was insufficient. Who among the young men would willingly become a son-in-law? Furthermore, her family was impoverished, and the only strong laborer, Tian Xiushan, had a limp. Upon hearing that Tian Xiushan had brought home his future son-in-law, Qin Guixiang quickly grasped the situation. However, upon seeing Zhou Feng being pulled on a sled through the snow, her unease morphed into sheer dread. Was he perhaps disabled? If that were the case, she would rather forego lineage than push her daughter into a pit of fire. It wasn't until Zhou Feng stood up and weakly greeted Qin Guixiang that she was able to release the anxious knot in her stomach. Come in quickly, dear. I'll prepare something to eat for you. As Zhou Feng settled onto the warm Kong, he overheard the murmurs coming from the kitchen, realizing that the couple was conferring. Shortly thereafter, Qin Guixiang brought in a sizable bowl of egg soup. Zhou Feng accepted it, noting that it likely contained 2 eggs. Eggs were a rarity in these times, as the number of chickens was already scarce, and during winter, they ceased laying altogether. Consuming one meant losing one. Not bothering with pleasantries, he drank the entire bowl of egg soup, feeling warmth radiate through him as if he had been revived. Qin Guixiang's demeanor had visibly softened since their initial encounter. Perhaps she had come to understand the situation better. With every glance at Zhou Feng, she found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Tall, well-proportioned, and composed in speech, he appeared to be a solid young man. At present, it seemed her daughter was not being wronged. Child, please tidy up the house. Little Feng has just endured quite an ordeal. Let him rest after everything is in order. Tian Xiushan's home was a modest structure made of yellow clay, comprising 3 rooms. The eastern room was occupied by the couple, the middle room served as quarters for the 4 sisters, and the western room, being somewhat cold and small due to its proximity to the wall, was primarily used for storage. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the disarray of their home, Tian Xiaoshan said, "Little Feng, please don't mind our humble conditions." Zhou Feng, however, was not one to quibble about such trifles. Having a place to stay was already a blessing, especially in comparison to the drafty room in his uncle's house from his memories. The only drawback was that he had to pass by the 4 girls' room to go outside, which was a bit inconvenient. "Uncle, this is quite satisfactory. You needn't worry. I am not so delicate," he replied. Zhou Feng slept soundly until nightfall, and upon awakening, he felt the rough texture of the sorghum stalk mat beneath him, which reminded him of his current circumstances. Looking up, he noticed a crack in the door, through which 3 small heads were peeking in unison. As soon as they caught his gaze, they vanished in a flash. "Mom, he's awake." Zhou Feng surmised that these must be his 3 future sisters-in-law. He turned on the electric light, and the room was instantly bathed in a warm, orange glow, the walls adorned with old newspapers. Though he had not experienced this era, it felt refreshingly novel. Just as he was lost in thought, the door opened, revealing a slender, delicate hand grasping the doorknob, showcasing a wrist resembling a lotus root, glimmering in the light. Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat. Despite having seen countless beautiful women enhanced by filters, this moment left him momentarily speechless. He silently marveled at Tian Xiaolin's honesty. She was indeed as stunning as he had been told, even clad in a somewhat faded coat. Her graceful figure was undeniable. Particularly striking were her bright, clear eyes, akin to a tranquil lake. The only thought that crossed Zhou Feng's mind was to embrace her. Tian Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed with a radiant hue reminiscent of the evening glow, and she inwardly wondered why he was staring so intently at her. Since entering the room, his gaze had not strayed from her. The intensity in Zhou Feng's eyes made her feel slightly uncomfortable, prompting her to hurriedly extend the bowl in her hands. "I didn't disturb you while you were sleeping. This is your dinner." Her voice resembled the melodious sound of a flowing spring, clear and enchanting, as if it were a divine melody. Finally coming to his senses, Zhou Feng realized that staring at a young lady for so long was somewhat impolite. He mustn't leave a poor impression. He quickly adopted a naive demeanor, attempting to mitigate the awkwardness. "I apologize. With such a beautiful lady suddenly appearing, I thought I was dreaming." As he took the bowl from Tian Xiaoxia, their fingers brushed lightly, causing her to instinctively retract her hand. Observing the rosy hue on her cheeks, he felt that it was far more captivating than any cosmetic enhancement. Was this what one called the feeling of first love? It was an emotion he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. He inwardly berated himself for being so unaccomplished. Even after traversing time, he remained the same tech geek. Having been single for over 20 years, it seemed the heavens had taken pity on him, sending a perceptive father-in-law who discovered him, the ideal son-in-law, amidst the snow. Zhou Feng had intended to engage Tian Xiaoxia in conversation, but to his surprise, she swiftly exited the room. As soon as Tian Xiaoxia stepped outside, 5 pairs of eyes fixated upon her, causing the blush that had just faded to return. Tian Xiaoxi, the second sister, who was rather bold, eagerly inquired, "Sister, do you like him or not?" Tian Xiaoxia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She wished she could find a hole to hide in, fully aware that Zhou Feng had likely heard the question. She understood her parents' intention in sending her to deliver the food was to observe what kind of person Zhou Feng truly was. But was this an appropriate topic for discussion here? Casting a fierce glare at Tian Xiaoxi, despite her face appearing more playful than threatening, she felt a sense of urgency to escape. Noticing their daughter turning to leave, Tian Xiaoshan and his wife exchanged worried glances. What did this mean? As the father hesitated to inquire, it fell upon the mother to intervene. Qin Guixiang grasped Tian Xiaoxia's arm, halting her departure, and whispered, "Xiaoxia, tell me quietly. Do you truly like him or not?" Chapter 3. This family is a bit. Poor Tian Xiaoxia, feeling the intense scrutiny of everyone around her, realized that she could no longer evade the matter at hand. She understood her parents' intentions. They sought a son-in-law to continue the family lineage. From the day she dropped out of school, she had known that marriage was imminent. Although there had been numerous boys from school who had shown her affection, she had deliberately kept them at arm's length. As for Zhou Feng, she held no strong aversion towards him. If she were to marry, he seemed a reasonable choice, as it would allow her to remain close to her parents and younger sisters. With this thought, Tian Xiaoxia suppressed her shyness and gently nodded. Qin Guixiang and her husband breathed a collective sigh of relief, fearing their daughter might have overly lofty expectations. At that moment, they felt reassured. Tian Xiaoji, as if she had discovered a new continent, began to cheer excitedly. Although Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaoyan did not fully comprehend the situation, they joined in the ruckus. Zhou Feng, hearing the commotion from the inner room, began to piece together the situation, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Could this be an arranged marriage? It did not seem so bad after all, concerned that his daughter might be too bashful. Tian Xiaoshan urged the younger ones to settle down. Though he desired a son, he genuinely felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter, who was not afraid of him. It was unclear what Tian Xiaoji whispered to the two younger girls, but soon they were giggling and shouting, "We're going to have a brother-in-law. Sister is going to have a baby." At this, Tian Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself. She dashed into her parents' room, locked the door, and buried her face in the quilt, her ears burning with embarrassment. After finishing his meal, Zhou Feng emerged from the kitchen, realizing he could not hide away like a shy maiden, but must introduce himself to his future sisters-in-law. When he attempted to wash the dishes, Tian Guixiang seized the opportunity to direct him to engage with the children instead. Zhou Feng did not protest. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead. The following morning, Zhou Feng was awakened by the sounds coming from the yard. "I had no idea Xiaoxia had a fiancé, nor had I heard Xiaoshan mention it. I heard he has a leg injury. Such a shame for Xiaoxia." As the chatter outside grew louder, Zhou Feng understood it was all directed towards him. The brothers Tian Xiaoshan had spread the news, and everyone was curious to see what the fiancé looked like. Upon seeing Zhou Feng step outside, Tian Xiaoji boldly called out, "Brother." Tian Xiaoxia blushed and replied, "You're awake?" Zhou Feng smiled and nodded, casually inquiring, "Where are uncle and aunt?" Tian Xiaoji chirped, "They are in the yard greeting the villagers. They have all come to see you. Xiaoya and Xiaoyan have gone off to play." Zhou Feng held a favorable impression of this younger sister. She was quite forthright, and although not as beautiful as her sister, she possessed a certain spirited charm. Tian Xiaoxia poured warm water for Zhou Feng to wash his face, served him a bowl of porridge, and offered a plate of pickled radish. This time, she did not run off but sat with him. Zhou Feng quickly finished his meal and stepped outside. Upon seeing him, the crowd gathered around. Many were somewhat disappointed to find Zhou Feng was handsome and well-spoken, while others quietly sighed in relief. Zhou Feng greeted everyone with a smile. Understanding they were merely curious onlookers, and he was not shy, he welcomed their gaze. In an era devoid of entertainment, his presence was akin to a sensational news story. As the villagers noted the striking match between Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia, they felt their visit had not been in vain. During the gathering, some villagers teased Tian Xiaoxia, "Now that your fiancé has appeared, I wonder how many young men are lamenting in their beds." Indeed, if Sun Yoji hears this news, his heart might shatter into 1,000 pieces. Zhou Feng took it all in stride. It was truly remarkable that a girl like Tian Xiaoxia had gone unpursued. Yet, Tian Xiaoxia felt a flutter of anxiety, glancing at Zhou Feng, and upon seeing him still cheerful, she exhaled a sigh of relief. After a while, the crowd dispersed, satisfied with having seen the couple. At noon, the family gathered for a complete meal. And afterward, Tian Xiaoshan and his wife went out to work. A carpenter by trade, Tian Xiaoshan often engaged in woodwork for the villagers, which served as the family's primary source of income. The previous day, he had gone into the mountains to collect timber for someone else's cabinet. As Zhou Feng observed Tian Xiaoxia bustling about the kitchen, he experienced a sensation he had never known in his previous life. The only glaring aspect was her tattered clothing. He could hardly imagine how beautiful she would look in jeans and a down jacket. With this thought, Zhou Feng glanced down at his own attire and sighed internally, realizing he was equally shabby. His worn-out coat had cotton stuffing peeking out, hardly rivaling her patched clothing. Contemplating Tian Xiaoxia's outfit, Zhou Feng resolved to earn money to improve their living conditions. He entered the house, donned his gear, and equipped himself with a few rabbit traps, a self-made sturdy bow, and several arrows. It was with these modest tools that he had managed to survive thus far, and with memories of hunting, he was unafraid of returning empty-handed. Upon finishing her chores, Tian Xiaoxia noticed Zhou Feng preparing to leave with his equipment. Her face paled slightly, and she wondered if the villagers' comments had upset him. Wanting to ask, but unsure how to approach him, she hesitated. Just as Zhou Feng reached the door, he turned back and smiled at Tian Xiaoxia, saying, "I'm going to the mountains to hunt for some game. Would you like to join me?" Tian Xiaoxia was taken aback, realizing she had misunderstood the situation, and her face brightened with joy as she replied, "Sure." Although her family was not well off, She seldom ventured into the mountains because Tian Xiushan forbade it, warning of wild wolves and boars that could pose great danger. However, the thought of accompanying Zhou Feng provided her with an unusual sense of security. The recent heavy snowfall had rendered the mountain paths treacherous, and Zhou Feng frequently helped Tian Xiaoxia to ensure she did not slip. Although they wore gloves in the cold winter, their cheeks flushed with a peculiar warmth. Zhou Feng had set numerous traps in the mountains the previous day, and he had returned to check for catches while also setting new traps. In this era, hunting was considered a lucrative endeavor, but Zhou Feng had previously lacked avenues to sell his catches, having only brought home what he could sneak back to his uncle's house. However, at present, Zhou Feng harbors a different notion. He aspires to first earn some money to enhance his family's living conditions while simultaneously accumulating some seed capital. He has yet to determine his future endeavors, and as a former electronic engineer, his skills are rather limited in this village. Zhou Feng, accompanied by Tian Xiaoxia, proceeded to set the rabbit traps in areas marked by rabbit footprints. They then made their way to the farthest trap they had previously set, as that location was in close proximity to Ma Jiaozi, and he did not intend to venture such distances again in the future. After wandering through the forest for nearly 2 hours without any success, Tian Xiaoxia began to feel somewhat disheartened. Sensing her thoughts, Zhou Feng, impressed by her lack of complaints, pointed in a certain direction and inquired, "What do you see over there?" Chapter 4. Earning Money and Votes. Tian Xiaoxia, as if she had discovered a new continent, stumbled through the snow, turning to Zhou Feng with a bright smile. "Look, rabbits." Her eyes sparkled with joy, her cheeks flushed, radiating the innocence of a child. By the time they descended the mountain, they had collected 6 wild rabbits, though none were particularly plump. The largest weighed about 4 pounds, while the others were around 3 pounds. Zhou Feng couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of resources in the mountains during the 1980s. In later years, wild rabbits would nearly become extinct. The bountiful harvest was largely due to the heavy snowfall, which had driven these creatures out in search of food. "Xiaoxia, I heard from Uncle Qiulin that you attended high school?" Zhou Feng casually inquired on their way back. "Yes, I completed my 2nd year, then returned home to help out." Tian Xiaoxia recounted her situation. Her academic performance had been commendable, and Tian Xiushan had been supportive. However, when her younger siblings began attending school, the family found itself stretched thin, especially since Tian Xiaoyun would start 1st grade next year. The meager income from farming and carpentry could hardly support 4 students. As the eldest daughter, Tian Xiaoxia understood her parents' struggles and decided to leave school during the autumn harvest. Although her parents felt pained by their eldest daughter's sacrifice, they did not oppose her decision, recognizing the family's dire circumstances. When Tian Xiaozi saw her sister drop out, she clamored to return home to help, but Tian Xiaoxia firmly put her in her place, fully aware of the transformative opportunities that a college education could bring. Having made her choice, she was determined to pave the way for her younger sisters, ensuring they would not face the same fate. Zhou Feng sensed the regret and determination woven into Tian Xiaoxia's words and impulsively suggested, "If you wish to pursue further studies, you can do so. We don't have the funds for that. All 3 of us are in school now, and my father isn't well. That is not a problem. I can support you. Once you succeed, you can repay me," Zhou Feng remarked, his intentions pure. Feeling empathy for this girl. To him, facilitating Tian Xiaoxia's education seemed an effortless endeavor. Should fate dictate that they were not to become partners in life, he would consider it a noble act, with repayment being merely a jest. Tian Xiaoxia was taken aback, never expecting Zhou Feng to make such an offer. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. Instead of agreeing or disagreeing, she queried Zhou Feng, "Aren't you afraid that if I go to college, I might not want to be with you anymore?" Zhou Feng chuckled at her words. "Would you?" As he beamed at her, Tian Xiaoxia found herself at a loss, her head tilting slightly to reveal her snow-white neck. "I would," she exclaimed, immediately regretting her boldness. Zhou Feng, however, only smiled wider. "If you find someone better, I would understand. Though, I suspect that might be quite challenging," he teased. Tian Xiaoxia quickly grasped his meaning and ceased to worry, only feeling amused by his audacity, casting him a playful glare. Zhou Feng clutched his chest, acknowledging the power of her gaze, realizing that her willingness to meet him was primarily motivated by her concern for her family, a responsibility she felt deeply as both a daughter and the eldest sibling. After returning home, Zhou Feng allowed the rabbits to rest before skillfully skinning all 6. He kept the plumpest one aside, while hanging the others from the rafters to avoid attracting hungry rodents. With Tian Xiaoshan and his wife still absent, Zhou Feng set about preparing the fattest rabbit. He heated oil in a pot, sautéed ginger, garlic, and scallions, then browned the meat for several minutes before adding a splash of white wine to eliminate any gamey odor. He covered the meat with water and let it stew. The sisters from the Tian family watched in astonishment, impressed by Zhou Feng's adeptness. After placing the rabbit in the pot, he added warm water and tossed in the 6 rabbit skins, meticulously scrubbing them with soap to remove dirt and grease, rinsing them several times before hanging them up to dry by the stove's warmth. Approximately half an hour later, he added 3 chopped potatoes to the pot, seasoning them with salt to continue the stew while Tian Xiaoxia prepared corn porridge on another stove. As Tian Xiaoshan and his wife approached the house, they caught a whiff of the savory aroma, both surprised since they had not remembered having meat in the house. Upon entering, Tian Xiaoyu and Tian Xiaoyun, the younger sisters, flitted in like eager sparrows, excitedly relaying Zhou Feng's culinary exploits while wiping their mouths. It had been ages since they had eaten meat. Tian Xiaoshan felt a pang of sadness seeing his daughters so eager, acutely aware of their family's poverty. However, he felt increasingly satisfied with his future son-in-law. Tian Guoxiang's approval was even more evident. The more she observed Zhou Feng, the more he seemed like a member of their family. That evening, the family gathered for a warm and lively dinner. During the meal, Tian Xiaoshan produced a bottle of liquor and poured a glass for Zhou Feng, expressing with emotion, "Xiao Feng, our family circumstances are not ideal, and we haven't been able to host a proper engagement banquet for you and Xiaoxia. Today, in celebration, let us consider your marriage to Xiaoxia officially engaged. I will work hard to ensure that your wedding is filled with joy and festivity." Tian Xiaoxia felt a blush creep over her cheeks, but did not object. Despite the unconventional nature of their engagement, she found Zhou Feng to be a commendable young man. Zhou Feng eagerly raised his glass to clink with Tian Xiaoshan's, quickly assuring, "Uncle and Aunt, you need not worry about the arrangements for my marriage to Xiaoxia. It would be an embarrassment to trouble you. Rest assured, I will find a way to manage the finances. Please focus on taking care of your health." Exchanging knowing glances, Tian Xiaoshan and his wife saw mutual satisfaction reflected in each other's eyes. Regardless of Zhou Feng's future accomplishments, his attitude warmed their hearts. That night, after Tian Xiaoshan had a bit too much to drink, Zhou Feng helped him to bed. As Zhou Feng lay beneath the covers, he could hear the soft giggles and whispers of the sisters next door before gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, before dawn broke, Zhou Feng set out for the mountain, careful not to disturb the sleeping girls. This time, he did not catch any rabbits, but instead managed to shoot 3 wild chickens. Soon, he adjusted his strategy and set up over a dozen traps, specifically nestled among the corn stalks he had piled up in the field, as wild chickens favored such hiding spots during winter. By the time he returned home, it was already 8 o'clock. Tian Xiaoji, upon seeing Zhou Feng return with his spoils, stuck out her tongue, having just been speaking ill of him. Tian Xiaoxia, upon noticing Zhou Feng, hurriedly approached like a dutiful wife to take the rabbits and wild chickens from him, promptly turning around to sell her sister out. Xiaoji remarked that he was too fond of sleeping in, as the sun was already high in the sky. Tian Xiaoji quickly covered her sister's mouth, exclaiming that it was ungrateful of her to forget her sister after having a brother-in-law. Zhou Feng playfully chimed in, stating that anyone who dared to speak ill of him would not be given meat in the future. This only spurred Xiaoji on, as she was not yet familiar with Zhou Feng, and she began to tickle her sister, resulting in a lively scuffle between the two sisters. Zhou Feng quickly had a bite to eat before packing all the mountain goods into a sack, preparing to take them to the county for sale. Tian Xiaoshan asked him to wait a moment before stepping out, soon returning with a bicycle. "Can you ride?" he inquired. "This belongs to your uncle Qiulin." Seeing the bicycle, Zhou Feng's spirits lifted. This was wonderful, as the county was over 20 miles away, and walking would take more than 2 hours. With the bicycle, he would save considerable effort. This time, Zhou Feng did not bring Tian Xiaoxia with him, as the road was still quite snowy. He thought it unwise to risk her falling, even if he himself, as a young man, could endure a tumble. Even riding the bicycle, it took Zhou Feng over half an hour to reach the county, where he headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative, carrying a large sack. Chapter 5: The Wealth Code of the Scrap Purchase Station. At first, he was uncertain about the nuances of this era, wary of spending a few days in confinement merely to sell some goods. Eventually, he observed that many individuals were selling their agricultural products near the supply and marketing cooperative. However, none of them displayed their wares openly. Conversations were conducted in hushed tones, with everyone ready to flee at a moment's notice. The reason for congregating near the cooperative was clear. It attracted the largest foot traffic, and anyone wishing to procure scarce items had to queue in advance. Zhou Feng, clutching a burlap sack in one hand and leading a rabbit in the other, found a secluded corner to stand. Before long, inquiries about prices began to arise. Meat remained a highly marketable commodity in this age, as many people lacked sufficient fat in their diets. Rabbits and wild chickens were considered rare delicacies, and Zhou Feng offered them at a competitive price. While the cooperative sold pork at 70 cents per gene, Zhou Feng priced his wild game at the same rate, supplemented with a meat ration ticket. Ordinarily, he could have charged more, but he preferred not to squander too much time on this venture. Moreover, his wild game included bones, whereas the pork was pure meat, no matter how robust the flavor. A higher price would not be accepted. Within an hour, all the wild game he had brought was sold. He netted a total of 23 yuan, along with 10 grain tickets, 10 gene of meat tickets, 1 gene of sugar tickets, and 5 packs of cigarette tickets, as well as a gene of liquor tickets. Zhou Feng felt quite satisfied. This sum was comparable to the monthly wage of an average worker. However, wild game was not a sustainable source of income. Carefully tucking the assortment of tickets and receipts into his pocket, Zhou Feng considered them more valuable than cash, for without these tickets, money could not be spent. He ventured into the cooperative and purchased 5 boxes of Qianmen cigarettes, expending 90 yuan. He had not intended to buy so many, but the ticket stipulated 5 boxes. Purchasing only one would have resulted in a significant loss. The Qianmen brand, priced at 38 fun per box, held a prestigious status. With the cigarettes in hand, Zhou Feng sought out a tailor, presenting the rabbit skin and articulating his needs with precision. He handed over 1 yuan, promising to return in the afternoon. The tailor, visibly pleased, agreed. Zhou Feng inquired and searched along the way, finally arriving at the entrance of the scrap purchase station, which at that time held considerable prestige. A large sign hung at the entrance, proclaiming it a comprehensive utilization store for waste materials, quite distinct from the scrappy collection points of the future. This was a legitimate state-run enterprise. Upon entering, Zhou Feng noticed an elderly gentleman sipping tea and watching television, eliciting a quiet gasp from him. It was remarkable that even televisions were available at this time. Sensing his presence, the old man raised an eyebrow. "What do you need?" Zhou Feng flashed a radiant smile. "Uncle Li, my sister is studying at home, and I came to see if I could find some books for her." He had learned beforehand that the old man's surname was Li, and he discreetly slipped him a pack of Qianmen cigarettes. Seeing the cigarettes in hand, old Li's expression softened considerably. Many sought favors from him, but Zhou Feng was the first to offer such a generous gift. "Go ahead and take a look, but I cannot offer you a discount. Books are 2 jiao per gene, not a penny less." Initially, Zhou Feng thought the price a bit steep. He had inquired at the cooperative and learned that a new 400-page book cost only 1 yuan. How could old books be so expensive? However, after browsing, he quickly altered his perspective. This collection was no mere refuse, it was treasure. Many of the old books were likely acquired during the campaign against the Four Olds, and their worth would be immeasurable in the future. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient funds, and these items wouldn't appreciate in value in the short term, so he decided to set them aside. Zhou Feng sought out practice books from the past 2 years, along with 6 children's books. When weighed, they totaled exactly 10 jin, and another 2 yuan slipped away, leaving him with 10 yuan. Observing his payment, Old Li confirmed that Zhou Feng was genuinely there for books. Zhou Feng expressed his desire to look further, and Old Li obliged, returning to his tea and television. Alone in the warehouse, Zhou Feng rummaged through the items and soon stumbled upon a treasure trove for discarded televisions piled in a corner. The casings had already been dismantled, and one monitor lay shattered, presumably deemed beyond repair. At that time, televisions discarded for processing were typically those with malfunctioning picture tubes or broken motherboards. Zhou Feng was confident he could assemble a functioning unit. Turning to inquire about the price of the broken televisions, he noticed Old Li tapping the top of one, and after several knocks, the screen flickered to life. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. How had he not thought of this? It was far simpler than assembling a television from parts. "Uncle Li, how much for that pile of broken televisions?" Old Li regarded Zhou Feng with mild surprise. "What do you want with those? Planning to piece together a working one? Don't say I didn't warn you. Many have tried that, taking them for 2 yuan and selling them back for 1. Zhou Feng felt a bit speechless. No wonder these broken televisions had already been dismantled. It turned out there was an underlying scheme. Uncle Lee, how about this? I help you resolve the signal issues with your televisions, and in return, you assist me with something. Old Lee's demeanor shifted, his skepticism evident. Oh, don't worry. If I wanted those broken televisions, I would pay for them. I know they belong to the state. I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. Zhou Feng quickly reassured him. I'll take care of it. If it doesn't work out, we'll say no more about it. If it does, we can discuss further. With that, Zhou Feng borrowed a screwdriver and pliers from Old Lee. He then scavenged for aluminum tubes, copper pipes, copper wires, plugs, and other scraps from the pile. Old Lee watched as Zhou Feng sat on the ground fiddling with the materials. In less than half an hour, he had fashioned 2 diamond-shaped contraptions. Before Old Lee could intervene, Zhou Feng swiftly connected one to the back of the television. Old Lee was astonished to see the static-laden screen transform into a clear picture almost instantaneously. Zhou Feng flipped through several channels, each one coming in with impeccable clarity, and he even discovered additional channels. Old Lee hurried over to inspect Zhou Feng's creation, curiously touching it, and even attempting to change channels himself. The clarity was indeed remarkable. It was truly astonishing. All right, what do you plan to do? Zhou Feng grinned. Uncle Lee, you know many people. Could you introduce me? For every successful introduction, I'll give you 2 yuan. Not only can I make antennas, but I can also repair televisions. You can fix televisions too? Old Lee was truly astonished. After all, how long had televisions been around? Mastering the art of television repair was no small feat. Zhou Feng, perceiving Old Lee's skepticism, chose not to elaborate. Instead, he strode towards the pile of discarded televisions. Under Old Lee's watchful gaze, Zhou Feng swiftly disassembled a multitude of components. In an effort to economize, he even forewent the outer casings. Ultimately, he weighed the substantial collection, which totaled 4 pounds. At 2 yuan per pound, he handed Old Lee 8 yuan. Then, right before Old Lee's eyes, Zhou Feng ingeniously fashioned a soldering iron using copper wire, heating elements, clips, and tape within mere minutes. He then examined the television's circuit board, identified several problematic areas, and requested solder and rosin from Old Lee, resolving the issues in no time. Once the assembly was complete, he plugged it into the socket and gently pressed the power button. Chapter 6. The first television in Kaoshan Tun. The television screen flickered momentarily before the picture appeared, followed by the emergence of sound. At this moment, Lao Li's head was utterly astonished, staring at what was an unconventional television. How could a television costing 500 to 600 kwai be transformed by this lad with just 8 kwai? Zhou Feng felt no particular pride. He had designed far more complex integrated circuits. So it would indeed be a joke if a mere television posed a challenge for him. Uncle Lee, do you believe now? Lao Li nodded heavily, as the facts before him left no room for doubt. Uncle Lee, could you assist me in contacting a few people in the next couple of days? I'll come over the day after tomorrow morning. We agreed. For each client, I'll share 2 kwai with you. If I fail to repair it, I will still compensate you, but I must have the privilege to choose from the items here. Lao Li was not foolish. Refusing this deal would be against all reason. He now knew of several televisions that had long remained unrepaired and nodded eagerly. He warmly found Zhou Feng a cardboard box to pack all the purchased items, securing it to the rear of his bicycle. Zhou Feng first visited the tailor to collect his belongings, and then proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy rice, flour, sugar, wine, and pastries. He initially intended to purchase buy 2 candies, but upon asking, the shopkeeper looked at him as if he were a fool. After some inquiry, he discovered that buy 2 was highly sought after, with long lines forming whenever fresh supplies arrived. Reluctantly, he settled for some fruit candies instead. Once Zhou Feng completed his shopping, he looked at the bicycle's front beam and the rear seat, fully loaded, and found his pockets entirely empty, save for a few grain coupons. The sky had darkened, prompting him to hurry home. After walking for a while, he belatedly remembered he hadn't had lunch. Fortunately, he had bought pastries and felt a bit better after consuming 2 pieces. Otherwise, traversing the 20+ li would have been quite arduous. Zhou Feng's return trip was considerably slower than his arrival. He had no fear of falling when he came, but now with a pile of television parts on the rear seat, he could not afford to tumble. He could only push his bicycle along. By the time he had walked a third of the way, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the starlight allowing him to faintly discern the path ahead. Zhou Feng estimated it must be around 7 o'clock now. At this pace, he would reach home in another hour. Had he known, he would have purchased a flashlight at the cooperative, as navigating in the dark was quite challenging. Lost in thought, he noticed a small light ahead, resembling a candle, the tiny flicker growing closer. "Is that you, Zhou Feng?" A melodious voice called out, and he immediately recognized who it was. Surprised, he wondered who would venture out on a winter night. It turned out to be Tian Xiaoxia. "Xiaoxia, it's me." Zhou Feng's voice brimmed with excitement. This silly girl was unafraid to walk alone at night. She must have set out just as dusk fell. Tian Xiaoxia was equally delighted and took a few steps forward, only to slip and fall. Zhou Feng, filled with joy, watched as the light extinguished, instantly realizing what had happened. He quickly set his bicycle aside and rushed over. Tian Xiaoxia sat on the ground, not getting up, cursing herself for her clumsiness. She held a wooden-framed lantern, its glass shattered, and naturally, the candle had gone out. Zhou Feng approached, helping her up and admonishing, "Next time, don't venture out after dark, it's too dangerous." Tian Xiaoxia responded with a soft her heart sweetened. Ever since that night of mutual understanding, she had regarded Zhou Feng as her fiancé, and though she felt a twinge of uncertainty, she accepted her choice. Receiving Zhou Feng's concern brought her joy. At least, from her perspective, she had not chosen incorrectly, for he was attentive and caring. Zhou Feng brushed the snow from her clothes and led her to the bicycle. Tian Xiaoxia allowed him to guide her, observing her clad in a woolen hat and gloves. With her little face reddened from the cold, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "I'm a grown man. I don't need you to come pick me up. Are you freezing?" "Hee, I'm not cold." Tian Xiaoxia laughed, stamping her feet playfully. Zhou Feng casually opened the front package, revealing the items he had brought for her: a rabbit fur hat, a rabbit fur scarf, and a pair of rabbit fur gloves. He couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of the tailors of that era, not only for the beautiful cuts, but also for the meticulous lining. Zhou Feng first replaced her gloves with the new ones, then placed the rabbit fur hat over her woolen hat, wrapping the rabbit fur scarf around her neck 3 times, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible under the starlight, shining brightly. After surveying his handiwork with satisfaction, he tucked the lantern frame into the package and pushed the bicycle toward home. With Tian Xiaoxia by his side, Zhou Feng found the night journey surprisingly enjoyable, as if the cold evening air had become vibrant. "Ahem, Xiaoxia, could you lend me support? The items on the bicycle are fragile." Zhou Feng extended his left arm. Tian Xiaoxia quickly stepped forward to hold onto his arm. As they walked, she suddenly realized that perhaps she should not have been supporting the bicycle, but rather him. Zhou Feng felt as if the air around them had become refreshingly crisp. When they arrived home, the others were still awake, waiting for them. Zhou Feng carried the items inside and, without a care for propriety, began to eat. The corn porridge he consumed produced a loud slurping sound. He truly felt quite hungry. Tian Xiaoyan, just 6 years old, watched Zhou Feng with wide eyes and tugged at her mother Tian Guixiang's sleeve. "Mom, is he eating corn porridge? Why does it look so delicious?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the room burst into laughter, and Zhou Feng could not help but chuckle as well. He set down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and opened the package. The first item he pulled out was the rabbit fur hat. He distributed one to each of his 3 sisters-in-law. The trio was overjoyed. They had noticed their sister Tian Xiaoxia's beautiful hat upon entering and were thrilled to receive their own. "Thank you, brother," they all exclaimed in unison. Zhou Feng then presented 2 sets of rabbit fur knee pads to Tian Xiaoshan and his wife, ensuring he did not forget the elders. He took out the rice and flour, handing them to Chun Guixiang. As it would not do for the family to subsist solely on corn porridge, he had specifically purchased some fine grains to enhance their meals and to offer the younger ones a change of taste. He handed the remaining 4 packs of cigarettes and a jean of loose white liquor to Tian Xiaoshan, who was so delighted that one could almost discern his molars. Chun Guixiang stared at the pile of items, somewhat dazed. It was clear that they had not merely acquired a son-in-law, but had rather stumbled upon a veritable deity of wealth. How much could all this possibly be worth? Zhou Feng noticed the younger ones gazing eagerly at his bulging pockets and naturally could not let them down. He retrieved some pastries and a large bag of fruit candies to distribute among them. The cleverest of the trio, Tian Xiaoya, immediately exclaimed, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Following suit were Tian Xiaoji and Tian Xiaoyan, the 2nd and 4th sisters. Now it was Zhou Feng's turn to be delighted, as he raised his head to catch a glimpse of Tian Xiaoxia's sparkling eyes and teasingly remarked, "Ha, it's worth it. The candy-coated artillery shells are indeed effective. I might as well sell off the eldest sister." Tian Xiaoxia playfully punched him, which only made Zhou Feng beam with joy. Once the items were distributed, Zhou Feng opened the box containing the television. "Uncle, Auntie, I found this treasure at the second-hand market. Shall I place it in your room?" Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. Tian Xiaoshan gazed at the assortment of components and hesitantly asked, Is this a television? Chapter 7. The dazzling entrance of Aunt Tian Xiaozi, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, Brother-in-law, I have seen a television at my classmate's house, but it did not resemble this at all. This is merely the dismantled form of a television. I will sketch a design and have uncle create a wooden casing to cover it, and it will resemble the television you are familiar with. Tian Xiaoya, still in disbelief, remarked that she had never encountered a television in her life and had heard that one could cost an exorbitant amount of money. Brother-in-law, can it actually be used to watch anything now? Tian Xiaoyun, being merely 6 years old, immediately clamored to see the television. Zhou Feng chuckled in agreement and, amidst the astonished gazes of the family, swiftly assembled the television, connected the antenna, plugged it in, and pressed the power button. As the screen flickered to life, the television emitted sound, and Zhou Feng's heart swelled with joy as he realized that a foreign drama titled Qiao Ru Di Ho was currently airing. In 1980, domestic television dramas had yet to commence production, and few had been imported. Thus, the opportunity to watch a drama was indeed fortuitous. Once the characters within the television sprang to life, the entire family became utterly captivated, although Zhou Feng could not help but find the picture quality rather disheartening. Engrossed in the show, Zhou Feng quietly withdrew to his small room, where he picked up a pen and paper to begin sketching. He intended to finalize the design for the casing so that Tian Xiaoshan could craft a wooden one the following day. While he was immersed in his drawings, the door behind him creaked open, revealing Tian Xiaoxia standing at the entrance with an air of curiosity. Zhou Feng set down his pen and asked with a smile, Why aren't you watching television? Is it not entertaining? Tian Xiaoxia had merely noticed Zhou Feng had retreated to his room and wanted to take a look. These past few days had felt surreal to her. She had inexplicably gained a fiancé, who was also inexplicably remarkable. She was well aware that a television set cost at least 500 yuan, a substantial sum. The idea that a waste collection station could yield such a treasure was beyond her belief. Such fortune was implausible. If acquiring a television were so simple, the entire Kaoshan would not be devoid of one. This left her with a profound sense of unreality, and she felt uneasy not having seen it for herself. No, I just wanted to see my fiancé. Tian Xiaoxia found herself momentarily speechless at this remark, yet her heart inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance, prompting her to roll her eyes at Zhou Feng. He invited her to sit down and casually produced the practice workbook and a picture book he had prepared for her. You can show the picture book to Xiaoya and Xiaoyan later. The practice workbook is for you. It dawned on Tian Xiaoxia that Zhou Feng's encouragement for her to attend school was not a jest, but a serious proposition. She fell silent, not because she was unwilling to go to school, but because the notion of Zhou Feng supporting her education felt oddly uncomfortable. She envisioned herself studying to enter university while Zhou Feng toiled in the mountains, hunting and laboring to earn money to support the family. This imagery weighed heavily on her heart. Noticing her pensive silence, Zhou Feng smiled and reassured her, Let me tell you, your fiancé is no ordinary person. What may seem challenging for others is a breeze for me. Tian Xiaoxia did not take him seriously, interpreting his words as mere consolation. I, too, do not have a strong desire to attend school. You are so clever, having managed to piece together a television. You can also pursue your education, and I can earn money as well. Zhou Feng nearly laughed at Tian Xiaoxia's earnest expression, realizing the weight she felt on her shoulders. Why don't I attend school? It's simply because I have mastered what is taught there. What purpose would it serve for me to go? Tian Xiaoxia dismissed his claim as boastful, but before she could respond, Zhou Feng continued, Now that we are engaged, regardless of what the future holds, your responsibility is to empower yourself. This way, when faced with challenges, you will be capable of overcoming them instead of resigning from school and relinquishing your future for mere survival. Do not burden yourself, since I have stated this. It signifies that I can achieve it. If I fail, you may seek alternative solutions. We must each manage our own affairs, and I hope that one day others will point to me and say, Look, that lad's partner is a university student. Zhou Feng intended the last remark to be lighthearted, yet to his surprise, Tian Xiaoxia did not laugh. Instead, she clenched her fist and resolutely declared, Your partner will undoubtedly be a university student. With that, she fled the room. Back in her own room, Tian Xiaoxia embraced her pillow, her heart racing, yet she felt an unprecedented sense of ease, realizing that this was the comfort of having someone to rely on. Zhou Feng slept soundly that night, while Tian Xiaoshan, in the east room, suffered from insomnia, tossing and turning in disbelief that his family was the first in the entire village to possess a television. In the middle of the night, he even rose to touch the television, fearful that it might sprout legs and vanish. The following morning, he roused Zhou Feng from his slumber, eagerly requesting the blueprint to craft the television casing. Observing the dark circles under Tian Xiushan's eyes, Zhou Feng wasted no time. He rose promptly, taking the design, and together they set to work. Tian Xiushan, a seasoned carpenter, skillfully and swiftly fashioned the wooden casing, and within an hour, they had clothed the television in a new attire. Zhou Feng believed the wooden casing exuded a more refined aura than plastic. After finishing, Tian Xiushan ventured outside, drawn to the gathering of villagers who often congregated during winter to exchange tales. Engaging in conversation, the topic of the television arose, and Tian Xiushan feigned nonchalance, stating that it was no big deal, as his son-in-law had just acquired one, and it was merely that. His proud demeanor elicited envy from those around him. Zhou Feng had underestimated the impact of the village's first television. Within an hour, the area around Tian Xiushan's home was teeming with villagers eager to witness the marvel. The crowd was so dense that some brought their own sunflower seeds and peanuts, even climbing through the back window to catch a glimpse. Zhou Feng gazed at the impeccably clean windows, acutely aware of the scarcity of entertainment in this era. Ultimately, it was Tian Xiushan who had to persuade the onlookers to disperse, cautioning them that the cold weather made it unwise to linger outside for the sake of a television show. Even the village secretary, Chun Jianxi, arrived, leaning on his cane. "Xiushan, how impressive! Who would have thought that the first television in Kaoshantan would belong to your son?" A nearby woman chimed in. "Xiaoxia is indeed fortunate to have found such a capable partner. To assemble something worth 500 or 600 yuan is truly remarkable." Chun Jianxia was taken aback, his brows twitching in surprise. He initially believed that Tian Xiushan had purchased the television himself, unaware of the extraordinary news that he had actually assembled one. Could it truly be? Upon Chun Jianxia's inquiry, Dasa felt a wave of suspicion directed towards her and immediately ceased her snacking on sunflower seeds, asserting with unwavering conviction, "Is there any doubt? Xiushan mentioned it himself, and everyone knows." Tian Xiushan, filled with a mix of pride and a hint of apprehension, furtively glanced at his family, and with a puffed chest declared, "Of course it's true." Zhou Feng managed to piece together a functional television from several discarded ones, and all the components were brought back. "I even crafted the casing myself." At this revelation, all eyes turned towards Zhou Feng, for the ability to assemble a television was indeed a remarkable skill. Chun Guixiang and her daughters regarded Tian Xiushan with peculiar expressions, puzzled as to how the villagers had acquired this information so swiftly, leading them to wonder about the unfolding circumstances. Tian Xiaoyun felt a twinge of grievance, as she found herself unable to participate in the excitement, feeling entirely excluded from the conversation. Noticing the gazes of his family upon him, Tian Xiushan felt a twinge of discomfort, clearing his throat awkwardly before turning away. With no suitable place to linger at home, Zhou Feng contemplated taking the Tian sisters for a stroll up the mountain, hoping to check if yesterday's traps had yielded any results. Just as they reached the doorway, they encountered a robust woman striding towards them, accompanied by 5 men. Zhou Feng instantly recognized the approaching figure as his former aunt, Wang Shulan, flanked by her 2 sons and 3 relatives from her maternal side. Upon spotting Zhou Feng, the woman's face lit up with joy, and she immediately raised her voice. "Zhou Feng, I've finally found you. I've been so worried about you these past few days." Chapter 8. Relocation of household registration. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Zhou Feng discerned their intentions. They sought to drag him back to continue to toil like a beast of burden. Zhou Feng harbored a profound disdain for this woman and had no desire to engage with her. With a smile, he uttered a single word: "Get lost." Wang Shulan was taken aback. When had Zhou Feng ever treated her with such disdain? Clearly, he had grown bold. As she contemplated unleashing her fury, she swallowed her ire, reminding herself that they were in public, and she could not afford to be excessively harsh at this moment. She would bide her time until they returned home to deal with him. With this thought, Wang Shulan's gaze shifted to Tian Xiaoxia, and suddenly everything clicked into place. With a raised eyebrow, she scornfully remarked, "Now I understand why you didn't want to return home. It seems you've been seduced by that little vixen, hoping to have Zhou Feng become part of your family. What a wretched creature." Upon witnessing this scene, Tian Xiaoya cleverly pulled Tian Xiaoyun back into the house to seek assistance. Tian Xiaoji, noticing that this woman dared to insult her sister, opened her mouth to retort, but someone was quicker. Zhou Feng casually picked up a snowball from the ground and hurled it at them. Wang Shulan, in the midst of her tirade, was caught off guard and received the projectile directly in her mouth. Should you dare to chatter on, I shall knock out all your teeth today. After spitting out the snow and a few teeth, Wang Shulan's eyes were filled with rage. She had never suffered such indignity before. Ignoring Zhou Feng's warning, she pointed her chubby finger and shouted, "How dare you strike an elder? You scoundrel! Teach him a lesson. Bind him and take him back." The young men could no longer contain themselves and charged towards Zhou Feng, including two of her younger cousins. Zhou Feng shielded Tian Xiaoxia and Tian Xiaoji behind him, brandishing a stick and swinging it at the oncoming group. Wang Shulan, witnessing the robust youths unable to approach him, grew even more infuriated, urging her companions to tackle him. No sooner had she shouted than a large crowd surged out of the house, leaving Wang Shulan and her entourage dumbfounded. How could such a small house harbor so many people? The villagers from Kaoshan, upon witnessing the scene, quickly grasped the situation. They were indeed confronting tyranny at their doorstep. In an instant, a group of men subdued Zhou Feng's 5 cousins, delivering a thorough beating that left them howling in anguish. Wang Shulan, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground and began to wail, "They are killing people. The villagers of Kaoshan are bullying us. That vixen seduces men into her family and dares to strike." Zhou Feng took a moment to glance at Tian Xiaoxia, offering her a reassuring smile, before turning his attention back to Wang Shulan. Sensing his approach, she became flustered, asking, "What are you going to do?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Feng delivered a kick that sent her sprawling. Before she could recover, another kick landed squarely on her face. Never before had Wang Shulan encountered such ferocity. At that moment, she felt as though her life was at stake. Attempting to scream, she lost 5 teeth in the process. "If you utter another sound, I shall render you forever mute." Wang Shulan fell silent, and even the villagers of Kaoshan were taken aback by Zhou Feng's ruthless demeanor. At that moment, a path opened in the crowd as Tian Xiaoshan and his wife, Tian Xiaolin, along with the village secretary, Chun Jianxi, approached. Having been unable to exit the house due to the commotion, they rushed out to ascertain the situation. Chun Guixiang, upon seeing Zhou Feng unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Xiaoshan, startled by Wang Shulan's pitiful state, pulled Chun Jianxi aside to discuss Zhou Feng's predicament, realizing that they could no longer keep it concealed. Tian Xiaolin supplemented the account, relaying the circumstances surrounding their investigation at Majiakuzi, suggesting that Wang Shulan had inadvertently leaked information while seeking news. Zhou Feng's situation was not a closely guarded secret in Majiakuzi and could be easily uncovered. Chun Jianxi, a man in his 60s with a notable reputation in the village, had once participated in the Korean War. Upon returning home, he chose to remain in Kaoshan as a humble village secretary, claiming he wished not to be a burden to the nation. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chun Jianxi pondered for a moment before approaching a young man. "Go to Mijiakazi and summon their village secretary to collect him. Inform them that it is I, Chun Jianxi, who sends you." The young man acknowledged and hurried off. The villagers rallied to offer their assistance, and Zhou Feng recognized the necessity of clarifying matters. He could not allow Tian Xiaoxia to bear the stigma of being associated with a vixen. He wished to prevent any malicious gossip from taking root. Expressing his gratitude to everyone, he recounted his experiences, from his parents' exile to his days living with his uncle in Majiakuzi. When he spoke of Xiaoxia, he mentioned having met her previously and how she had been saved by Tian Xiaoshan in the mountains just days prior. He then expressed his desire to become a son-in-law, motivated by a fondness for Xiaoxia and a wish to escape the clutches of his exploitative relatives. Hearing tales of how his uncle had sent a child to hunt from the tender age of 8 stirred sympathy among the villagers. When they learned that he had been sent to hunt in the midst of a blizzard, nearly freezing to death, their outrage intensified. Such cruelty was no mere harshness. It was sheer malice. Some hot-headed individuals even spat at Wang Shulan. Wang Shulan sat trembling on the ground, while Tian Xiaoxia felt a surge of emotion. She understood the full narrative and recognized that Zhou Feng's words were aimed at preserving her family's dignity. Simultaneously, she felt a blush creeping over her. After all, Zhou Feng had publicly declared his feelings before the villagers. Such a display was overwhelming for her. After approximately 2 hours, the village secretary of Majiakuzi, Ma Xiangqian, and Zhou Feng's uncle, Ma Guiqing, arrived together. Ma Guiqing, unaware of his wife's presence in Kaoshan, was taken aback by the news. Zhou Feng approached Ma Guoqing with a smile, greeting him warmly. "Uncle, you have come." Wang Shulan, upon seeing her husband, instantly regained her composure and shouted at Zhou Feng, "You little beast, cease your pretenses. How dare you strike me? You will pay for this." Zhou Feng disregarded her outburst, smiling as he addressed his uncle. "Uncle, I appreciate that you have not let me starve over the years. However, I believe I owe you nothing, nor do you owe me anything. As for this aunt of mine, she is not worthy of causing a scene before me." Ma Guoqing's expression was complex. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of guilt towards his nephew, often dreaming of his sister scolding him. But upon waking and seeing Wang Shulan, his resolve weakened. "Xiao Feng, your uncle deeply regrets his actions." Zhou Feng interrupted his uncle, recognizing that familial ties often lead to unresolved grievances. Despite any past grievances, his uncle had once taken him in, and he preferred not to dwell on such matters. "Big uncle, I have stated that none of us owe anything to each other. Let her cease her antics. I have my own life to lead, and we should turn the page on our past." Just as Wang Shulan was about to speak, she was silenced by Zhou Feng's piercing gaze. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Chun Jianxi turned to Ma Xiangqian, the village head of Majiakuzi, and said, "You may take the individuals back, but ensure they do not continue their reckless behavior. It would not simply be a matter of a scuffle then." Ma Xiangqian, aware of Chun Jianxi's authority, dared not act defiantly, repeatedly apologizing. Internally, he cursed Wang Shulan vehemently. Normally, her bullying in Majiakuzi could be tolerated, but bringing others to cause trouble was utterly intolerable. It left him in a position of subservience to retrieve them. Chun Jianxi was somewhat satisfied with Ma Xiangqian's demeanor. Every village has its troublemakers, and he did not wish to make things overly difficult for him, considering Ma Xiangqian was merely caught in the crossfire. "Zhou Feng, do you have any further thoughts?" Chapter 9: The Sense of Crisis of Tian Xiushan. Zhou Feng seized the opportunity to speak. "Grandfather Chun, I have already become engaged to Xiao Xia and will be residing in Kaoshantan. I wish to transfer my household registration here." Chun Jianxi pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, you may proceed with the transfer tomorrow. However, since you are not yet married to Xiao Xia, I will additionally grant you a plot of land for building a house. As for the fields," Zhou Feng promptly interjected, "I cannot accept the fields at this time. The land is limited, and the villagers have just rendered assistance. If I were to request a share of the land immediately, there may be dissent among them. Besides, I have no intention of farming. Grandfather Chun, a plot of land for a house is sufficient for me. I do not require the fields." Chun Jianxi looked at Zhou Feng with surprise, appreciating his understanding of social nuances. Of course, as a member of Kaoshantan, he would eventually receive a share of the land, but the current circumstances were indeed inappropriate for such discussions. The transfer of household registration to Kaoshantan was, of course, feasible, and Chun Jianxi then turned to Ma Xiangqian. Ma Xiangqian dared not decline. As he had only limited authority and bore no enmity towards Zhou Feng, there was no reason to obstruct him. At that time, household registration was of great importance. One required a letter of introduction for any journey. If his registration remained in Majiaku, he would have to go there every time he needed to obtain a letter, rendering him powerless if someone were to deny him. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhou Feng expressed his gratitude to Chen Jiangwo for alleviating a significant burden. Chen Jiangwo merely waved his hand casually, requesting merely a celebratory drink at Zhou Feng's wedding. Zhou Feng happily agreed. The following morning, Tian Xiushan borrowed an ox cart and set off with Zhou Feng to transfer the household registration to Majiaku. Zhou Feng also intended to take his future father-in-law to the county town, as he wished for Xiao Xia to continue her studies. And it was essential for Tian Xiushan to understand the endeavors he was currently undertaking. By the time Zhou Feng completed the registration and arrived at Old Li's place, it was already past 10 o'clock. Old Li was delighted to see Zhou Feng. "Why are you so late? I thought you wouldn't show up." Zhou Feng smiled and explained that he had been delayed by some matters, then introduced Tian Xiushan as his father-in-law. Old Li was taken aback, observing Zhou Feng's youth and realizing that he was already married. "Brother Tian is truly fortunate to have such a capable son-in-law. If he were not married, I would have considered introducing him to someone." Old Li merely made a polite comment, but Tian Xiushan took it to heart. Having finally found a son-in-law who met all his expectations, he could not allow anyone to steal him away. He could only respond with a simple, hearty smile. "Zhou Feng," Old Li began, "after our last conversation, I contacted 4 families. 2 of them have televisions that have been broken and not repaired, They have already sent their televisions here. The other two require someone to install antennas. What do you think? Zhou Feng was astonished by old Li's efficiency. However, it was reasonable, given the lucrative nature of this venture. Currently, televisions were just beginning to take off in the country, and the supporting infrastructure was not yet in place, lacking the comprehensive warranty policies of later years. Thus, the prospects for home appliance repair were indeed promising. Moreover, Zhou Feng was pleasantly surprised that old Li had already brought the televisions over, which saved him considerable trouble. Zhou Feng wasted no time and swiftly disassembled both televisions, causing Tian Xiaoshan to flinch. After all, these were televisions being taken apart. Yet old Li remained calm. He had witnessed Zhou Feng assemble a good television from a pile of junk before, so he had complete faith in him. After inspecting both televisions, Zhou Feng had a clear understanding. One had several solder points on the circuit board that had come loose, while the other had an issue with the picture tube base, both of which were fixable. Fortunately, the picture tube itself was not problematic. If it had been, it would have required replacement. Once he identified the issues, Zhou Feng did not rush to repair them, but instead looked at old Li. Uncle Li, both can be repaired, but the owners of the televisions are not present, so regarding the pricing. Old Li immediately understood Zhou Feng's intention. Both families were his friends, and he had already communicated with them beforehand. As long as the repairs were successful, they would be fine with a charge under 100 yuan. Considering that many others had already claimed the televisions were irreparable, and each television cost over 500 yuan, it was not something one could easily purchase, even with money. However, he could not disclose this to Zhou Feng to prevent him from overcharging. You tell me how much you need. I will see if I can negotiate on their behalf. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng understood. He would not demand an exorbitant fee, knowing that establishing a good reputation was vital for this budding business. The circuit board repair was straightforward, so he quoted 30 yuan. The picture tube issue was more complex, so he quoted 50 yuan. For the antenna installation, he priced it at 25 yuan for on-site service and 20 yuan for self-installation. Tian Xiaoshan gasped in shock at the prices. They seemed exorbitant. Old Li, on the other hand, had no qualms about the repair costs and found them reasonable, even lower than his expectations. However, he knew that Zhou Feng sourced the materials for the antennas from him, costing no more than 2 yuan, yet he quoted 20. While the television repair prices are acceptable, isn't the antenna a bit steep? Zhou Feng chuckled. Uncle Li, don't be misled by the small amount of materials I used. There is skill involved. I spent quite a bit to learn this. Old Li did not dwell on it too much and acquiesced, not feeling the need to haggle down the prices. He also intended to take a cut for himself, but wanted to ensure that the pricing for the antenna installations in the afternoon was negotiated on-site, as he had no idea how much the antennas should cost. Zhou Feng was indifferent. Those who owned televisions were his potential customers. And if the wires remained unsold, he would at least have made future acquaintances. Zhou Feng spent an hour repairing the 2 televisions and also crafted 10 antennas, placing them in old Li's warehouse, advising him to sell them if needed. He was not worried about old Li taking advantage of him, as the quantity spoke for itself. In the early afternoon, the 2 families arrived to collect their repaired televisions, as old Li had arranged. After inspecting the televisions and finding them satisfactorily repaired, they promptly paid, expressing their gratitude towards Zhou Feng. This completely upended Tian Xiaoshan's understanding of earning money. Was it really this easy to make money? In such a short time, Zhou Feng had earned 80 yuan, which was a substantial amount. They toiled for an entire year, barely managing to earn over 100, and that was only during particularly good years. Zhou Feng instructed Tian Xiaoshan to wait at old Li's place while he proceeded to the other 2 households with the antennas. A transaction was successfully completed for a payment of 25 yuan, while another potential buyer deemed it too expensive and chose not to proceed. Zhou Feng, unfazed, cheerfully suggested that if there was a need, they could directly approach Lao Li at the recycling market. In accordance with their agreement, Zhou Feng handed Lao Li 8 yuan and meticulously salvaged valuable components such as cathode ray tubes, resistors, capacitors, diodes, transformers, and speakers from the discarded items, storing them in cardboard boxes within Lao Li's office rather than taking them away. Lao Li, delighted by the cash in his hands, was nearly elated to the extent of half a month's salary. He harbored only admiration for Zhou Feng, devoid of any jealousy. Recognizing that Zhou Feng earned his living through skillful craftsmanship, Zhou Feng left the contact number for the village committee of Kaoshantan with Lao Li, advising him to call if any television repairs were needed, assuring him of a prompt visit to the county. This experience served as a valuable lesson for Zhou Feng, After completing his tasks, he hurriedly set off with Tian Xiushan on a bullock cart back to the village. During the journey, Tian Xiushan, with some difficulty, swallowed and inquired, "Zhou Feng, how did you come to understand all of this?" Chapter 10. No more son-in-law. Since Zhou Feng had brought Tian Xiushan along, he anticipated the man's inquiries and could only deflect with a vague assertion of his sensitivity to electrical appliances, claiming that he understood them at a glance. This excuse might suffice for those lacking knowledge, but it was not a convincing rationale. During the journey, Zhou Feng calculated his earnings for the day. He had made 80 yuan from repairing a television, 25 yuan from an antenna, and spent 20 yuan on materials for 10 antennas, with an additional 18 yuan spent on electronic components, leaving him with a total of 67 yuan. He handed 3 large notes to Tian Xiushan and shared his intentions. "Uncle, please take this money to support the household and ensure that Xiaoxia can continue her studies. We cannot allow her and her sister's futures to be compromised." Zhou Feng's primary motivation for giving the money was to improve the family's living conditions, which were currently quite dire. He was not inclined to give more than necessary. Regardless of the closeness of their relationship, one must tread carefully in such matters, as kindness can sometimes breed resentment. He also intended to assist Tian Xiushan in finding a profitable venture, believing in the principle of teaching one to fish rather than simply providing the fish. At that moment, Tian Xiushan felt a complex array of emotions, resolutely refusing to accept the money. After all, he was the son-in-law by marriage, and accepting this money would imply that the family relied on Zhou Feng for support. However, Zhou Feng's words held merit. Indeed, their family had become a burden to Tian Xiaoxia, who excelled academically yet had to forego her education. "Uncle, my intention in offering this money is to enhance our living conditions. Let us work together to ensure a brighter future for our family." After a moment's contemplation, Tian Xiushan ultimately accepted the money, though he remained silent throughout the journey. Zhou Feng, oblivious to the underlying tension, assumed that his future father-in-law was simply adjusting to the pace at which he was earning, believing that in time, he would acclimate to this reality. After all, having money was a blessing. It was exceedingly difficult for the family to scrape by on such meager resources. Upon arriving home, Tian Xiushan ushered Tian Guixiang into the house and recounted the day's events. It was then that Chun Guixiang realized the remarkable capabilities of the son-in-law they had taken in, who had earned in one day what a typical worker would make in over 2 months, leaving her momentarily speechless. After the initial shock, her heart swelled with joy. A capable son-in-law boded well for their family's future. However, noticing Tian Xiushan's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, she inquired with confusion, "What troubles you? Is there something unsatisfactory about earning money?" Tian Xiushan cast a frustrated glance at his wife and tapped his pipe. "You are rather short-sighted. We are seeking a son-in-law, and Zhou Feng is exceptionally talented. Why should he settle for being a son-in-law to our family?" Chun Guixiang was taken aback by this statement. "What do you mean? Does he look down on us?" Tian Xiushan shot her a warning glare, urging her to lower her voice. "What do you know? As the saying goes, with a good hoe, one can dig anywhere. Zhou Feng's talents will undoubtedly attract many suitors for their daughters. Once or twice is forgivable, but if it happens too often, he may lose interest. After all, being a son-in-law here is a source of ridicule." Chun Guixiang began to grasp Tian Xiushan's concerns and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It was indeed unfortunate that their family's circumstances were so dire. Finding a son-in-law was already challenging, and securing one with abilities felt nearly impossible. "What do we do then? We can't just replace Xiaoxia, can we? Replace her? Are you out of your mind? Others would fight to marry her. We can't push her away." This left Chun Guixiang bewildered. Feeling trapped between conflicting options, Tian Xiushan took a deep drag from his pipe and tapped it decisively, as if making a resolution. "Zhou Feng is a good man, and our family circumstances are too poor to assist Xiaoxia. We cannot hinder her happiness, so let us allow her to marry him. No more son-in-law." As he spoke, Tian Qiushan's face was etched with bitterness. He had come to accept that some things were destined, and it was pointless to cling to a title that could impede his precious daughter's future. Chun Guixiang was momentarily stunned by her husband's words, but she quickly recognized that this might indeed be the best solution. Thus, the couple fell into a thoughtful silence. That evening, they summoned Zhou Feng into their room, excluding Tian Xiaoxia. The young woman, standing outside the closed door, felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain of what her parents wished to discuss with Zhou Feng. The reason Tian Xiushan had barred her from entering was simple: this matter was not suitable for their daughter to weigh in on. Agreeing to allow Zhou Feng to be the son-in-law might displease him, and it would be awkward for their daughter to assert her desire to marry. Zhou Feng, your aunt and I have conferred. Upon learning of Tian Xiushan and Chun Guixiang's intentions, Zhou Feng felt a mix of amusement and gratitude. After all, their deliberation was a sign of respect, and he appreciated their willingness to ensure a good life for their family. However, Zhou Feng did not take the matter to heart. If he had cared about the title of son-in-law, he would never have agreed to Tian Xiushan's proposal in the first place. Having grown up without parents, he found solace in the warmth of the Tian household and had not dwelled on such trivialities. Yet, what was inconsequential to him was monumental for Tian Xiushan. Uncle and aunt, I believe you need not be troubled by the title. Whether or not I am a son-in-law does not affect my relationship with Xiaoxia. You need not worry about it. My parents and brother are currently unreachable, and you are aware of my uncle's situation. Regardless of the title, once Xiaoxia and I marry, we will be one family. I do not care for others' opinions. Let them gossip. What matters is that we live well. Tian Xiushan and his wife exchanged glances, astonished by Zhou Feng's eloquence. His words were clear and heartfelt, and they could sense his sincerity. This rendered Tian Xiushan momentarily speechless. Chun Guixiang, however, felt deeply moved, increasingly convinced that Zhou Feng was a worthy match for their daughter. Zhou Feng is right. Your uncle and I have overthought this. In a family, there should be no such distinctions. As long as you both are happy, that is what truly matters. I have heard from your uncle that you wish for Xiaoxia to continue her studies, and we fully support that. She will return to school in the coming days. Tian Xiushan realized that if a young man could view life so pragmatically, it would be foolish for him to remain entangled in doubts. He firmly declared, this matter is settled. After Xiaoxia finishes her college entrance examinations next summer, you two shall marry. Zhou Feng was somewhat taken aback. He did not anticipate that the conversation would abruptly shift to the topic of marriage. It felt rather hasty. However, he could not outright decline, as that would be quite impolite. Yet, he could not simply acquiesce without reservation. For this matter did not concern him alone. He could only silently apologize to Tian Xiaoxia in his heart for putting her in such a position. It was essential to consult Xiaoxia's opinion on this matter. Chapter 11. The bottleneck of the antenna business. When asked about this matter, Tian Xiaoxia found herself somewhat taken aback. For her, the foremost consequence of not attending school was the prospect of marriage. At present, Zhou Feng seemed to be a viable lifelong partner, and while she had often envisioned what her future spouse might be like, it had always felt like a distant reality. She feared the possibility of eventually settling for a less-than-ideal companion. As many girls her age had already tied the knot, some even enduring the bruises inflicted by abusive husbands. This was indeed a momentous decision that could shape her destiny, thus eliciting both anticipation and trepidation regarding marriage. It was only upon Zhou Feng's arrival that a semblance of clarity began to form in her heart. Though their acquaintance was brief, she sensed that Zhou Feng was a decent person. Most importantly, he would reside with his parents after marriage, which alleviated some of her resistance to the idea. After a moment of silence, Tian Xiaoxia slowly nodded her head, and Zhou Feng was well aware of her thoughts. One thing was certain, she harbored feelings for him. Zhou Feng, however, was not adamant about marrying this girl. After having fallen into the pit of electronic engineering in a previous life, and finally establishing his own home and career, he had not yet reached the stage of contemplating a girlfriend or children when he met an unexpected fate, saved by Tian Xiushan in this lifetime. He wished to let things unfold naturally, cherishing the serendipity that had brought them together, as Tian Xiaoxia unexpectedly piqued his interest. Zhou Feng did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, but when it came to relationships, particularly with a future wife with whom he would share his life, he was unwilling to settle for anything less than genuine compatibility. Although they were technically engaged, he and Tian Xiaoxia had been nudged into this situation by Tian Xiushan, and he had made up his mind that if their feelings did not reach a certain depth, he would never proceed with marriage. They could take their time getting to know one another. Uncle, it is still too early for Xiaoxia and me to contemplate this. We need some time to understand each other better, Zhou Feng said. Marriage is inevitable. We can tentatively set it for next July or August, and we can determine the specific date next year. For others, 8 or 9 months might seem inconsequential, passing in the blink of an eye, but for Zhou Feng, that time would be ample for him to accomplish many things. If by then they both felt ready to marry, they could orchestrate a grand wedding, as this would be his first foray into matrimony. If it did not seem right, regardless of who might be at fault, They could part amicably, and although they would bear the title of engaged couple, there would still be room for remedy. Tian Xiaoshan was somewhat disappointed with this outcome, having noticed that Tian Xiaoxia's agreement appeared to be somewhat reluctant, and he refrained from saying anything further. Tian Xiaoxia cast a grateful glance at Zhou Feng, recognizing that he had come to her rescue, which indeed relieved her. Though she secretly reassured herself that Zhou Feng was a good person and suitable for marriage, the thought of solidifying their situation at this moment still left her feeling anxious. Zhou Feng understood the meaning behind Tian Xiaoxia's gaze and discreetly winked at her. The following morning, Zhou Feng received a call from Old Li. He had initially planned to wait until Sunday to take the two sisters to school before attending to the accumulated tasks. However, he was taken aback to learn that Old Li was in a hurry, as 3 more televisions had arrived, and the antennas had sold out. This astonished Zhou Feng. It had only been 2 days. He found himself compelled to reassess this business venture, realizing that the market for electrical repairs held great potential. Old Li was beaming with delight. Who wouldn't be happy to earn 26 yuan in just 2 days? Now, Old Li regarded Zhou Feng as a veritable god of wealth, never imagining that his retirement in the scrap market could lead to a revitalized career. Zhou Feng was also elated. After deducting material costs and Old Li's commission, he had earned 210 yuan, far exceeding his expectations. Just as he was considering expanding the antenna business, he encountered an awkward situation. "What's wrong?" Old Li asked, noticing Zhou Feng's sudden stillness. With a wry smile, Zhou Feng reluctantly replied, "Uncle Li, it seems we may need to pause our antenna business." "Why? Why stop when it's so profitable?" Old Li was taken aback by Zhou Feng's statement, having just been daydreaming about their success. "The raw materials have run out. There's no copper or aluminum left." Upon closer inspection, Old Li realized that only some iron frames remained in the pile of metal products. Zhou Feng then understood that Old Li's operation was merely a scrap recycling business. While there were various items, none were substantial enough to build a fortune upon. During this period, it was nearly impossible for individuals to procure large quantities of metal raw materials. Even with money, one could not gain entry to a factory. Just as Zhou Feng contemplated abandoning the antenna venture altogether, he noticed Old Li slap his thigh. "Young man, leave this to me. Just wait and see." With that, Old Li picked up the phone and said one sentence, "You need to come here right now," before abruptly hanging up. Zhou Feng couldn't help but think that Old Li's tone was rather forceful. Was the old man perhaps a hidden expert? Old Li seemed to read Zhou Feng's mind and replied, somewhat gruffly, "That's my son." Zhou Feng suddenly realized, using the commanding tone of a father calling his son was entirely reasonable. In less than half an hour, Zhou Feng was astonished to see a Volga sedan enter the courtyard. It was hard not to be surprised. In 1980, owning a car was an indication of significant status, suggesting that Old Li's son was quite impressive. As soon as the car came to a halt, a voice echoed, "Dad." "My dear father, what is going on?" "I'm still in a meeting." Li Daochong stepped out of the car and immediately spotted Zhou Feng. Surprised to find an outsider present, he smiled and nodded before turning to his father. "Why the unnecessary chatter? Can't you let me finish my meeting?" Li Daochong could only manage a wry smile. He was genuinely busy, and his father had summoned him without even explaining the matter. Before his father, he always found himself at a disadvantage. "Young man, this is my son, Li Daochong, the director of the 712 radio factory. This is Zhou Feng, the person I mentioned to you." Li Daochong was quite familiar with the name Zhou Feng. For the past few days, he had heard it so frequently from his father that his ears felt as if they had developed calluses. He understood that his father's summons was likely due to Zhou Feng. "Greetings, Comrade Zhou Feng, I am Li Daochong." Zhou Feng, however, was utterly astonished, as he had never anticipated that the son of the venerable Li would be in front of him. He was taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a renowned figure. Anyone with even a modest understanding of the domestic electronics industry would be well aware of the significance of Chi Air Wireless Factory. Renowned as the first state-owned enterprise in the country to introduce color television production lines. At this juncture, it was likely that the factory had just acquired the technology and had yet to commence production. It was Chi Air Wireless Factory that heralded the flourishing of color television in the 1980s. Zhou Feng discerned a hint of aloofness in Li Daochong's tone, leading him to believe that he was perceived merely as someone seeking connections or assistance. Chapter 12. The astonishment of Li Daochong. "Hello, Director Li. Look at the commotion this has caused." Zhou Feng immediately turned to the elderly Li, offering a wry smile. "Uncle Li, you must be joking. If I had known your son was Director Li, I I would never have asked you to make this call. Zhou Feng needed to dispel Li Daochang's defenses. Otherwise, there would be no conversation. His words were simple, conveying to Li Daochang that he was not seeking assistance, but rather responding to a decision made unilaterally by his father. Upon hearing this, old Li's eyes widened in surprise. What of the director? We are not asking for anything for free. We intend to purchase it. The Chi'er factory is quite large. Even a small amount of aluminum and copper would suffice for our needs. It was then that Li Daochang comprehended his father's true intention for summoning him. He sought raw materials. However, he did not trust Zhou Feng's assertions. He suspected that this young man had ulterior motives for approaching an old scrap collector. With this in mind, Li Daochang looked at Zhou Feng with a semblance of apology. Comrade Zhou Feng, the procurement of raw materials requires stringent approval processes. Even if our factory desires to procure materials, we must submit requests in advance. It is not entirely compliant to purchase from us. Zhou Feng understood the difficulty of the situation. From the moment he learned of Li Daochang's identity, his mind had been racing, contemplating how to seize this golden opportunity. Before Zhou Feng could speak, old Li erupted. He picked up a newspaper from the table and smacked it against the back of Li Daochang's head. Li Daochang, have your wings grown? You dare to play the bureaucrat in front of your father. Don't think I'm unaware. How many officials from your factory are handing out notes? How many televisions have they sold off? And you, my son, claim it's not compliant? Zhou Feng nearly laughed aloud at this perfect display of camaraderie. Yet, old Li's comments were not unfounded. Since the onset of the reform and opening up policy, many educated youth had returned to the cities, resulting in a significant number of unemployed young people. With a total urban population of only 200 million, the number of unemployed youth reached a staggering 20 million. Those with connections found ways into factories, while the children of some officials engaged in the trade of notes. Televisions, without a doubt, were the most coveted items. During the planned economy era, both buying and selling were heavily restricted, and a single note changing hands multiple times was not uncommon, thus becoming a sort of unspoken rule. Old Li, fully aware of these intricacies, could not resist delivering a reprimand to his son. Li Daochang felt incredibly embarrassed. While he could endure such treatment at home, being publicly humiliated in front of outsiders was quite another matter. At that moment, Zhou Feng knew he had to defuse the tension. He quickly interjected, Uncle Li, just because others can do it doesn't mean we should follow suit. It's not worth putting Brother Li in a difficult position over our small business. At this point, Li Daochang began to genuinely believe Zhou Feng was previously unaware of the situation. After all, did the esteemed director of a state-owned factory not care about his reputation? Without Zhou Feng's intervention, he might have found himself in an even more uncomfortable position. However, he failed to notice that Zhou Feng had shifted from addressing him as Director Li to Brother Li. Whose side are you really on? Old Li fumed, his beard bristling with indignation. He had summoned his son to address the issue of raw materials, yet this young man was continuously undermining his efforts, making it seem as though he were the only one invested in this matter. Uncle Li, please don't be anxious. Allow Brother Li to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. If a resolution can be reached, that would be ideal. If not, we cannot force it, can we? Yes, father, you are being too hasty. Let me get a grasp on the details first. Li Daochang quickly agreed, fearing another reprimand. Zhou Feng took a pen and paper, sketching out rough diagrams. Unfortunately, the previous antennas had sold out, and he had to create a rough sketch to explain to Li Daochang. Initially, Li Daochang paid little heed. He knew Zhou Feng and his father were involved in selling television antennas and assumed they were merely cobbling together some conductors for sale. However, upon glancing at the drawings, he realized it was not as simple as he had thought. Is this a Yagi antenna? With a lightning rod included? Li Daochang was genuinely astonished. While the Yagi antenna was not an exceptionally complex structure, it was not common knowledge for the average person. His familiarity with antennas stemmed from his work in the television industry. It was worth noting that contemporary television antennas were quite rudimentary. Some individuals even fashioned antennas from aluminum food curtains. Seeing a farmer like Zhou Feng skillfully sketch the Yagi antenna left him utterly amazed. Zhou Feng continued his work, producing several more sketches before speaking. Different regions and varying signal strengths necessitate the selection of different antennas. These antennas can also be optimized, although the cost may be higher. Li Daochang's astonishment deepened as he examined the sketches. Some he recognized, while others were entirely unfamiliar, yet he could assess the quality of the designs through their structures. Did you design all of this? Zhou Feng replied, grinning with humility, I just tinkered around. Li Daochang fell into contemplative silence. Sensing his interest piqued, Zhou Feng pressed on. Brother Li, how many televisions does the Qi factory produce in a year? Li Daochang was caught off guard by the question, but it was not a secret. He casually replied, around 200,000 units. Do you know how many televisions there are in the entire country? Approximately 9 million, I suppose. Zhou Feng smiled, stating decisively, Brother Li, all state-owned enterprises are fixated on televisions. Yet they overlook the vast market for antennas. People buy televisions to watch, but the homemade antennas available are of poor quality. If there were a superior antenna on the market, what do you think would happen? In an instant, Li Daochang grasped Zhou Feng's intent. We were in the era of a planned economy, and televisions were undoubtedly one of the best-selling products. If Zhou Feng's assertion held true, the introduction of such an antenna would result in explosive growth in the short term. Are you suggesting that the Qi factory should venture into the antenna market? With a smile, Zhou Feng nodded. Brother Li, currently, you can produce as many televisions as you can sell, but the challenge lies in increasing production capacity. Antennas, however, are different. Every television sold would require one, and the rate of product iteration is significantly faster. Most importantly, no one is currently focusing on this sector. If Qi were to be the first to enter this market, it would mirror our introduction of color televisions, leading to a substantial competitive advantage. Li Daochang was instantly filled with a surge of excitement. The introduction of the color television production line was undoubtedly his proudest achievement. While various manufacturers were still troubled by the production capacity of black and white televisions, his thoughts were already focused on industrial upgrading. He was firmly convinced that the future belonged to color televisions. As for the television antenna mentioned by Zhou Feng, to be honest, he had previously overlooked it. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that it indeed held immense market potential. Nevertheless, he was somewhat perplexed by Zhou Feng's intentions. Why was he sharing this information with him? If our Qi were to venture into antenna production, what would that mean for you? Chapter 13. Zhou Feng's proposal. Zhou Feng chuckled, eagerly anticipating Li Daochang to inquire first. Brother Li, do not concern yourself with me for now. If you can decisively approve immediate production, I am willing to serve as your vanguard. Whether you require me to design or to work as an assembler, I will comply without hesitation. Zhou Feng spoke with conviction, appearing exceedingly earnest. However, if Li Daochang believed him, it would indeed be naive. Through their brief conversation, Li Daochang was convinced that Zhou Feng was not a simple character. The notion of profiting from television antennas was not extraordinary. Many could design a good antenna. Yet, accurately assessing the future market dynamics of antennas based on the current state of the television market was no trivial feat regardless of whether the judgment was right or wrong. Possessing such insight indicated a remarkable vision. Such foresight is not easily cultivated. To have such perceptiveness at a young age, one could hardly expect him to willingly accept the role of an assembler. Upon further reflection, Li Daochang realized that Zhou Feng's words were laden with implications. Being a vanguard came with the stipulation of immediate production. With this thought, Li Daochang felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. Since the onset of the reform and opening up policy, government policies towards state-owned enterprises had been unpredictable, oscillating between centralization and decentralization. Although the overall environment had become significantly more relaxed, acknowledging the independent status of state-owned enterprises, their autonomy remained quite limited, perpetually trapped in a framework dominated by planned economy with a supplementary market economy. Though Li Daochang was the director of Qi factory, initiating a project was no small feat, let alone immediate production. Even completing the necessary procedures within a year would be considered swift. By the time production could commence, the market conditions might have transformed entirely. At this moment, Li Daochang understood that Zhou Feng must have formulated his own strategy and decided to forego any pretense. Please share your thoughts, he urged. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng felt a glimmer of hope. Brother Li, my proposal offers a win-win situation where we can mutually benefit. He wasted no time in articulating his solution. Qi factory required profit and market access, while Zhou Feng sought profit, raw materials, and sales channels. At this critical juncture, he could not procure raw materials. Even if he managed to secure them, selling the products would be futile. These were areas where Qi factory excelled. The antenna industry bore no substantial technological barriers. Delays equated to obsolescence, and Qi factory had no immediate prospects for independent production, whereas he could produce them. In essence, Zhou Feng would act as a processing factory for Qi factory, solely responsible for product design and development. Most importantly, antennas could seamlessly complement televisions, allowing for simultaneous sales. Zhou Feng was confident that this proposal would encounter no resistance at Qi Air Factory, as their only contribution would be providing a channel for raw materials, and they would even be compensated for it. With a market established and profits generated, who would oppose such an arrangement? Li Daochang pondered for a moment, reluctantly acknowledging Zhou Feng's capabilities and audacity. However, a significant issue loomed. Comrade Zhou Feng, do you intend to establish this factory yourself? Despite the reforms, the prevailing planned economy was dominated by state-owned enterprises. While individual entrepreneurs existed, they primarily engaged in modest ventures, mainly in food and agricultural products. Anyone daring to venture into industrial products would soon face the consequences of regulatory scrutiny. Had he been faced with a state-owned factory instead of Zhou Feng, Li Daochang could have made a decisive decision. However, sitting across from him was Zhou Feng. Should he fall into the trap of speculation, Li Daochang would inevitably bear the repercussions as well. Zhou Feng discerned Li Daochang's apprehension and had contemplated this issue himself. He had no desire to take on the risks of establishing a factory. Brotherly, I am considering collaborating with village-run enterprises. Is this feasible under current policies? Li Daochang had an epiphany, realizing that Zhou Feng might not be fully aware of the policy implications. At that moment, he recognized the youthful spirit seated before him and smilingly remarked, "If you can partner with the village to establish a factory, that will pose no problem." In October of last year, the State Council issued the interim regulations on the development of collective enterprises, commonly referred to as the 18 Articles. Among these, it encourages communes and village teams to establish collective enterprises and allows for individual capital contributions, albeit with the stipulation that personal shares cannot exceed 40. Thus, the policy poses no obstacles and, in fact, provides support. Zhou Feng was pleasantly surprised. With policy approval, matters could progress much more smoothly. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, 40% is acceptable. I only require 30, while you, Uncle Li, will hold a 10 stake to represent us. I will negotiate with the commune and village. Old Li, who had been listening nearby, was astounded. Initially seeking merely a channel for raw materials, how had their conversation evolved into establishing a factory? However, he was taken aback when he heard Zhou Feng propose a 10 stake. This was not the same as collecting a mere 2 yuan profit per item. Previously, he had merely sold products, but now he was to partake in a business venture. This won't do, young Zhou. This is unacceptable. Zhou Feng was not merely being courteous. He was resolute in his intentions. Without old Li's support, he would have been unable to connect with Li Daochang, let alone establish a factory. Furthermore, this 10 stake was not merely a gift to old Li, but rather a means to bind their interests. After all, they would require long-term collaboration, relying on Li Daochang for raw materials and sales channels. A partnership devoid of shared interests would be inherently unstable. Uncle Li, this is not a free handout. If I invest 300 yuan, you must contribute 100 yuan. Dividend distribution will occur at the end of the year. Should the enterprise yield profits, all is well. If it incurs losses, your 100 yuan would be a total loss. Old Li's mouth fell agape, caught between words, for while he had 100 yuan, parting with it was a daunting prospect. Moreover, judging by the context, that 100 yuan was merely a placeholder and could potentially be more substantial. Li Daochang could only watch in bemusement. It was indeed rare to witness someone frame a profit-sharing arrangement as a loss. However, this approach proved remarkably effective with old Li, who no longer pressed the issue of shares but instead wore a conflicted expression. Li Shu, you usually do not engage in the management, so I will hold this share on your behalf. As long as I, Zhou Feng, remain at the factory, you shall receive a 10 dividend, which I will settle for you. Li Daochang regarded Zhou Feng with renewed admiration, recognizing his thorough consideration of all aspects. As the director of Qi Air Factory and a partner in the village-run enterprise, it was imperative for him to maintain a distance from this business. Yet Zhou Feng had taken all of this into account on his behalf. At this moment, he felt even more confident about the antenna business. For reasons unknown, he found himself somewhat averse to witnessing Zhou Feng's effortless demeanor. The youth lacked the typical traits of his age, displaying an unnaturally mature disposition. With such thoughts in mind, Li Daochang smiled and inquired, Zhou Feng, do you know why I decided to establish the television production line in Futian County? Chapter 14. Climbing out from the heap of corpses, Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback by the question, which he had indeed pondered but not deeply. Upon Li Daochang's prompt, He began to reflect more seriously. After a considerable pause, he hesitantly inquired, could it be tax incentives? Li Daochang nodded appreciatively and slowly elaborated. Fujian County is an autonomous region for ethnic minorities, enjoying a 5-year tax exemption. Zhou Feng was genuinely astonished, his mouth agape. He had not anticipated that such tax policies, typically associated with investment attraction, would still be in effect in 1980. After the reform and opening up, state-owned enterprises began to implement a profit retention system, resulting in reduced tax contributions and increased self-retained funds for enterprises. This elucidated why a small place like Fujian County could attract the attention of the 712 factory. Moreover, for the antenna factory, the 5-year tax exemption was more than sufficient. They could complete their industrial upgrade within 3 years. Brotherly, do you have the document regarding the 18 articles? Could you provide me with a copy? Zhou Feng followed Li Daochang to retrieve the document and then headed straight to the tailor's shop. It was Saturday, and although there was no official weekend, high schools typically allowed students a day and a half to return home each week. Changing clothes was secondary. The primary reason was to bring back grain and vegetables to exchange for food stamps at school. At this time, a popular saying circulated, if you don't carry grain to school, you'll go hungry at every meal. If you don't bring vegetables, you won't grow tall or handsome. Zhou Feng figured that at this hour, Xiaozi should be nearing home. Tomorrow, he would accompany the 2 sisters to school. And since they had come to the county, he intended to make a set of clothes for each of the girls. It was important to dress decently for school to avoid ridicule. The old tailor still remembered Zhou Feng. It was rare for someone to come in for a rabbit fur hat. Lacking fabric coupons, the old tailor had his own methods, crafting 4 stylish cotton jackets, the latest fashion. The total cost for the 4 garments was 40 yuan, including 12 yuan for labor, with the remainder going to materials and cotton. Due to the larger order, the wait time would be a bit longer, with the garments ready for pickup in 3 days. On his way home, Zhou Feng contemplated a pressing issue. Life in Kaoshan village was not easy. After the implementation of the household responsibility system, the mountains limited arable land, resulting in each person receiving less than 2 mu. Each household was allocated a piece of private mountain land for growing soybeans. The burdens on farmers in the 1980s were considerable. In addition to the 3 levies and 5 allocations collected by the village and commune, they also had to pay grain taxes. Working tirelessly for a year barely ensured they wouldn't starve. If the antenna factory flourished, there was potential to establish a garment processing factory, with every household owning a sewing machine. A small-scale clothing factory could easily be managed. While it might not yield substantial profits, it could at least improve the villagers' quality of life. However, that was a discussion for another time. For village-run enterprises to thrive, connections and resources were imperative. Unlike the 712 factory, they had no reliable support and could only rely on themselves. Instead of heading directly home, Zhou Feng made his way to the village committee. Upon entering the courtyard, his eyes brightened. Aside from 3 mud brick buildings designated for office use, there was a row of large warehouses. He peered inside, estimating the space to be around 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, currently empty. This had likely been used to store the village's grain during the production team era, now lying unused. Zhou Feng proceeded to the office of the village secretary, where Chun Jianxi, clad in a coat and wearing reading glasses, was writing something. A kettle on the stove was steaming. Upon hearing footsteps, Chun Jianxi looked up, surprised. Zhou Feng, what brings you here? After a moment's thought, he continued, is it about the housing plot? Your uncle Qiushan has already come to see me. It has been allocated, adjacent to the Qiushan family. He mentioned that after the spring planting, he would arrange for you and your wife to have a new house built. Zhou Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected his future father-in-law to take such initiative, even prioritizing house construction. He felt a surge of gratitude. Truly a remarkable father-in-law. Grandpa Chen, I am here for another matter. Oh, what is it? Please share. Chun Jianxi inquired with interest. Zhou Feng, not in a hurry to speak, first filled a large porcelain jar with water before slowly discussing his plans to collaborate with the village to establish a factory. However, he refrained from mentioning the 712 radio factory, keeping that trump card for a critical moment. Chun Jianxi scrutinized Zhou Feng from head to toe, somewhat astonished. What prompted this sudden desire to start a factory? Grandpa Chun, you've seen our television. I'm the one who created that antenna. Moreover, during this period, I've tried selling some in the county, and the response has been excellent. There are 2 reasons I wish to start a factory. First, to generate income. Without establishing a factory, I can only earn a small amount. Second, Life in Kaoshan village is too difficult. I want to lend a helping hand to everyone. After listening to Zhou Feng's rationale, Chun Jianxi fell silent for a while before finally asking, how much funding is required? I can manage the initial investment. I can find a way to acquire equipment and raw materials. We can invest up to 10 of the Village South public funds for the factory, and I would like to hold a 40 stake, contributing equally. After speaking, Zhou Feng handed the document regarding the 18 articles to Chun Jianxi. Chun Jianxi adjusted his reading glasses and carefully examined the document. After approximately 10 minutes, he set it down and simply said, "Let us proceed." Sales of what? Zhou Feng was genuinely taken aback. All his prepared arguments caught in his throat. He had never anticipated Chun Jianxi would agree so readily. Observing Zhou Feng's astonishment, Chun Jianxi chuckled. "What's the matter? Do you think my agreement came too quickly?" Zhou Feng nodded earnestly. Chun Jianxi sighed. "You're right. Life in Kaoshan village is indeed too hard. It's time to find a way out. I understand antennas well. During the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, I served as a reconnaissance soldier, and operators carried these devices. The quality of antennas is crucial. You witnessed the scene when everyone came to watch television at your home. We may be too poor to buy a TV, but we will eventually be able to afford one. To use a TV, we need an antenna, so I believe we can succeed." Zhou Feng listened intently to the straightforward theory. Feeling a profound sense of reverence for the venerable veteran who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Possessing memories from a past life, he could clearly discern the trajectory of the future, yet Chun Jianxi was oblivious to it. With a somewhat complicated expression, Zhou Feng inquired, "Grandfather Chun, are you not afraid of incurring losses?" Upon hearing this, Chun Jianxi burst into hearty laughter. "What is there to fear? Our village's public funds have dwindled to a mere 10,000 yuan. I can afford to gamble 1,000. Should it succeed, everyone will rejoice. If it fails, I reckon I still have a decade left. I shall cover this shortfall." Chapter 15. Sun Yoji's intrusion. Zhou Feng could not help but feel a profound sense of respect. He could sense the unwavering determination of Chun Jianxi, who perhaps had longed to alter the current circumstances but had never found the opportunity until now, which Zhou Feng had inadvertently provided. Since his arrival in this era, although the environment was somewhat harsh, Zhou Feng had never truly experienced hardship. He understood that the villagers of Kuaishantan were struggling. Yet he could not empathize, having remained detached from the realities of life. Listening to the old party secretary's words today, however, plunged him from the role of an observer into the tumultuous currents of this era, transforming him into a participant. Having perused numerous materials about the 1980s in his past life, many have remarked upon its purity and romanticism, and now he felt it firsthand. At this moment, he genuinely wished to contribute to this small mountain village in this epoch. Rest assured, Grandpa Chun, while I cannot promise wealth and prosperity, elevating our village's standard of living is certainly within reach. Chun Jianxi laughed heartily, seeking to comfort Zhou Feng in return. "Though this old body may not be of much use, I can still support you young folks." He continued, "Draft a plan, and I will convene a meeting with the village leaders tomorrow. Once approved, you shall accompany this old man to the commune. You will be responsible for establishing the factory and producing the antennas. I will put aside my pride to carve out a sales pathway." Only then did Zhou Feng realize that Chun Jianxi was not merely acting out of desperation. He had likely contemplated his role in establishing a sales channel for the factory even before Zhou Feng broached the subject. He refrained from discussing the specifics of the Kielio factory, deciding instead to wait until all formalities were completed to surprise the old gentleman. Upon returning home from the village committee, Zhou Feng found himself preoccupied with another matter. He had initially planned to deliver a gift to Tian Xiaoxia the following day, but if he were to attend the meeting, that would no longer be feasible. He would have to wait a few days until the clothing was finished before delivering it to her. As he approached his doorstep, Zhou Feng overheard raised voices in the courtyard. "Sun Yoji, please stop coming to find me. I already have a fiancé, and we are getting married next year. Xiaoxia, you are ruining your own life. Any person of worth would never marry into your family. Why settle for such a useless man? I, Sun Yoji, am at least a high school student. It doesn't matter if you stop studying. I can have my father arrange for you to enter the city." Unable to bear it any longer, Tian Xiaoxia picked up a firewood stick leaning against the door and pointed it at Sun Yoji. "Please leave. Zhou Feng is my fiancé, and I do not wish to hear you speak ill of him again. He is exceptional, 100 times better than you." Sun Yoji was thoroughly incensed by Tian Xiaoxia's words. He could not tolerate being compared to someone who was looked down upon. Before arriving, he had gathered information and knew that Zhou Feng was merely an unanchored peasant, while he was a high school student, destined for university and the son of the village head. How could he endure being belittled by such a person? Tian Xiaoxia, it is a blessing for you that I find you appealing. You truly are ungrateful. Do you believe I won't make that good-for-nothing struggle in Kuaishantan? I will see how you get married, and I will see who dares to marry you. Tian Xiaoxi had been watching the scene unfold, finding Sun Yoji's facial expressions amusing, but when she heard him insult her sister, she exploded. What are you pretending to be? We all know what kind of person you are. You act tough in front of me, but you couldn't even pass the college entrance exam in 3 years. How do you expect to be in the same class as my brother? Tian Xiaoxi's brother, Tian Xiaoyan, was only 6 years old and still had 10 years before high school. Sun Yoji had never been insulted like this before, and he opened his mouth to retaliate. You. Tian Xiaoxi would not give him a chance. What you? Just keep your mouth shut. If you think you can marry my sister, you are dreaming. Sun Yoji was infuriated by this fiery girl, his forehead pulsating with anger, his face turning crimson like a boiled shrimp. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Tian Xiaoxia immediately positioned herself in front of her sister, holding the stick defensively. Their parents were out, and she could not allow her sister to be harmed. Just as Sun Yoji intended to pull the girl aside to teach her a lesson, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and then he was sent sprawling backward. Zhou Feng had been observing the entire scene, and he could not allow his family to be bullied. When Tian Xiaoxia saw Zhou Feng appear, her tension vanished in an instant, and her face lit up with a radiant smile. You're back. Her jubilant demeanor was utterly charming. Zhou Feng was equally moved, while Sun Yoji was consumed by rage. He had recognized Zhou Feng and was furious that he had dared to strike him. Seeing the affectionate look on Tian Xiaoxia's face only deepened his jealousy and anger. However, realizing Zhou Feng stood half a head taller than him, he suppressed his impulse to charge, gritting his teeth and saying, Fine, Zhou Feng, just you wait. With a swift motion, Zhou Feng raised his hand, and Sun Yoji scrambled to his feet and fled, glancing back over his shoulder in a fury that nearly overwhelmed him. Zhou Feng frowned. He had initially dismissed this boy, but from his words, it was evident that he was a typical spoiled rich kid, albeit from a family of modest means. Such a character, akin to a toad that does not bite but merely irritates, must be taught a lesson, leaving him with a lasting impression to deter future arrogance. Seeing Sun Yoji retreat in disgrace, Tian Xiaoxi was thrilled and praised her brother-in-law's prowess. Zhou Feng gave Tian Xiaoxi a thumbs up, commending her timely words. Did you hear that? You spoke very well. Tian Xiaoxi blushed slightly, feeling as though her image in Zhou Feng's eyes had completely collapsed. Unlike their carefree banter, Tian Xiaoxia appeared troubled. She knew Sun Yoji well and understood that he would not let this humiliation pass lightly. Zhou Feng, you must be cautious. He is the type to seek revenge. Zhou Feng nodded. He had never underestimated a threat. He believed in downplaying the enemy strategically while taking them seriously tactically, so he began to inquire about Sun Yoji from the sisters. Through their animated discussions, he came to understand why this brat felt so emboldened. What Zhou Feng did not anticipate was that Tian Xiaoshan's leg injury was also related to the Sun family. Chapter 16. The necessity to deal with the Sun family. Upon listening to the introductions from the two sisters, Zhou Feng realized that the connections of the Sun family were far more intricate than he had initially imagined. The Sun family comprised 3 brothers, with the eldest, Sun Fuquang, being the most accomplished. He currently worked at the Grain Bureau, which was the most sought-after department in the entire county. The grain station was directly managed by the Grain Bureau, handling everything from tax grain during the production team era to subsidized grain payments after land distribution, thus necessitating dealings with the grain station. Consequently, in the eyes of the villagers of Kaoshan-Tun, Sun Fuquang was a figure of considerable stature. The second brother, Sun Yoji's father, Sun Fuqiang, served as the village head of Kaoshan-Tun. Apart from Sun Yoji, he also had an elder son, Sun Yuquan, who currently held the position of public security officer at the Hongsher commune. Rumor had it that the Hongsher commune was about to establish a police station, and Sun Yuquan was highly likely to become its first director. The youngest brother, Sun Fugue, was the least successful, having secured the position of accountant in Kaoshan-Tun through the influence of Sun Fuqiang. The role of accountant was a fiercely contested position during the production team era, as it allowed one to avoid labor while still earning full work points, drawing many eager candidates. Tian Xiaoxia's uncle, Tian Xiaolin, was a strong contender, garnering significant support within the team, prompting Tian Xiushan to advocate vigorously for his elder brother. However, shortly before the election, Tian Xiushan was brutally attacked by a group, leaving him severely injured and with a broken leg, accompanied by threats aimed at the Tian family to ensure they kept their distance. At the time, the identity of the assailants was unknown, yet the intent was clear. It was a direct assault on the accountant position. With the Tian family being weak and Kaoshan Tun and the attack being so vicious, Tian Xiulin hesitated and ultimately withdrew from the election, fearing for his family's safety. The medical conditions at that time were appalling, and as a result, Tian Xiushan's leg never fully healed, leaving him permanently limping. Subsequently, Sun Fugue was elected as the accountant, and even the dullest of the Tian brothers could deduce that the Sun family was behind the attack, yet they lacked evidence and had to silently endure the injustice. Sun Yoji and Tian Xiaoxia had known each other since childhood, and Sun Yoji was infatuated with her, captivated by her beauty. Even before the resumption of the college entrance examination, he expressed a desire to marry her. Although his father, Sun Fuqiang, looked down on the Tian family, he found it difficult to oppose his son's wishes and had even approached the Tian family for a marriage proposal, only to be rejected outright by Tian Xiushan, who cited the Sun family's dubious character as his reason. This rejection led to significant embarrassment for Sun Fuqiang, who subsequently made life difficult for the Tian family by assigning them the most arduous tasks and attempting to unfairly deduct their work points. Fortunately, with the village committee head, Chen Jianxi, keeping a watchful eye, Sun Fuqiang did not dare to act too brazenly. Otherwise, the Tian family might have faced even harsher treatment. After learning all this, Zhou Feng was filled with a seething anger. The more he understood, the more resolute he became in his determination to confront the Sun family. However, he knew that any course of action would require careful consideration. Once he acted, he would aim to uproot them entirely. That evening, Zhou Feng prepared a sumptuous dinner, steaming a pot of rice. Although he had purchased rice and flour, Chen Guixiang, having endured difficult times, had not touched these finer grains for some time, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. As their lives improved, this situation would gradually change. When Chen Guixiang and her husband returned home and saw the steaming pot of rice, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhou Feng had also stewed a wild chicken, the meat glistening and enticing. The youngest, Tian Xiaoyan, couldn't contain her tears upon seeing the rice and meat. Tian Xiaoxia served each person a bowl of rice, while Zhou Feng poured a cup of wine for Tian Xiushan. The entire family enjoyed the meal thoroughly, and after satisfying their hunger and thirst, Zhou Feng shared his plans to open a factory with them. He felt it was imperative to inform Tian Xiushan directly. He didn't want him to hear about it from someone else. Furthermore, Zhou Feng wished for his father-in-law to be involved in the factory operations, as he could not oversee everything single-handedly and needed someone reliable. Tian Xiushan was a recognized craftsman throughout Kaoshan Tun, and processing antennas would pose no significant challenge for him. Most importantly, his standing would provide Zhou Feng with peace of mind. He certainly did not wish to construct everything only to produce a slew of defective products that could tarnish his reputation. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's proposal, the entire Tian family was momentarily stunned. Opening a factory? This notion felt exceedingly distant to them, and even Tian Xiaoxia was taken aback by her fiancé's bold ambition. Xiao Feng, do you have confidence in this? Despite having witnessed Zhou Feng's capabilities, Tian Xiushan still harbored concerns. If this venture were to fail, recovering from such a setback would be exceedingly difficult. Uncle, rest assured, I met with Grandpa Chen this afternoon, and he is very supportive of this initiative. A meeting is set for tomorrow to vote on the matter. Hearing that Elder Chen supported the plan eased Tian Xiushan's worries somewhat. He held great respect for Elder Chen, both for his character and his competence. Do you have enough funds? Tian Xiushan inquired. We have some at home. If it's insufficient, we can provide you with more later. Zhou Feng smiled appreciatively, knowing he wouldn't be using the family's money, yet the offer warmed his heart. That will suffice. I won't need much for the initial investment. If you have time tomorrow, come with me to assist in deliberations. All right. The following morning, Zhou Feng ultimately decided to escort the two sisters, as he felt uneasy about them walking alone. Especially after the incident with Sun Yoji. Delivering them safely would not consume much of his time. The meeting in the village had no set schedule. If it commenced early, he would have Tian Xiushan attend first, and he would join them upon his return. As they prepared to part, Tian Xiaoxia felt a twinge of reluctance. Having seen Zhou Feng daily for some time, The prospect of not seeing him for a week while she attended school felt unsettling. Tian Xiaoji, perceptive as ever, discreetly excused herself to avoid being an unwanted presence. Focus on your studies. If you encounter any issues, just go to Old Li at the scrap collection station for assistance, or you can call the village. They have a phone there. Tian Xiaoxia nodded obediently. Zhou Feng gently took her hand, causing her face to flush as she shyly glanced around, relieved to find no one watching. Zhou Feng placed a small cloth pouch into her palm and smiled as he waved his hand. Make sure to eat well. I will come to see you in a few days. You mustn't lose weight. Tian Xiaoxia opened the pouch only to find 2 large banknotes inside, which startled her, prompting her to quickly grasp the wallet tightly in her hand. As she observed Zhou Feng's silhouette, driving the ox cart further away, her heart seemed to follow him, only returning to reality when Tian Xiaoxi called her name. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng hurriedly made his way back to the village committee, and before he could even enter, he overheard the sound of someone banging on the table. I do not agree with this. He is engaging in capitalism. Chapter 17 The Plan of Chun Jianqi Secretary Chun. You are being foolish. How could you consider giving our village's hard-earned money to a son-in-law who is merely a liability? This is sheer nonsense. Sun Fuqiang, who are you calling a son-in-law? Retorted Tian Xiaoshan. Zhou Feng is my family's legitimate son-in-law. Whether he is a son-in-law or not, you know in your heart. You, Zhou Feng, having discerned the heated argument between Sun Fuqiang and Tian Xiaoshan, pushed the door open and entered. The sound of the door startled those inside, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. Zhou Feng's gaze immediately locked on his son Fuqiang. I appreciate the village chief taking the time to convene a meeting for me. Have you reached a conclusion? Sun Fuqiang was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Zhou Feng, but did not anticipate that Zhou Feng would address him directly instead of inquiring with Chun Jianqi. Despite his confusion, he maintained his composed demeanor. Do not even think about establishing a factory. Do you believe the village committee is your personal enterprise? Zhou Feng chuckled softly. That's not what I am asking. I just heard you discussing my status as a son-in-law at your door. Have you reached a conclusion on that matter? Sun Fuqiang felt a bit perplexed, unsure of why Zhou Feng would bring up such a topic. Shouldn't he be trying to avoid it? The other attendees were equally bewildered, uncertain of the direction this conversation was taking. You need not hold a meeting to discuss this. I am indeed a son-in-law. Is the village planning to award me a certificate? Realization dawned on Sun Fuqiang, understanding that Zhou Feng was here to stir trouble. Smirking, he replied, Haha, you foolish boy. Do you think being a son-in-law is something to be proud of? You think you deserve a certificate? You must be dreaming. This provoked laughter from several attendees. Chun Jianqi and Tian Qiushan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at Sun Fuqiang's brazen behavior. Zhou Feng remained unfazed by their laughter and, as the mirth subsided, narrowed his eyes to continue questioning. Are you planning to condemn the son-in-law? Sun Fuqiang's expression hardened, turning to Tian Xiaoshan. Is your son-in-law out of his mind? Zhou Feng's smile faded, and with a swift motion, he slammed the proposal he had been holding onto the table. The sudden noise startled everyone, and a few attendees trembled at his unexpected outburst. Then tell me, if there are neither rewards nor punishments, why are you, as the village chief of Kaoshan Tun, discussing my status as a son-in-law at a meeting of village officials? Is your mouth akin to a woman's cotton-padded trousers, devoid of substance? Sun Fuqiang was initially taken aback by Zhou Feng's assertiveness, but an overwhelming anger surged within him. He never expected this young man would dare speak to him in such a manner. When had anyone in the village ever had the audacity to insult him directly? He abruptly stood, gripping a large ceramic jar tightly, his muscles taut with fury, as if ready to strike. Zhou Feng's earlier dominance vanished, replaced by an innocuous smile as he tilted his head. Go ahead, give it your all. Ultimately, Sun Fuqiang refrained from acting on his impulse. He shot Zhou Feng a lingering glare before placing the ceramic jar heavily on the table. With a huff, he turned and exited the office, not uttering a single threat. Zhou Feng's mind echoed a saying, the barking dog doesn't bite. A few others followed Sun Fuqiang's lead and left in silence. Zhou Feng noticed one slightly plump middle-aged man exhaling deeply as he stood, as if lifting a heavy burden from his shoulders. Quietly, Zhou Feng inquired about the departing individuals from Tian Xiaoshan and learned that the middle-aged man was the accountant, Sun Fugui. The meeting concluded on an unpleasant note, and Zhou Feng gained insight into Sun Fuqiang's influence. In Chun Jianqi's office, the elderly secretary wore a troubled expression. Though he had anticipated difficulties, he did not foresee the situation escalating to this extent. Nor did he expect Sun Fuqiang's arrogance to be so blatant. Previously, Sun Fuqiang had concealed his opposition, resorting to underhanded tactics. Now, his confrontational demeanor was laid bare. Old Secretary Chen, I am sorry. I have messed this up. Chen Jianqi waved dismissively. It has nothing to do with you. As long as I proposed it, Sun Fuqiang would never agree. Oh, it seems I have dragged you down with me. Sun Fuqiang has long coveted the position of village secretary, believing it to be within his grasp. When I unexpectedly thwarted him, he naturally bore a grudge. Now, he likely feels emboldened. Zhou Feng felt somewhat confused. While it was not surprising that Sun Fuqiang opposed Chen Jianqi, given his ambition that always exceeded his capabilities, it was perplexing that Chen Jianqi, fully aware of Sun Fuqiang's opposition to establishing a factory, would still engage in such futile discussions. As if reading Zhou Feng's thoughts, Chen Jianqi chuckled. The village is merely going through the motions. Who said I wanted you to co-establish this antenna factory with the village? The village imposes too many restrictions, and the pathways are too narrow, hindering the factory's development. If we cannot grow, so be it. But if we do find success only to be stymied by a lack of resources and connections, that would be a pity. Taking a sip of water, Chen Jianqi continued. Director Wu Yongfei of Hongshe Commune is the son of my former superior. He is a man of great resolve, and I am certain you will find common ground. Zhou Feng was taken aback by this revelation. He had considered a joint venture with Hongshe Commune, but hesitated due to a lack of acquaintances there, fearing potential complications. He had not expected to establish a connection through Chen Jianqi. Nevertheless, he remained cautiously optimistic. Personal investment in a collective enterprise was inherently precarious, especially if surrounded by a group of amateurs who might meddle incessantly. Your former superior? Chen Jianqi lightly uttered 2 words. Wu Di. Zhou Feng was astounded. The name Wu Di resonated like thunder, renowned for his strategic acumen and his direct involvement in every conflict, a truly formidable figure. His son was in Hongshe Commune? Chen Jianqi chuckled. I was trained by my former superior and deeply influenced by him. To my shame, I chose to return to Kaoshan Tun with the intention of genuinely addressing the needs of the villagers, ensuring they no longer went hungry and could lead better lives. The only reason my former superior became aware of this remote place called Hongshe Commune was because of me. Wu Yongfei has often expressed his grievances about my actions. As the conversation drew to a close, the image of Wu Yongfei's aggrieved expression brought a hearty laugh from Chen Jianqi. Zhou Feng began to fully comprehend Chen Jianqi's intentions. If the antenna factory received Wu Yongfei's backing, it would undoubtedly encounter far fewer obstacles, paving the way for the factory's expansion and strength. However, Chen Jianqi, as if struck by a sudden thought, turned to Zhou Feng with a solemn expression and said, Young Zhou, I can facilitate connections for you. But should you dare to relocate the antenna factory elsewhere, I will exhaust my remaining strength to oppose you. Zhou Feng, wearing a wry smile, repeatedly assured him that he would not disappoint the earnest expectations of the old secretary and the villagers, vowing to remain true to his original aspirations and elevate the factory. Satisfied with Zhou Feng's demeanor, Chen Jianqi nodded approvingly. His ambitions were modest, driven solely by the desire to help the villagers of Kaoshan Tun earn more. Yet, Zhou Feng found himself pondering another matter. Grandpa Chen, do the villagers know about your relationship with Wu Yongfei? Chen Jianqi did not grasp the reason behind Zhou Feng's inquiry, but replied, Wu Yongfei has visited my home several times. The villagers recognize him, and this is no secret, yet they remain unaware of his family background. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Grandpa Chen, you must be wary of Sun Fuqiang. He is not trustworthy. Chapter 18. The matter is settled. Chen Jianqi assumed that Zhou Feng held a grudge against Sun Fuqiang for his disrespectful remarks, and he chuckled, saying, Although Sun Fuqiang can be somewhat superficial, he is indeed a capable individual. In the days of the production team, he was an exceptional farmer, and he wouldn't have become the village chief otherwise. Zhou Feng realized that Chen Jianqi had misinterpreted the situation, but he had offered his reminder. And to continue would risk being perceived as seeking revenge, so he let the topic rest. In the afternoon, the old and young went to Hongshe Commune together. Wu Yongfei was even more understated than Zhou Feng had anticipated, standing at the office door in a slightly faded military coat, his hands tucked into the sleeves. Chen Shu, what brings you to see your humble nephew? He asked. Haha, you always talk nonsense. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhou Feng, Director Wu. Zhou Feng stepped forward to shake hands with Wu Yongfei. Wu Yongfei warmly invited both into the office and poured them water. Had Zhou Feng not known in advance, he would never have believed that this was the son of the renowned Wu Di, a hero of the founding of the nation. Chen Jianxi, being quite familiar with Wu Yongfei, wasted no time on pleasantries and directly stated their purpose. Initially, Wu Yongfei did not take it seriously, but as he listened, his eyes lit up. By the end, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This is quite fortuitous. Just when I needed a little scratch on my back, you come along." A few days prior, a meeting had been held in the city regarding the series of issues caused by the return of educated youth. The state was now encouraging vigorous development of commune enterprises to address some employment concerns. And Wu Yongfei had been pondering this dilemma. Chen Jianxi was elated to hear this, believing their endeavor was likely to succeed. However, Wu Yongfei then delivered a sobering blow. Nevertheless, the project you have chosen is not ideal. Currently, the focus is on crop cultivation, animal husbandry, agricultural processing, and even the production of building materials such as bricks and cement. I understand that you have your reasons for selecting antennas, but this requires raw materials like copper and aluminum, which puts you in competition with state-owned enterprises. The approval process for such a venture can easily become mired in bureaucracy. If you insist on pursuing it, that is fine, but the commune's resources are insufficient, and we can only prioritize the industries I mentioned earlier. Why not consider establishing a brickworks instead? Chen Jianxi's expression dimmed. Brick and cement factories were currently the most common enterprises in the village, with low technical barriers and guaranteed sales. However, Kaoshan Tun was not a viable option. He had already investigated that the surrounding area lacked suitable soil. The issue of raw materials was one concern, but transport was even more troubling, as Kaoshan Tun was too remote, rendering any potential advantages moot once transport costs were factored in. Wu Yongfei, upon hearing this, also felt a twinge of concern. He had contemplated road construction, but alas, it was futile to expect a skilled woman to create a meal without rice. The commune simply lacked funds, and road construction was a significant expense. Is there truly no other solution? Chen Jianxi's tone held a hint of bitterness. If you are optimistic about this industry, the commune can provide some support. I will handle the paperwork, but you will need to resolve the other issues yourselves. Both Chen Jianxi and Zhou Feng understood that Wu Yongfei intended to assist them from a personal perspective, yet the challenges of securing raw materials, sales, and funding would fall squarely on their shoulders. Moreover, it was clear that he did not hold much faith in the antenna industry, given its numerous limitations. Chen Jianxi was not entirely satisfied with this outcome and wished to voice further thoughts. However, Zhou Feng gently placed a hand on the old secretary's arm. It was already quite generous of Wu Yongfei to offer assistance under such skepticism. While Chen Jianxi might press for additional requests for the sake of himself and the villagers of Kaoshan Tan, Zhou Feng preferred not to deplete Chen Jianxi's goodwill. Director Wu, let us proceed as you have suggested, but I have an idea I would like you to consider. Speak. Wu Yongfei's enthusiasm waned. For if it were not for his respect for Chen Jianxi, he would not entertain further discussion. Zhou Feng's desire to pursue the antenna factory, despite Wu Yongfei's clear reservations, left him unsure whether to label Zhou as determined or merely stubborn. Youthful exuberance, perhaps. The factory will be located in Kaoshan Tan, with the premises situated in the village committee's warehouse. I require absolute control over the factory, including personnel decisions and development direction. The commune will not engage in direct management, only reaping the benefits of profit distribution. Wu Yongfei was taken aback, incredulously amused by the audacity of this young man. Such demands seemed utterly unrealistic, and he pondered who had instilled such boldness in Zhou Feng. Why would I agree to such a request? If the factory incurs losses, the commune will have to clean up the mess. Isn't that inviting trouble? Zhou Feng, however, merely smiled, unfazed by Wu Yongfei's demeanor. His demands were indeed excessive, but they were predicated on the commune offering no support whatsoever. You stated that the commune is the principal entity. You only considered the potential losses. What if it succeeds? The commune would claim 60%, taking the lion's share of the profits while providing no assistance. If I lack control over the factory, how can I possibly make it thrive? At this moment, Wu Yongfei tagged Zhou Feng with the label of arrogance, perceiving him as overly confident to the point of hubris. Just as he was about to retort, Zhou Feng continued. Naturally, as the leader of the commune, you must consider the consequences of any losses incurred by the factory. I am willing to sign an agreement that states that should such a situation arise, I will bear all the losses alone. If I am unable to shoulder that burden, feel free to imprison me. While Zhou Feng's threat of imprisonment would not resolve any issues, it demonstrated his unwavering stance. Wu Yongfei remained nonplussed, while Chun Jianxi felt a stirring of emotion and firmly declared, "If such circumstances arise, I am willing to share the responsibility." Once Chun Jianxi spoke those words, Wu Yongfei could no longer maintain his previous attitude. He held a deep respect for the elder and, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded lightly. With a weary wave of his hand, he conceded, "Let us proceed, as you suggest. You can handle the paperwork shortly. I hope you do not disappoint Qinshu." Upon hearing this, both Chun Jianxi and Zhou Feng breathed sighs of relief, and the stagnant air in the office began to circulate once more. For the remainder of the day, Zhou Feng accompanied a clerk from the commune to navigate the necessary paperwork. And only after submitting all the required documents did he return to the village with Chun Jianxi. By the time they arrived at Chun Jianxi's home, night had completely fallen. Zhou Feng hurried home on his bicycle. As he reached a sparsely populated area shrouded in darkness, a shadow suddenly emerged. In a reflexive attempt to avoid a collision, Zhou Feng instinctively swerved the handlebars aside, only to feel a jarring impact on his back. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the bicycle lost its balance and fell. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Feng realized that someone had maliciously assaulted him. Chapter 19. It turned out to be Sun Yoji. Zhou Feng was certain that if he had not instinctively dodged just now, the blow would have struck his head, potentially leading to his demise. Fortunately, it was winter and the thick snow lining the roads cushioned his fall. He tumbled twice in the snow, feeling a fiery pain in his back. Before he could fully assess his surroundings, he caught sight of a shadow rushing toward him, arm raised. So this isn't over yet, Zhou Feng thought, as he discerned that the figure wielded a stick rather than a blade. Anger surged within him, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The shadow was taken aback by Zhou Feng's unexpected approach. He had anticipated that Zhou Feng would be fleeing in terror. Unperturbed by the figure's assumptions, Zhou Feng seized the moment when the wooden stick was raised and swiftly brought the shadow down onto the snow. Though he faced many adjustments in the 1980s, he found great comfort in his physical form, having spent years hunting in the mountains. Even if he had lost some weight, his physique was far superior to that of a typical recluse from his past life. Now that he held the upper hand, he showed no mercy, raising his fist to deliver a solid blow to the assailant's face. A horrifying scream erupted from beneath him, and Zhou Feng felt an odd familiarity with that cry, but there was no time for contemplation as he prepared to land a second punch. At that moment, he caught sight of two more shadows from the corner of his eye. Alarmed, Zhou Feng understood these must be accomplices. Even with his confidence, he did not believe he could take on three at once. Thus, it was imperative to neutralize one swiftly. He struck the person beneath him with two more punches, targeting the vulnerable nose, eliciting pig-like squeals from his opponent. Rolling aside, Zhou Feng stood up, observing the two shadows adopting defensive stances while he shouted, "Help! Thieves have invaded the village." The urgency of his calls reverberated through the winter night, awakening the entire small mountain village. Many households turned on their outdoor lights. Zhou Feng noted the two figures momentarily freeze, emboldened by the circumstances. At that moment, his intention was clear. He would not obstruct their escape, but he would not allow them to take their fallen comrade with them. Anyone daring to lay a hand on him would find that they could not leave unscathed. As the two pressed forward, Zhou Feng retreated, yet when they attempted to lift their companion, he delivered a swift kick. His strategy of retreating when the enemy advanced and striking when they fell back was executed flawlessly. The standoff persisted until, in a short span, many villagers arrived, illuminating the night with lanterns, torches, and flashlights, transforming Kaoshan Tun into a lively scene. Zhou Feng watched as the two figures exchanged glances before abandoning their comrade, fleeing into the night. He clicked his tongue, stepping forcefully onto the chest of the fallen man. What a display of loyalty! When the villagers of Kaoshan Tun arrived, they beheld Zhou Feng standing in the snow. His tattered coat, already worn, had met its end after being struck, cotton spilling everywhere. "Zhou Feng, release him at once. You are maliciously harming him," called out the village head, Sun Fuqiang, as Chun Jianxi arrived carrying a lantern. "Village head, if your eyes are failing, seek treatment at the hospital rather than embarrassing yourself here." At Sun Fuqiang's prompting, the villagers finally noticed the person Zhou Feng had pinned in the snow. A beam of light revealed a bloodied face, rendering the assailant unrecognizable. "Zhou Feng, what on earth transpired?" Chun Jianxi inquired gravely, having parted ways with Zhou Feng only 5 minutes prior. Zhou Feng recounted the incident in detail. The villagers were startled to learn that someone had brandished a stick to rob within their village. Upon discovering the weapon lying nearby, adorned with a rag, they became convinced of the truth. Outrage surged among the villagers. Kaoshan had always prided itself on its unity and security. When had such an incident ever occurred? We must investigate thoroughly to uncover the origins of these intruders. How dare they target our Kaoshan? Such lawlessness, if they dare to rob on the road, who knows if they will soon invade our homes. Zhou Feng, stop spreading panic. You claim 3 men attacked you. Where are the other 2? Upon hearing Sun Fuqiang's words, the villagers too were cast into doubt. 3 assailants. Yet one lay battered on the ground. Sun Fuqiang, while it is acceptable to misjudge a meal, do not misstate facts. If you are confused, refrain from further embarrassing yourself. Look at the footprints in the snow. Zhou Feng, abandoning any respect for the village head, seized the opportunity to chastise the old man, his anger boiling over. Sun Fuqiang was genuinely furious, having been reprimanded by this young man for the 3rd time that day. The onlookers shone their lights onto the snowy ground, and indeed discovered several distinct footprints. Surprised, Sun Fuqiang feigned indignation, leaping onto the footprint pile and shouting, "Truly, these are uncouth rascals. Who taught you to speak to your elders in such a manner?" Zhou Feng gazed at Sun Fuqiang with a knowing look, allowing the old man to prance around the footprints. He sighed and remarked, "If you tread on those prints, I might consider your age as a factor in your confusion, but there are more tracks over there. If you can stamp those out as well, I would have reason to suspect you as the mastermind behind this. Look, so many villagers are watching. Please, continue." Sun Fuqiang's foot froze mid-stomp, as the villagers directed their lights to the other side, revealing 2 rows of footprints leading in the direction the 2 had fled. Zhou Feng, first drag that person out. We must clarify this matter. Once the villagers pulled the fallen man from the snow, a gasp arose from the crowd. Isn't this Sun Yoji from the village? How could it be him? Indeed, it was Sun Yoji. Sun Fuqiang rushed forward, embracing Sun Yoji, wailing, "Oh my son, how did you come to be in such a state?" The Sun family immediately gathered to examine Sun Yoji's injuries. At that moment, Sun Yuzi felt a numbness in his nose, the pain subsiding, and he cried out for his father, tears streaming down his face. "Zhou Feng, why did you strike him so fiercely?" Zhou Feng chuckled as he observed Sun Fuqiang and his son performing a melodramatic act, choosing to disregard them entirely. According to Article 23 of the Criminal Law, my counteraction against robbery constitutes justifiable self-defense. It is important to note that even if I were to injure him, I would bear no responsibility, and should I inadvertently take his life, I would still be exonerated. Grandpa Chun, please alert the authorities. Since Sun Fuqiang claims I have harmed his son, let the law enforcement officials adjudicate the matter. Zhou Feng's assertions were fabricated. He was utterly oblivious to the current legal statutes, lacking even the awareness of the concept of self-defense. Yet, unbeknownst to him, others were equally uninformed, and his words would surely instill fear in them. Chapter 20. Sun Fuqiang laid back upon hearing the news. Sun Fuqiang immediately felt a surge of panic. He was uncertain of the veracity of Zhou Feng's claims, yet regardless of the outcome, it was evident that Zhou Feng was in the right this time. Moreover, Sun Yoji had been caught red-handed, which meant that even if Zhou Feng ultimately faced repercussions, it would still suffice to cause him considerable trouble. He reasoned that calling the police was not an option. This was a matter for their village to resolve. It would tarnish the reputation of their community if they aired their grievances outside. Sun Fuqiang directed his remarks towards Chun Jianxi, having noticed the close rapport between Zhou Feng and Chun. Given Zhou Feng's difficult nature, engaging him directly could lead to further hostility without a resolution. Zhou Feng, with an intense glare, retorted, "Sun Fuqiang, you old scoundrel. Your son was caught in the act of highway robbery, and you naturally wish to avoid involving the authorities. I find it inappropriate for the village to handle this internally. I do not believe you." This statement incited a murmur of discussion among the crowd, as sentiments echoed that Sun Fuqiang's son was the perpetrator, and as the village head, it was unlikely that this would be resolved satisfactorily. If they were in his position, they too would not desire a village-only resolution. Sun Yoji, upon hearing Zhou Feng accuse him of robbery, became indignant and shouted, "Zhou Feng, I did not commit highway robbery. You are slandering me." Zhou Feng coldly laughed, "Not highway robbery? Then what were you doing that night? Attacking me with a group of people wielding clubs? Oh, I understand now. Your father must have incited you." After I scolded him during the day, he sent you out for revenge at night, didn't he? Sun Fuqiang was incensed, feeling that Zhou Feng had unjustly implicated him. However, he was indeed innocent. He would never divulge village matters to his son, nor would he allow his son to engage in such foolish actions. Had he been the one to act, would Zhou Feng still be standing here yelling? At the very least, he would be incapacitated like his own father-in-law, unable to retaliate. He had only recently learned of the situation's details and knew that Sun Yoji had come with his 2 cousins, sons of Sun Fugui. As soon as these 2 boys realized their scheme had been exposed, they rushed to him, prompting his hasty arrival to clean up the mess. Sun Yoji, feeling the pressure as Zhou Feng attempted to drag his father into the fray, exclaimed urgently, "Zhou Feng, you speak nonsense. This has nothing to do with my father. It's all my fault." Sun Fuqiang was nearly in tears over his son's foolishness. This was not exoneration, but rather a path to self-incrimination. Without regard for his son's injury, he kicked Sun Yoji in the back, causing him to tumble and swallow his words. Zhou Feng had been eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, and upon being interrupted by Sun Fuqiang, felt a tinge of regret. If only Sun Yoji had confessed publicly, Zhou Feng would have ensured he faced dire consequences. After being kicked, Sun Yoji, feeling utterly wronged, looked up at his father with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, Tian Xiushan and Tian Xiulin arrived, having been delayed due to the distance of the Tian family. Upon witnessing Zhou Feng's disheveled state, they were taken aback. Tian Xiushan quickly approached, and after grasping the situation, he erupted in fury, pointing at Sun Fuqiang. "You old scoundrel! Do you treat this village as your personal domain? Today, your son dares to commit robbery, and tomorrow he will resort to murder and arson. Yet you still wish to be village chief?" The higher-ups set a poor example, leading to a decline below. The chaos escalated with Tian Xiushan's outburst. Had it not been for Tian Xiulin's restraint, he would have charged at Sun Fuqiang. His anger stemmed not only from fear for his son-in-law, but also from his own past, where he had been unjustly injured, suffering the label of cripple for many years. The thought of Sun Fuqiang attempting to use similar tactics on his son-in-law was intolerable. Sun Fuqiang remained silent, not out of cowardice, but as a deliberate choice to avoid further provoking Tian Xiushan and Zhou Feng. "Old secretary, this matter involves my son, and I cannot intervene. I must leave it to you. I feel ashamed. I failed to educate my son properly. He has long harbored feelings for Xiao Xia, and in a moment of folly, he acted impulsively. We accept responsibility. Please, provide a resolution." Zhou Feng, disgusted by Sun Fuqiang's attempt to use Xiao Xia as an excuse, recognized the elder's intention to minimize the situation's impact. Should the authorities be alerted, he would have a fallback. It was also a warning to his own son not to let emotions cloud judgment. Chun Jianxi observed Zhou Feng's knowing glance and understood the implications. "Since it seems everyone believes I should take charge, I will make it clear. This situation is quite severe, and I believe the other 2 individuals involved should also be brought forward." Sun Fuqiang kicked Sun Yoji once more. "Who are those 2? Sun Yoji, without hesitation, immediately named his 2 cousins. Shortly thereafter, the 2 young boys were brought in by Sun Fugui. Before anyone could speak, Sun Fuqiang slapped each of them, causing the onlookers to wince. "Your brother is embroiled in a jealousy-fueled brawl, and you stood idly by, failing to intervene? You were merely spectators." Those present who understood the gravity of the situation exchanged glances. It was an obvious attempt at collusion. Tian Xiushan could not allow Sun Fuqiang to manipulate the narrative. "Old scoundrel, did you not witness the incident? When your son was attacking, you did not hide away and watch, did you?" Sun Fuqiang scoffed dismissively, unwilling to engage with Tian Xiushan, determined to settle scores with the cripple once this ordeal passed. Zhou Feng found the entire scene amusing, noting how shameless Sun Fuqiang had become. "Old Chun, these 2 boys were not mere spectators. They were the first to strike, even more violently than Sun Yoji. Just look at the bruises on my back from that younger one." Zhou Feng spun around, showcasing the tattered state of his clothing. Upon hearing this, Sun Fuqiang felt discomfort, but before he could rectify the situation, his younger nephew protested loudly. "You speak falsely. It was clearly our cousin who struck first. We only joined in later." Zhou Feng nearly burst into laughter, raising his hands in innocent surrender and falling silent. Sun Fuqiang directly covered his face, truly feeling a sense of desolation. How filled with wisdom Sun Fuqiang was, yet these younger generations seem increasingly dim-witted, eagerly vying to entangle themselves in others' affairs. He had grown weary of the struggle, contemplating a retreat into resignation. Chapter 21 Settlement. At this moment, Sun Fuchi's second son, despite his ignorance, finally realized he had been deceived. His heart was filled with a mix of anger and shame, and he immediately began to stammer incoherently in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, who would listen to his excuses now? Enough! Chun Jianxi's booming voice sent a shiver through the younger ones, silencing them instantly. The situation had become quite clear. It was indeed serious. Normally, such matters should be reported, but considering they were all from the same village, where they would inevitably encounter one another, I suggest we settle this privately. Sun Fuchi, do you have any objections? Sun Fuchi certainly had no objections. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not be so restrained, but currently, his eldest son, Sun Yuquan, was vying for the position of director at the Hongshu Commune Police Station. There was no way he could afford to hinder that at this moment. He silently recited the adage that a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Seeing Sun Fuchi nod, Chun Jianxi turned his gaze toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, do you have any conditions for a private settlement? Since we are all present today, let us resolve this matter and serve as a warning to everyone. If there are grievances, bring them to the village committee. Resorting to underhanded tactics will come at a cost. Hearing this, Sun Fuchi's face darkened, knowing that Chun Jianxi was subtly pointing at him, while also nudging Zhou Feng not to hold back. Zhou Feng grasped the implication instantly. He too did not wish to report the matter to the authorities, as these few young rascals would ultimately fall under Sun Youquan's control, leaving no trace of a criminal record. However, he was aware that there were those who were even less inclined to involve the police, and it depended on who could maintain their composure. Grandpa Chun, these young rascals were exceedingly ruthless. Had I not dodged, I might have already been lying on the ground, perhaps even lifeless. I wish to see them face legal consequences. Upon hearing this, Sun Fuchi's teeth ground in anger. He secretly hoped Zhou Feng would indeed meet his end, wishing to unleash several more curses upon him. Zhou Feng then shifted his tone. However, since you have spoken, Grandpa Chun, I shall comply. After all, the reputation of our Kaoshan village is quite important. I can agree to a private settlement, but I have two conditions that Sun Fuchi must accept. If not, I will certainly report this. If the commune cannot provide me with justice, I will escalate the matter to the county or city. I refuse to believe there is no law. Chun Jianxi nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Feng, do not be so agitated. This matter rests with the village head, who will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. Please state your conditions. Sun Fuchi was driven to the brink of madness by the verbal sparring between the two, yet he had to endure the humiliation, feeling utterly stifled. Firstly, they must sincerely apologize and guarantee that they will never offend again. I do not wish for such dangerous individuals to constantly threaten the safety of our villagers. Sun Fuchi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed reasonable, though his gloomy gaze betrayed his true intentions. Zhou Feng paid little heed to this and continued. Secondly, having been unjustly assaulted, I must be compensated for medical expenses, lost wages, property damage, and emotional distress, 500 yuan each. The moment Zhou Feng uttered these words, the atmosphere erupted in disbelief. This was not merely a case of asking for too much. It was as if he was demanding an exorbitant sum. 500 each meant a total of 1,500 yuan, a sum that 90% of those present had never even glimpsed. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Sun Youji, who had just calmed down, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Zhou Feng's demand. What did 1,500 yuan even represent? It could buy 4 televisions, 8 bicycles, or 10 large fat pigs. Zhou Feng cast a knowing glance at Sun Youji and turned directly to Chun Jianxi. Grandpa Chun, these are my conditions. If they do not comply, then there is no alternative but to report this. Although Sun Youji was reluctant to swallow such a bitter pill, he certainly did not wish to end up in jail. If nothing else, his education would be jeopardized. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was kicked again. Sun Fuchi, with a face like thunder, forced a semblance of a smile. Chairman Chun, we accept these conditions, but the amount is too high. I need to gather some funds. This declaration caused another uproar among the crowd. No one had anticipated that Sun Fuchi would agree so readily, and even Chun Jianxi was taken aback, realizing that this was no small sum. He had assumed Zhou Feng was merely exaggerating and was waiting for Sun Fuchi to haggle the price down. All right, with so many witnesses, I believe the village head will not renege on his word. However, the money must be delivered to the village committee by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, all present villagers will serve as witnesses. The instant Sun Fuchi agreed, Zhou Feng felt he had lost out, but it would be inappropriate to backtrack at this point. So he acquiesced. Sun Fuchi nodded, instructing his sons and nephews to bow in apology, and without uttering another word, he departed. The following noon, Zhou Feng received his compensation at the village committee, 2 large stacks, a mix of denominations. Sitting on a chair, he moistened his finger and began counting. He paid no mind to the thunderous expression on Sun Fuchi's face, methodically counting 3 times before nodding in satisfaction. Sun Fuchi stormed out. Once Zhou Feng and the others had walked away, he concealed his smile and turned serious as he regarded Chen Jianxi, raising the money in his hand. "Grandpa Chen, do you still believe Sun Fuchi is without issue?" At that moment, Chen Jianxi's expression was equally grim. The interpersonal relationships of the Sun family were well known. For them to produce such a substantial amount of money so effortlessly indicated something was amiss. Though he could not ascertain which member of the family was involved. Zhou Feng had initially planned to visit the county on Wednesday to have his backlog of television repairs attended to and collect his clothing. However, early that morning, Chen Jianxi arrived, stating that a call from the commune had informed him that the business license had been issued. Zhou Feng promptly adjusted his plans, contacting Old Li to request a delay. If he could not wait any longer, he would retrieve the items. Since acquiring the wealth brought by the god of wealth Sun Yoji, he had become somewhat disdainful of the trivial earnings from television repairs. Chen Jianxi was equally excited and accompanied Zhou Feng to the Hongshi commune. At this moment, the business license was still handwritten. Zhou Feng gazed at the large characters inscribed on it that read Hongshi Commune Zhengfeng Electronics Factory, and he could not help but feel a rush of exhilaration. This document bore immense weight. Possessing it meant he could truly flourish in this era without the fear of falling afoul of the law. Chen Jianxi, however, stared at the address on the license in a daze. This was the first time the name of the remote mountain village Kaoshan had appeared on an official document. Through a period of interaction, his confidence in Zhou Feng has grown increasingly robust. What reason could there be for a young man, who is both meticulous in thought and daring in action, to remain obscure? Once the Zhengfeng Electronics Factory commences operations, the lives of the villagers in Kaoshan Tun will undoubtedly improve. Wu Yongfei, observing the dynamic between the elder and the youth as they fixate on the business license, found it amusing yet was inexplicably filled with a sense of anticipation. Perhaps this factory truly has the potential to succeed? Zhou Feng composed his tumultuous emotions and grasped Wu Yongfei's hand, genuinely surprised by the speed at which the license was issued. Wu Yongfei had undoubtedly exerted considerable effort in this endeavor. "Director Wu, I sincerely invite you to attend the opening of Zhengfeng Electronics Factory at the Kaoshan Tun Village branch this Sunday at 10 o'clock, with the inauguration commencing promptly at 10:10. Chapter 22. Preparations before opening. Upon returning to Kaoshan Tun, Zhou Feng eagerly shared the news with Tian Qiushan and his wife. The couple felt as though they were in a dream, and it wasn't until they saw Zhou Feng's name inscribed as the responsible party on the business license that they could somewhat digest the information. Zhou Feng entrusted the crucial task of recruitment to his future father-in-law, as he was unfamiliar with the local villagers, while Tian Qiushan was well acquainted with them. Although moved by Zhou Feng's trust, Tian Qiushan hesitated, feeling unworthy of the responsibility. As a carpenter, he had never held any position of authority, not even as a labor committee member in elementary school. Being suddenly tasked with recruitment left him both excited and anxious, fearful of making a mistake. "Xiao Feng, can I do this?" After much reassurance from Zhou Feng, Tian Qiushan finally nodded in agreement. "Dazhu, our recruitment does not require excessive formalities. We are open to both men and women, with a preference for those who can read. However, one stipulation remains. Once hired, workers must not absent themselves without cause during the busy agricultural seasons, as fulfilling the factory's production tasks must take precedence." Zhou Feng's reasoning was sound. While village life revolved around agricultural cycles, a factory could not operate like a casual endeavor. If a worker's family commitments would hinder their availability, it would be best not to hire them to avoid future complications. "Dazhu, agriculture is the foundation of our livelihood. Without farming, how will we sustain ourselves?" Zhou Feng reassured him. "It is not that joining the factory means abandoning farming altogether. The factory will implement a unified schedule, allowing for time off during peak agricultural periods, and adherence to this schedule is mandatory." Tian Qiushan nodded, a bit embarrassed, and inquired, "How much will the pay be?" Zhou Feng had contemplated the wage structure. Offering too much would not be prudent. It could inflate expectations and complicate future management. Conversely, offering too little would contradict the purpose of establishing a factory in Kaoshan Tun. Observing that city workers typically earned around 30 yuan a month, he decided on a baseline. Dazhu, the base salary will be 15 yuan per person per month, paid on the first of each month. Additionally, there will be bonuses, with a maximum of 30 yuan monthly, although there is no minimum. Tian Xiushan found the base salary acceptable, recognizing it as reasonable despite being half of what urban workers earned, especially since they would still have their land and would not have to uproot their lives. However, upon hearing about the bonuses, he became restless. How could the bonus be higher than the salary? Zhou Feng smiled and clarified that not everyone would receive the maximum bonus. It would be awarded to the most outstanding workers, up to 20 yuan. However, any worker who shirked their responsibilities would not only forfeit their bonus, but could also be dismissed. This policy was part of Zhou Feng and Wu Yongfei's strategy to maintain control over the factory. While Zhou Feng aimed to uplift his fellow villagers, he was not in the business of charity and did not wish to financially support a group of idle individuals. It was essential for the factory to operate effectively, and the establishment of bonuses served to enhance worker productivity. After discussing these matters for quite some time and addressing most of Tian Xiushan's concerns, Zhou Feng presented one final stipulation. Anyone with connections to Sun Fuqiang, be it familial or friendly, would not be considered for employment. Tian Xiushan wholeheartedly agreed with this requirement. That afternoon, Tian Xiushan approached several reliable families about recruitment. Upon learning that he was hiring for the factory and offering a monthly wage of 15 yuan, they eagerly accepted on the spot. The news of Tian Xiushan's recruitment efforts spread rapidly through Kaoshantan, and soon his home became the center of attention, with people flocking to it in droves. Zhou Feng had already left, leaving Tian Xiushan to orchestrate the first large-scale recruitment fair in Kaoshantan. When the villagers heard the terms directly from Tian Xiushan, excitement erupted. No one had anticipated such a fortunate opportunity would come to their village. Nearby, Sun Fuqiang and his son peered in, their feet propped up, when a young man rushed over, breathless with indignation. "Uncle Fuqiang, they refused me outright when I went to apply, stating that anyone associated with you would not be hired." Sun Fuqiang was nearly incensed to the point of losing his breath, his eyes blazing with resentment. "This is undermining my very foundation. If they succeed, I, Sun Fuqiang, will become the pariah of Kaoshantan. Have you ascertained how many people they are looking to hire?" "I didn't get a specific number, but I heard they've already selected over 20. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Sun Fuqiang grinned maliciously, causing Sun Yoji to feel a chill run down his spine. Was his father actually relishing this situation? Sun Fuqiang, as the village chief, was acutely aware of the implications of Zhou Feng's factory. He had previously rejected their requests and had not convened any meetings since. Without his consent, Chun Jianxi could not independently decide to partner with Zhou Feng. If the village disapproved, Zhou Feng could only operate as a sole proprietor, and now that he had already exceeded 7 hires, this was a clear sign of capitalist encroachment. "Let us see how this plays out for you." Sun Fuqiang forced himself to contain his excitement, silently reminding himself to remain patient. He would wait until Tian Xiushan and these naive villagers signed contracts before striking decisively. Meanwhile, Sun Yoji's blood surged with fervor. He was determined to ensure Zhou Feng paid dearly for this. "Father, this is brilliant. Experience triumphs over youth." Sun Fuqiang playfully chided his son, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Initially taking time off for his health, Sun Yoji felt rejuvenated and was no longer inclined to linger at home. He packed his school bag and headed straight to school, eager to be by Tian Xiaoxia's side. The moment Zhou Feng faced legal consequences would be when he, Sun Yoji, would claim the heart of his beloved. At that moment, Zhou Feng, unaware of the scheming against him, had arrived at Old Li's scrapyard, where Li Daochong awaited him, already informed of the developments. "You've done well, securing the business license so quickly. Obtaining such a license used to be a cumbersome process. It could take a month, or even 6 months if one encountered delays. It has barely been a short time since our last discussion." Zhou Feng chuckled softly, for his visit served a dual purpose: to fulfill his final duties by repairing the accumulated faulty televisions and to seek assistance from Li Daochong. "Brotherly, the permit has been granted. Yet it remains unutilized. I will require your continued support to establish the factory." Naturally, Li Daochong, having previously agreed, would not hesitate. "Rest assured about the raw materials. Simply convey your requirements, and I shall instruct the procurement team at the factory to place the orders. They have granted me a payment term of 3 months, and I shall extend the same to you." Zhou Feng then enveloped Li Daochong in a warm embrace. Chapter 23. The equipment has arrived. Zhou Feng's elation stemmed from the payment terms. At this moment, having a payment period was crucial. Unlike the triangular debts of later times, the current mutual debts were primarily among state-owned enterprises, all of which were part of the same family. While everyone was financially constrained, as long as matters were handled judiciously, they were generally granted time for turnover. Moreover, Li Daochang's mention of procuring through the Qi factory was not merely a straightforward delegation. The outcome achieved through Zhou Feng Electronics and Qi factory would be vastly different, even with identical quantities and prices. Even if Zhou Feng exerted every effort to secure raw material orders, he could not possibly negotiate favorable payment terms. For the cash-strapped Zhou Feng Electronics, the absence of a payment period would significantly hinder its growth. Li Daochang's actions were not considered a breach of discipline. Rather, they exploited a policy loophole. The state encouraged collective enterprises, and apart from the independent enterprises mentioned by Wu Yongfei, it also promoted urban-rural integration, allowing collective enterprises to affiliate with large state-owned enterprises. Urban industries could plan to delegate some products and components to collective enterprises based on their production needs and the capabilities the collectives could manage. Although Zhou Feng Electronics was deemed an independent enterprise with its own products, the antennas were perfectly compatible with the televisions from Qi factory, making the procurement by Qi completely compliant. This effectively addressed both the raw material and sales challenges. This was also the primary reason Wu Yongfei initially opposed Zhou Feng's establishment of an antenna factory. Had he known that Zhou Feng had secured a partnership with Qi factory, resolving all issues, he would have wholeheartedly supported the venture. Zhou Feng's reticence was not without reason. It was a matter of maintaining control. Wu Yongfei's skepticism played right into Zhou Feng's hands. However, obtaining these advantages came at a cost. The antennas had to bear the Qi brand, lacking an independent identity, thus constituting OEM processing. It was an unavoidable circumstance. One could not expect to reap all the benefits without compromise. Boss Zhou, how many workers do you intend to hire this time? Let's start with 100, and we can add more once things stabilize. Li Daochang had intended to jest with Zhou Feng, but the response startled him. For a small factory lacking both funds and talent, 100 workers seemed excessive. He furrowed his brow and inquired, so many? Zhou Feng understood Li Daochang's concerns. A factory was not necessarily better with more workers. One must first consider its management capacity. Poor coordination could lead to inefficiency. The reason the state encouraged the establishment of collective enterprises was that state-owned factories were already saturated with returning educated youth, resulting in a surplus of labor and declining production efficiency. It was a last resort to absorb excess personnel through collective enterprises. Brotherly, you know the market situation. It's not about how much we can sell, but rather how much we can produce. If your Qi factory cannot absorb our capacity, please inform me in advance, and I will seek other channels. Li Daochang scoffed, suggesting that even if Zhou Feng employed 100 workers, Qi's extensive sales network in the north could easily accommodate the output. Zhou Feng was aware that Li Daochang's concern was not merely about numbers and continued, I have considered the issues you raised. The production technology for antennas is not demanding. I will arrange for modular production among the workers, which will enhance efficiency and yield. Modular production? Yes, those who handle components will focus on specific parts, while those cutting pipes will only cut pipes. It is challenging to teach an individual all the production techniques for the antenna in a short time, but instructing them on specific tasks is much simpler. Li Daochang was taken aback, gazing at Zhou Feng with newfound respect. It was no wonder that this young man dared to hire so many workers. His approach indeed facilitated worker training. How did you come up with this idea? However, he cautioned, one thing is certain, the quality of the produced antennas must meet our standards. We cannot tarnish Qi's reputation. Rest assured, brotherly, I would never engage in short-sighted practices. I will also establish a dedicated antenna testing team to ensure each antenna undergoes rigorous inspection before packaging and shipment. However, we currently lack specialized testing equipment and can only conduct practical inspections. You know our village's circumstances. We have only one television, and I cobbled it together from scraps. Could you possibly lend us a few televisions for testing? Once we receive payment for the first batch of antennas, I will buy them from you. Also, brotherly, given our village's situation, we cannot afford any upfront payments. If I delay even for a month, the villagers will be furious. Li Daochang found himself both amused and exasperated, gaining a new understanding of Zhou Feng's meticulous thinking. The establishment of this antenna factory was no longer a question of feasibility, but rather how swiftly it could thrive. He was willing to assist with minor issues to foster goodwill. I have a few prototype units. I will bring them over when you open. After Li Daochang made this offer, he anticipated a warm response from Zhou Feng, only to find the young man oddly reticent, as if he had something more to say. Li Daochang chuckled and quipped, I see now. You came here to mooch. If you have any other requests, just lay them all out. Zhou Feng then smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Li, for supporting the impoverished laborers in the mountainous region. I do have one more modest request. Could you help me acquire a few metal cutting machines and lathes? They don't need to be new, just functional will do. These two pieces of equipment were not expensive, but the challenge lay in sourcing them. Even with funds, one might not know where to procure them. After pondering for a moment, Li Daochang slapped his thigh. You are indeed fortunate. I know a place where we can obtain these items, although I cannot guarantee your specific requirements will be met. Zhou Feng had asked casually, not expecting much, but was pleasantly surprised. He had already prepared for the worst, planning to rely on rudimentary methods of cutting and polishing if no equipment were available, which would undoubtedly lead to inefficiency. Li Daochang made a call to a scrapyard, and within minutes, he took Zhou Feng to Lin County. As Zhou Feng glanced at the clock, he realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. Li Daochang was facilitating this connection, and he could not decline the invitation to visit the school where his fiancée awaited him. Reluctantly, he decided to accompany him, thinking he would retrieve his clothes on Saturday and also take Xiaoxia home. With Li Daochang's introduction, Zhou Feng effortlessly found himself amidst a pile of equipment in the warehouse. This was a large machinery processing plant in Linxian, which had recently retired a batch of outdated machinery, including cutting machines and lathes. The cutting machines were only capable of slicing small pieces of metal at a slow rate, while the lathes were antiquated hand-operated models. Zhou Feng spent an hour exploring the entire warehouse, his eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. Chapter 24. Arrested on suspicion of speculation. The lathe, being purely mechanical in its construction, is not easily rendered inoperative. With just a slight adjustment, nearly all lathes can be put back to use. In contrast, the situation with the metal cutting machines is far more precarious due to the involvement of electrical components. By piecing together parts, one could easily assemble 10 machines, sufficient to meet the cutting demands of the Zhou Feng electronics factory. Zhou Feng resolved to acquire this batch of equipment, though he remained uncertain about the price. Upon learning of Zhou Feng's intentions, Li Daochang directly inquired about the cost from the factory manager. To Zhou Feng's surprise, the manager nonchalantly replied that these old relics were intended to be sold as scrap metal. If he needed them, he could take them away for a mere 500 yuan. Zhou Feng could hardly contain his astonishment. There were approximately 50 lathes, each weighing around 20 kilograms, and about 20 metal cutting machines, totaling approximately 1.5 tons. At the current scrap iron price of 550 yuan per ton, even if purchased as scrap, it was still a profitable venture. Had he attempted this on his own, he likely would not have even made it through the door. The disparity between having connections and lacking them was immense. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng made the purchase. However, he still required Li Daochang's assistance for transportation, arranging for the machines to be delivered to Kaoshan on the day of the opening alongside a few prototypes. Zhou Feng paid the fee in the finance office, needing no contract. He simply received a note that permitted him to retrieve the machines at any time. Zhou Feng returned triumphantly, his joyous demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Li Daochang. Although Li Daochang urged him to stay the night in the county, Zhou Feng insisted on returning to Kaoshan, as he was in dire need of recruits. He feared that Tianxioshan would be unsettled by his absence. His apprehension proved justified. In the following days, Tianxioshan continually sought him out, reviewing the preliminary list of candidates until Zhou Feng nodded in approval, which finally eased his worries. Zhou Feng drafted an employment contract, detailing the workers' compensation and the factory's requirements. Tianxioshan gathered a group of individuals to copy the contracts, and after a full day of effort, they managed to produce 100 copies. Early Saturday morning, they summoned all approved workers. With each signature, Tianxioshan joyfully stamped a vivid red seal, the sound of the stamp bringing him great delight. Once all contracts were signed, Zhou Feng hurriedly mounted a bull cart and set off for the county to fetch Tianxiaxia. His choice to schedule the opening on Sunday was also motivated by a desire for Tianxiaxia to participate. Meanwhile, Sun Fuqiang, who had been watching with keen interest, grinned with satisfaction, patting the shoulder of a nearby young man and coolly stating, "Time to reel in the net." At that moment, He felt immensely powerful, akin to an emperor commanding life and death over others. With the timing, location, and support in his favor, the contract's finalized. And his eldest son, now the head of the Hongshi Commune police station, he was on the verge of achieving great success, all thanks to Zhou Feng. The moment for revenge and accomplishment had arrived. Inspired by son Fuqiang's fervor, the young man rode off on his bicycle, the chain sparking with every pedal. Zhou Feng, having collected his belongings, hummed a cheerful tune while waiting outside the school, disregarding the vigilant gaze of the security guard. Reclining unceremoniously in the cart. Within half an hour, the school bell rang, prompting Zhou Feng to rise, tidy his clothing, and position himself at the entrance, offering a smile to the guard. Soon, he spotted a graceful figure rushing out. Initially, Tian Xiaoxia was quite upset, having anticipated Zhou Feng's visit but seeing no sign of him throughout the week. However, upon catching sight of Zhou Feng's beaming face at the entrance, all her frustrations vanished. Replaced by sheer joy, Tian Xiaoxia halted in front of Zhou Feng, her cheeks flushed, revealing her neat white teeth, slightly breathless from running, her figure subtly accentuated by her excitement. Zhou Feng suppressed the urge to embrace her and, under the watchful eyes of the security guard, took her hand. "Are you tired from studying?" he asked. She shyly shook her head, and though she did not resist, her cheeks remained crimson. Before they could express their mutual longing, Tian Xiaoji, the light bulb of a sister, appeared. "Sister, brother-in-law." Tian Xiaoxia quickly withdrew her hand, her face burning with embarrassment. Zhou Feng laughed, waving his hand and declaring, "Let us get in the cart and head home." It felt as though they were driving a luxurious Volga rather than a humble bull cart. Meanwhile, at the school gate, son Yoji, his nose bandaged, stood expectantly, searching for something. As soon as the two sisters mounted the cart, 6 uniformed men blocked their path. A tall young man, with a piercing gaze, fixed his eyes on Zhou Feng. "Are you Zhou Feng?" Zhou Feng, taken aback, recognized their uniforms as belonging to the police, while the others were likely from the neighborhood watch. He had not engaged in any unlawful activities recently. "I am Zhou Feng. May I inquire what the matter is?" The young leader, having received confirmation, wasted no time, waving his hand. "Arrest him." Before Zhou Feng could react, 5 men advanced, restraining him and propelling him toward a nearby tricycle. Within seconds, Zhou Feng found himself apprehended, leaving Tian Xiaoxia and Tian Zai pale with fear. Tian Xiaoxia leaped off the cart and grasped the arm of one of the neighborhood watch members, demanding, "Who are you? By what authority do you arrest him?" The young man forcefully shoved her down, barking, "This is a police operation. Do not obstruct justice, or you will be arrested too." Zhou Feng, incensed, delivered a kick to the young man's side. "Touch her again, and I will end you." The neighborhood watch members could not allow Zhou Feng's defiance to stand, and they retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Tian Xiaoxia, now in tears, cried out for them to stop. Sun Yuquan observed the scene with a smirk, addressing Tian Xiaoxia, "Tian Xiaoxia, if you seek a partner, choose wisely. Zhou Feng has been arrested on suspicion of speculation. You should distance yourself from him." Sun Yuquan had been taken to the county by Tian Fuqian when he was just a teenager. Though Tian Xiaoxia recognized the name, she did not know the face. Zhou Feng turned to Tian Xiaoxia with a smile after they had finished fighting. "Do not worry, I am unscathed. They will release me." Tian Xiaoxia gazed at Zhou Feng's blood-streaked visage and nodded solemnly. No sooner had Zhou Feng spoken than he was struck in the abdomen by a punch from a member of the joint defense team, causing him to double over in pain. "Release you? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he could not save you." Chapter 25. A call for help. Zhou Feng lifted his head to gaze at the leading youth, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "Sun Yuquan, is it? Capturing me is a simple task, yet releasing me will prove to be quite the challenge." Zhou Feng refrained from directly asking Tian Xiaoxia for assistance, aware of the lawless nature of this group. He feared for her safety and trusted that her intelligence would guide her to seek help appropriately. Mentioning Sun Yuquan was a strategic move, intended to expedite his discovery. He resolved, with quiet determination, that this time, they must be uprooted entirely. Tian Xiaoji was already rendered speechless by fear. Although typically spirited, she had never encountered a scene like this. Tian Xiaoxia watched helplessly as they unceremoniously tossed Zhou Feng into the back of a vehicle and drove off. At that moment, Sun Yoji approached Tian Xiaoxia, attempting to extend a hand to help her up from the ground. Upon recognizing him, she swiftly slapped him across the face. "Get away." Tian Xiaoxia was baffled. Why had the leading officer called her name directly? It was only after Zhou Feng had mentioned Sun Yuquan that she comprehended the connection. Seeing Sun Yoji now, she felt no inclination to show courtesy. Stunned by the slap, Sun Yoji momentarily lost his temper, staring at Tian Xiaoxia in disbelief. Xiaozi, you must take the ox cart back to the village and find Father and Grandpa Chun, she instructed. As Tian Xiaoji nodded in agreement, she added, be careful. With that, she hurried away. Sun Yoji finally regained his senses. He had been struck. By Tian Xiaoxia, no less. Enraged, he stomped his foot and shouted, Tian Xiaoxia, you filthy witch, just wait. Tian Xiaoji, feeling ashamed of her earlier actions, watched as her brother-in-law was taken away without uttering a word. Yet upon hearing Sun Yoji's derogatory remarks towards her sister, she could no longer contain herself and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound reverberated as Sun Yoji recoiled, astonished, and turned to face Tian Xiaoji. You dare hit me? I will make you pay dearly for insulting my sister. Speak another word, and I shall tear you apart. With that, Tian Xiaoji urged the horse cart towards Kaoshantan. In that instant, Sun Yoji felt as though the world had severed its ties with him, his mind clouded with confusion. He noticed people at the school gate pointing and whispering about him. What are you looking at? He bellowed, riding away on his bicycle towards Hangshi Commune. He yearned to witness Zhou Feng's humiliation firsthand, to destroy Tian Xiaoxia's lover with his own hands, and to make the entire Tian family beg for his mercy. Tian Xiaoxia forced herself to remain composed, wiping away her tears as she mentally catalogued Zhou Feng's connections. Suddenly, a thought struck her. It was on the day Zhou Feng had escorted her to school that he advised her on a means of seeking help. If she encountered any issues, she could go directly to the scrapyard and find a man named Lao Li. If Lao Li could not assist her, she was to call the village. In that moment, Tian Xiaoxia knew her course of action, to head to the scrapyard. She was uncertain whether Lao Li could aid Zhou Feng, but at the very least, she could call the village for assistance. Lao Li was enjoying his usual leisurely tea while watching television when Tian Xiaoxia burst in unexpectedly, startling him. He often received visitors, but it was rare to see someone as beautiful as her, especially one so tear-streaked. Before she could catch her breath, she anxiously inquired, Are you Uncle Li? Lao Li was momentarily taken aback. He had no recollection of her. Miss, I am surnamed Li. What brings you here? Uncle Li, do you know Zhou Feng? I am his fiancé. He has been taken away. Could you please help him? Initially, Lao Li mused about Zhou Feng's good fortune in finding such a lovely fiancé, but upon hearing her words, he sprang to his feet, knocking over a large ceramic jar in the process. What happened? Zhou Feng came to pick me up from school today, but he was taken away by the police at the gate, accused of speculation. I know the officer. It's Sun Yuquan from Hangshi Commune. I came straight to you. You must help him. After spending time with Zhou Feng, Lao Li had come to regard him as family, appreciating the young man's character. Moreover, Zhou Feng's success would influence Lao Li's own plans for a comfortable retirement. The news of Zhou Feng's arrest was alarming. While he had benefited from Zhou Feng's past misfortunes, the charge of speculation seemed absurd. The factory was set to launch, and the necessary permits had already been issued. Lao Li, ever the impulsive type, promptly dialed the office of Li Daochang. When the call connected, he recognized it was Li Daochang's secretary on the line. I need to speak with Li Daochang. The secretary, recognizing Lao Li's voice, apologized. Uncle Li, the director is in a meeting and has instructed that he not be disturbed. Would you like me to have him call you back as soon as the meeting concludes? Lao Li understood that his son was often swamped with work, and that such requests were typically for very important meetings. He hesitated momentarily, but then his gaze fell upon Tian Xiaoxia, whose face was streaked with tears, her lips tightly pressed together in a bid for composure. Feeling a surge of urgency, Lao Li turned back to the phone, barking, What are we waiting for? My son's life is at stake. Get him on the line immediately. The secretary, taken aback by his fervor, nearly stumbled in her shock. However, she had no choice but to find Li Daochang. Li Daochang arrived swiftly, not chastising the secretary, fully aware of his father's temperament. As he answered the call, he began with a complaint. Father, I'm in the middle of an important meeting. Li Lao could hardly afford to listen to his son's excuses. Zhou Feng has been taken by the police at the county high school on charges of speculation. Li Daochang choked back his words, realizing the gravity of the situation. With the factory opening tomorrow, how could this happen today? As the leader of a state-owned enterprise, he had to consider the implications deeply. He had just invited the county mayor, Qiu Bo, to attend the opening ceremony, and now Zhou Feng was arrested in the county. He could not help but ponder the ramifications. The establishment of the 712 factory in Futian County was intended to capitalize on tax incentives while also benefiting the local economy and fulfilling employment targets, a mutually advantageous endeavor. There are two primary reasons why he extended an invitation to Qiubo. Firstly, it serves to bolster Zhou Feng's standing, and secondly, it is to do Qiubo a favor. The Zhou Feng electronics factory is located in Futian County, and there exists a profound collaboration between Qi Yi and Zhou Feng, which can be deemed beneficial for the region. Now that Zhou Feng has been apprehended, one might speculate that Qiubo is behind it. However, he considers this possibility to be rather slim, as Qiubo has no justifiable motive to act against him. Moreover, each time he visits Futian, he has been accorded with exceptional hospitality. Thus, only one possibility remains. It could be the machinations of Qiubo's adversaries, who dare not target him, a representative of a state-owned enterprise, and as a result, Zhou Feng has become a scapegoat. Chapter 26. A grand scene. Upon reflecting on this, Li Daochong felt a surge of anger boiling within him. He despised the petty, unscrupulous affairs of local bureaucrats. Although he was affiliated with a state-owned enterprise and did not partake in local governance, he was nonetheless a cadre of a respectable rank. It was expected that he would be accorded due respect in any county. Yet here he was, treated like a soft persimmon in the small locale of Futian County. "Father, I shall handle this matter. You need not worry." Old Li, upon hearing the busy tone on the phone, felt his beard bristle with frustration. This reckless youth had hung up before he finished speaking, neglecting to mention his identity as a police officer. He set down the phone and, with a pleasant demeanor, explained the situation to Tian Xiaoxia, introducing Li Daochong briefly to reassure her. Tian Xiaoxia expressed her gratitude repeatedly, and with a sigh of relief, she promptly called the Kaoshan Tun to inform Chun Jianqi concisely of the situation. After accomplishing this, she felt her legs weaken, clutching the table to avoid collapsing, forcing a strained smile. "Uncle Li, thank you for your assistance. I must head to the Hongshe commune immediately. Once Zhou Feng is out, we shall visit you." Old Li truly felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. It was evident that she was deeply concerned for Zhou Feng. Despite her inner turmoil, she managed to methodically accomplish what needed to be done. He inwardly lamented how well suited they were for one another, as if from the same household. "I shall accompany you." With that declaration, he swiftly locked the door of the recycling station, murmuring that in urgent times, the organization would surely forgive his early departure. Meanwhile, Li Daochong, being in close proximity to the county committee compound, drove directly to the office of County Chief Qiubo. Qiubo was taken aback upon seeing him, but noticing the grim expression on Li Daochong's face, he understood that something was amiss. "Daochong, what has happened?" "Chief Qiu, do you recall Zhou Feng from Kaoshan Tun whom I mentioned to you?" he asked, fixing his gaze on Qiubo, scrutinizing every change of expression. Qiubo was somewhat bewildered by Li Daochong's demeanor. While their relationship could not be described as particularly intimate, it was certainly amicable within the system. They usually called each other by first names, and now, he was inquiring about Zhou Feng, which left him puzzled. "Daochong, what has transpired? How could I forget? Did you not just mention it this morning?" Li Daochong, sensing no pretense from Qiubo, sighed and replied. "He has been apprehended by the police on charges of speculation and profiteering right outside the county high school." Qiubo's face was a mask of astonishment. "Arrested for speculation? Isn't the factory set to open tomorrow morning? Is he still peddling?" Li Daochong was genuinely astonished by Qiubo's line of thought. How could he have jumped to the conclusion of peddling? However, it was evident to him that Qiubo was indeed unaware of the situation, prompting him to share his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Qiubo was both shocked and enraged. His good spirits for the day had been thoroughly shattered. Earlier, after discussing the opening ceremony of the factory, he had felt elated, believing that his efforts were finally starting to bear fruit. If the antenna factory could be successfully supported, then the 712 factory and Futian County would enter into a deeper collaborative relationship, solidifying the 712 state-owned enterprises establishment within the county. A large state-owned enterprise could indeed invigorate the local economy, and he aspired to leverage Futian County's policy advantages to attract more enterprises using the 712 model. A small county with scarce resources could potentially take flight, yet this nascent spark had been extinguished by someone's interference. How could he not be furious? "Whoever is pulling strings behind the scenes this time, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Li Daochong often interacted with Qiubo, finding his rough demeanor somewhat unsettling, yet this time felt different, The expletives he uttered were oddly pleasing to his ears. Qiu Bo immediately dialed the County Public Security Bureau Chief's number. "Hello, Chief Li, this is Qiu Bo." Upon hearing this introduction, sweat broke out on Li Chang's forehead. Everyone knew that the more serious the matter, the more significant Qiu Bo's involvement. "Leader, this is Li Chang. Please, give your instructions. I have heard that you apprehended a comrade named Zhou Feng outside the county high school. I need to know where he is now, who issued the order, and under which regulation he was arrested." Li Chang's forehead beaded with perspiration. He could not answer any of these three questions. With so many arrests made daily in the county, how could he possibly know if someone named Zhou Feng was among them? "Leader, grant me half an hour, no, 10 minutes, and I will investigate immediately." Qiu Bo hung up the phone abruptly. Li Chang urgently gathered his team, exclaiming, "A comrade named Zhou Feng has been arrested outside the county high school. I need to know within 5 minutes who made the arrest, where he is, and what crime he committed." The entire County Public Security Bureau sprang into action. After all the reports were compiled, Li Chang's expression darkened. Every inquiry returned empty-handed. Qiu Bo would not joke about such matters. Where was the man? Had he vanished into thin air? Investigate all the communes. One young officer reminded him, "Chief Li, the commune police station does not have the authority to make arrests in the county." Li Chang shot him a glare, barking, "No more excuses, just go investigate." 3 minutes later, no one at Donglin Commune. No one at Qishan Commune. No one at Baishan Commune. Li Chang slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. Is he simply gone? The young officer who had spoken earlier raised his hand. "Chief Li, the Hongshe Commune has not been answering their phone." Could it be? Li Chang felt a flicker of recognition at the name. Taking a moment to remember that the Hongshe Commune police station had only recently been established. How could there be no one to answer the phone? Duty personnel must always be assigned. Gritting his teeth, he called Qiu Bo back, sharing his suspicions. "Leader, rest assured, I shall head to the Hongshe Commune immediately. I will ensure that no innocent citizen suffers unjustly." Qiu Bo acknowledged with a sound and ended the call. Li Daochang had been listening attentively nearby and surmised that Zhou Feng was very likely at the Hongshe Commune. He promptly prepared to accompany Qiu Bo to ascertain the situation and discover who had the audacity to act in such a brazen manner. Meanwhile, Sun Yuquan and his group had just returned to the Hongshe Commune police station on their bicycles, having brought everyone along for insurance after Sun Yoji's earlier warning. Zhou Feng was fortunate enough to be the first guest since the establishment of the institution. He was firmly seated in the interrogation room, with neither shackles nor handcuffs spared. Sun Yuquan smiled at Zhou Feng. Previously, as the chief of the Hongshe Commune police station, he had to be mindful of his influence when outside. However, now that he was back on his own turf, he felt no reservations. In his eyes, Zhou Feng had become nothing more than a piece of fish laid out on the chopping board. 2 words, to manipulate. Chapter 27. No favor to anyone. Upon receiving a call from Tian Xiaoxia, Chen Jianqi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Fuqiang would act so hastily. At the same time, he felt grateful that he and Zhou Feng had prepared in advance. Otherwise, they would have certainly been caught off guard. He refrained from informing Tian Xiaoshan, as it would serve no purpose and only incite unnecessary worry. Grabbing the materials he had prepared earlier, he made his way to Hongshe Commune. Having previously coordinated with Wu Yongfei over the phone, he handed the documents over upon arriving at Wu's office. As Wu perused the thick stack of papers, his expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he slammed his hand on the desk and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "These scoundrels are draining the lifeblood of the villagers. They all deserve to be punished." Although Wu had come to Hongshe Commune partly due to his father's influence, he was genuinely committed to effecting real change. In 1980, many northern regions were still reliant on communal kitchens. After learning of the remarkable achievements in Shaojing village, Wu boldly initiated the household contract responsibility system in Hongshe Commune, despite facing considerable opposition. Now, confronted with a series of shocking figures, how could he not be infuriated? Zhou Feng had been apprehended by Sun Yuquan on charges of speculation and profiteering. Damn it, speculation and profiteering. The Sun family really believes themselves to be local tyrants. If the old man discovers such disgraceful conduct under my watch, he will flay me alive. Uncle Chen, please wait here for a moment. I need to make a call. Chen Jianqi fell silent upon hearing this. If the old man were to find out, not only Wu Yongfei, but even he would face repercussions. This was a matter concerning Kaoshan Tun. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's reminder, he might still have been oblivious. Reflecting on his role as a scout, Chen felt a burning shame. You go ahead and make the call. I'm concerned about Zhou Feng. I will check the police station first. All right, they have been rather ruthless. You go ahead, I will follow shortly. As Chun Jianqi stepped outside, he spotted Tian Xiaoshan and his daughter Tian Xiaoji hurriedly approaching the police station in a horse-drawn cart. He was somewhat surprised. What brought Tian Xiaoshan here? Upon seeing Chun, Tian Xiaoshan was equally astonished, yet felt a sense of relief. Initially, he had been idly at home, contemplating picking up his son-in-law and two daughters when he unexpectedly encountered Tian Xiaoji returning with news. The girl was driving the cart at a rapid pace. After grasping the situation, the father and daughter headed straight for Hangshi Commune. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, as Wu Yongfei had predicted, was finding time to drag on. Since entering the police station, he had not uttered a word. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. He had previously attracted attention at the school gate to deter any ill intentions toward Tian Xiaoxia. Now, on their turf, he did not wish to provoke them, as it would ultimately be his own detriment. However, Sun Yuquan had no intention of allowing him to remain at ease. First, he ordered the confiscation of all the money Zhou Feng had on him, claiming it to be ill-gotten gains. In total, over 1,500 yuan was retrieved from Zhou Feng's pockets. The members of the joint defense team were taken aback. Who was this person carrying such a significant sum? Zhou Feng's clothes had been torn, and Chun Guixiang had specially made him a new coat, which contained several hidden pockets in its lining, anticipating the factory's imminent opening. He had brought all his money to purchase firecrackers and other necessities, inadvertently providing the joint defense team with quite a surprise. Sun Youchuan's eyelids twitched. He was well aware of the source of the money. He casually distributed 10 large yuan notes among 5 individuals, pocketing the remainder. At that moment, the joint defense team was unpaid, yet still required personnel to maintain order. They had to fend for themselves. But encountering a significant patron like Zhou Feng was a pleasant surprise, and each recipient of the money was beaming with joy. Zhou Feng, observing them divvying up the cash, kept his eyes averted, attempting to minimize his presence, knowing full well that what they had taken would eventually be returned. Zhou Feng, why are you so silent? I heard you were quite the talker in the village. Sun Youchuan's words were barely out when he delivered a punch to Zhou Feng's abdomen. Zhou Feng gasped, feeling as though his stomach were twisting. Sun Yuquan disdainfully wiped his hands with a towel. Weren't you quite arrogant? My father allowed you to insult him? Bang! Aren't you trying to establish a factory? Anyone related to my family is barred from your factory. Bang! Do you even know that Sun Yoji is my brother? I wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. How dare you? Bang! Have you sought my brother's consent to marry Tian Xiaoxia? Bang! Sun Yuquan shook his somewhat sore fist, finding Zhou Feng's silence rather dull. Make him press his thumbprint here. A member of the joint defense team picked up a paper filled with writing, preparing to have Zhou Feng press his thumb on it. Just then, a shout erupted from outside the interrogation room. Director, there are several people trying to force their way into our station, claiming to be the village secretary from Kaoshan Tun and Zhou Feng's family members. Your brother is also out there, arguing with them. Sun Yuquan chuckled, regarding Zhou Feng with a glint of amusement. Is this your support? The village secretary from Kaoshan Tun? Quite the formidable backing. Hold off on having him press his thumbprint. The situation may change. With that, he turned and exited the interrogation room. Tian Xiaoji, kneel down and apologize to me, and I will have my brother release Zhou Feng. As soon as Sun Yuquan stepped out, he heard his foolish brother's ludicrous demand. Before he could intervene, Tian Xiaoji threw a punch at Sun Youchuan's bandaged nose. Sun Yoji howled in pain, never expecting that Tian Xiaoji would dare to strike while on his brother's turf, clutching his nose and hopping around. He cursed vehemently, You vile creature! I will kill you! Sun Yuquan was fuming. How dare she strike her brother in front of him? Arrest her! How dare she commit violence publicly in the police station? Tian Xiaoshan panicked upon hearing this. He could not afford to lose his son-in-law and drag his second daughter down with him. You dare! Who would lay a hand on my daughter? Sun Yuquan was amused by the situation, finding the group utterly foolish, unable to distinguish between major and minor matters. Arrest him too. The two members of the joint defense team were about to drag him away when Chun Jianqi's thunderous voice rang out, silencing the chaotic scene. Sun Yuquan, are you planning to arrest me as well? Sun Yuquan, seemingly just noticing Chun Jianqi, replied with a smirk. Ah, it's Secretary Chun. Secretary Chun, why are you visiting the Hangshi Commune police station instead of staying at Kaoshan Tun? Chapter 28. The arrival of various parties. The tone of mockery and jest was evident enough that even a fool could discern it. As soon as Sun Youchuan's words fell, The smile on his face vanished, and he bellowed, "Take these father and daughter away. Anyone who dares to interfere will be taken as well." It was as if he were responding to Chun Jianxi's earlier question. The joint defense team, without further hesitation, escorted the father and daughter to the interrogation room to reunite with Zhou Feng. Chun Jianxi felt his blood pressure rising. He had not seen Sun Yuquan behave like this before. Was it typical for a mere precinct chief to become so arrogant? Observing Chun Jianxi's pale face, Sun Yuquan felt a surge of satisfaction. This old man had suppressed his father for so many years. If it weren't for him, the Sun family would have soared long ago. And they wouldn't be in this situation now. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed outside, the sound arriving before the individuals themselves. "What an imposing presence you have, Director Sun. I dare you to detain me as well." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sun Yuquan was momentarily startled, but he quickly regained his composure, a smile blooming on his face as if he had not just exhibited such arrogance. "It turned out to be Director Wu. You jest. How could I dare to detain you? Please, do come in." As he spoke, he realized the implications. It was common knowledge that Wu Yongfei and Chun Jianxi had a close relationship, especially at Changshan village, so Wu Yongfei's arrival was not unexpected. Having dealt with Wu Yongfei for several years, he understood the importance of maintaining a good rapport with the commune director, especially since he had previously served as a police commissioner. Sun Youquan's demeanor was warm. Yet Wu Yongfei remained unyielding, his face devoid of any smile. Sun Youji sensed the situation was unfavorable. He recognized that this newly arrived Director Wu was not someone to be trifled with, and was undoubtedly there to assist Zhou Feng. His animosity towards Zhou Feng and the Tian family was profound, and he did not wish to see them extricated so easily. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, he secretly slipped out to make a phone call, vowing to find someone to help. After all, his uncle was the head of the grain bureau. How could a mere commune director be so arrogant? As he exited, he encountered the hurriedly approaching Tian Xiaoxia and Old Li. Seeing Tian Xiaoxia's anxious expression only fueled Sun Youji's anger, and he shot her a fierce glare. "Tian Xiaoxia, one day I will have you begging on your knees, or I will ensure that Zhou Feng and your sister, along with your father, languish in prison." Tian Xiaoxia ignored him, but Old Li was incensed, thinking such thugs should be locked away to prevent them from causing further distress. As they entered, they heard Wu Yongfei coldly state, "Director Sun, I demand that you release Zhou Feng and his family immediately." It was at that moment Tian Xiaoxia understood Sun Youji's earlier remarks. Her father and sister had also been detained by this man, and she joined Old Li at Chun Jianxi's side. Sun Yuquan felt a surge of anger upon hearing Wu Yongfei's words. This man was far too dismissive of him. Previously, he had been under someone else's roof, but the situation had now changed entirely. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "If you want to give me face, don't expect me to give you any either. Director Wu, while you hold the position of commune director, I am acting in accordance with the law. Is it appropriate for you to demand their release with a mere statement? Rules? You, Sun Yuquan, claim to understand the rules? You can detain Zhou Feng, but you also apprehended his father-in-law and sister-in-law. What rule justifies that? Criminal. Sun Yuquan, you scoundrel." This rebuke thoroughly infuriated Sun Yuquan. After all, he was the precinct chief of Hongshi Commune, and to be openly insulted like this was intolerable. Regardless of whether the individual was a commune director or even the head of the police bureau, such treatment was unacceptable. "Director Wu, I urge you to show some respect. This is a police station, not your private territory. The precinct does not fall under your commune's jurisdiction. We are an institution of the Public Security Bureau, so please recognize your position." Wu Yongfei, with his fiery temper, had never endured such humiliation. How could a mere precinct chief, especially one from Hongshi Commune, dare to instruct him to recognize his position? This was a blatant disregard for the authority of the commune director. Since this individual was so ungrateful, he decided to bide his time. The Discipline Inspection Commission would arrive shortly. He was eager to inquire whether Sun Yuquan had indeed recognized his position. Good, good, good. Upon hearing Wu Yongfei repeat "good" 3 times, Sun Yuquan fell silent, a sense of pride swelling within him. At last, he had expressed his grievances after years of subservience to the commune. Tian Xiaoxia, seeing Sun Yuquan disregard the commune director's authority, felt a pang of anxiety, while Old Li gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, he cannot gloat for long." As these words left his lips, Sun Youquan's gaze shifted towards him, pointing a finger. "Remove this irrelevant individual." As the joint defense team approached to comply, old Li's beard bristled with indignation. He had not anticipated that Sun Yuquan would be so vindictive. He did not wish to leave. He wanted to remain and observe the unfolding drama. Sitting on the floor, he began to shout, "The police are beating people. The police are beating people. I am suffering from back pain and leg cramps." This outburst left everyone present bewildered. Sun Yuquan was taken aback by old Li's shamelessness, but before he could devise a response, an array of car engines roared outside, followed by a rush of footsteps. There appeared to be many. Wu Yongfei initially believed it was the Discipline Inspection Commission arriving, thinking to himself that their efficiency was commendable. However, upon seeing the newcomers, he realized he had miscalculated. 6 individuals clad in police uniforms burst in. Upon recognizing them, Sun Youquan's mind went blank, his heart churning in turmoil. Was that Director Li Chang? Why would the county's police chief come to the precinct of Hangshi Commune? He had not received any prior notification. Suppressing his shock, he forced a radiant smile and saluted. Just as he was about to speak, he was astounded to find his collar grasped firmly by the director. "Did you apprehend Zhou Feng?" Sun Yuquan could not fathom that Director Li had come specifically for Zhou Feng. His mind was a muddle. After all, Zhou Feng was merely an intruder at Changshan village. Why would the director personally seek him out? Seeing Sun Yuquan's dazed expression only fueled Li Chang's ire, and he repeated the question, "Did you apprehend Zhou Feng?" Faced with Li Chang's predatory gaze, Sun Yuquan finally regained his senses. He dared not deny it, and could only nod in a pained manner. As Li Chang exhaled in relief, his anger surged to new heights. Indeed, this scoundrel had brought him trouble. With a sharp slap, he struck Sun Yuquan, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. After the altercation, he felt a twinge of regret, particularly with so many witnesses present. Resorting to violence was indeed inappropriate. Yet, his anger was palpable. As he pondered the situation on the road, he realized that if it had merely been a relative or a friend who had been apprehended, Qiubo would not have reacted so vehemently. This could only indicate an entanglement in an internal struggle. The thought that he had nearly been coerced into taking a side made his heart race. Qiubo was not someone to be trifled with. This was a deliberate attempt to undermine him. He demanded, "Release him at once." Before Sun Yuquan could respond, another voice resonated from outside. "Director Li, what a fiery temper you have." Chapter 29. Completely out of control, Li Chang turned towards the direction of the voice and saw a portly middle-aged man accompanied by 2 others entering the room. His gaze sharpened as he recognized the newcomer, Sun Fuquang, the director of the Grain Bureau. A shrewd and cunning individual, Sun had ascended from a minor clerk to the head of the Grain Bureau in just 5 years. This bureau, after all, controlled the economic lifeblood of the entire county, a department overflowing with wealth. "Ah, Director Sun, what brings you here?" Li Chang inquired, attempting to mask his unease. Sun Fuquang wore a smile, yet there was no hint of levity in his tone. "I am here to inspect the grain station of Hangshi Commune and to check on my nephew. I had no idea that I would witness Director Li's remarkable prowess in action. I wonder what mischief my nephew has committed to warrant your personal involvement." Upon seeing his uncle's arrival, Sun Yuquan felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Li Chang's approach had been excessively harsh. He felt as if half of his teeth had loosened. However, the sight of Sun Youji following closely behind provided him with some clarity, realizing that his foolish brother had finally accomplished something worthwhile. Li Chang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he was justified in his actions, he found himself in a precarious position due to his impulsiveness. Now caught in the act by Sun Fuquang, Sun Yuquan refrained from merely spectating. Li Chang had already made his stance clear, and he was determined to resolve the matter swiftly. Otherwise, even with his uncle's intervention, he might not be spared. Casting a discreet glance at a member of the joint defense team, who had worked alongside Sun Yuquan for many years, the individual nodded and entered the interrogation room. He picked up the freshly transcribed interrogation record and approached Zhou Feng, demanding a thumbprint. Li Chang was adaptable and resilient. He gently patted Sun Youquan's shoulder and smiled. "Are you all right? I may have acted a bit rashly just now." Before Sun Yuquan could respond, Sun Fuquang interjected, "Rash? How could you, Director Li? If I had not witnessed it myself, would it have been in vain? If you cannot provide me with an explanation today, I will seek one myself." Li Chang's expression darkened. He was being pushed into a corner, and it seemed Sun Fuquang was intent on making a grave enemy of him. Just as he pondered how to navigate this predicament, a familiar voice pierced the tension. "Sun Fuquang, let me provide you with an explanation. Qiubo, along with Li Daochong and members of the Discipline Inspection Commission, arrived on the scene. Li Chang felt a surge of joy, while Sun Fuquang's countenance darkened significantly, and Wu Yongfei was left utterly astonished. All three shared the same thought. Why was County Head Qiu here? Sun Yuquan, now somewhat numb with fear, realized that the small police station of Hongshi Commune was experiencing its moment of glory, with prominent figures from the county arriving one after another, culminating in the presence of the county head. Upon seeing Sun Fuquang, Qiu Bo and Li Daochong exchanged knowing glances, confirming their previous suspicions. They indeed had not wronged Sun Fuquang. Since the reform and opening up, the state had encouraged vigorous economic development in various regions, leading to the rapid emergence of state-owned enterprises and individual businesses. The balance of regional economic power was shifting, and as the agricultural economy waned, the Grain Bureau's influence had diminished accordingly. This shift fueled Sun Fuquang's staunch opposition to the reforms in Futian County, while Qiu Bo was fervently pushing for progress. Having brought in Li Daochong to assist, which further strained their relationship, Sun Fuquang, unaware that Qiu Bo had placed a target on his back, did not anticipate that Qiu Bo would come to Hongshi Commune to confront him. He had merely been conducting an inspection, but the speed of Qiu Bo's arrival puzzled him. In an instant, he deduced that the visit was not aimed at him but rather at his nephew, igniting further fury within him. Seeing that Sun Fuquang was silent and his face twitching with anger, Qiu Bo commanded, "Li Chang, release that man." Li Chang, pleased to hear Qiu Bo call his name directly, felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing the potential for fortune amidst adversity. "Yes," he replied, saluting before heading straight for the interrogation room. Tian Xiaoxia, anxious for her family, could no longer contain herself and rushed in without regard for the others. Upon entering, she found Zhou Feng being beaten, his fists clenched tightly, resolutely refusing to provide a thumbprint. Beside him, Tian Xiaoji was in tears, unable to bear the sight of her brother-in-law being assaulted, her entire body trembling with fear. Tian Xiaoshan, a middle-aged man, had muscles twitching violently on his face, his eyes bloodshot. He had never felt such fury, even when his leg had been broken. He believed that his own plight had led to the targeting of his daughter's husband by the Sun family. Shouting for them to release Zhou Feng, he was ignored by the joint defense team, as Zhou Feng was the primary focus and must comply. Li Chang's heart raced at the sight. Zhou Feng had stirred quite a tempest, and if anything went awry, he too would face the fallout. "Stop it!" A commanding voice rang out, freezing everyone in place. Turning to face those behind him, he ordered, "Arrest all of them." Every member of the joint defense team was swiftly subdued and handcuffed. Tian Xiaoxia, in a frenzy, dashed to Zhou Feng's side, cradling his face and noticing that he was drenched in sweat. She lifted his shirt to reveal numerous bruises covering his body. Not only Tian Xiaoxia, but even Li Chang felt a pang of shock. These ruffians had been excessively brutal, having struck him everywhere except his face. Seeing Tian Xiaoxia arrive, Zhou Feng knew he was safe. Despite the pain, he managed to muster a smile, saying, "Don't cry, I'm fine." Tian Xiaoxia could no longer maintain her composure. She threw her arms around Zhou Feng and wept uncontrollably. Terrified for his safety, she finally released all her pent-up strength and emotion. Zhou Feng embraced her, inhaling her fragrant scent, and chuckled to himself, realizing that this embrace had served as an unexpected form of comfort amidst the chaos. After she had cried enough to wipe her tears, Tian Xiaoxia noticed that everyone was staring at her, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed as she reluctantly let go of Zhou Feng. He smiled at Li Chang, saying, "Comrade Public Security, they took all my money, and that Sun Yuquan outside took the most." When Zhou Feng and his companions emerged from the interrogation room, the atmosphere remained tense. Sun Fuquan cast a cursory glance at Zhou Feng, dismissing him as an inconsequential figure unworthy of his attention. His primary concern was the safeguarding of his nephew. Upon seeing Zhou Feng being escorted out, Qiu Bo lost interest in engaging in a verbal spar with this elderly man. "Comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission, take Sun Yuquan and these members of the Joint Defense Team away." Sun Yuquan was promptly shackled and pushed away, causing him to panic. Sir, save me. I do not wish to go to the Discipline Inspection Commission." Sun Fuquan's face turned ashen, and he growled softly, "County Chief Qiu, is it truly necessary to make matters so extreme?" Just as Qiu Bo was about to deliver a biting retort to further provoke Sun Fuquan, he was halted by a pull from Wu Yongfei. While others were unaware of Wu Yongfei's background, he was acutely aware. Having survived in the Redstone Commune, a place so desolate that even rabbits do not leave droppings. For so many years, he held a deep respect for it, questioning whether he could have managed the same. Eavesdropping on Wu Yongfei's words, Qiu Bo's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as he accepted the documents handed to him. Sun Fuquan, observing Qiu Bo's growing excitement over the materials, felt an unsettling premonition rising within him. Chapter 30. Revenge on the spot. Have the people been brought here? Qiu Bo clenched the documents tightly in his grasp. Yes, the militia delivered them. The accountant has briefed everything. Bring them in. After the briefing, Qiu Bo smiled and asked the disciplinary inspection team to wait. Turning to Sun Fuquan with a cordial demeanor, Director Sun, this is just the beginning. There are even more shocking revelations ahead. Sun Fuquan's heart raced, and he soon witnessed two individuals bound tightly being ushered into the room. His eyes widened in disbelief, and vertigo washed over him. Upon seeing Sun Fuquan, the newcomers erupted with joy, shouting, Big brother, save me." Realizing it was his younger brothers, Sun Fuguang and Sun Fugua, he understood the gravity of the situation. Sun Yoji, already petrified with fear, never imagined things would escalate to this level. Upon seeing his father and third uncle bound, he rushed forward, wailing uncontrollably. Old Li, still seated on the floor, seized the opportunity to strike a blow against the downed adversaries, shouting at Li Daochong, "Don't you see your father?" Li Daochong had just noticed his father sitting in the corner and hurried over to assist him. "Why did you come too?" Old Li pointed at Sun Yoji. "This kid has been following Zhou Feng's fiancée with his incessant chatter. I was worried, so I came along. Those two brothers were planning to kick me out." Sun Yoji's cries abruptly ceased, his face filled with disbelief as he pointed at himself. Old Li nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qiu Bo instructed Li Chong, "Take him back for interrogation. We are determined to combat the criminal gang." Li Chong immediately had Sun Yoji handcuffed. At that moment, Zhou Feng stepped forward, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Director Li, County Chief Qiu, may I speak with Sun Yuquan privately for a few moments?" Qiu Bo, feeling somewhat indebted to Zhou Feng for the misfortunes he had endured, nodded in acquiescence. Zhou Feng cheerfully led the handcuffed Sun Yuquan into the previously used interrogation room, leaving the door ajar, allowing their voices to resonate clearly. "What is wrong with your father? Who does he think he is?" "Bang. Ah, I know Sun Yoji is your brother. What is wrong with me hitting him? Who do you think you are?" "Bang. Ah, didn't you say I talk too much? Am I really talking too much?" 5 minutes later, Zhou Feng emerged, dragging a battered Sun Yuquan who resembled a lifeless dog. "I apologize for the trouble caused." Zhou Feng's calm demeanor elicited involuntary twitches from everyone present. This young man bore a grudge with remarkable intensity, as they had just listened to Sun Yuquan's screams for 5 minutes. Qiu Bo, however, found himself somewhat impressed with Zhou Feng. This approach resonated with him. After assessing the situation, he pointed at Sun Fuquan, causing the latter to tremble with fear. "Take him away too." Sun Fuquan understood that his fate was sealed, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Witnessing their family's strongest ally reduced to a similar plight shattered Sun Fuguang's hopes. He no longer harbored resentment towards others, directing all his animosity towards Zhou Feng. Since Zhou Feng arrived in Kaoshan village, he had been at odds with him at every turn. If Zhou Feng hadn't provoked him incessantly, matters wouldn't have escalated to this extent. With this realization, Sun Fuguang's resentment became unbearable. "Zhou Feng, may you meet a terrible end. Your heart is as dark as the depths. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." Sun Yuquan was roused from his stupor by his father's shouts. Suddenly recalling something and struggling fiercely. "I refuse to accept this. You cannot arrest me. I am administering justice." After being forcefully restrained again, Sun Yuquan glared at Zhou Feng, his neck stretched defiantly. "You must arrest him too. He is engaging in illegal profiteering. As an individual business owner in Kaoshan village, he has employed over 100 workers. He is speculating." The expressions of those present turned peculiar as they finally understood Sun Youquan's motives for targeting Zhou Feng. It was all for this reason. Wu Yongfei, harboring resentment towards Sun Yuquan, observed him with a faint smile. "Director Sun, why didn't you communicate your doubts with me earlier? Look at how things have turned out now." Sun Yuquan believed a turning point had arrived and clung desperately to this lifeline. If he could pin the blame on Zhou Feng, he would be safe. "Director Wu, Brother Wu, my younger brother was just being foolish. You are magnanimous. Zhou Feng is indeed engaging in illegal profiteering. This is a serious economic crime. I have evidence. I possess the list of contracts he signed." Just investigate in Kaoshan village, and the truth will be revealed. Wu Yongfei nodded, expressing mild admiration. Director's son, your keen insight is commendable. You even uncovered this detail. He paused momentarily before shifting his tone. However, why didn't you discover that Zhou Feng's factory is affiliated with the commune? Sun Yuquan was momentarily bewildered. Affiliated with the commune? What does that mean? Wu Yongfei's voice suddenly turned tempestuous. What are you? The commune is establishing factories and hiring workers, and you want to say in it? Do you expect a report? The business license has been issued, and you accuse him of illegal profiteering? Director's son, before you speak or act, ensure you understand your position, lest you find yourself in a worse predicament. After delivering his admonition, Wu Yongfei disregarded him entirely. Sun Yuquan felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, the news leaving him dazed and muttering. How can this be? He is engaging in illegal profiteering. He must be. At this moment, the only clear-headed member of the Sun family was Sun Yoji, who comprehended Wu Yongfei's implications. Zhou Feng's factory had bypassed the village and was a joint venture with the commune, leaving their family completely in the dark. They had foolishly hoped to see Zhou Feng imprisoned. Instead, Zhou Feng remained unharmed while their family faced ruin. Filled with terror, Sun Yoji, still young and aspiring to attend university, panicked at the thought of becoming a convict. Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, he broke free from the police's grasp. Rushing to Zhou Feng and kneeling before him, grasping Zhou Feng's leg tightly, he cried out, Zhou Feng, I was blinded by ignorance before. I promise not to covet Tian Xiaoxia any longer. You two are the perfect match. May you grow old together. Please, let me go this once. Consider me a mere nuisance, and I will stay far away from you. I promise never to appear before you again, Zhou Feng. Tian Xiaoxia, spare me. I dread entering that place. Sun Yoji's unexpected move caught everyone off guard. Zhou Feng found himself in a state of bemusement, realizing that Sun Yoji was genuinely terrified, resorting to desperate measures. Several officers stepped forward to restrain Sun Yoji, while Zhou Feng pressed down on his head, finally managing to extricate his leg, disdainfully wiping his pant leg with his garment. Sun Yoji, I extend my gratitude for your well wishes. However, you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely a commoner, and even if I wish to grant you leniency, I lack the authority to do so. If you truly desire to shorten your time within those walls, strive to achieve merit, for the government will surely exercise leniency. Zhou Feng's words were merely perfunctory, as he harbored no genuine intention to assist, inadvertently unleashing a Pandora's box that sent the entire scene into further chaos. Chapter 31. Sun Yoji's distinguished performance. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Sun Yoji felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he frantically shouted to everyone, I want to make a contribution. I want to report. The crowd paid little heed to his words, dismissing him as someone who was merely terrified. Little did they anticipate that his subsequent revelation would leave them utterly astounded. Noticing the lack of attention to his claims, Sun Yoji's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with a manic fervor. I report my father, Sun Fuqiang, for engaging in illicit relationships. He has an affair with my third aunt. This declaration landed like a bombshell in the still waters, leaving everyone gaping at him in disbelief. Sun Fuguang was incredulous, while Sun Fuqiang's eyes burned with fury, wishing he could strangle this ungrateful son. When silence enveloped the room, Sun Yoji assumed his words were met with skepticism and hastily continued. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Once, when my third uncle went to the county for procurement, I witnessed my father and third aunt in bed together. I even overheard their conversations. The two little brats from my third uncle's family are my father's illegitimate children. The reason I haven't been able to attend university for 3 years, yet am still studying, is that my father silenced me with these secrets. And I prevented those two kids from going to school. Otherwise, I would have exposed their secrets, and they wouldn't dare disregard my words. Upon hearing this, Sun Fuqiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed. Sun Fuguang was thoroughly convinced. He had long believed that his wife was overly conservative for not allowing the two boys to attend school, but now he realized the root of the problem. His eyes reddened as he irrationally sought to confront Sun Fuqiang, his teeth gritting in fury as if he could devour his brother whole. Several members of the Discipline Inspection Commission struggled to restrain him, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Being cuckolded by his own brother and raising his children was truly a tragic fate. Sun Fuqian, observing this farce, felt as though a pall had settled over him. He realized that his greatest mistake was entangling himself with these two brothers. He should have disregarded their fates from the beginning. In a fit of rage, Sun Fuguang shouted, "I want to report. I report Sun Fuqian and Sun Fuqiang for embezzlement during their time in the production team, leveraging their power to misappropriate public grain from Washington, selling it for personal gain." This unexpected development took everyone by surprise. No one anticipated that beyond the embezzlement of village funds, there was such a scandal. Qiubo recognized that this case was unsuitable for public scrutiny, as it would severely undermine the government's credibility. He promptly ordered that all involved be taken away, ensuring Sun Yoji was successfully transferred from the police to the Discipline Inspection Commission, eager to uncover any further surprises. Qiubo and his colleagues had much to manage. Wu Yongfei and Chen Jianxi, as officials of Hongshi Commune, were required to participate in the investigation. However, Li Daochong and his son were free to leave, having originally come to address Zhou Feng's matters, but Zhou Feng stopped them. "Uncle Li, brother Li, if it weren't for you today, I would have met my end here. Since we're all here, let us go to my home for a visit." Tian Xiushan, hearing Zhou Feng's words, immediately expressed his agreement, insisting they should not leave without acknowledging their significant assistance, as he could not bear the thought of letting them return empty-handed. Li Daochong felt a sense of guilt over the gratitude he received, yet, given the warm invitation, he decided to accompany them. Meanwhile, Chen Guixiang was anxiously awaiting at home. Although she was unaware of the events unfolding, her daughter and son-in-law had not returned, nor had her husband, leaving her in a state of suspense. She felt a wave of relief wash over her when she finally saw everyone return home safe and sound. As soon as Tian Xiushan entered the house, he instructed Chen Guixiang to prepare a chicken. Although puzzled, she complied. During the cooking, Tian Xiaoji recounted the day's events to her mother. Chen Guixiang felt a mix of shock, anger, and fear as she realized how narrowly her family had avoided disaster at the hands of the Sun family. She immediately abandoned her cooking, discarding the spatula, to find Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was engaged in conversation with Li Daochong and his son when he was taken aback by Chen Guixiang's sudden arrival. Without regard for the presence of others, she lifted her son-in-law's shirt to reveal bruises all over his body, tears streaming down her face as she scolded. "The Sun family truly has no conscience. They are utterly inhumane." Zhou Feng was momentarily at a loss, hastily offering comfort. Once Chen Guixiang learned that the entire Sun family had been apprehended, her emotions settled. She called for Tian Xiaoji. "Xiaoji, quickly take Zhou Feng to the other room and apply some medicinal alcohol to his wounds." After Zhou Feng left, she wiped her tears and said to Li Daochong and his son, "I apologize for making you witness this. Without your help, our family would have collapsed." She attempted to kneel in gratitude, startling Li Daochong, who quickly leapt forward to prevent her from doing so. It was only when Tian Qiushan entered that he managed to persuade Chen Guixiang to refrain from kneeling. Li Daochong, reflecting on the situation, felt a sense of understanding. He had previously questioned why such an exceptional young man like Zhou Feng would choose to marry into his wife's family, but now he comprehended. The stigma surrounding sons-in-law often stems from a lack of respect, being looked down upon in their wives' families. Yet, in a household that treated the son-in-law as a beloved son, what did it matter? Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, shirtless, sat with Tian Xiaoji gently applying medicinal alcohol to his wounds, devoid of any suggestive atmosphere. As she tended to him, she wept softly. Zhou Feng felt warmth enveloping him, sensing her delicate care, filling him with an unprecedented sense of stability and satisfaction. Having family that cared for him and a partner who loved him, that was the essence of life. When mealtime arrived, Zhou Feng discovered that the feast was particularly lavish. In addition to a stewed chicken, there was a large platter of braised pork, a plate of scrambled eggs, and a whole fish. Chen Guixiang filled the table with an abundance of dishes to express her gratitude. Zhou Feng knew that the pork and fish must have been borrowed from their neighbors. Chen Guixiang and her 4 daughters did not join the table, refusing Zhou Feng and Li Daochong's repeated invitations. This was not due to a preference for sons, but rather her humble belief that the men should discuss matters over drinks, while the children should not join at the table. Tian Xiushan brought out his stock of liquor, pouring generous amounts for everyone. In the biting winter chill, with the howling winds outside, sitting on the warm kong with a cup of liquor in hand brought immense comfort to their hearts. As the bottle of wine was emptied, the conversation began to flow. The discussion transitioned from the Zhou Feng electronics factory to the domestic economic landscape, and then to the evolution of the Qi Air factory. Li Daochang casually mentioned the matters to be discussed in today's meeting. Zhou Feng, initially somewhat befuddled, found himself considerably more alert upon hearing Li Daochang's words, his eyes widening as he inquired, "Brotherly, are you referring to the introduction of an integrated circuit production line?" Chapter 32 Securing the Project. Zhou Feng inquired earnestly, yet Li Daochang responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, this project has been under discussion since 1978, and we are finally nearing its conclusion. The equipment is expected to be gradually transported back to the country in the coming days. Brotherly, has the final location for this project been determined?" Not yet." Before Zhou Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Li Daochang continue, "However, it is highly likely to be in Jiangnan." Zhou Feng nearly spat out his drink, wondering why his tongue seemed to betray him after just a few sips. "Brotherly, do you think we have a chance?" Li Daochang paused at this question, finally realizing why Zhou Feng had suddenly taken such an interest in the project. He shook his head slowly and replied, "The chances are virtually non-existent. First, our location in Annong is too remote to benefit from Jiangnan's radiating effect. Secondly, we lack operational experience in integrated circuit manufacturing. Attempting to seize this opportunity would be exceedingly difficult." Zhou Feng understood that Li Daochang's assessment was grounded in reality, yet he remained reluctant to concede. The integrated circuit production line was of paramount importance. Although the project being introduced was not the most advanced in the world, if he recalled correctly, this production line, eventually settled in Jiangnan, would be the largest in the country, encompassing the entire industrial chain. With this production line as a launchpad, many of his design capabilities could be realized. It wasn't that establishing it in Jiangnan would preclude his involvement in chip development. Rather, it would present numerous inconveniences. The advancement of integrated circuits was far more complex than merely investing in a factory. Without market demand to drive product innovation, obsolescence was inevitable. Furthermore, in the short term, he had no intention of leaving Kaohsiung. In a state-run enterprise like Jiangnan, even placing an order would likely elicit indifference. He needed to devise a way to bring this golden opportunity to Annong. As thoughts raced through his mind, he finished his drink in one gulp and fixed a piercing gaze on Li Daochang, who felt a shiver run down his spine. "Brotherly, regardless of the cost, we must secure this project for Qi Air." Li Daochang was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Did Zhou Feng truly not understand the value of this project? His presence at the meeting today indicated that Qi Air was indeed qualified to compete, but qualification did not guarantee success. "Brother, do you think I am foolish? A project valued at 300 million US dollars. Do you think I am not envious? But what do we have to secure it? How much is my old face worth?" Zhou Feng refrained from addressing this question. The discussion was not about whether they could secure it, but rather about the intensity of their desire to do so. Without a strong desire, participation would merely mean playing a supporting role for others. He needed to ensure that Li Daochang recognized the importance of this project and that the city took it seriously. Otherwise, Qi Air's influence would remain too negligible. "Brotherly, let us set aside the question of whether we can secure it for now. Allow me to clarify my thoughts. What is the purpose of introducing this production line? It is to support the development of the domestic color television industry. So, where is the first color television production line in the country? Isn't that obvious? It's right here in Futian." Realizing this, Li Daochang looked at Zhou Feng in surprise and said, "Are you suggesting that I should approach this from an industrial layout perspective?" Zhou Feng smiled but did not respond directly, continuing instead, "Brotherly, we just discussed the domestic economic landscape. We both agree that domestic enterprises will shift towards a market economy. Currently, your integrated circuits for color televisions are imported from Japan. Once domestic integrated circuit production lines are established, which will hold the advantage? Certainly the domestic ones." "Exactly. In terms of design and cost, domestically produced circuits will undoubtedly offer better value. Now let me ask you, given our current economic situation, is it feasible to introduce such a comprehensive integrated circuit production line in the near future?" "Essentially impossible. There is not enough funding. This endeavor is too costly. And what about color television production lines? Those will undoubtedly proliferate. I know of at least a dozen state-run units discussing introductions." Zhou Feng exhaled, summarizing his inquiries. In light of the fixed capacity for integrated circuits domestically, alongside the explosive growth of the color television industry, under market stimulation, where do you think Qi Air can establish a foothold in this sector? Li Daochang finally grasped the implications, incredulously stating, Are you suggesting that this integrated circuit production line could determine the hierarchy of the domestic color television industry? Zhou Feng nodded and elaborated. Brotherly, you are partially correct. It will indeed influence the future trajectory of Qi Air's development. While you are a state-run entity, if production capacity is severely lacking, do you believe they will allocate orders to Qi Air or to the local television manufacturers in Jiangnan? Without a competitive integrated circuit, and given the gradual easing of planned economy restrictions alongside fierce market competition, what advantages would Qi Air's televisions possess? Is there any alternative besides elimination? You must consider not only the integrated circuits, but also the cathode ray tubes. Brotherly, there is another aspect you have overlooked. You have focused solely on the color television industry, but have you contemplated what might happen if Qi Air secures this production line? At this moment, Li Daochang found himself absorbed in Zhou Feng's hypothetical scenario. If Qi Air were to acquire this production line, then regardless of how the economic landscape evolved, Qi Air's televisions would possess a crushing advantage in integrated circuits. Furthermore, this production line would generate significant benefits and influence for Qi Air. He finally understood why Zhou Feng insisted that they must secure this project. His thoughts were now remarkably clear. Yet, he also recognized that desire alone does not equate to attainment. Without sufficient leverage, it would be impossible to outmaneuver Jiangnan. Zhou Feng, do you believe there is a way for us to secure this project? Zhou Feng smiled broadly, knowing that this lengthy discourse was aimed at aligning with Li Daochang in a united front to exert every effort to pursue this endeavor. If they ultimately failed to secure it, then it would simply be fate. Brotherly, this matter cannot be resolved solely by you and me. We lack the necessary strength. You should also communicate with County Chief Chiu regarding this issue, and we must persuade the city to make a firm decision. We need to unite all possible forces to have a chance. Li Daochang nodded in deep agreement, confidently stating that he would address the matter with the government. Zhou Feng shook his head and remarked, Brotherly, what I just mentioned pertains to the impact of this project on Qi Air. Although Qi Air is currently a pillar industry in the city, Anong City encompasses more than just Qi Air. Brotherly, I will draft a proposal tonight, and after the opening tomorrow, we can all sit down and discuss it thoroughly. You can then communicate with the city. Chapter 33 The Arrival of the Great Automobile. Li Daochang nodded heavily. At this moment, he had lost the desire to continue drinking. Zhou Feng's words had opened a new perspective for him. It was time to fill his belly and return to the county with old Li. That night, Zhou Feng began to draft plans in the small room. When he finally finished writing and glanced at the time, he was startled to discover it was already 3 in the morning. He hurriedly went to bed. At 8 in the morning, Tian Qiushan called Zhou Feng awake, informing him that Chun Jianqi had returned last night and was currently at the village committee, having just sent someone to find him. Zhou Feng immediately perked up, suspecting that the investigation into Sun Fuqiang's family had yielded results. With Sun Yoji, a skilled demolisher, it was hardly surprising that the investigation progressed swiftly. Zhou Feng's suspicions about Sun Fuqiang arose from a previous meeting in the village where Sun Fuqiang had vehemently opposed the factory's establishment. Logically, even if he disagreed or had a conflict with Chun Jianqi, he should have at least shown some courtesy, given the respect owed to the commune director, Wu Yongfei. His behavior suggested a complete intention to sever any thoughts of establishing the factory. Coupled with the anxious demeanor of accountant Sun Fuguei during the meeting, Zhou Feng speculated that village funds might have been misappropriated, which prompted him to alert Chun Jianqi. Subsequently, Sun Fuqiang readily produced 1,500 yuan, which piqued Chun Jianqi's suspicion and initiated the investigation. This inquiry revealed that only over 300 yuan remained in the village's accounts, while more than 10,000 had vanished without a trace. Chun Jianqi had never suspected Sun Fuqiang in this regard, dismissing their usual rivalry as mere pettiness, which led to his oversight. Now that the money was discovered missing, the militia swiftly detained Sun Fuguei. A coward at heart, Sun Fuguei, upon realizing he was exposed and unable to conceal the truth, confessed everything, revealing that it was his brother Sun Fuqiang who had siphoned off the funds to benefit their elder brother Sun Fuquan. Ensuring that Sun Yuquan could smoothly assume the position of the chief of the Hongshe Commune Police Station. Once Sun Yuquan became the chief, it would be easy for him to extract some profits from the Hongshe Commune, planning to patch the hole later, never anticipating that the truth would surface so quickly. After uncovering the truth, Chun Jianqi and Zhou Feng conferred and unanimously decided to publicly state that Sun Fuguei was sent out for procurement, intending to address the situation after the opening of Zhongfeng Electronics. Little did they know, while they were not in a hurry, Sun Fuqiang was growing impatient and ordered Sun Yuquan to arrest Zhou Feng. This set off a chain of subsequent events. When Zhou Feng and Tian Xiushan arrived at the village committee, not only was Chun Jinshi present, but also Wu Yongfei. Both appeared somewhat haggard, suggesting they had not slept well the previous night. Chun Jinshi looked at Zhou Feng with a bitter smile. Xiao Feng, I truly feel ashamed. I initially thought the village's loss of over 10,000 yuan was humiliating enough, but I never expected to uncover a whole bunch of gluttons. These scoundrels began their thievery during the production team era, and to date, they have embezzled at least 100,000 yuan into their pockets. This is the hard-earned money of our fellow villagers. As he spoke, tears streamed down Chun Jinshi's face. Life in Kaoshan had been exceedingly difficult, especially during the production team era, where starvation was commonplace. Yet these individuals feasted to their hard-as content. Zhou Feng, while already aware that the sum could be significant, was nonetheless taken aback by the amount. 100,000. How could they be so audacious? Wu Yongfei patted Chun Jinshi on the shoulder and remarked, Comrade Zhou Feng, I appreciate your alertness, which has prevented these rascals from continuing their carefree existence. They shall never escape justice in this lifetime. What we need to do next is learn from this experience and swiftly elevate the living standards of our fellow villagers. I pondered over this last night. Since our antenna factory is now on the agenda and set to open today, I will devise a strategy for sales channels. This afternoon, I will head to the city to establish connections with the supply and marketing cooperative in Anong City. Once we gain a solid footing, we can gradually expand into other regional markets. As long as we successfully establish the antenna factory, life in Kaoshan will improve day by day. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng developed a newfound respect for Wu Yongfei. Although somewhat stubborn, he was indeed a good official genuinely concerned about the welfare of the common people. Zhou Feng smiled and shook his head. Director Wu, that won't be necessary. Wu Yongfei and Chun Jinshi exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, as they had expected him to be quite excited, not to outright refuse. Chun Jinshi, somewhat irritated, said, Xiao Feng, this is not the time for stubbornness. Opening up sales channels is our priority. Wu Yongfei regarded Zhou Feng with a serious expression. Thinking that if Zhou Feng's refusal stemmed from his previous distrust, he had misjudged the character of this young man. Someone so impulsive could hardly manage a factory well. Zhou Feng, however, offered no further explanation. Noticing the time was already past 9, he understood that once the individuals arrived, everything would become clear. He led both men directly to the factory. Tian Xiushan counted the number of attendees. All the workers who had signed contracts were present, and he arranged for the prepared red banners to be hung and the purchased firecrackers to be strung up high. The warehouse had long been cleaned to perfection under Tian Xiushan's direction and now appeared somewhat empty. Not only the workers came to work, but essentially all villagers from Kaoshan had gathered. Following the division of land, it was the first time the village committee had attracted such a crowd, and the atmosphere was bustling. Today, the hottest topic of discussion was not the opening of Zhou Feng Electronics, but rather the incident involving the Sun Fuqiang brothers. Many had witnessed Wu Yongfei dispatching individuals to take the two brothers away, and rumors were circulating widely. Now that everyone was gathered, they naturally had to discuss it thoroughly. Without an official announcement, all sorts of speculations abounded. Chun Jinshi observed the scene with some sentimentality, uncertain if it was age that made him appreciate such lively gatherings. While some were joyful, others were anxious. The workers participating in the opening glanced at the empty factory with unease. Although contracts had been signed, to them, it was merely a piece of paper. Without funds, it was of little use. The factory was devoid of anything. How could they commence operations? They were there to work, but what exactly were they supposed to do? The onlooking villagers also noted the empty factory, and some began to jeer, suggesting, just standing here should earn us some money. The moment these words were spoken, laughter erupted throughout the village committee. A significant portion of the crowd consisted of those whom Tian Xiushan had turned away. Naturally, they felt displeased about not being able to secure jobs at the factory. At this moment, the atmosphere was lively, and no one could resist the allure of the scene. As people began to show their support, each individual with a distinctive flair eagerly voiced their thoughts, vying for attention in the most captivating manner. However, Zhou Feng remained undistracted by this crowd, exuding an air of calmness, while the workers grew increasingly uneasy within. Just then, a group of mischievous children shouted from atop the wall, "Look over there. What is that? It's a large automobile. So many large automobiles. And there are small cars too." Chapter 34. A grand opening. All eyes were drawn to the children's exclamations. Looking outside, one could see 2 Volga sedans followed by a procession of 10 liberation trucks approaching from the distance. Under the astonished gaze of the villagers, the vehicles made their way directly into the courtyard of the village committee. Each truck bore vibrant red slogans. Warm congratulations on the grand opening of Zhou Feng Electronics Factory. The spectacle left the villagers in awe. When had so many vehicles ever graced their village? The children, like discovering new toys, gathered around the cars, poking and prodding, their shouts filling the air. As the occupants of the sedans emerged, Wu Yongfei's jaw dropped in surprise. County Chief Qiubua and Li Daochong, the director of the Qian factory, were present. Having seen them at the commune yesterday, Wu Yongfei had assumed they were visiting Suan Fuquan, never considering the possibility of their connection to Zhou Feng. Now, it seemed that Zhou Feng shared a significant rapport with these two. Zhou Feng beckoned Wu Yongfei and Chen Jianxia to come forward and greet the guests. As the head of the commune, Wu Yongfei naturally took the lead, allowing Zhou Feng to remain in the background. They exchanged warm handshakes and pleasantries. After a brief exchange, Li Daochong smiled at Zhou Feng and remarked, "Brother, I've brought everything you requested. I even borrowed 10 equipment operators for a day of training." Zhou Feng was genuinely astonished. This would save him a considerable amount of effort. With a mysterious smile, Li Daochong waved his hand, commanding, "Unloading." Tian Xiushan also called upon the workers to assist. However, as the unloading commenced, Zhou Feng noticed something amiss. One by one, brand new lathes and cutting machines were being offloaded. Zhou Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Qiubua let out a hearty laugh and patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder. Li Daochong has truly put in a tremendous effort. They reconfigured and refurbished all the equipment, even repaired leftover parts for you. Plus, they brought 10 testing televisions specifically for antenna adjustments. Zhou Feng felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He had initially planned to spend several days fine-tuning the second-hand equipment, but now it could be put to immediate use. Coupled with the training from seasoned workers, Zhou Feng Electronics would soon commence production. The televisions, which he had previously borrowed from Li Daochong with some trepidation, now numbered 10, a delightful surprise. Zhou Feng embraced Li Daochong, words escaping him. Some sentiments are best left unspoken, etched in the heart instead. Initially, their collaboration might have been driven by mutual benefit, but now it blossomed into genuine camaraderie. Wu Yongfei and Chen Jianxia exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment. This was far beyond mere cordiality, transcending typical business relations. Once all equipment and materials were duly arranged, Zhou Feng noted that only 20 minutes remained. He gathered all the workers and invited Qiubua and Wu Yongfei to say a few words. Each spoke briefly before stepping down. Zhou Feng had intended to invite the old secretary to speak, but he respectfully declined, unwilling to overshadow Zhou Feng on this occasion, prompting Zhou Feng to relent. Finally, alongside Li Daochong, he approached the crowd to introduce himself. When the people learned that Li Daochong was the director of the renowned Qian state-owned factory, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Who could forget the televisions from Qian, coveted treasures that were hard to acquire even for the affluent? Now, the factory director had graced their humble mountain village, with the county chief and commune director present. The arrival of a state-owned factory director was unprecedented for Kaoshantuan. Li Daochong graciously congratulated Zhou Feng Electronics on its opening and lavished praise upon Zhou Feng, almost likening him to a celestial being descended to earth, leaving the villagers in a state of awe, significantly elevating their perception of him. He then revealed the most crucial announcement. A strategic partnership had been formed between Qian Factory and Zhou Feng Electronics, wherein Qian would oversee the sales of all products from Zhou Feng Electronics. This proclamation struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Even if Wu Yongfei and Chen Jianxia had their suspicions, hearing it confirmed by Li Daochong filled them with exhilaration. Collaborating with a state-owned enterprise was no trivial matter. Even with Wu Yongfei's connections, he would never dare to propose that a state-owned company assist in selling products from a small enterprise under his jurisdiction. How had Zhou Feng accomplished this? Wu Yongfei cast a resentful glance at Zhou Feng, realizing why this young man had dismissed his sales proposal. With Qian sales channel, his own plan paled in comparison. It dawned on him that Zhou Feng must have had access to Qian resources even before seeking him out. But why had he remained silent about it? Wu Yongfei was not naive. Observing the current scene, he understood that Zhou Feng distrusted the commune, fearing interference, which explained his reticence. This realization deepened the sorrow in Wu Yongfei's heart. In contrast, Chen Jianxia was elated, feeling as though he were soaring with joy, convinced of Zhou Feng's capabilities. At that moment, Zhou Feng had no time to tend to their feelings. Noticing Tian Xiushan signaling that they had 5 minutes left, he took the opportunity to speak casually. Until now, Tian Xiushan had been the face of the operation. This was Zhou Feng's first time addressing the workers as the head of Zhou Feng Electronics. He refrained from presenting corporate culture concepts that might feel out of place at this juncture and instead focused on the topic most pertinent to the workers, their compensation. He reiterated the promised salaries outlined in their contracts, igniting excitement among all present, who spontaneously erupted into applause that resonated through the air. In the crowd, Zhou Feng spotted Qin Guixiang and Tian Xiaoxia. Qin Guixiang's face shone with pride, while Tian Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Zhou Feng. As the applause subsided, Zhou Feng introduced the employee promotion mechanism. Outstanding employees would not only have the opportunity to earn bonuses, but also the chance to transition into management roles. Conversely, those who were lazy or deceitful would face salary reductions or even dismissal. This blend of incentives and consequences left all workers feeling both anxious and exhilarated. Finally, Zhou Feng announced that the Zhou Feng Electronics Factory would continue to recruit personnel, with any employment needs directly posted on the village committee's bulletin board for all to observe. This announcement sent the gathered villagers into a fervor, all applauding in unison. Noticing Tian Xiushan signaling that it was time to proceed, Zhou Feng wasted no words. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "I hereby declare the opening of the Hongshi Commune Zhou Feng Electronics Factory." As his words echoed, the sound of firecrackers erupted, marking the perfect conclusion of the opening ceremony. Once Zhou Feng and the workers commenced their training on the equipment, he enlisted Chen Jianxi to entertain Xiao Bo and others, while he discreetly pulled Wu Yongfei aside. After exchanging a few whispered words, Wu Yongfei's earlier despondency vanished, replaced by exhilaration, as he promptly entered the village committee office. Zhou Feng had previously provided Tian Xiushan with the production and processing requirements for the various components of the antennas, which posed no challenge for the seasoned carpenter. The primary difficulty lay in the factory's nascent stage. All the workers were but blank slates, necessitating considerable effort to educate them. Although there was the assistance of experienced workers borrowed from Li Daochang, it still required substantial effort to restore order to the chaotic scene. At noon, Qin Guixiang prepared a lavish luncheon at the village committee to entertain the leaders. Zhou Feng finally managed to extricate himself from his duties just before the meal commenced. After a few hurried bites, he candidly broached the subject of the integrated circuit production line, with all present eagerly awaiting the discussion. Chapter 35. The advantages of Futian County. Zhou Feng could entirely comprehend the fervor exhibited by Xiao Bo and others. Futian County, situated in a remote area characterized by hilly terrain, lacks vast expanses of arable land, and is devoid of mineral resources or oil awaiting extraction. Given such a dismal hand, forging a pathway forward undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge. They may not grasp the significance of chips in shaping the future world, nor understand why the nation is expending precious foreign exchange to introduce such a production line. However, they are acutely aware that once this integrated circuit production line is established in Futian, it will undoubtedly create numerous job opportunities, thereby opening a window for this remote mountainous region. With this sentiment in mind, their enthusiasm for the matter rivals that of Zhou Feng, who understands its intrinsic value. Zhou Feng directly submitted the proposal he drafted the previous night to Li Daochang, who then circulated it among others. Upon their review, silence enveloped the room, not because they could not comprehend it. Zhou Feng's writing was clear and straightforward. The silence stemmed from uncertainty regarding whether this could persuade the city's leadership. Perceiving their thoughts, Zhou Feng cleared his throat, and, once all attention was focused on him, spoke with a smile. "I do not possess any groundbreaking rhetoric to deliver a definitive verdict, but what is paramount in our endeavor is not the cards we hold, but rather the nature of their needs. We must use this as our foundation to align our advantages accordingly. Firstly, we must elucidate why the nation is investing heavily to import this technology. Among those present, Li Daochang holds the most authoritative voice on this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he shared his insights. The most direct reason for introducing this production line is the demand for color televisions. Although this production line encompasses a broad spectrum of processes, its primary focus is on the production of bipolar circuit boards, specifically to support color televisions. The domestic demand for televisions has surged explosively, and reliance on imported circuit boards and cathode ray tubes has severely hindered the development pace of the domestic television industry. The cathode ray tube production line was imported several years prior. Now, it is time for the circuit boards. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement with Li Daochang's assessment and added, "Currently, the nation's foreign exchange reserves are not particularly robust, and the goal of domesticating color televisions is not solely to satisfy the domestic market. If I am not mistaken, the government is undoubtedly aiming for future foreign exchange generation. Although this process may be lengthy, leveraging our domestic advantages, it will inevitably be achieved in due time. That is the essence of investment. Furthermore, this production line is capable not only of producing bipolar circuit boards, but also MOS integrated circuits, thus extending its utility beyond just color televisions." Zhou Feng's statement caught Li Daochang off guard. As the director of Factory 712, he had primarily focused on television-related matters and had not considered other avenues. The significance of chips extends beyond the electronic products we currently recognize, such as televisions, washing machines, and tape recorders, to include satellites launched in recent years and certain smart weapons. In recent years, discussions have predominantly centered around the United States laser-guided missiles, which utilize chips to enhance their targeting capabilities. Hundreds of unguided bombs may fail to hit the Nan-Monkey Bridge, yet a single laser-guided missile can obliterate it. This exemplifies the value of chips. Zhou Feng's words ignited a stir among the attendees. They were aware of the uproar caused by the introduction of the United States laser-guided missiles, yet they were largely uninformed about the underlying principles. It was only today that they grasped the substantial role played by the diminutive chip. Wu Yongfei, however, appeared astounded. Due to familial circumstances, he possessed a deeper understanding of this historical context than anyone else present. He recalled how his father had been thrilled by this development for quite some time. Those who have experienced war know that a skilled artilleryman is a prized asset in the military. Now, the United States has transformed every soldier into a sharpshooter through the use of a mere circuit board, which is both astonishing and alarming. Moreover, given its low cost, it allows for the rapid enhancement of every bomb's precision at minimal expense, ensuring relentless pursuit of the target until destruction is achieved. Yet, Wu Yongfei pondered why a farmer like Zhou Feng would be privy to such knowledge. Zhou Feng noted Wu Yongfei's confusion, but felt no obligation to explain, nor did he desire to. If it were not for the emergence of this production line, he would never engage in such ostentatious behavior. However, circumstances left him no choice. Therefore, I can assert with certainty that the introduction of this production line also serves as a testing ground for our new weapon research, aimed at advancing domestic integrated circuit development and accumulating experience and technology. Qiu Bo, however, grew increasingly perplexed. He found Zhou Feng's conclusion rather surprising, realizing that the project's significance far exceeded their initial assessment. Did this not make it even more challenging to secure? Comrade Zhou Feng, do your statements correlate with our ability to acquire this project? Zhou Feng confidently nodded, saying, "Of course they do. You can examine the first point of my proposal, geographical advantages. Who claims that the well-connected Jiangnan possesses geographical superiority? I believe our impoverished mountainous region is the true advantage. Consider our existing air raid shelters. The reason for their extensive excavation is to preemptively mitigate potential threats. If this area possesses military value, we must account for the potential sabotage by enemy agents and foreign powers. Would you not agree that this is a significant advantage?" Qiu Bo found himself enlightened by Zhou Feng's analysis, finally understanding the intent behind his discourse. Wu Yongfei, however, furrowed his brow. "Zhou Feng, while we may not be the only impoverished mountainous region, is this advantage perhaps a bit tenuous?" Li Daochang, standing nearby, clarified with a smile, pointing to himself. "Director Wu, if we were solely importing for military needs, we might lack an advantage, but that is a latent factor. The current priority is to support color televisions, is it not? After all, Factory 712 is home to the country's first color production line, right here in Fujian." Wu Yongfei smacked his forehead, chastising himself for overlooking the invaluable insights of Li Daochang. With this realization, the atmosphere among the group shifted to one of excitement. The more they analyzed, the more they perceived hope for Fujian. The realization that such a substantial project could directly stimulate local economic development invigorated them. Zhou Feng, however, refrained from unbridled optimism and interrupted the spirited discussions. "It is not as simple as it seems. Given the substantial investment in this project, a hasty decision regarding its location is out of the question. Our endeavor, At best, serves merely to open a door for the higher-ups to take notice. Further efforts are indeed required. Zhou Feng candidly articulated his thoughts, emphasizing the necessity to consider the advantages of the industrial belt. The primary reason Jiangnan secured this project in a previous life was its capacity to stimulate the development of the surrounding electronics industry. This time, Anong must strive in that same direction to intercept the opportunity. While it is certain that in future generations it will be impossible to rival Jiangnan's manufacturing prowess in the 1980s, the electronic sector in the north was indeed on par with that of other regions. The crucial factor lies in our ability to amalgamate these strengths and integrate resources effectively. Ultimately, each individual is contemplating the role they can play in this project. Qiu Bo slammed his hand on the table with a resounding clap, causing it to shake. Damn it, I am determined to secure this project. I will approach the city officials, and if they do not agree, I will take my belongings and reside in their office. Chapter 36. Many hands make light work. Upon hearing the proposal, a wave of amusement washed over the group. It was evident that initiating efforts at this particular juncture was somewhat belated, and conventional paths could not be tread. Qiu Bo's remarks served as a catalyst, igniting fresh perspectives among them. Should this project be established in Futian, the 7th 1-2 factory would undoubtedly emerge as the primary beneficiary. Li Daochong could not possibly stand idly by while Qiu Bo led the charge. Thus, while the municipal government entrusted matters to old Qiu, I would tackle issues pertaining to industrial development. Over the next few days, I would reach out to familiar state-owned enterprises, urging them to mobilize their support. With their endorsement, the momentum from Anong City would surely intensify. Upon witnessing the affirmations from both gentlemen, Wu Yongfei, not wishing to be left behind, recognized that for Qiu Bo and Li Daochong, securing the project in Futian was paramount. His ambition was to bring this golden opportunity back to Hangzhou Commune. Lacking the leverage to make such a demand would be foolish. Although the thought of the old man's stoic expression was somewhat daunting, he resolved to assert, I, Wu Yongfei, may not possess many talents, but I do have some connections. I will return to Beijing in the next few days to see if I can facilitate some upper-level relations. We must maintain open communication and expedite the realization of this matter. Upon hearing Wu Yongfei's declaration, Li Daochong was taken aback, while Qiu Bo, with a smile, enlightened him about Wu Yongfei's familial background, leaving Li Daochong astounded. Wu Yongfei, however, remained unfazed. He had never sought to conceal his lineage, nor did he boast about it. In this critical moment, leveraging connections was a strategic necessity. Nonetheless, he issued a serious caveat. Once this project is secured, it must be placed in our Hangzhou Commune. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to withdraw my support. The group erupted in laughter at Wu Yongfei's earnest, yet humorous demeanor. His statement was part jest, part seriousness. Should they indeed succeed in securing the project, Hangzhou would undoubtedly be the prime location. However, one must always prepare for the unexpected. Thus he sought to preemptively set expectations. Observing Chen Jianxi's anxious demeanor, Zhou Feng understood that the elder sought benefits for Kaoshan Tun, but lacked sufficient bargaining chips. He chuckled and remarked, what I can offer is strategic counsel. If there are uncertainties, feel free to call the village committee. Ultimately, the success of this endeavor relies on our esteemed elders. In the coming days, I will accompany Secretary Chen to scout nearby areas for a suitable site for the factory, creating a preliminary plan to eliminate any remaining obstacles to the project's realization. Chen Jianxi nodded eagerly, appreciating Zhou Feng's comprehensive approach. The notion of site selection for the factory was somewhat trivial, as arable land was scarce, yet there were ample locations within the commune suitable for construction. Zhou Feng's intent was merely to convey that Kaoshan Tun also sought a share of this opportunity. He did not wish to devise strategies only to be cast aside when it came time to reap the rewards. His actions were aimed at assuaging Chen Jianxi's concerns, and he felt no trepidation about it. No one opposed Zhou Feng's idea. After all, he was the mastermind behind this initiative, and their interests aligned harmoniously. Thus, under this congenial atmosphere, divisions of labor and profit sharing were amicably concluded. The individuals present were all proactive, with Qiu Bo and Li Daochong heading to the city that afternoon, while Wu Yongfei returned to the commune, making arrangements to board a train to Beijing the following morning. Zhou Feng, alongside Tian Qiushan, busied himself with factory matters. After 3 days of training, the first batch of 100 antennas had been produced and tested, and the workers had begun to acclimate. Zhou Feng organized the 100 workers into 4 teams: parts processing, pipe cutting, assembly and debugging, and packaging. Each team was assigned a leader, and as they continued to refine their processes, the Zhou Feng electronics factory commenced formal production. Following the initiation of production, the factory was capable of outputting approximately 500 antennas daily. Based on Zhou Feng's estimations, within 1 to 2 months, with continual familiarity and optimization of the production process, daily output could soar to 1,000 units. With the current output of 500 units, the monthly production would amount to 15,000 units. Due to a redesign of the antennas, the materials used were significantly more robust compared to Zhou Feng's previous endeavors. The material cost per unit was around 5 yuan, while the allocation of utilities and wages amounted to approximately 1 yuan per product. Each antenna was sold to the 7th factory at a factory price of 12 yuan, resulting in a daily profit of 3,000 yuan for Zhou Feng Electronics, translating to 90,000 yuan monthly. This was merely the beginning. Once workers became proficient in production, with fixed costs remaining constant and output increasing, monthly profits could reach 200,000 yuan. Although this profit was anticipated, it still came as a pleasant surprise. It also allowed for some margin of profit for the 7th factory. If Zhou Feng Electronics were to operate independently, the profit margins could be even more staggering. However, Zhou Feng anticipated that this period of unimpeded sales would not last long, at most a year or two. The immediate priority was to capture market share and establish initial capital accumulation, preparing for product upgrades once competitors emerged. Given this progress, Zhou Feng could certainly afford to hire on a larger scale, yet he chose to exercise caution. Planning to create a buzz for Zhou Feng Electronics following the release of the first batch of products and the distribution of salaries, subsequently launching a recruitment drive. Moreover, the current constraint on rapid expansion was not the workforce, but rather management personnel. Zhou Feng aimed to refine the management system during this period, allowing managers some time to adapt. Otherwise, reckless expansion would undoubtedly sow the seeds of future complications. Cultivating a cadre of competent managers would be crucial for the future ascent of this small village. He also sought to use this opportunity to invigorate the workers' enthusiasm, aspiring to make Zhou Feng Electronics a coveted workplace for every resident of Hongsha Commune, with intentions to gradually expand its influence. Zhou Feng convened a meeting with Chen Jianxi, Tian Xiushan, and Tian Xiulin, primarily to elucidate his plans in detail. Tian Xiulin was invited to oversee the finances, while Sun Fugui, upon joining, also took on the role of accountant for Kaoshan Tan. However, the coordination with the 7th factory and procurement of raw materials remained under the purview of Tian Xiushan, as this aspect was best entrusted to his future father-in-law. His invitation to Tian Xiulin stemmed from good intentions. However, he did not wish for his esteemed master to succumb to temptation and err, especially considering the substantial sum involved. He had no desire to use this as a test of human nature. Tian Xiushan was indeed preoccupied, busily engaged in a whirlwind of activities, yet his mental state remained exceptionally positive. Zhou Feng had tasked him with the urgent cultivation of talent, gradually extricating him from the burdensome minutiae of daily affairs. Chen Jianxi was taken aback upon learning that Zhou Feng intended to conduct a second recruitment by the end of the month. With a hint of excitement, he inquired, "Xiao Feng, how many individuals can we recruit this time?" The recent flourishing of Zhou Feng Electronics had silenced the skeptics who once claimed the enterprise would not endure. Many had approached him, eager to inquire about opportunities within the factory, all of whom he had turned away. Now, upon hearing this news, he could hardly contain his anticipation. He could easily envision that if this information were to spread, the doors of the village committee might well be besieged, who would not desire a stable job amidst such a remote and impoverished locale. Chapter 37. Overcoming the project's greatest shortcomings. The success of this project hinges on my uncle's plan. We intend to cultivate workers through a model where experienced laborers mentor newcomers, allowing for an unlimited number of apprentices. Tian Xiushan was taken aback when Zhou Feng passed the responsibility to him. After careful consideration, he provided an answer. An experienced worker can mentor 2 apprentices, and following the current trend, we anticipate being able to recruit around 100 individuals by the end of the month, which would also enable us to utilize the idle equipment. However, space at the factory is becoming a constraint. Upon hearing this, the old village secretary excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent. You need not worry about the factory's space. I will contact the commune and have them demolish the village committee's wall to expand westward. There is plenty of wasteland available. We can build as large as we desire. Zhou Feng couldn't help but smile at this prospect. The advantage of collective enterprises during this period is that acquiring land can be completed with a mere directive, requiring no financial expenditure, truly a benefit of the times. Just as Zhou Feng and his associates were gearing up to embark on a grand venture, Li Daochong and Xiao Bo arrived at Kaoshantan. Inside the village branch office, Li Daochong, appearing weary, sat down and took a sip of tea before speaking. Xiao Feng, after several days of discussions with old Xiao, the city has shown considerable interest in this matter. They have already contacted the National Ministry of Commerce, and a meeting will be held in a few days for further deliberation. Zhou Feng couldn't help but commend Li Daochong and his team's efficiency. The pace was remarkably swift. However, before he could revel in the news, Xiao Bo interjected. Our interference has come to the attention of Jiangnan, and their response has been quite intense. Recently, Wu Yongfei called to inform us that the situation aligns closely with your suspicions. The approval of this project is influenced by military considerations, and upon completion, there will be associated development tasks. He also visited the leaders at the Ministry of Commerce, who indicated that while they recognize our advantages and, in principle, we have a chance, their hesitance stems primarily from our lack of foundational support. Zhou Feng quickly grasped the situation, having anticipated this obstacle, namely, the scarcity of talent. The Qi Air factory specializes in television production and lacks a significant pool of personnel in integrated circuits. The production line for integrated circuits is highly technical. Establishing it requires expertise not only in construction, but also in mastering the technology from Japan during the building process. This is the crux of the matter. However, cultivating such talent is not a short-term endeavor and represents a significant shortcoming. Without addressing this issue, any advantages we possess will be rendered futile. The state is unlikely to invest billions in foreign currency on a gamble. What did Director Wu have to say? His assurance is that he can ensure a relatively fair competitive environment with Jiangnan. However, relying on internal maneuvers is not feasible. He is also constrained and has discussed this with me. He is currently in talks with the 744 factory in Beijing to see if they can provide some talent. Li Daochong frowned, not opposed to collaborating with the 744 factory, yet recognizing that it is a well-established state-owned entity with considerable bureaucracy, making it somewhat difficult to engage. Zhou Feng understood Li Daochong's concerns. He was aware that the 744 factory had been established with assistance from the Soviet Union in 1956 and was once the largest transistor factory in Asia. His skepticism regarding collaboration with the 744 factory stemmed from the belief that their technical personnel were not up to par. While they may have been competent in the 1960s, more than 2 decades had passed, and their glory had faded. Relying on the 744 factory as a bargaining chip seemed challenging. Zhou Feng shook his head and addressed Li Daochong, stating, "The approach is misguided. The 744 factory does not hold significant value for us at this point, and negotiations with them will not yield results in the short term. They cannot serve as our leverage. Brotherly, this matter requires your involvement. If this project is to be managed by Qi Air, your timely communication with Director Wu is crucial for decision-making." Li Daochong nodded, acknowledging the importance of his presence in any collaborative discussions. Relying solely on Wu Yongfei to relay messages would only delay progress. Which direction do you think we should pursue? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "If we are solely focused on talent, we're better to seek assistance than universities. Brotherly, you should have Director Wu explore connections at the universities, particularly with Huking and Jingda. Securing one of these institutions for talent acquisition will resolve our issues." Li Daochong was taken aback. "Are you certain that the experts from universities can assist us? Do they possess practical experience?" Zhou Feng replied, "Brotherly, do not underestimate them. When it comes to practical experience, can we find anyone in the country with hands-on experience like those from Japan's production line? Once we bring them in, Japan will certainly send personnel to assist in the setup. Our goal is to absorb as much knowledge as possible from them. At this juncture, theoretical understanding surpasses outdated practical experience." While Zhou Feng expressed this confidently, he harbored a clear understanding of the situation. In his previous life as an electronics engineer, he often questioned what domestic researchers were doing as foreign entities imposed various restrictions. It wasn't until he delved into the history of the semiconductor industry that he realized, during the 1980s, domestic semiconductor research, though not leading, was also not lagging. The first distributed lithography machine was developed by the United States in 1978 with a precision of 3 microns. Merely 2 years later, in 1980, Hucking University had developed the fourth generation of distributed projection lithography technology, positioning it as a world leader. However, in the subsequent years, while we focused more on research, we failed to industrialize like other countries. Japanese companies thrived in the electronics sector, leveraging integrated circuits to capitalize on products such as portable music players, gaming consoles, and cameras. The United States, through integrated circuit advancements, developed personal computers and smartphones that dominated the globe. They completed the large-scale development of integrated circuits ahead of others, providing superior quality at lower prices. Meanwhile, domestically, progress relied heavily on government initiatives, and slow steps, compounded by restrictions on technology imports, led to an awkward predicament in later years. Zhou Feng's intention to establish a connection with universities extends far beyond merely fulfilling the current production line project. It is primarily aimed at preparing for future enhancements of the production line. The universities lack experimental grounds, while the factories are in dire need of technology. Upon arriving in this era, Zhou Feng envisioned propelling the rapid development of integrated circuits through commercialization. However, due to policy constraints, he finds himself unable to pursue this endeavor independently. In seeking collaboration on such a monumental project as an integrated circuit production line, the notion of personal investment seems utterly fanciful. Thus, he must rely on Qi Yi to take the first step. Li Daochong, having discerned the crux of the matter, refrains from rushing into action. Instead, he instructs Chun Jianqi to issue a letter of introduction to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng is taken aback, realizing that this move would directly involve the strategic advisor in the matter, and hastily expresses that the Zhongfeng electronics factory has just commenced production and cannot afford to be absent. Yet, Li Daochong pays no heed to what Zhou Feng perceives as trivialities. He simply states, if you wish to secure the project at Kaoshantan, then clarify your responsibilities and accompany me. Chapter 38. The hostility of the professor from Jingda. Before Zhou Feng could express his thoughts, Chun Jianqi confidently proclaimed, rest assured, everything at home will be managed by me. Should anyone dare to cause trouble while you are away, I shall deal with him severely. Qiu Bo also chimed in. Chen Jishu, you can act boldly. Old Qiu will back you up. Thus, Zhou Feng was somewhat bewilderingly ushered into a vehicle by Li Daochong, who took him to the commune and the county to have his introductory letters stamped. The Volga sedan then sped towards the capital. They departed in the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, and reached Beijing at approximately 3 in the morning. After hastily finding a guest house to catch a few hours of sleep, they were awakened early the next morning by a knock on the door from Wu Yongfei. Li Daochong was already dressed and waiting at the door, while Wu Yongfei appeared with red-rimmed eyes, evidently having not rested well during this period. You really sleep deeply. I've been knocking for half an hour. Zhou Feng chuckled at these two comrades who seemed to be filled with fervor. Take it easy, or by the time the revolution succeeds, you may find yourselves unable to contribute. Wu Yongfei shot him a glare, increasingly convinced that Zhou Feng was far more cunning than he appeared. He pondered if Zhou Feng might truly possess an extraordinary ability to grasp the world's affairs without stepping outside. Let us hurry and have a meal. I have an appointment with Professor Wang Yang from the physics department at Jingda at 8 o'clock. His schedule is extremely tight, and I had to rely on many connections to secure this meeting. Zhou Feng admired Wu Yongfei, recognizing that he had not embarrassed the second generation of the Red Army. After all, Professor Wang Yang was a luminary in the domestic semiconductor industry. The ability to arrange such a meeting in such a short time was a testament to his extensive network. At the Semiconductor Research Laboratory of Jingda, the three of them waited nearly an hour before finally meeting Professor Wang Yang. So, you must be Xiao Wu. Speak, what brings you here? The professor's opening words caused the group to furrow their brows slightly. Not due to any lack of warmth in his demeanor, as they were not there to seek favors, but rather because his icy attitude was perplexing, especially given that they had never met before. Zhou Feng attributed this to the professor's immersion in his research, leading him to be reluctant to engage with others. Wu Yongfei, however, was not one to impose his warmth upon a cold demeanor and didn't wish to engage in pleasantries. Although they were in need of assistance, this also represented a significant opportunity for the university, and elevating their status too highly could hinder future collaboration. Professor Wang, allow me to introduce these two gentlemen from our state-owned Qi Air factory. We are looking to establish a production line for integrated circuits in Anong and wish to discuss potential collaboration with you. Upon hearing their intentions, Wang Yang's already frosty demeanor dropped another degree. Xiao Wu, Research cannot be approached with opportunism. It requires a steady and methodical approach. If I am not mistaken, Qi Air Factory is involved in television manufacturing, correct? Pursuing integrated circuits now seems rather reckless. Wu Yongfei was nearly choked by the bluntness of this opening remark. He had never anticipated such a response. Before he could respond, Wang Yang continued, Xiao Wu, you are aware of the current situation in our country. Every penny is scrutinized. And do you understand the significance of a full-chain integrated circuit production line? If you wish to pursue something, there are countless industries to choose from. Integrated circuits are decidedly unsuitable. Wu Yongfei felt his blood pressure rising rapidly. In his 30-plus years, he had never relied on his family's influence for any endeavor. After returning home, he had faced a reprimand from his father, but upon understanding the circumstances, he had unexpectedly received support. To finally secure a meeting with an industry titan only to be met with such disdain left him questioning if he was indeed jesting with a national project. Sensing the situation spiraling, Zhou Feng discreetly pressed down on Wu Yongfei's arm and initiated a conversation with Wang Yang. They moved away from discussing collaboration, instead engaging in a brief exchange of insights regarding the development of the semiconductor industry, which seemed to soften Wang Yang's expression. As time was running short, he ultimately escorted the two out of Jingda. Once outside, Wu Yongfei could no longer contain his frustration. What does Professor Wang Yang mean by that? We came here to collaborate, yet he lectured us instead. It infuriates me. He then pointed to his own face, questioning, do I really look like a second-generation heir? Zhou Feng and Li Daochang nearly burst into laughter. Brother Wu, this isn't your fault. It's just our bad luck. Wu Yongfei pressed further. What do you mean? Zhou Feng explained. Professor Wang clearly understands the significance of the integrated circuit production line project and is aware of our Qi Air Factory. His immediate coldness suggests a prior collaboration with Jiangnan Radio Factory. Moreover, given the current situation, it seems our competitors have likely spoken favorably about us in front of Professor Wang. Li Daochang and Wu Yongfei fell silent. Realizing Zhou Feng's deduction was likely accurate, Zhou Feng sighed. It seems they anticipated our strategy and preemptively sought to undermine our efforts. Li Daochang cursed under his breath. Damn, they even set us up before we arrived. My greatest fear now is that the entire industry will label us as unworthy of our pursuits. Wu Yongfei furrowed his brow deeply, finding the situation unexpectedly daunting. What should we do now? It seems difficult to break through with other universities also establishing their presence first, and we cannot afford to waste any more time. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, Brother Wu, can you get me into Huaqing? With conventional routes proving ineffective, they had no choice but to explore alternative paths. Given the strict campus management at universities, Zhou Feng could not infiltrate on his own and had to rely on Wu Yongfei's ingenuity. Getting you in is feasible, but what do you plan to do once inside? That is not your concern. I'll give it a try. You continue to communicate with Brother Li about other universities, and we shall act separately. Wu Yongfei was highly efficient, and by the afternoon, Zhou Feng had acquired a temporary visitor's pass, allowing him to enter Huaqing's campus smoothly. Although this was not Zhou Feng's first visit to Huaqing, he found the academic atmosphere of the 1980s to be more vibrant compared to later years, with students frequently seen engrossed in their books. He took his time, visiting several renowned landmarks before heading to his intended destination, the Microelectronics Research Institute of Huaqing University. Zhou Feng had previously visited this place, though its scale had since expanded several-fold. If he were to choose a university for collaboration, Huaqing University would undoubtedly be his first choice. Although Huaqing may not have been the pioneer in semiconductor research, it undoubtedly stands as one of the most fruitful institutions in this field. Without delving into the intricacies of photolithography machines, it is worth noting that the telephone IC cards and the chips used in the second-generation identity cards are both products of Huaqing's research endeavors. It can be said that this work has indirectly transformed people's lives, which is the true essence of research's value. Zhou Feng waited at the entrance for a considerable time, observing students gradually entering the building, and he followed the flow into the classroom. He found a corner and settled down. Before long, an elderly man with graying hair ascended the podium. Zhou Feng did not recognize him initially, but upon hearing his name, familiarity washed over him. Professor Wei Hongjun, the very author of the integrated circuit manufacturing processes and equipment that Zhou Feng had previously studied. Chapter 39. How would you illustrate a circuit diagram? After merely 5 minutes, Zhou Feng found himself the subject of numerous glances from his classmates. He was not so self-absorbed as to believe his allure was the reason for their attention. At this moment, it had become fashionable to audit classes, yet this certainly did not extend to specialized courses in semiconductors, which were far too technical. Zhou Feng felt utterly out of place. Even Wei Hongjun on the podium had cast a few curious glances in his direction. He had prepared himself for potential inquiries from Professor Wei, yet to his surprise, the professor paid him no mind, allowing him to eavesdrop from the corner. However, Zhou Feng's perception of Professor Wei underwent a profound transformation within a mere 10 minutes. Contrary to his expectations that the lecture would largely consist of rote recitations of theories from the 1970s, he realized he had underestimated Professor Wei, a prominent figure in the domestic semiconductor field with a deep understanding of current global semiconductor technologies and achievements. As Zhou Feng pondered this, Professor Wei promptly distributed a stack of papers. Classmates, in our previous sessions, we discussed several influential microprocessors currently impacting the world. Today, we will assess your learning outcomes. You have 20 minutes to sketch the working principle diagram of any microprocessor within the framework provided. Zhou Feng was taken aback. He had no idea what had been covered in the prior classes. He gently tapped the chair of a girl seated in front of him. When she turned around, he was momentarily struck by her pleasant appearance, which inexplicably sparked a sense of familiarity within him, though he could not recall where he had encountered her before. Nevertheless, her tone was rather unwelcoming. "Is there something you need?" Zhou Feng quickly dismissed the idea of inquiring about the course content. It was irrelevant as he was not there to take an exam, merely to capture Professor Wei's attention. Could I borrow a pen?" he asked, feeling somewhat awkward for attending a class without even bringing a writing instrument. The girl looked at him as though he were foolish, her eyes reflecting a mix of skepticism and wariness, evidently viewing him as someone with ulterior motives disguised as an auditor. "No," she retorted, flipping her ponytail dismissively and turning back. Zhou Feng felt utterly deflated, but just then, a boy in the front row turned to him. "Here, take this." Zhou Feng gratefully accepted the pencil offered, which still bore an eraser at the tip. "Thank you very much," he expressed his appreciation. "It's nothing," the boy replied nonchalantly, though the girl shot him a disapproving glare. Seemingly displeased with his act of lending a pen, Zhou Feng could not help but reflect on the eccentricities present even in a prestigious institution like Huaqing, entertaining a moment of self-satisfaction. If this girl looked like that, one could only imagine how stunning she would be if she resembled Xiaoxia. Upon receiving the exam paper, Zhou Feng contemplated briefly before swiftly putting pen to paper. While his classmates laid down their pens after a mere 10 minutes, he continued to write fervently. The rhythmic scratching of his pencil drew attention, prompting the girl to glance back at his paper. With a frown, she remarked, "If you cannot do it, there's no need to show off. You were asked to draw the principal diagram, and what you have here is a circuit diagram." Zhou Feng did not pause his writing but retorted, "What does it matter to you?" Her face flushed with indignation. She raised her voice. "You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin." All eyes in the classroom turned toward them, and Professor Wei furrowed his brow, having already noticed Zhou Feng's presence. As long as he did not disrupt the class, he had little desire to intervene, but now he felt compelled to inquire, "What is going on here?" Zhou Feng inwardly cursed his luck. Why did he have to share the same surname? "Teacher." This rude class auditor was ignoring my kind reminder that he made a mistake. "You asked for a principal diagram, and he provided a circuit diagram. Not only did he fail to appreciate my help, but he also spoke disrespectfully." Zhou Feng had just completed his drawing and silently lamented that Zhou Tong was quite adept at reporting others. He politely returned the pen to the boy and expressed his thanks once more. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Professor Wei did not appear angry. Rather, he seemed intrigued. The distinction between a principal diagram and a circuit diagram was significant. To be able to draw a principal diagram of a circuit was no small feat, and he was well aware of his students' capabilities. Fewer than 5 could accurately depict a microprocessor's principal diagram. Yet this individual before him was certainly not one of them. Could he be from the neighboring Jing University? With this thought, Professor Wei directly pointed at Zhou Feng. "You there? Yes, you. Please bring your paper up for me to examine." At that moment, Zhou Feng genuinely felt grateful to Zhou Tong. He had been pondering how to attract Professor Wei's attention, and this unexpected assistance had propelled him into the spotlight. Confidently, he walked to the podium and handed his paper to Professor Wei. "Professor Wei, here is my exam paper." Upon receiving it, Professor Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed a comprehensive microprocessor circuit diagram. He could hardly conceal his surprise as he glanced at Zhou Feng. To complete such a detailed circuit diagram, so swiftly demonstrated an impressive level of comprehension and familiarity with microprocessors, prompting him to regard Zhou Feng with newfound respect. What is your name? Professor, I am Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng. Professor Wei confirmed he had never encountered that name before, but he pushed that thought aside, intent on examining the circuit diagram first. However, the longer he looked, the more astonished he became, ultimately donning his glasses to conduct a thorough study. Professor Wei's expressions fluctuated between furrowing his brow, surprise, and delight, leaving the entire class bewildered. Zhou Tong instinctively scoffed, whispering to a female classmate beside her, "This unknown character is in for a rough time. Professor Wei may appear affable, but he has a strong aversion toward those who lack diligence. If he gets angry, he can be quite formidable." Indeed, the last student who failed to submit their assignment was promptly expelled. Professor Wei continued his examination for over 20 minutes, far exceeding the class's scheduled end time. Yet, he remained silent, and not a single student dared to leave, all eyes fixed upon him. Finally, Professor Wei exhaled deeply, carefully placing the circuit diagram on his desk, and with palpable excitement asked, "Zhou Feng, have you applied for a patent for this circuit diagram?" After posing the question, he smacked his forehead in realization, mentally chastising himself for his oversight. Currently, there was no patent law in the country. The research outputs from their institution were typically protected through applications filed in Hong Kong, though these processes were often conducted discreetly. What I meant to ask was, would you like to apply for a patent? Zhou Feng found himself caught off guard by the inquiry. How could he not? His mind was brimming with thoughts about swiftly applying for intellectual property rights. However, the domestic environment rendered such applications impossible, and he was unable to travel abroad. During the 1980s, China's industrial foundation was exceedingly fragile. From the perspective of catching up with industrial powers, the most expedient method was to copy others' work. Thus, the initiation of intellectual property protection domestically during this period undoubtedly became a self-imposed constraint. Moreover, intellectual property was perceived as the most potent weapon employed by developed nations to uphold class disparities. It was around 1984 that legislation was enacted in China, marking the onset of an orderly patent era. Without patent protection, many countries would not engage in collaboration, leaving little choice. While the absence of patent protection facilitated our ability to replicate others' work, it equally allowed others to plagiarize our research findings without hindrance. Consequently, domestic universities sought patent protection through Hong Kong, thereby safeguarding their interests while not hindering our rapid development. Professor Wei, I certainly wish to pursue this, but I lack the proper channels. Chapter 40. The transformed chip. The exchange between the two individuals ignited a fervent discussion in the classroom, leaving everyone's faces marked with disbelief. A patent application? Wasn't that merely a depiction of an existing microprocessor circuit? Are you foolish enough to think one could patent something already in existence? Are you suggesting this individual has designed an entirely new microprocessor? Who is this person? The chatter in the classroom eventually brought Wei Hongjun back to reality. Noticing the time, he waved his hand. "Submit your papers. Class is dismissed." With his announcement, even the most inquisitive students reluctantly handed in their papers and exited the classroom one by one. Zhou Tong cast a skeptical glance at Zhou Feng, eager to discern what enchantment he had cast upon Professor Wei. Zhou Feng harbored no affection for this girl and did not spare her a glance. The boy who had borrowed a pen lingered after submitting his paper, approaching Zhou Feng and extending his hand. "Hello, Zhou Feng, my name is Zhao Wei. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hello. After Zhao Wei introduced himself, he prepared to leave, but Wei Hongjun called out to him. "Zhao Wei, wait a moment." Turning to Zhou Feng, he continued, "Zhao Wei is one of the most outstanding students of this cohort at Huaqing. I would like him to learn from you as well." Zhou Feng had no objections, as he was eager to connect with talented individuals from Huaqing. Noticing Zhao Wei curiously examining the circuit diagram on the desk, Zhou Feng directly handed it to him. Although this action could be seen as somewhat taboo, risking the potential theft of research outcomes, Zhou Feng was unperturbed, trusting in Professor Wei's integrity and discernment. Zhao Wei hesitated, glancing at Wei Hongjun, who nodded slightly, prompting him to take it and examine it closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became, ultimately wearing a face of sheer amazement. "What do you think?" Wei Hongjun inquired with a smile. Zhao Wei swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse as he exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive. Zhou Feng, did you design this?" Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, he hurriedly added, "I'm not doubting you, I'm simply astounded. I can't fathom how you, conceived this idea. Zhou Feng was unfazed. He understood Zhao Wei's sentiment, as he had reacted similarly upon first seeing the circuit diagram. With a serious demeanor, Wei Hongjun addressed Zhao Wei, saying, "Do not perceive this as an opportunistic venture. The semiconductor industry is evolving at a breathtaking pace. We have already fallen behind, and if we do not find ways to catch up, we will inevitably be left far behind by other nations." The microprocessor designed by Zhou Feng initially led me to believe it was Motorola S6800 architecture, but I soon realized the transistor count did not match. It was nearly half that of the 6800, with only about 500 transistors. I then considered it might be MOS technology S6502, yet I did not observe the decimal correction circuit that MOS patented. He has optimized that portion out. Do you understand the implications of this? Zhao Wei humbly shook his head. This means that as long as the patent for this chip is approved, we can produce it openly without paying MOS a single cent in royalties. And due to the removal of the decimal correction circuit, we can reduce costs to a minimum without compromising performance. The first chip that imitated the 6800 was called the 6501, but after being sued by Motorola and losing, it was redesigned to become the 6502, which is currently the best-selling microprocessor on the market. If my guess is correct, the cost of Zhou Feng's chip should be even lower than that of the 6502, and there would be no risk of infringement whatsoever. Only then did Zhao Wei fully grasp the value of this chip. He had initially seen the shadows of the 6800 and 6502 in the circuit diagram, but had not contemplated its significance. He had approached it from the developer's perspective rather than evaluating its worth from a commercial standpoint. Zhou Feng, however, regarded Professor Wei with renewed respect. He had been concerned that this renowned scholar might accuse him of plagiarism, but it seemed his anxieties were unfounded. This design was not solely Zhou Feng's creation. It was an embodiment of the craftsmanship spirit that had made adjustments to the 6502, skillfully avoiding exorbitant patent fees and facilitating the global proliferation of the 6502 chip through electronic products. Zhou Feng intended to seize this opportunity. He revealed the circuit diagram to prepare for production once the integrated circuit manufacturing line was established, aiming to capitalize on the initial wave of investment. Zhou Feng, I'm so delighted I've become a bit muddled. I haven't yet had the chance to inquire about your field of study, Wei Hongjun remarked after finishing with Zhao Wei, suddenly recalling to ask Zhou Feng about his background. He had resolved to ensure that this promising talent would be transferred to the semiconductor department, even if it meant pulling strings at Peking University. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward as he replied, "Professor Wei, I'm not a student at Huaqing." Wei Hongjun was not at all surprised. If he were a Huaqing student, that would have been unexpected, indicating a failure in his duties. "Are you from Peking University?" Cough. Cough. Not from Peking University either. This time, both Wei Hongjun and Zhao Wei were taken aback. The semiconductor programs at these two prestigious institutions in the capital were the most renowned. For someone Zhou Feng's age to possess such expertise could not possibly stem from an obscure institution. "Which school do you come from then?" "I'm not a student, nor have I ever attended university." Wei Hongjun. Zhao Wei. The air became uncomfortably silent, prompting Zhou Feng to quickly clarify. "Professor Wei, I wonder if you are familiar with the state-owned Chi factory?" Wei Hongjun paused, then suddenly seemed to grasp something. "Are you here regarding the integrated circuit production line?" Zhou Feng thought to himself. As expected, Chi had already made a name for itself in the semiconductor community. "Yes, we are currently seeking a university for collaboration, and our top choice is Huaqing. We have the production line, and you possess the specialized personnel and knowledge reserves. This partnership would allow us to swiftly absorb technology from Japan while also preparing for future upgrades." Wei Hongjun glanced at the diagrams on the table, then looked back at Zhou Feng. "Your perspective diverges notably from the prevailing rumors. We are indeed quite intrigued by this matter. However, should we embark on a collaboration, it is imperative that we devise a comprehensive plan. Simultaneously, we must familiarize ourselves with your agenda to ascertain its compatibility with our objectives." Zhou Feng felt a surge of elation. His greatest fear was a flat rejection. As long as there was no outright dismissal, it indicated a willingness to engage. By adeptly addressing the needs of Huaqing, he was confident they would be swayed. "This is not a problem, Professor Wei. I shall promptly invite the director of the state-owned Chi factory to join us. We can convene and deliberate together, ensuring that we formulate a mutually beneficial arrangement." Wei Hongjun nodded in agreement. Hua Qing had not yet forged any agreements with the Jiangnan faction. If Qi Yi were indeed as incompetent as the rumors suggested, he would never consent to a partnership. However, after witnessing Zhou Feng's designs, he found himself devoid of any rationale to refuse. As a leader in semiconductor theory, Hua Qing required a platform to showcase their talents. Yet, he was still somewhat curious about Zhou Feng. May I inquire, Zhou Feng, what position do you hold at Qi Yi? Chapter 41. Securing the Hucking Technology Team, Zhou Feng awkwardly touched his nose. Professor Wei, I am not from Qi Yi, but I am a partner with Qi Yi Factory. I have now established a joint venture antenna factory with the commune, where I serve as the factory director. Wei Hongjun and Zhao Wei were both struck by disbelief. It was not that they doubted the director's capabilities, but rather the notion that a factory director of a collective enterprise, without a university education, could possess knowledge of integrated circuits was perplexing. If it were a technical backbone from a state-owned enterprise with such abilities, they might have accepted it, but coming from a mere antenna manufacturer. Is your factory large? Zhou Feng answered honestly, about 100 people. This candid response caused the two to exchange glances. How do you understand chip design? Zhou Feng took a deep breath. This question was unavoidable, and he did not wish to be mistaken for an enemy agent. Professor Wei, I have been interested in the electronics industry since childhood. I tinkered on my own, and, due to my family's financial struggles, I repaired televisions for the county to earn a living. I also studied and repaired the circuit boards myself, and later became acquainted with the director of Qi Yi Factory, which furthered my exposure to this field. I hold great optimism for the semiconductor industry. It may not seem significant now, but I believe it will inevitably become a crucial industry for our nation. Therefore, when I heard about our country planning to introduce a full-chain integrated circuit production line, I strongly advocated for securing this project. We are currently lagging behind, and what better way to learn than to directly participate in establishing a production line? Upon hearing this, Wei Hongjun ceased to question the source of Zhou Feng's knowledge, finding himself more in agreement with Zhou's perspective. If Zhou Feng were from Qi Yi, he might not have displayed such urgency, but the passion for integrated circuits from a self-taught individual with no ties to Qi Yi was indeed compelling. Zhou Feng, you are correct. The prospects of the semiconductor industry are absolutely limitless. We initially plan to apply for direct involvement when this project is realized. If we can collaborate with Qi Yi, you will join me then. Zhao Wei was also stirred by Zhou Feng's enthusiasm. He had been adjusted into this major and was increasingly discovering its worth. Zhou Feng's fervor ignited his own desires, and he raised his hand, saying, Professor, can you take me along when the time comes? As Zhou Feng left, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, refraining from inquiring about intellectual property applications. Fearing it would lead back to questions regarding his knowledge source, he resolved to acquire professional books to fill this gap at home. His rationale was unassailable. While it might fool someone unfamiliar with the industry, it would not hold against an expert like Wei Hongjun, who thankfully did not probe further. Zhou Feng first visited a bookstore to buy several books, which he tucked into his bag upon returning to the guest house before seeking out Li Daochong and Wu Yongfei. When Zhou Feng informed them that he had arranged a meeting with experts from Hucking University's Microelectronics Research Institute for the next day, the two men were left agape. They had faced rejection earlier in the afternoon when various institutions dismissed them upon hearing the name Qi Yi, leaving no room for negotiation. Moreover, Wu Yongfei was acutely aware that he had first contacted Hucking University, leveraging connections from a deputy minister at the Ministry of Commerce. Although Hucking did not directly refuse, they had subtly indicated that the timing was inconvenient, prompting him to seek an alternative with Jing University. Now, Zhou Feng was telling him he had secured an appointment with Hucking, specifically with the Microelectronics Research Institute. How could he not be astonished? While Zhou Feng was explaining the developments to the two men, Wei Hongjun returned to his office and picked up the phone to call. Old Wu, it's Hongjun. Hongjun, does that young man truly intend to pursue that project seriously? Old Wu, I called you to discuss just that. I haven't had a chance to speak with Yongfei yet, but a young fellow accompanying him has managed to connect with Hucking and reached out to me. Oh. Wei Hongjun recounted the day's events and his assessment. Wu Lao laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. This lad is quite talented. Who would have thought that such a poor place as Hongshe Commune could harbor such talent? So, you don't think Yongfei is just messing around? Wei Hongjun replied with a smile. Absolutely not. My greatest fear is an outsider directing insiders, leading to internal strife. It appears they have genuine intentions and a desire to accomplish something. We have arranged to meet tomorrow morning to discuss further. That is fine. If that lad causes any trouble, Contact me, and I'll have his skin. As Wei Hongjun hung up, he pondered. Initially, he had some reservations when old Wu contacted him, intending merely to meet Yongfei and consider it done. However, after his exchange with Zhou Feng, he had changed his mind. It was not that a young man could represent Qi Yi, but rather Zhou Feng's insights into the semiconductor industry had moved him. He could not believe that a youth from a small village could possess such vision. He was convinced that someone must be influencing him, likely Li Daochong, the director of the state-owned Qi Yi. At this moment, Zhou Feng was indeed being educated by Li Daochong. As an external personnel, he could not take center stage tomorrow. He needed to provide Li Daochong with a foundational plan, after which Li could communicate with the higher-ups and negotiate with Hucking. The discussions with Hucking unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Li Daochong's proposal for joint operation impressed Wei Hongjun, who decided to participate in the project without hesitation. Although Wei Hongjun had reservations about state-owned enterprises, the equity offered tangible influence. Hucking would share responsibility equally with Qi Yi. Qi Yi would manage daily operations and expand sales channels, while Hucking would provide technical support, equipment modifications, and the establishment of research teams. This outcome was a direct result of Zhou Feng's fervent suggestions, and Li Daochong had engaged in several hours of meetings that night to finalize the proposal. From the perspective of Andong, the specific shareholding percentages are of little concern, as they are all state-owned assets. What truly matters is that the control remains with Andong. Zhou Feng harbors his own interests. He is reluctant to allow this project to be governed by a single department. If compelled to choose a trustworthy partner, he places greater faith in Huaqing, for they possess genuine expertise, and even if they encounter some detours, it ultimately contributes to the accumulation of experience. His lack of trust in Li Daochong is not absolute. Rather, it stems from the fact that there are times when Li Daochong lacks the authority to make decisive choices. This creates a rather awkward predicament, where an inexplicable directive from above could render many efforts futile. With the involvement of the professional team from Huaqing, he believes such occurrences will be significantly reduced. After resolving the issues concerning technical personnel, Zhou Feng initially intended to return directly, but he was detained by Li Daochong, who insisted that he attend the upcoming Ministry of Commerce seminar in 3 days to determine the project's final ownership. Without Zhou Feng by his side, Li Daochong feels a persistent unease. In order to ensure Zhou Feng's participation, he even specially applied for the title of technical consultant from Kaiyar. Chapter 42. Professor Wang Yang's face-to-face presentation in the conference room of the National Ministry of Commerce. Zhou Feng was seated alongside Li Daochong, Wei Hongjun, and the local leaders from Anong City. The prominent figures from Jiangnan had also arrived, including the recently controversial Professor Wang Yang from Jingda, whom Zhou Feng had been eager to meet. At last, he encountered the central figure behind the recent upheavals, Qi Zhongtong, the director of Jiangnan Radio Factory. A somewhat sharp-looking middle-aged man with a glaringly polished bald head. Wang Yang was taken aback to see Wei Hongjun mingling with Qi 712, as they had previously discussed, via phone, the latter's participation in the integrated circuit production line. Seeing Wei directly across from him today stirred feelings of betrayal. The meeting was of high importance, given it involved the allocation of a 300 million project. With senior leaders from the Ministry of Commerce and industry experts present for the final evaluation. Minister Gu Jun personally presided over the meeting, initially introducing both teams, followed by Li Daochong and Qi Zhongtong presenting their respective plans and advantages for the project. On paper, the two teams appeared relatively comparable. One was an established entity in the semiconductor industry, while the other, albeit inexperienced, was the only state-owned enterprise in the country currently operating a color television production line. Jiangnan Radio asserted that their geographical position was more advantageous, capable of stimulating the regional development of electronic products. In contrast, Qi 712 argued that Anong offered greater security, which would better shield the project from potential hostile interference and foster a large-scale integrated circuit industry in the area. From the perspective of the technical teams, both Jingda and Hucking were among the nation's leading academic institutions, making it difficult to discern superiority. Not only the evaluators present, but even Gu Jun found himself in a quandary, momentarily afflicted by choice paralysis. This scenario was not what Jiangnan had anticipated. They were already discontent with Qi 712's audacity in encroaching on their territory. Just as the evaluation appeared to be reaching an impasse, Qi Zhongtong spoke up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the representatives of Qi 712. And he began rather bluntly. I am baffled by the motives behind Andong's desire to participate in this project. To me, it seems absurd. Qi, have been deeply entrenched in the integrated circuit industry for many years and understand its complexities. This is a 300 million project, not a trivial game. Ultimately, the production line must focus on manufacturing. You, who make televisions, should stick to your craft. To suddenly venture into integrated circuits is sheer folly. Li Daochong was not one to be overly accommodating and retorted with equal candor. If you're going to speak, do so plainly. Who are you directing your veiled insults at? This production line primarily aims to produce bipolar circuit boards for color televisions. If you can find anyone in the country more adept than Qi 712 at this, I will concede defeat. Do not flaunt your seniority. After all those years in integrated circuits, if you were truly capable, why would you still be seeking financial handouts? Li Daochong's words struck a nerve with Qi Zhongtong, leaving him visibly enraged, as he had not anticipated such a direct challenge from the younger man. Seeing the discussion deteriorate into a verbal brawl, Gu Jun quickly intervened to restore order. Wang Yang, already simmering with frustration, could no longer remain silent as he witnessed Qi Zhongtong falter. The stated purpose of the production line was to manufacture bipolar circuit boards for color televisions, but its potential extended far beyond that. It could also accommodate the production of MOS-related products, which might be somewhat limited in Anong. Drawing everyone's attention, Wang Yang took a sip of water and continued, as everyone present is aware, the bipolar circuit board is merely the beginning. Our true intention is to leverage it to penetrate international markets. And Jiangnan's broader inclusivity is a significant advantage, coupled with Jingda's research and design capabilities. Although we are investing 300 million in foreign exchange, our ultimate goal is to assist the nation in generating even more foreign revenue. Upon hearing Wang Yang's statement, the experts in attendance nodded in agreement. The rapid advancement of integrated circuit technology meant that mere imitation would ultimately lead to obsolescence. After such substantial investment, maximizing benefits was a national imperative. We shall lead the way, asserted Wei Hongjun, recognizing it was his turn to speak. Professor Wang Yang is correct, and I wholeheartedly agree with his perspective. However, who says that Anong can only produce bipolar circuit boards? While Qi 712 specializes in color televisions, they merely signify our deeper expertise in bipolar circuit boards. If the project is limited to supporting color televisions, then what purpose does our participation serve? As many of you know, we recently developed the 4th-generation photolithography machine, surpassing the 3-micron technological threshold. We aim not only to develop more chips, but also to continuously upgrade the integrated circuit production lines, which is the true strategic layout for Anong. Wei Hongjuan's remarks resonated profoundly, elevating the discussion to a new level and altering the dynamics entirely. Gu Jun was the first to applaud. From the Ministry of Commerce's perspective, ongoing technological innovation was paramount. While singular chip development might quench immediate thirst, it could not yield long-term benefits. This collaboration with Japan was not merely about a production line. It was about acquiring advanced technology. Their ambition was to fully comprehend it, learn from it, and ultimately surpass it. Zhou Feng silently nodded in agreement, recognizing that Professor Wei's clarity of thought was rare in the current national landscape. Solely focusing on chip development paled in comparison to the imperative of upgrading production line technology. Past experiences informed him that the pace of technological advancement in integrated circuits was relentless. If breakthroughs in production were not achieved, they would inevitably fall behind, and falling behind meant facing consequences. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Wang Yang's irritation surged, and he suddenly felt unfamiliar with Wei Hongjun, disregarding any concerns for face as he retorted, Professor Wei, do not presume that we are oblivious to the intricacies of technology. Yes, you have indeed developed the 4th-generation photolithography machine, but the notion that this can seamlessly transform the production line is merely wishful thinking. The production lines of the island nation are fundamentally incompatible with your hucking lithography machines, and you have yet to meet the standards for mass production. The primary task at hand is to diligently assimilate the technology from the island nation, establish the production lines, and subsequently leverage this to develop chips that will stimulate the growth of surrounding industries. Aspiring for lofty heights without a solid foundation may lead to significant setbacks. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 43. Such exceptional design. Will you dedicate it to the nation? Wei Hongjun was perplexed by Wang Yang's immense frustration. While Wang's concerns were indeed valid, The realm of technological research and development was hardly a smooth journey. It required a diligent, step-by-step approach to resolve challenges. Both men shared a common goal, yet their emphases diverged significantly, with Wang clearly exhibiting emotional agitation. "I am not dismissing the importance of chip development," he asserted, "but in comparison to the pressing need for upgrading production lines, it does not hold the same urgency. Industrial advancement is our ultimate objective." Wang Yang, clearly flustered, retorted, "You are attempting to run before you have learned to walk. Is this not a manifestation of ambition without foundation?" Wei Hongjun felt a surge of anger, realizing that Wang Yang was obstinately inflexible, seemingly incapable of grasping the conversation. "Fine. Let us set aside the topic of production line upgrades and focus solely on chip development. What have you achieved thus far? Do you possess any flagship products? Can you present chips that are competitive on the international stage?" Wang Yang was momentarily silenced by Wei Hongjun's inquiry. Although Jingda had indeed made strides in chip development, none could be deemed competitive, as high-end chips were predominantly monopolized by the island nation and the United States, with domestic efforts merely in their infancy. "Currently, we remain in the research phase. Does Huaqing have any advancements?" he countered. "At the very least, we are aware of our priorities." Wei Hongjun, now visibly amused by Wang Yang's grandstanding, decided not to extend him any courtesy. "We may lack progress, but the Qi Air factory has made significant advancements. Their technical consultant, Zhou Feng, has designed a microprocessor that rivals the MOS 6502, and in certain aspects, even surpasses it." The room fell into astonished silence, as those present were well-versed in chip technology, and the legendary MOS 6502, introduced in 1975, was widely recognized. The announcement that an obscure designer had created a chip on par with the 6502 was nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Feng, who had been listening intently, suddenly found himself the center of attention. Wang Yang was incredulous. "Are chips so easily designed? Do not jest," he exclaimed. "Professor Wei, your exaggerations are quite unbecoming. How have you come to this?" Wei Hongjun rolled his eyes, now disinclined to engage further with Wang Yang, realizing their conversation was futile. Gu Jun, however, was stirred by the revelation and stood up from his seat, a serious expression adorning his face as he turned to the representatives from Anong. "Is this true?" Wei Hongjun sought Zhou Feng's silent endorsement with a glance. Zhou Feng, caught in the moment, felt compelled to acquiesce. Having received Zhou Feng's approval, Wei Hongjun handed over the schematic to Gu Jun. Although Gu Jun possessed some understanding of chip technology, he was not proficient enough to interpret the circuit diagrams, which appeared as indecipherable scrawls to him. He promptly passed the diagrams to a nearby expert professor. The 6 experts examined the material with fervor, while Gu Jun awaited their verdict with eager anticipation, leaving those from Jiangnan in anxious suspense. Wang Yang was taken aback when Wei Hongjun produced the circuit diagram. Qi Zhongtong, however, wore a grim expression. He could not fathom that Wei Hongjun would jest about such matters. He glanced at Zhou Feng, rapidly strategizing in his mind. Approximately 20 minutes later, the experts concluded their analysis, yet their reactions varied immensely. Gu Jun was left bewildered. Despite scrutinizing the same circuit diagram, some experts appeared exuberantly enthusiastic, while others wore expressions of disdain. "This chip designer is nothing short of a genius," one expert declared. As Professor Wei stated, this chip indeed rivals the MOS 6502 and excels in cost control. Just as Gu Jun began to feel elated, another expert interjected, "Nonsense. This is a shameless act of plagiarism. It bears a striking resemblance to the designs of the Motorola 6800 and the MOS 6502. If we were to release this chip, it would bring disgrace upon us internationally." In that moment, Gu Jun grasped the implications, while Wang Yang was unsurprised by the outcome. He had never believed that the Qi Air factory could produce anything remarkable. The notion of plagiarism was entirely plausible. "I believe it is crucial to enlighten you all. Existing chip designs abroad are protected by intellectual property rights. If we were to plagiarize, we would face legal ramifications and exorbitant compensations. Of course, domestically, we can manufacture and utilize such designs, as there are currently no patent restrictions. However, why would we choose to employ a pirated version when we can utilize the original design?" Wang Yang's remarks sparked uproarious laughter among the Jiangnan contingent. Gu Jun comprehended his point. This chip design was indeed a liability, unusable abroad and unnecessary domestically, leaving his expression somewhat grim. Li Daochong and the leaders from Anong, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation, also wore discontented expressions, unwilling to appear foolish in such a setting. Wei Hongjun, feeling exasperated with the antics of his counterparts, had always prided himself on his composure, yet the sight of such buffoonery left him irate. "Silence!" he exclaimed with a cold smirk, directing his attention to the questioning expert. "You assert that this design is plagiarized. Please enlighten us. Does this chip design infringe upon any copyrights?" The expert, taken aback by Wei Hongjun's inquiry, glanced at the circuit diagram once more. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his response. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, the expert deliberated before finally stating, "This differs from the 6800's pin design, and adjustments have been made to the patented aspects of the 6502. It does not infringe, but..." As the expert's conclusion echoed in the room, chaos erupted. Who had the patience to endure his subsequent, bitter remarks? After ridiculing the design for so long, he now claimed it was non-infringing? Gu Jun, however, felt a surge of frustration towards the expert. Who was this individual, and how had he gained entry into such a prestigious assembly? His stupidity was infuriating. He silently resolved to expel him from the expert group later. He then turned to Zhou Feng, beaming with admiration. "Comrade Zhou Feng, you are remarkable." This statement served as a beacon, solidifying the recognition of the Qi Air Factory's chip design capabilities and clarifying the project's ownership. A chip with immense market potential will undoubtedly bring numerous overseas orders to a factory, which is of paramount importance for a nation grappling with a scarcity of foreign exchange. This also serves as a significant impetus for the integrated circuit production line project. Just as Gu Jun was about to express his intent for the expert panel at the seminar to cast their votes, Qi Zhongtong stood up. "While it is indeed impressive that Comrade Zhou Feng is capable of designing such an exceptional chip, this bears little relevance to the ultimate ownership of the entire project. Production can equally occur in Anong or Jiangnan, as the value created is ultimately for the nation. Such a valuable design can alleviate, to some extent, the domestic foreign exchange shortage, at the very least supplementing the funding gap for this production line's introduction. Thus, the swift commencement of production is of great importance, and our Jiangnan radio factory is ideally positioned to leverage this advantage. Surely, Comrade Zhou Feng will dedicate such an outstanding design to the country, will he not?" Zhou Feng was taken aback. Qi Zhongtong's shamelessness had truly shattered his worldview. Chapter 44. Impassioned discourse in Zhou Feng's perspective. The shameless remarks made were not entirely unacceptable in the 1980s. With the domestic industrial foundation being feeble and lacking patent protection, any invention capable of widespread dissemination was often freely offered to the nation for promotion across various regions. In an era driven by economic development, everything was sacrificed for the enhancement of production efficiency. As inventors, the only rewards they received were a certificate of honor and a bright red flower. Material rewards were non-existent in that time. While this was a consequence of the prevailing circumstances, it undeniably dampened the enthusiasm of inventors. This model was indeed a tacit norm, and it certainly did not encompass challenging inventions like chip designs, which were inherently difficult to propagate. Qi Zhongtong exploited this loophole, taking advantage of Zhou Feng's youth, placing him on a moral pedestal, and asking if he would be willing to dedicate his work to the nation. Gu Jun furrowed his brow, while other officials from the Ministry of Commerce were intrigued, turning their gazes toward Zhou Feng, eager to discover how this young man would respond. Zhou Feng understood that it was imperative for him to speak up at this moment. The rhetoric of dedicating his work to the nation was not something he could let others shield him from. He stood up directly, though his gaze did not meet Qi Zhongtong's, but rather focused on Gu Jun. Qi Zhongtong wore a smile in his eyes, anticipating how Zhou Feng would navigate this predicament. If he agreed, it would align perfectly with Qi's intentions. If he declined, he would be branded unpatriotic. Qi was eager for Zhou Feng's response. Bowing slightly to Gu Jun, Zhou Feng's voice emerged sharp and cold, akin to a frigid wind in December, filled with a sense of sternness. "Minister Gu, I propose that the nation investigate Qi Zhongtong. I suspect he may be an enemy agent, intent on extinguishing the nascent sparks of innovation in our homeland." His words rang with righteous indignation and were laden with conviction, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Qi Zhongtong. This declaration ignited a stir within the conference room, leaving Qi Zhongtong momentarily stunned. "You," Qi Zhongtong began, but was swiftly interrupted by Gu Jun, whose frown deepened as he addressed Zhou Feng. "Comrade Zhou Feng, this is the Ministry of Commerce." Zhou Feng, undeterred, retorted, Minister Gu, which regulation mandates that chip developers must surrender their designs to the state. Indeed, there is none, Gu Jun conceded. Zhou Feng nodded and continued. So what gives you, Qi Zhongtong, the authority to inquire whether I intend to submit my design for your Jiangnan production? Submitting would be an act of patriotism, while withholding signifies my own considerations. How does this concern you or your Jiangnan wireless? This is the Ministry of Commerce, not your personal domain. The production line has yet to be established in Jiangnan, and you dare to make such demands? Once it is established, do you intend to claim any designer's work as your own? If I refuse, does that make me unpatriotic? Zhou Feng's words resonated with the inner thoughts of many researchers present, who, despite their apprehensions, had been unable to voice their concerns. How could they continue in their pursuits while being labeled unpatriotic? Qi Zhongtong, trembling with rage, rose to his feet. You, Zhou Feng cut him off. What of it? I label you an enemy agent precisely because of your ulterior motives. How can you assure that all chip designers will choose to offer their work for free? Once this precedent is set, do you believe individuals from impoverished backgrounds will disclose their research outcomes to you? If you succeed, how many outstanding designs will we lose from our country? If the developers' interests are unprotected, do you think that those elite talents studying abroad will choose to return and contribute? Zhou Feng's words struck a chord with the majority present. Gu Jun had sensed something amiss when Qi Zhongtong initially made his proposal, but Zhou Feng's remarks clarified the situation, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Talent was perpetually in short supply. Not long ago, they had studied foreign semiconductor talent acquisition plans, each showcasing a region's utmost sincerity toward nurturing talent. Our country could not afford to be extravagantly generous, but it should at least safeguard the fundamental rights of these talents. Qi Zhongtong, his face flushed with indignation, retorted, What do you mean by that? I declare right here that I will never offer my designs freely. Such an act would be a disrespect to my achievements. The nation is vigorously promoting economic development. What is wrong with earning a living through my own capabilities? I will not surrender this chip to the Qi 712 factory without compensation. If they wish to produce it, they must pay. I also oppose any form of voluntary donation, even if Jiangnan Wireless offers payment. I will not grant you authorization, for I do not favor you. Of course, you may proceed with production without my consent, but I assure you that none of my future designs will be available domestically. The room fell silent, with everyone taken aback. Initially, they had perceived Zhou Feng as a young man with clear thoughts, but now they lamented his youthfulness. In such a setting, expressing one's views was acceptable, and people would find it genuine. However, publicly opposing voluntary donations mirrored Qi Zhongtong's earlier sentiments. Sacrifice had long been a foundational ethos within the nation, and indeed, many patriotic individuals were continuously dedicating themselves selflessly. Furthermore, Zhou Feng's implication was unmistakable. Should one disrespect the developers, he would not grant them another opportunity for such disrespect. If Zhou Feng could act in this manner, so could others. Such an attitude could ultimately ruin the domestic research environment. Zhou Feng, Li Daokang called out softly, urging him to take his seat. Yet, Zhou Feng stood resolutely, like a spear, exhibiting no sign of retreat. Qi Zhongtong, however, was jubilant, having regained his composure after being momentarily flustered. His bald head gleamed once more as he bellowed. Zhou Feng, you are straying from the path. Without the selfless contributions of your predecessors, would you have the opportunity to speak so boldly today? Are you threatening the nation? Zhou Feng cast a mocking smile towards Qi Zhongtong, inwardly cursing him as a dog, then turned to Gu Jun. Minister Gu, the reason I speak thus is that the semiconductor industry is unlike any other. It thrives on a multitude of blooming flowers. If one seeks not wealth, one may choose to donate their earnings, contributing to mountainous regions, schools, the elderly, or institutions of higher education. Such choices reflect personal integrity. Conversely, if one desires to amass wealth or gain honor, they should pursue it boldly, thereby igniting a fervor for further research and development. Some might proclaim their dedication to research as a means of serving the nation and creating value for it. Gu Jun nodded, aware that such individuals were by no means rare. A significant proportion within research teams remained pure in their intentions. Zhou Feng surveyed the room, noticing everyone deep in thought, and exclaimed, "Who told you that earning money precludes serving the nation? Take my example. I can not only deliver this chip and all my future designs to domestic production, but also license their manufacture abroad. The foreign currency I earn is still foreign currency, is it not? I will use my profits to further bolster the research team and upgrade our equipment, thus establishing a virtuous cycle. The same principle applies to state-owned enterprises. Earning more foreign currency is essential for propelling corporate advancement. Present were seasoned experts from the semiconductor sector, all familiar with Moore's law, which dictates a rapid evolution every 2 years. Without stable, long-term investment in research and development, what foundation do you have for growth? If you do not advance, you will inevitably fall behind. In a fleeting moment, one can become obsolete. Without funds, what can you accomplish? I, Zhou Feng, am not blinded by the lure of wealth. Earning is imperative for better development. This is not merely a choice, it is a necessity. Chapter 45. The pioneer of the semiconductor industry. As Zhou Feng spoke, he felt a surge of passion, articulating his thoughts without reservation. The nation operates like a colossal machine, necessitating consideration from multiple angles and making difficult choices. It is impossible to allocate all resources solely to the semiconductor sector. Who are we? We are practitioners in the semiconductor field. We need not concern ourselves with extraneous matters. We must diligently fulfill our responsibilities, ensuring that our nation's semiconductor industry does not fall behind. Now, that is true patriotism. Having finished his impassioned speech, Zhou Feng took his seat, choosing silence thereafter. His words resonated like the striking of a bell, stirring everyone present, as if a sword had cleaved through the gloom above them. Indeed, straying from convention is a bold act, yet it bears a sound rationale. Currently, our domestic economy operates under a planned framework, where actions are dictated by higher authorities. Research and development rely on funding, and expansion hinges upon grants. They have never contemplated generating their own research funds. Even if such thoughts crossed their minds, they were swiftly extinguished, as policies do not permit it. Today, however, Zhou Feng audaciously expressed what many dared not even contemplate. Gu Jun stood up, opening his mouth as if to speak, but refrained. Once the atmosphere settled, he directly stated, "Everyone has the right to express their thoughts. Yet today, our primary focus is to discuss the final ownership of the integrated circuit production line project." The teams from Annong and Jiangnan presented their plans and strengths, and it seemed each attendee had formed their own judgments. Thus, the time for the final vote had come. Those in favor of locating the project in Jiangnan, please raise your hands. Among the 12 experts and officials, only 3 hands were raised. The moment this outcome was revealed, Qi Zhongtong felt a chill envelop his heart. He knew the tide had turned. Conversely, the Annong team erupted with excitement, aware that the decision was leaning in their favor, yet they maintained their composure, awaiting the final verdict. Gu Jun scanned the room and stated, 3 comrades have voted in favor. Now, those who support the project being located in Annong, please raise your hands. As his words fell, 8 hands shot up in unison. Zhou Feng quickly recognized the solitary abstainer as the expert who had earlier accused him of plagiarism. However, his dissent was inconsequential, as the 8 votes secured victory. After all the efforts expended, the project was finally settled, filling Zhou Feng with elation. The Annong team, now unrestrained, erupted in jubilant cheers over securing a $300 million project. Li Daochong embraced both Zhou Feng and Wei Hongjun, his eyes moist with joy, akin to a child reveling in delight. In stark contrast to the jubilance of Annong, the atmosphere on the Jiangnan side had plummeted to an icy low. Qi Zhongtong cast a lingering glance at Zhou Feng before turning to leave, not greeting anyone, his demeanor appearing somewhat disheveled. As Zhou Feng prepared to exit, Gu Jun called out to him, expressing a desire for a discussion. Zhou Feng permitted Li Daochong and the others to depart first and entered a conference room with Gu Jun. Once the secretary served tea, the door was shut. Comrade Zhou Feng, your words today have greatly enlightened me. I would like to delve deeper into the model you mentioned. Could you elaborate further? Zhou Feng was not surprised. As the Minister of the National Commercial Department, Gu Jun undoubtedly considered various models. Zhou Feng doubted that Gu Jun had not researched the developmental models of other countries' semiconductor industries. Rather, he was likely constrained within a broader framework. The inquiry might have ulterior motives. Minister Gu, this model is not novel. It merely requires attention to observe that no current advancements in the semiconductor industry have been achieved under government leadership. I do not imply that government involvement is detrimental. Rather, it is exceedingly challenging. Large entities are slow to pivot, and their response times lag, stifling enthusiasm for research and development. These are indeed vexing issues. Gu Jun sought to initiate a dialogue, but Zhou Feng bypassed pleasantries, directly addressing the crux of the matter. After a brief silence, Gu Jun responded, "We have considered the issues you raised, yet exceptions exist. Just because others have failed does not mean we will too. Moreover, isn't the Soviet Union performing quite well currently?" Zhou Feng shook his head, unwilling to mince words. Given the rarity of opportunities to communicate with a leader of Gu Jun's stature, he did not wish to squander a moment. "Minister Gu, regarding the Soviet Union, while they possess considerable technological reserves, they lack sustainability. Within 5 years, they will undoubtedly be left behind by the leading group. The fundamental issue lies in their inability to leverage research outcomes to generate value. This is akin to what I mentioned in the meeting. The semiconductor industry operates like a snowball effect, with entities continuously growing. The Soviet Union only attempts to create a larger snowball after others have already outpaced them, and as the snowball grows larger, sustaining it becomes increasingly difficult. I am uncertain if this metaphor resonates with you. As for your mention of exceptions, I must frankly express skepticism about the prospect of a government-driven renaissance in the semiconductor sector." Intrigued, Gu Jun inquired, "Why the skepticism?" Zhou Feng inhaled deeply, responding, "Because this model inherently possesses flaws that are irreparable. The semiconductor industry differs from others. It encompasses every process from chip design to lithography, to silicon materials, and ultimately to production. It is not a mere technicality that can thrive with government support, funding, and personnel. What is required is not a singularly remarkable individual, but a plethora of top-tier talents across various domains. Relying solely on imports is neither feasible nor financially viable. What is needed is fertile soil for seeds to sprout and flourish. For these talents to ascend to the pinnacle of expertise, they must possess a crucial attribute, a spirit of risk-taking. They must dare to dream and act. However, the state lacks this spirit of adventure. More precisely, it cannot afford to take risks. In this industry, a methodical approach simply will not suffice. You may argue that we have achieved numerous miracles under government leadership, such as nuclear weaponry. The development of nuclear weapons is indeed remarkable, yet it hinges on resolving several critical issues, albeit a challenging process. However, for the semiconductor industry to maintain its position of supremacy, it is not merely a question of capability. Rather, it encompasses numerous critical issues akin to nuclear weaponry. This technology cannot be amassed. It must perpetually advance. Gu Jun was genuinely astonished this time, as many of the thoughts articulated by the young Zhou Feng resonated profoundly with him. In fact, there were numerous instances where Zhou's insights appeared more profound than those of Gu, the Minister of Commerce. Yet, some challenges cannot be resolved merely through awareness. Zhou Feng was indeed correct. When the nation formulates a policy, it considers the grand scheme of things and does not make adjustments based on the discord of a minor branch. Even as the Minister of Commerce, Gu Jun found himself unable to influence national directives. Nevertheless, through his dialogue with Zhou Feng, he felt an intensified urgency to seek a breakthrough. With this in mind, he smiled and inquired, "Comrade Zhou Feng, do you have any thoughts on becoming the first person to venture cautiously into the semiconductor industry?" Chapter 46. "I have 2 plans." Zhou Feng was perplexed by the question, feeling as though he was in a state of confusion, unsure of its meaning. Initially, when Gu Jun had called him, he thought it was to discuss matters concerning chip authorization. Zhou Feng had previously proposed the idea of authorizing both domestic and international enterprises, not as a jest, but with the intention of testing the waters by revealing the chip circuit diagram at Huaqing. At this juncture, individual enterprises in the country lacked a fertile ground for growth. Relying on collective enterprises was essential for survival, whether through reselling or manufacturing. However, domains such as chip design and software development were relatively novel industries. Zhou Feng was uncertain where the line was drawn regarding personal profit in these areas. Engaging in clandestine activities was evidently impractical without policy support. Although he had numerous options, the prospect of operating openly in this field would undoubtedly help him avoid many detours. Zhou Feng's earlier statements were intended to clarify his path through official channels. Yet, upon hearing Gu Jun's words, it seemed that Gu Jun already had his own plans in mind. "Minister Gu, how should one navigate these stones, and how does one cross this river?" Gu Jun chuckled at Zhou Feng's query, amused by the young man's cleverness. It was evident that Zhou Feng had been contemplating his next steps well in advance. It was far more efficient to engage with intelligent individuals. "Before I answer your question, you must first respond to a few of mine. Tell me, apart from the chip we examined this morning, do you have other chip designs?" Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Gu Jun was probing for his potential. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know how to respond. Minister Gu, at present, I have only designed this one chip. Seeing Gu Jun's expression of disappointment, Zhou Feng continued with a smile. However, I have conceived several chip architectures and can commence design work as soon as there is demand and suitable conditions. Gu Jun nodded knowingly, fully aware of Zhou Feng's intentions. You rascal. I have heard that you established an antenna factory with the commune, and the integrated circuit production line is soon to be located in Anong. Could you share your subsequent plans? Zhou Feng paused for a moment, as he had also been pondering this question recently. Initially, his primary focus before 1984 was to accumulate wealth and build a substantial capital base. His aspirations regarding integrated circuits were concentrated after 1984, where he aimed to grasp several critical junctures firmly. The development of integrated circuits differs from other industries. Even if one comprehends the technical intricacies and future directions, many foundational capabilities within the country remain inadequate. Take, for instance, the photolithography machines, which are the most expensive equipment in wafer fabrication. 80% of the latest distributed photolithography machines designed by Huaqing University are imported from abroad, and even if their performance is comparable to that of devices from Japan and the United States, they lack competitiveness due to exorbitant costs. The technological barriers to mastering a photolithography machine are numerous. Crucial components such as optics, light sources, and distributed workstations are not manufactured domestically at this time. However, the establishment of Japan's integrated circuit production line in Anong has precipitated a change. Moreover, the most significant realization for Zhou Feng in this lifetime is his acquaintance with Gu Jun, a level of connection he had never experienced in his past life. Even though he has been reincarnated, Zhou Feng does not believe he will remain inconspicuous. Nonetheless, he perceives himself as merely a drop in the ocean, feeling that his ambitions are still somewhat insignificant. Yet, with this opportunity, Zhou Feng felt he could become the butterfly that flutters its wings, even though fundamentally altering the trajectory of the domestic semiconductor industry would be challenging. But what if? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his heart raced as if it would leap from his chest, an emotion he could hardly suppress. Zhou Feng did not respond directly to Gu Jun's musings, but instead posed a question in return. Minister Gu, do you have confidence in the semiconductor industry? Gu Jun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied with a smile. If I did not have faith in this industry, do you think we would be sitting here? Zhou Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Of course, I understand that. If it were merely a matter of optimism, then I have a well-founded plan. However, if your optimism exceeds mere belief, I possess another exceedingly promising plan. Gu Jun laughed heartily. You rascal, I have postponed my other arrangements this afternoon. Please share your optimistic plan with me. Zhou Feng smiled shyly. Minister, my goal in designing chips is not solely to create chips, but to establish a robust aftermarket for them. Oh, please elaborate. The chip industry requires immense upfront investment. Take the production line from Japan that we have just introduced as an example. The 3-inch wafer fabrication plant cost us $300 million. Achieving profitability from production to stable mass manufacturing and subsequently supporting the domestic television industry would take at least a decade, if not more. Of course, profitability is not our primary motivation for introducing this technology, yet without it, technological advancement cannot be expedited. By the time we master the technology of this production line, advancements will have occurred. Thus, I believe our approach is misguided. My intent is to start from the product itself. Chip design is merely a complementary aspect. By generating profit from the product, we can facilitate upgrades, which will in turn create new demands for chips, driving the industry's evolution through profitability. In essence, it is about promoting research and design from a purely commercial perspective, allowing demand to propel chip iterations. Although it may seem convoluted, it is more likely to foster industrial synergy and sustainability. Gu Jun was somewhat bewildered by Zhou Feng's explanation. After contemplating for some time, he remarked, if I understand correctly, you aim to establish a television factory, designing a chip specifically for televisions, and then leverage the profits from televisions to achieve product upgrades, which will subsequently feed back into chip enhancements. Is that the crux of your idea? Zhou Feng nodded with a smile. Gu Jun, however, remained puzzled and questioned, what distinguishes you from the current television factories in the country? We are introducing bipolar circuit board production lines precisely to fervently develop the color television industry. Are you not merely circling back to the same point? Zhou Feng shook his head with a smile. Minister, what you propose is a hypothetical scenario. I am not a television factory, The technology and production lines for televisions are all imported. Relying on televisions to accumulate capital would take far too long. 10 years would be considered swift, with a baseline of 15 years. Are you suggesting that you design a new product to compete with other nations? After securing victory, you would then use the profits to advance the semiconductor industry? Zhou Feng nodded with a smile. Gu Jun, however, shook his head, inwardly lamenting his own naivety. Everyone has aspirations. He too envisioned the possibility of designing a product domestically that could reap capital like the current television sets. Yet, imagination remains merely that, imagination. Designing a product is not a simple endeavor, particularly amidst the fierce competition from numerous foreign enterprises, making it an utterly fanciful notion. At this juncture, he was already contemplating an exit, losing interest in even discussing the plans he had previously prepared. He felt as though he had lost his senses, placing hope in the ambitions of such a dreamer. Now, you may share your plans that you hold in high regard. Chapter 47. A highly promising plan. Zhou Feng noticed Gu Jun glancing at his watch, feeling a sense of helplessness within. This was undoubtedly the most challenging negotiation of his 2 lifetimes, stemming from a profound difference in perception and an even greater disparity in status. At this moment, should he articulate his superior plan, Zhou Feng was certain that Gu Jun would promptly dismiss him with an even more emphatic gesture of rejection, reminding himself to remain composed. He understood the necessity of earning this man's regard. Otherwise, further discussions would be futile. Zhou Feng adorned his face with a courteous smile, choosing silence as he observed Gu Jun. Gu Jun furrowed his brow slightly, pondering what peculiar behavior this young man exhibited, smiling at him without continuing the conversation. Just as Gu Jun's patience began to wane, Zhou Feng finally spoke. Gu Bu, I understand you may think I am indulging in fanciful dreams. But prior to today, did you ever consider that a mere peasant could design a microprocessor rivaling the 6502? Gu Jun was taken aback, then shook his head with a chuckle, realizing that the young man's appearance today was indeed a pleasant surprise. Are you boasting? I am not boasting. It is the truth. In the realm of electronic engineering, I am a prodigy. Before Gu Jun could respond, Zhou Feng continued. The plan I previously mentioned does not stem from a desire for support from you. My earlier assertion about having several chip designs is not mere bravado. You see, I have partnered with the commune to establish an antenna factory, and one of the chips is designed specifically for antennas, primarily to amplify ground waves. In simpler terms, this chip can enhance television reception without the need for elevated antennas, thus significantly improving signal reception. Do you believe this product has market potential? Gu Jun paused, realizing that the antenna market was indeed a blank slate, especially for superior television antennas. If the production costs were kept low, it could rapidly saturate the market. Although this was merely a supporting product for televisions, the demand was undeniably substantial. What does this have to do with your plan? Zhou Feng let out a wry smile. Gu Bu, I mention this to illustrate that I do not wish for you to perceive me as a naive dreamer. To realize new products from design to mass production and promotion, I certainly require funding, which can originate from this venture. I cannot simply solicit it from you. I aim to convey that you should place more trust in me. Even if my plan were to fail, it would result in no loss for you or the nation. And it is far more cost-effective than introducing a new production line. Gu Jun was genuinely amused, surprised by Zhou Feng's sensitivity. He had keenly captured even the slightest emotional shifts, articulating his points logically and, most importantly, with sincerity. Gu Jun recognized that Zhou Feng's remarks were a manifestation of his dissatisfaction regarding their relationship. Rather than feeling angered, Gu Jun straightened his posture, now sincerely curious about what this young man truly intended. Zhou Feng, sensing Gu Jun's shift in demeanor, felt a quiet admiration. It was indeed a stroke of luck for the industry to have such officials in the country. Gu Bu, the semiconductor industry is in constant evolution, and the development of the electronic industry mirrors this progression, albeit at a slightly slower pace. The technical barriers are not insurmountable. The key lies in matching demand. For a nation with a relatively weak foundation like ours, it is easier to keep pace, especially with our advantage of inexpensive labor. Within the next 5 years, the production line at Anong will be capable of manufacturing chips for primary electronic products, which is the foremost reason I chose to focus on product development. Gu Jun nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Feng's assertions. The rapid pace of semiconductor innovation was staggering, often outpacing replication. However, the advent of new products did not immediately equate to the obsolescence of older models. Quality yield and the timeline for large-scale production were critical factors, and research and application operated within a cyclical framework. Gu, when I claim to be a genius, it is not mere self-aggrandizement, but rather a responsibility. I feel it is imperative to harness my abilities to honor my gifts. If my goal were purely financial gain, I would have no need to engage in trivial pursuits. I could simply design a few chips and secure a lifetime of comfort through licensing. What I aspire to do is to exert my utmost effort to propel our nation's semiconductor industry forward, contributing as much as I am able. His resolute words struck Gu Jun profoundly, prompting a re-evaluation of this young man before him. Throughout his life, he had encountered many individuals, and he had developed an instinct for discerning sincerity from deceit. Regardless of whether Zhou Feng's aspirations were fanciful or whether he would ultimately succeed, the weight of his commitment moved Gu Jun. What do you intend to do? Gu, you are acutely aware of the formidable challenges in achieving overall superiority in the semiconductor industry. The most daunting aspect is our nation's weak foundation in many respects. Gu Jun nodded once more, comprehending the vast scope of the semiconductor industry, which encompassed numerous technological hurdles. Achieving breakthroughs across these myriad challenges was not merely difficult. It was, in fact, impossible. However, for the sake of the nation, this endeavor was essential, as the industry would significantly influence the country's future. Without delving into the economic realm, even in military applications, a simple laser sensor paired with 2 transistors could annihilate the Nanhao Bridge, which had withstood the explosion of 630 bombs. This exemplified the necessity for semiconductor advancement. Gu Jun fully agreed, recognizing the substantial investment that semiconductor development required. His keen interest in the industry stemmed from this crucial factor. Yet, he felt a sense of frustration as Zhou Feng had laid out extensive groundwork without addressing the core issue. Enough. You need not continue to persuade me. I hold a very favorable view of this industry. Now, please, share your plan. Zhou Feng grinned, no longer hesitating, and stated directly, Gu. The most effective means of achieving rapid technological accumulation is through acquisition. We must seize it and then gradually assimilate it. This revelation caught Gu Jun off guard, nearly causing him to topple from his chair. He glared at Zhou Feng, exclaiming, Do you truly believe I have so much time to listen to your nonsense? Gu, please do not be hasty. I am not jesting. Currently, it is impossible. Even the most developed nations, such as the island countries and the United States, would not allow us to succeed. However, I believe the opportunity is not far off. How so? Zhou Feng leaned in close to Gu Jun's ear, whispering for nearly half an hour. As Gu Jun listened, his astonishment grew, and he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Previously fragmented information regarding international affairs gradually coalesced into a coherent narrative, combined with Zhou Feng's insights. The likelihood of this scenario seemed increasingly plausible. Should it materialize, it would indeed be, as Zhou Feng articulated, an unprecedented opportunity. The success of such an endeavor would herald a monumental turnaround for the semiconductor industry. Gu Jun's heart surged like tumultuous waves, unable to find tranquility. This truly is an exceptionally promising prospect. Chapter 48. The doghead chopping plan. Gu Jun swiftly assimilated and digested all the information in his mind, and with a measure of gravity, he inquired, Comrade Zhou Feng, what preparations do you think we should undertake? Zhou Feng immediately broke into a smile. He relished the term we. Observing Zhou Feng's grin, which resembled that of a mischievous fox, the serious atmosphere created by Gu Jun was instantly shattered. With a resigned gesture, he playfully chided, Speak up. Spill out all the chaotic ideas swirling in your mind. Gu, the foremost priority is to acquire funds. Otherwise, how can we reap the harvest? Gu Jun was momentarily taken aback. Well, they had circled back to the starting point. What more was there to say about money? Furthermore, these funds could not be sourced from official channels. They must rely on private means, and the approach should not be domestic. Why? Upon asking, Gu Jun immediately realized his folly. The reason for spending substantial foreign currency to acquire production lines from the island nation rather than technology became evident. Due to the constraints imposed by the capitalist bloc, capitalist countries have enacted technological embargoes against socialist nations. Even purchasing production lines does not permit access to the latest advancements. In this context, one must resort to cunning strategies without attracting attention. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jun grasped Zhou Feng's intentions and softly uttered 2 words, Gangdao? Zhou Feng nodded affirmatively. Currently, Guangdao appears to be the most suitable springboard for this endeavor. We must expedite our arrangements in Guangdao, the island nation, and the United States, ensuring our actions do not appear overly conspicuous. Caution is paramount. Gu Jun nodded in agreement, fully aware of the stakes involved. This was akin to extracting teeth from a tiger. A slight misstep could lead to the collapse of all their efforts. Thus, you should remain here for the time being. Develop a plan, and we will deliberate on it. Should there be any news, we will convene at any moment. Zhou Feng reluctantly scrapped his previous arrangements, instructing Li Daochong and the others to return and alert Tian Xiushan. Alone in the guest house in the capital, Zhou Feng dedicated an entire day to drafting the plan. When Gu Jun laid eyes on the title of the plan, a surge of excitement coursed through him. What an excellent name. It resonated with me. The Doghead Chopping Plan. During this period, feel free to explore the capital. Should anything arise, you can always find me at the Ministry of Commerce. With that, Gu Jun departed. Zhou Feng anticipated that communication with the higher-ups would not be brief, but he did not expect it to extend beyond half a month. Initially, he remained obediently in the guest house, but eventually, the confinement became unbearable, prompting him to venture out and immerse himself in the vibrant atmosphere of the capital in the 1980s. While Zhou Feng leisurely strolled through various corners of the capital, turmoil brewed on Gu Jun's end. The Doghead Chopping Plan could take on various scales. During discussions with the finance sector, Gu Jun proposed 3 plans. The first was to grant Zhou Feng the autonomy to operate as he saw fit, maximizing whatever resources he could gather. In any case, the nation would not incur losses. The second plan involved moderate participation, leveraging Zhou Feng's operations to engage, and if predictions held true, seizing core technologies to address domestic deficiencies. The third plan could be deemed the true doghead chopping strategy, extending their reach as far as possible. When the opportunity arose, they would strike decisively, capturing the entirety of the semiconductor-related industry. If successful, they would pave the way for the industry's upward development. In Gu Jun's estimation, the second plan best aligned with the current circumstances. The investment was minimal, serving merely as a strategic prelude, where speculation outweighed investment. However, to his astonishment, the unveiling of the 3 plans sparked vehement opposition, the intensity of which took him by surprise. Not only was the second plan contested, but even the first faced fierce criticism. The primary objection stemmed from the belief that Zhou Feng's actions represented a resurgence of capitalism. Even in the 3rd year of reform and opening up, the delineation between capitalist and socialist ideologies remained ambiguous. While foreign investment was permissible, strict controls were imposed on the scale of individual enterprises, let alone Zhou Feng's audacious attempt to leverage state assistance for wealth accumulation. As for the second and third plans, the discussions deviated significantly from Gu Jun's expectations, focusing predominantly on whether the semiconductor industry warranted investment. In Gu Jun's view, once an opportunity presented itself, hesitation was unwarranted, action was imperative. Yet, the finance minister held a contrary opinion, deeming the investment grade of the semiconductor industry relatively low. He believed Gu Jun's mindset was driven by a desire for quick gains, asserting that even a single cent spent in a non-promising sector would result in a loss. In their perspective, semiconductor investments were excessively substantial relative to potential returns. It was more prudent to procure affordable and stable chips from abroad. As for supply chain vulnerabilities, there was a lack of awareness. Domestic relations with the island nation and the United States were currently amicable. With sufficient funds, what was there to fear about product availability? When the integrated circuit production lines were initially introduced, there was considerable opposition, yet the domestic demand for televisions was insatiable. Coupled with the fact that the prices for bipolar circuit boards from the island nation had not yet reached their current lows, a decisive resolution was made. Exiting the finance building, Gu Jun felt a rush of frustration surging within him, resulting in an unpleasant parting. He realized he had erred in approaching the finance department. These individuals were blinded by monetary concerns. Without policy demands, extracting funds would be exceedingly difficult. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to instruct the driver to head straight to the military district compound. Upon entering the compound after the guard's announcement, Gu Jun encountered an elderly gentleman practicing military boxing. Noticing Gu Jun's arrival, the old man halted, gestured for him to sit, and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel he had nearby. "Xiao Jun, what brings you here?" "Wu Lao, I primarily seek your counsel on a matter." "Go ahead." Gu Jun proceeded to relay Zhou Feng's plan and his own thoughts in detail. Wu Di appeared somewhat astonished. "Why is it Zhou Feng again? I had just heard Wei Hongjun mention this fellow, and I did not anticipate his ambitions to be so grand. What is the matter? The finance department disapproved? In front of Wu Di, Gu Jun dared not embellish the facts, yet he also refrained from sugarcoating the situation. Recounting the finance minister Ji Chuanming's remarks verbatim, which only served to infuriate Wu Di further. These fools are becoming increasingly muddled. Although I may not comprehend the intricacies of semiconductors, if there are no benefits to be had, how could those foreigners swarm in? Even if there is merely a 10% chance of success, we must pursue it. Gu Jun had not anticipated such a resolute stance from old Wu, secretly deeming his journey worthwhile. What about the finances? Wu Di waved his hand, his gaze distant as he remarked, since they are unwilling to cooperate, we shall bypass them. Moreover, the fewer who are aware of this matter, the better. Ensure you follow up diligently. Provide some conveniences and allow that young man to take the lead. We have our strategies in place on Gangdao, and time is on our side. If what he claims holds true, we can enter the fray later. There is no need for initial financial investment. Let him bear all necessary expenses for now. When the opportune moment arises, come directly to me, and I shall coordinate with the other old-timers. We will channel the funding through military expenses. However, let me make this clear. If we are to proceed, we must do so with utmost vigor. Should the commotion be minimal, do not blame me for holding you accountable. Observing the fierce demeanor of the seasoned general, Gu Jun stood at attention and saluted. Yes, I assure you I will accomplish the task. Wu Di nodded, then solemnly stated, however, prior to that, we must thoroughly investigate this young man's background to ensure his reliability. Chapter 49 The Friendly Island Nation. As Gu Jun initiated a comprehensive investigation into Zhou Feng, Wei Hongjun unexpectedly paid a visit. Before Zhou Feng could inquire about the purpose of his arrival, Wei Hongjun promptly disclosed his intentions. Following the conclusion of the last seminar, Wei Hongjun had approached Shun Guangming, who was working at the Huaka Institute, with a circuit diagram. Upon reviewing Zhou Feng's design, Shun Guangming expressed immense interest and immediately employed a circuit simulation tool for testing. The results of the tests delighted the two professors, revealing performance that was on par with the MOS 6502 and Z80 in computational speed, prompting them to wish to meet Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He had assumed Wei Hongjun sought him out regarding the production line, not realizing he was about to receive such astonishing news. Shun Guangming's reputation was indeed well known to Zhou Feng. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the domestic computer industry's development would recognize him. He is regarded as a leading authority in the field, having been involved in the development of the renowned Great Wall No. 1 supercomputer and the Shuguang No. 1 giant computer. Zhou Feng's impression of Shun Guangming was not solely based on his research achievements, but also stemmed from the tragic fates of the two computers he designed. Due to misguided external guidance and the influence of certain individuals who idolized foreign technology, the Great Wall No. 2 and core data were publicly exhibited at technology expos in the United States and the island nation 2 years later, in 1982. In hindsight, the Great Wall and Shuguang series were undoubtedly world-leading, far surpassing the island nation, yet the lack of confidence among some of the populace led to subsequent lamentable events. At the expo, the Great Wall No. 2 attracted the attention of the island nation, which seized the opportunity to steal a plethora of core secrets under the guise of collaboration, while also patronizingly warning that the Great Wall and Shuguang were technologically obsolete. This ultimately led to the abandonment of both projects. Subsequently, the island nation utilized the stolen technology to develop their own Showa No. 1, which shared the same core as the Great Wall but featured a more aesthetically pleasing design. By the time the domestic populace realized what had transpired, it was already too late. This was not the first time the island nation engaged in such underhanded tactics. Under the guise of friendly relations, many domestic technologies were evaluated by experts from the island nation. The well-known digital welding system, for instance, was abandoned following friendly advice from island experts, leading to an expenditure of $1.2 billion in 1992 for imported electronic CNC equipment, only to discover that 80% of the technology had been previously dismissed by those so-called friendly experts. After the Great Wall incident, Shun Guangming felt disheartened and chose to pursue opportunities abroad, abandoning the field of computer research that he had devoted countless efforts to. Reflecting on this, Zhou Feng felt a pang of sorrow, yet a surge of determination welled within him. There was still time to prevent such tragedies from recurring, and he wished to convey goodwill to the island nation, lest his feelings of discontent linger. Zhou Feng and Wei Hongjun proceeded directly to the office at the Huakai Institute. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Shen Guangming warmly extended his hand, his lean face beaming with smiles. Zhou Feng could see the fervor in his eyes, evidently pleased with Zhou Feng's chip design. A glance around the office revealed several computers scattered about, and Zhou Feng recognized two. One was the domestic XJ series mini-computer developed in the 1970s, which utilized paper tape for input, while the other was the Apple II microcomputer released in 1977. After introductions, Zhou Feng inquired, "Professor Shen, are you developing a microcomputer?" Shen Guangming expressed mild surprise, for microcomputers were not a ubiquitous concept at that time. Only two models had emerged on the market, the 8800 from MITS released in 1975, and the Apple II, known as the world's first color personal computer, resting on the desk. "Comrade Zhou Feng, do you also have a background in computers?" Zhou Feng quickly waved his hands, smiling as he replied, "I've merely heard of them. My understanding is limited, yet I hold great optimism for their future development." Shen Guangming was a reserved individual, yet his enthusiasm was palpable. He was delighted to learn of Zhou Feng's interest in microcomputers, as his desire to meet Zhou Feng stemmed from the potential of that chip. He firmly believed that microcomputers would inevitably become mainstream in the future. However, the domestic focus had recently been on large and superlarge computers, leaving the microcomputer initiative in a state of uncertainty. Upon reviewing Zhou Feng's design and conducting preliminary tests, he discovered that it could indeed support the operation of a microcomputer, marking the first microprocessor with domestic intellectual property rights. Through their brief exchange, Zhou Feng realized that Shen Guangming was even more admirable than he had anticipated. Not only did he aspire to develop microcomputers, but he also sought to create one that possessed entirely domestic intellectual property rights. This was a notion that seemed inconceivable in the 1980s, and in an instant, Zhou Feng resolved to recruit Shen Guangming. Compared to computers, the trinkets he had intended to profit from seemed trivial. "Professor Shen, to what extent has our research institute progressed with the microcomputer?" Zhou Feng's question abruptly dampened Shen Guangming's previously buoyant mood. Wei Hongjun subtly tugged at Zhou Feng, silently admonishing him for raising such a delicate subject. Noticing Wei Hongjun's gesture, Shen Guangming offered a wry smile. "Comrade Zhou Feng, to be candid, we are still in the conceptual phase. No formal project has been established. Is it due to a lack of support from above, or perhaps a financial shortfall?" Zhou Feng's probing felt like two daggers plunged into Shen Guangming's back, suddenly extinguishing his enthusiasm for discussion. Wei Hongjun's eyes widened. Zhou Feng's incisive ability to target the heart of the matter rivaled his prowess in chip design. Nonetheless, he remained composed, although their acquaintance was brief. He did not perceive Zhou Feng as lacking in discretion, and he understood that such comments surely served a purpose. Why is such a promising project not being pursued with greater urgency? Look at how much profit Apple has amassed. While large computers incur expenses, microcomputers are destined to enter every household. Why not engage in a lucrative endeavor? Shen Guangming was somewhat taken aback by Zhou Feng's remarks. He had not truly contemplated the question of profitability. His focus had been on research and development. However, Zhou Feng's words opened a new avenue of thought for him. Perhaps he could attempt to communicate with his superiors regarding this aspect. Zhou Feng was unperturbed by the fact that he had prompted Shen Guangming. In his recollection, the development of domestically produced microcomputers commenced post-1985. Since the 1980s, various scientific research projects had been consistently subjected to elimination. The likelihood of Shen Guangming's project proposal receiving approval was exceedingly slim. By not extinguishing all possible avenues, one could create opportunities for oneself. Chapter 50. Wu Di's indifference to domestic affairs. To Wei Hongjun's astonishment, Zhou Feng exhibited an extraordinary interest in Shen Guangming's research. Since the introduction of the two, Zhou Feng had been punctual in his daily visits to Shen Guangming's office. He diligently explored every facet of the Apple II microcomputer and mastered programming. Zhou Feng's next plan undoubtedly required the use of a computer, and he seized this opportunity to clarify his understanding of programming. After all, it would be implausible for a novice, who had never even touched a computer, to suddenly emerge as an expert, regardless of his inherent talent. He believed he had effectively controlled the pace of his progress, yet he still left Shen Guangming utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Genius!" Zhou Feng felt somewhat helpless, forcing himself not to become lost in the praises of Shen Guangming. Through their time together, the two had developed a profound friendship, and Zhou Feng subtly broached the idea of distancing himself from Huqiuan. Shun Guangming's immediate reaction was one of rejection, expressing his unwillingness to leave his homeland for foreign shores. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, his feelings complex. He understood that Shun Guangming had misinterpreted his intentions, but it was not surprising, given that currently, there was no research institution without official backing. To escape these constraints and pursue research, what other options existed aside from going abroad? What troubled Zhou Feng most was that Shun Guangming's resolute rejection only highlighted the melancholy of his impending departure 2 years later. What sort of emotions would that evoke? Zhou Feng spent a week developing 2 small games, saving them to a floppy disk, preparing to apply for intellectual property rights alongside his chip design. Meanwhile, Gu Jun had finally compiled all the information he could gather. Sitting face to face with Wu Di, they exchanged wide-eyed glances after reviewing the materials in hand. To his shock, Gu Jun discovered that his grandfather was none other than the old rogue Zhou Qinggong. He swallowed hard, having confirmed this information repeatedly, ultimately forced to accept that this audacious young man he thought he knew was, in fact, the grandson of this obstinate figure. Yes, his parents were still at the farm, and the old Zhou had no intention of bringing them back. Wu Di furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unexpected development. However, it was not entirely unfavorable. Even if they belonged to opposing factions, at least the individual in question was not problematic. Had he ever met his grandfather? No, he had only encountered his cousin Zhou Tong at Huqing, and they seemed to be strangers. Moreover, according to his adoptive aunt, their family was entirely unaware that Zhou Feng had a grandfather. Believing instead that Zhou Feng's father was an orphan, Wu Di nodded at the documents in his hand. Let's secretly arrange for his family to be sent to Yanqing. They can no longer suffer. Gu Jun fell silent, his thoughts drifting to Zhou Qinggong's visage, causing him a headache. He tentatively inquired, will old Zhou be agreeable to this? Why should you worry about him? Zhou Hongyan is a fine man, trapped with an unreliable father and elder brother. He is blind. Zhou Hongyan should have been vindicated long ago. There was no reason until now, and this is a perfect opportunity to send him to Yanqing for some experience. Inform Hongyan about his son's situation, but do not let them disturb him just yet. Gu Jun was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Zhou Feng is doing all of this to help Zhou Hongyan clear his name? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Wu Di flipped through the documents, his eyes widening in disbelief. This lad has married into the family? Gu Jun, still mulling over the previous topic, took a moment to process. Yes, I had someone check on that girl. She's incredibly beautiful, currently in her senior year, preparing for the college entrance examination next year. According to locals from Zhou Feng's village, the two are expected to marry in July. Wu Di beamed with delight, slapping his thigh. Excellent. This lad truly is remarkable. I must prepare a generous gift. If Zhou Qinggong finds out about this, it will surely amuse him. Gu Jun was puzzled. Zhou Hongyan has even disowned this son. Zhou Feng has been in the village for years, and it seems as though he has no grandson at all. Wu Di laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face crinkling in joy. What do you understand? Zhou Qinggong, that old rascal, values his reputation above all else. Regardless of acknowledgement, Zhou Feng is the bloodline of the old Zhou family, his legitimate grandson marrying in. Just wait and see. He will surely cause a stir. Old Wu, should we inform Zhou Feng? Wu Di shot a glance at Gu Jun. Do you think Zhou Feng must marry into that family? Not necessarily, but the Tian family is rather ordinary. We should not interfere with their domestic affairs. Gu Jun was left speechless, gaining a deeper understanding of Wu Di's audacity. Just moments ago, he had arranged for Zhou Hongyan to be sent to Yanqing, and now he was preparing a wedding gift while simultaneously declaring not to meddle in their family matters. Unbeknownst to Zhou Feng, who was blissfully unaware of this delightful misunderstanding, he grew increasingly anxious as the end of the month approached, with countless matters awaiting him at Jingfeng Electronics. Moreover, it had been nearly a month since he last saw Tian Xiaoxia, leaving him feeling restless. Resolving to abandon any plans, he decided to make another trip to the capital, asking Shen Guangming for assistance in procuring some traditional pastries from the Ming dynasty, renowned for their classic flavors. Upon returning to the guest house laden with bags, he began to pack. Gu Jun arrived and was met with a perplexing sight. His gaze filled with complexity. Zhou Feng noticed Gu Jun's presence, momentarily taken aback. Seeing him stare intently, he sheepishly remarked, I miss my fiancée. If you didn't come soon, I would have left. Gu Jun chuckled, shaking his head. You rascal, I have good news for you. The higher-ups have approved it. Really? Zhou Feng was genuinely surprised. Initially filled with anticipation, he had gradually lost hope as time passed, questioning whether he had been too hasty. Yet here it was. Gu Jun then shared the plans he had discussed with Wu Di, handing Zhou Feng an envelope. Upon opening it, Zhou Feng discovered an identification document with his name boldly printed, yet his registered residence was listed as Gangdao. Gu, why have you made me a resident of Gangdao? How am I supposed to get married? Gu Jun was genuinely defeated by Zhou Feng. He never anticipated that the young man's first reaction would be the impossibility of marriage. The very thought of Zhou Qinggong, that old stubborn man, made him silently sweat for Zhou Feng. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "This is your identity outside. Within the country, you are still Zhou Feng of Kaoshan Tan." Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng's spirits soared. The prospect of traveling abroad was inevitable, and with this new identity, many matters would become considerably more manageable. Joyfully accepting the documents, Zhou Feng produced a sheet of paper and swiftly began to write. Before handing it over to Gu Jun, Gu Bu, one matter does not trouble two masters. I certainly won't be able to go out in the near future, so I would greatly appreciate your assistance in registering a company in Hong Kong. Additionally, could you please apply for the intellectual property rights for the contents of these floppy disks? This is the circuit diagram, named ZF2A03G, and these two are two small games. After the intellectual property rights are secured, I would be grateful if you could help replicate a few copies and send them to major gaming companies. Thank you. Watching Gu Jun accept the items, Zhou Feng, with his large bag slung over his shoulder, bid farewell and left the guest house. Heading straight for the train station. Now that everything was settled, he was on his way home. Chapter 51. Welcoming reception. Zhou Feng arrived in Anong the following evening after enduring over 20 hours in a hard seat on the train, a true test of endurance. As he emerged from the station, a biting cold wind swept down his neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. At this hour, there were no buses heading to Futian, and just as he contemplated finding a guest house for the night, he spotted two familiar figures at the exit, holding a sign aloft that read Zhou Feng. It was Li Dachong and Wu Yongfei. Zhou Feng greeted them, though he was quietly puzzled by Wu Yongfei's presence. While it was not surprising for Li Dachong to come, what brought Wu Yongfei along? Zhou Feng, you finally made it. If you hadn't shown up, we might have frozen to death here at the train station, Li Dachong exclaimed. Zhou Feng chuckled and embraced the two men. Why are you two out here in the cold? It's freezing. I would have preferred to stay inside, but Wu Gu insisted that the layout inside was confusing and that we might miss you, so he made this conspicuous sign to ensure we catch you, Li Dachong replied. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, expressing his gratitude while secretly speculating on the reason behind Wu Yongfei's enthusiastic welcome. What could possibly interest Wu Yongfei? As he stood there shivering, he recalled that his father, Wu Di, had called him earlier to discuss some details regarding Zhou Feng. Wu Yongfei wasn't he one to regard Zhou Feng highly simply because he was the grandson of Zhou Qinggong. They were not from the same social circle. His genuine interest lay in Zhou Feng's ambitious plan, which he had missed at the previous conference due to his rank. After hearing Li Dachong recount the events, he found himself genuinely anxious for Zhou Feng's success. According to his father, this young man was capable of great things. The three hurriedly boarded a vehicle. The warmth inside was only marginally better than the outside, but at least it could shield them from the wind. That evening, they did not head to Hongshi Commune, but rather went directly to Li Dachong's home in Futian, where the elderly had long since finished dinner and was waiting for them. Li Dachong's wife, a gentle and gracious woman, prepared a meal for the three men. To prevent the children from interrupting their discussions, she took the child into another room. The trio raised a glass of liquor, feeling the warmth spread from their throats to their stomachs. Just as they finished their first drink, a knock sounded at the door. Elderly opened it to reveal Qiu Bo, his flat-top haircut appearing as he stepped inside, his face lighting up at the sight of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, I had some matters to attend to in the county this afternoon, so I couldn't join those two. I'm glad you finally returned. Li Dachong quickly offered Qiu Bo a chair, and without hesitation, Qiu Bo poured himself a drink, swiftly downing it. Why did you stay in Beijing for so long? We were beginning to think you didn't want to return to our humble corner of the world and intended to establish yourself in the capital instead. Qiu Bo's words were half jesting, half probing. Upon learning that Zhou Feng had successfully secured the project, he was elated, using his secretary's words to express that he had never been this happy even on his wedding day. After hearing the full story, he realized that Zhou Feng's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Such talent, if retained in Futian County, could rival even the nation's top counties. However, when Li Dachang returned without Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but speculate, and would often seek updates from Li Dachang and Wu Yongfei every few days. Thus, he was well aware of Zhou Feng's imminent return. Zhou Feng sensed Qiu Bo's eagerness, but harbored no notions of arrogance. Their collaboration on this project had been a collective effort, and any missing link could have jeopardized its success. His performance, while perhaps exceeding expectations, was merely a part of the whole. Qiu Bo may appear rough on the surface, but he was efficient and genuinely dedicated to his work. As for Li Dachang's unrefined style, Zhou Feng appreciated it. In the 1980s, as a local official, one had to assert authority to accomplish anything. Zhou Feng poured Qiu Bo another drink, raising his glass to clink with the others. First, I want to express my gratitude to you brothers for braving the cold to welcome me. Secondly, we have successfully secured the integrated circuit project. Perhaps we should celebrate this achievement. Zhou Feng's words struck a chord with the others, as during the days leading up to the confirmation, they had hardly slept from excitement. Indeed, we must celebrate. Come on, let us drink. Wiping his mouth, Zhou Feng continued, Qiu Gu, I initially intended to return with them, but some matters at the Ministry of Commerce delayed me for a few days. He disclosed this without reservation, as his time in Beijing was no secret, except for the details concerning the ambitious plan, which he could not share. Moreover, Qiu Bo and Wu Yongfei were both local officials, and the tasks ahead would require their unwavering support. As for Li Dachang, Zhou Feng still needed his assistance in producing chips once the production line commenced. Though Zhou Feng spoke lightly of the matter, Qiu Bo was stirred by the implications. He had heard from Li Dachang that the conference was presided over by Gu Jun and knew that Gu Jun had spoken with Zhou Feng afterward. However, he had not anticipated that Zhou Feng's extended stay in Beijing had been dedicated to engaging with the Ministry of Commerce. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Zhou Feng, what are your plans moving forward? After asking, he scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, and rephrased, I want to beat around the bush. Zhou Feng, your abilities are evident to all of us. It seems a pity for you to remain in that small village. I believe we could work well together. Have you considered a position in the county government? Zhou Feng was taken aback by the suggestion. He had never contemplated a political career, not because he doubted his ability to effect change, but because in a vast nation of over 1 billion people, one more official would hardly make a difference. Yet, the electronic industry needed a pioneer, and he aspired to be a vessel that would carve a path for Huawei technology. He shook his head and smiled, saying, Qiu Gu, our collaboration has made it clear what kind of people we are. I know my capabilities well. Do you truly believe I am suited for a government position? Noticing Qiu Bo's hint of disappointment, he continued, finding common ground does not necessitate being within the same system. My prolonged stay in Beijing was aimed at seeking opportunities for our locality, as well as for my own future. After a while, I may embark on a journey to Guangdao. Upon my return, I intend to invest in the establishment of a factory in Kaohsiung, where I will require the assistance of Qiu Gu and Wu Gu. I shall take charge of the economic affairs, and as long as I remain within the bounds of the law, with the two of you providing me with protection in the official realm, I have little to fear. In our last collaboration, we successfully brought back the integrated circuit project. This time, let us jointly create a national exemplary commune and a national exemplary county. Chapter 52. Homecoming. Wu Yongfei was the first to express his agreement, and he was not particularly surprised. Among the three, he was the one most informed about Zhou Feng's subsequent plans. It was absolutely impossible for Zhou Feng's ambitions to be incorporated into the system. Knowing Zhou Feng's background made him far more adept at gauging the appropriateness of their arrangement than Lao Qiu. What did it matter if the county head was involved? Contemplating his own arrangements, Wu Yongfei felt a sense of pride. However, Qiu Bo was taken aback. The information embedded in Zhou Feng's words was far too abundant. Currently, accessing Guangdao was no easy feat, and establishing a factory was a complex undertaking. It was evident that results had been achieved in discussions with the capital and the Ministry of Commerce. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Zhou Feng had no intention of leaving Futian County for the time being. With the support of the Ministry of Commerce, as long as no major issues arose, he would undoubtedly thrive. Brother, let us not beat around the bush. Our Futian County is too impoverished. As long as we can ensure a better life for the people here, I will provide whatever is needed. He said this while pulling Li Dachang closer, adding, initially, I begged and pleaded to bring the esteemed Qi Yi here. Just ask him. I, Lao Qiu, have fulfilled every promise I made. Li Daochang's eyes widened in mock indignation as he exclaimed, Zhou Feng, are you only thinking about Qiu Bo and Wu Yongfei? Now that you've become successful, do you look down on us? Zhou Feng nearly spat out his drink, coughing a couple of times before replying seriously, Brotherly, I advise you to maintain some decorum. From now on, I am your major client for the integrated circuit factory. The group erupted into laughter. After discussing future plans, Wu Yongfei shared some recent developments. Just a week prior, the matter concerning the Sun family had been resolved, and the ramifications of this case were exceedingly dire. Zhou Feng was only aware of the situation in Kaoshan village, but as the head of the grain bureau, Sun Fuquan had no reason to focus solely on that area. He had been equally adept at embezzling funds across the board. Over 500,000 in cash had been found at his home, marking it as the most significant corruption case in Futian County. The three Sun brothers, along with Sun Yuquan, received death sentences, while Sun Yoji was sentenced to 1 year of labor reform for his crimes. Zhou Feng gasped in shock. He had not anticipated such severe penalties. Sun Fuquan, the great parasite, was certainly facing consequences, but the sentencing of Sun Yoji seemed rather excessive. Casting a glance at Qiu Bo, who was focused on his meal, Zhou Feng speculated that this swift and severe response must have been influenced by him. Otherwise, it would not have been so ruthless. Wu Yongfei then mentioned the Zhongfeng electronics factory, which had recently completed its expansion. The villagers had assisted in the construction using timber salvage from the old cattle shed of the production team, incurring no expenses. However, not everything was smooth sailing. After Zhou Feng departed, the factory manager's prolonged absence led a few individuals to stir discontent among the workers, urging them to demand early wages and spreading rumors that Zhou Feng had absconded, rendering their efforts futile. Ultimately, it was Wu Yongfei and Chun Jianxi who intervened to calm the workers' unrest, assuring them that their wages would be paid in full on the scheduled date of the 1st. Zhou Feng originally intended to return the next day to settle accounts and distribute wages, as the following day marked the new year and the official arrival of 1981, a time to bring joy to the workers. Yet upon hearing Wu Yongfei's words, he changed his mind and decided not to rush back to the village. Instead, he would wait in the county for Tian Xiaoxia to finish school, and they would return together. The wage distribution would adhere to the contract on the 1st, which would also serve as an opportunity to eliminate those who incited unrest. A benevolent leader who attempts to accommodate everyone inevitably faces betrayal. The gathering continued until midnight, and Zhou Feng, truly fatigued, opted not to seek a guest house but shared a bed with Lao Li, sleeping soundly until noon the next day. In the afternoon, Zhou Feng and the two sisters, Tian Xiaoxia and Tian Xiaoji, were escorted home by Li Daochang's messenger. Upon seeing Zhou Feng return, Tian Xiaoxia's bright eyes nearly brimmed with tears, though she restrained her emotions due to the presence of the driver and her sister, simply exclaiming with delight, "You're back." Tian Xiaoji was equally joyful, chattering incessantly like a little sparrow, sharing that her sister had been mentioning him every day. Zhou Feng laughed heartily, while Tian Xiaoxia's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully reprimanded her sister. Upon arriving home, they found that Tian Xiaoshan had not yet returned. To welcome her future son-in-law, Chun Guixiang had prepared a hen. Since Zhou Feng's arrival, the chicken coop had suffered significant losses. That evening, Zhou Feng accompanied his future father-in-law for drinks. Seeing Zhou Feng, Tian Xiaoshan felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. After consuming a bit too much alcohol, he hesitated but eventually shared the unrest at the factory. He felt a twinge of shame, recognizing that Zhou Feng had entrusted him with managing the factory. Yet it was only with the intervention of Chun Jianxi and Wu Yongfei that the workers were pacified, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Zhou Feng, however, was unconcerned. No one was born a natural manager. This challenge was inevitable, and the sooner it was faced, the better. The larger the issue, the faster one would grow. His purpose in establishing the factory was not solely for profit. After discussions with the Ministry of Commerce, he deemed that profit negligible. More importantly, he sought to identify and cultivate usable talent for both production and management, as there would be a significant demand in the future. A capable leader requires a supportive team. Without people, even the best business cannot flourish. Uncle, do you have the names of those who instigated the unrest? Zhou Feng inquired. Tian Xiaoshan paused before nodding. There were initially 3 who led the charge, and later, 10 more joined in. I remember their names. Uncle, please provide me with that list. Tomorrow morning, have Uncle Chilin come to our house. I will reconcile the accounts with him, and I plan to distribute wages at the factory tomorrow afternoon. There's no need to discuss it in the morning, but keep track of anyone else who stirs trouble. Tian Xiushan understood Zhou Feng's intentions and hesitated, feeling conflicted. He was angered by the disruption caused by these individuals, yet he felt a pang of compassion towards Zhou Feng's resolve. Xiao Feng, perhaps we should give them another chance? Uncle, a factory is not a charity. In a business, there are those who rise and those who fall. We have not delayed a single day's wages, yet these individuals are disrupting production. Those who err must face consequences. Of course, trust is built gradually. If someone privately expresses concerns, that is acceptable, but inciting unrest among workers is a different matter entirely. Such individuals cannot be nurtured. Tian Xiushan fell silent, aware that Zhou Feng was indeed correct, yet his heart was still somewhat troubled, believing it was his failure to manage the factory effectively. Zhou Feng, perceiving the underlying sentiments without voicing them, thought it best to take a gradual approach, recognizing that it was not imperative for Tian to oversee the factory. More importantly, he wished for him to engage in pursuits that brought him joy. The following morning, as Zhou Feng had just risen, Tian Xiulin arrived with the ledger in hand. Unlike his brother, Tian Xiulin radiated vitality, his face aglow with enthusiasm. Upon their meeting, he exclaimed, "Zhou Feng, you rascal, you have returned. Come, let us see how much profit our factory has garnered this month." His excitement was palpable, overflowing in his expression. Chapter 53. Factory Operations Meeting. Zhou Feng hastily invited Tian Xiulin into the room and poured him a glass of water. However, Tian Xiulin was too preoccupied to drink, as he eagerly delved into the accounts. In the past month, Zhou Feng Electronics had produced a total of 21,000 antennas, each with an ex-factory price of 12 yuan, leading to an impressive total revenue of 252,000 yuan. The total material cost for this batch was approximately 120,000 yuan, with some materials yet to be processed. Tian Xiulin also presented the workers' payroll, which amounted to 2,876 yuan, including 30 yuan for both himself and Tian Xiushan. Although Zhou Feng had a general understanding of the factory situation, he was still taken aback by the fact that the total wages for over 100 workers was less than 3,000 yuan, deeming it excessively low. Nevertheless, he found the production of 21,000 antennas unsatisfactory. He had anticipated around 24,000 units. However, given the disturbances that had occurred, the diminished production efficiency was entirely understandable. Have the raw material payments been settled? Zhou Feng inquired. Yes, after deducting the workers' wages and miscellaneous expenses of 9,863 yuan, along with 76 yuan spent on meals for the villagers who assisted with the factory expansion, the net profit for this month totals 120,061 yuan. Zhou Feng was momentarily stunned by this figure. It was remarkable that such a small workshop could generate such significant profits in a month, an achievement not easily replicated by every collective enterprise. Zhou Feng Electronics had benefited from its association with the state-owned 712 factory, effectively resolving the critical issues of raw material supply and sales, coupled with Zhou Feng's product design, which contributed to this success. What he found regrettable was that the factory was a joint venture with the commune. Had it been a partnership with the village, he was confident that in a year, he could transform Kaoshan into a thriving hub. Contemplating this, Zhou Feng decided he needed to communicate with Wu Yongfei to ensure that the profits allocated to the commune were directed towards Kaoshan, at the very least to improve some basic infrastructure. As for his own share, Zhou Feng did not intend to monopolize it, recognizing his limited capacity to manage the factory. However, he was unwilling to simply relinquish it. Once the village prospered, he planned to transfer a portion of his shares to the village and a small fraction as rewards for outstanding workers to incentivize the factory. He would retain enough shares to maintain influence over the factory, especially considering that Old Li was entitled to a 10% profit share. This process was not urgent. It could be addressed once the factory was on stable footing. During lunch, Tian Xiushan added 2 names to the list without hesitation. Zhou Feng noticed Tian Xiushan's evident irritation and secretly chuckled, while feigning ignorance. After their meal, the two proceeded to the village committee. Zhou Feng went to Chen Jianxi's office for tea, while Tian Xiushan notified the workers to prepare for the meeting. Chen Jianxi was delighted to see Zhou Feng and eagerly shared that Li Daochang had recently visited Kaoshan, selecting a plot of land in the east to establish a factory, with construction expected to commence in the spring of the following year. Although the integrated circuit factory would have high recruitment standards, it was likely that few villagers would qualify. Nevertheless, having such a large factory situated in Kaoshantan would significantly stimulate local economic activity. The village's poultry, fruits, and vegetables would no longer need to be sold to the county, as local demand would be sufficient. The government also supported individuals engaging in agricultural products and small business ventures, providing yet another source of income. With the expansion of Zhou Feng Electronics continuing to recruit, the prospects for Kaoshantan were indeed promising. Zhou Feng could sense the old secretary's joy and felt genuinely happy for him. After years of diligent stewardship over this small mountain village, the dawn of a new era was finally in sight, a satisfaction that was beyond words. After a brief conversation, the sound of a car engine echoed outside, prompting Zhou Feng and his companion to step out. The employees at Zhou Feng Electronics peered out to see who had arrived. Upon spotting Xiao Bo and Wu Yongfei disembarking, Zhou Feng smiled. He had invited Wu Yongfei to attend the inaugural staff meeting and the first payroll disbursement, given that Zhou Feng Electronics was a joint venture with the commune. Xiao Bo's presence was merely for the sake of curiosity, perhaps to see how Zhou Feng Electronics had fared in its first month. Zhou Feng had previously instructed Tian Xiulin that the factory's financial details were not to be disclosed without his permission, and he did not intend for the workers to be aware of the factory's profitability, as it would serve no constructive purpose and could lead to discontent. As the workers saw the county head and the commune director arrive, they began speculating about the purpose of their visit. And they also noticed Zhou Feng, who had been absent for a while. A young man in his 30s asked Tian Xiushan, "When did your son-in-law return? Why didn't you inform us? We've all been worried." Tian Xiushan almost laughed at this remark. This young man had been one of the instigators during the earlier unrest, implying that he was upset for not being kept in the loop. "What is this, Li Hu? Does Zhou Feng need to report to you wherever he goes now? Focus on your work instead of meddling in others' affairs," he retorted, turning back to his seat. Li Hu was taken aback by this response, rolling his eyes in frustration and glaring at Tian Xiushan's back, spitting on the ground in contempt. "What a pathetic figure, relying on nepotism to become a director," he muttered under his breath, careful not to let Tian Xiushan hear. As a spokesperson for a small faction, being ridiculed without a response was a significant blow to his authority. Seeing a few individuals nodding in agreement beside him, Li Hu finally fell silent. Meanwhile, after Xiao Bo and Wu Yongfei entered the office, Zhou Feng wasted no time and instructed Tian Xiulin to present the factory's revenue situation for the past month. The group was taken aback to learn that the monthly revenue of Zhou Feng Electronics had reached an astonishing 250,000 yuan. It was worth noting that many state-owned enterprises in the county were barely surviving, with their workers' wages relying on government subsidies, leaving Xiao Bo in a state of despair. Wu Yongfei is acutely aware that this factory commune has not expended a single cent. Aside from facilitating the paperwork, he has exercised no further oversight. This stroke of fortune has truly fallen into his lap. As for Chun Jinxie, it goes without saying that he has been tormented by the memory of the 100,000 yuan pilfered from the village by the brothers Sun Fuqiang. Now, the factory has amassed over 200,000 yuan in receivables within just a month. The fact that this antenna factory, having only been operational for a mere month, can achieve such remarkable results is nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 54. Salary Distribution. Zhou Feng paid no heed to the few inexperienced individuals, nor did he concern himself with whether their fragile hearts could withstand the news. He urged Tian Xiulin to continue speaking. In that moment, Tian Xiulin felt an overwhelming sense of authority, as if he radiated brilliance. With fervor, he continued, "After deducting the operational costs of the factory and the workers' wages, and after meticulous calculations, the net profit of Angshi Gongshi Zhou Feng Electronics Factory in December 1980 is..." At this juncture, he paused deliberately to gauge the reaction of the crowd, noticing that the usual leaders were now attentively focused on him, which filled him with immense pride. He mused that being an accountant for the factory was far superior to being one for the village. He could compute the village's trivial finances with his toes. Tian Xiulin was jolted back to reality by the menacing aura exuded by Chun Jianxi, and he quickly cleared his throat to continue. "The net profit is 120,061 yuan. What?" The three exclaimed in unison, each believing they had misheard. Their synchronized inquiry and fierce expressions startled Tian Xiulin, making him doubt his own figures. He glanced at the ledger again and reiterated, 120,061 yuan. After a brief pause, he added, "Yes, indeed, that is the figure." The office fell into a profound silence. The trio was not so much astonished by the number itself, but rather by the stark contrast it represented. This factory, devoid of resources, could not be compared to those in the county that boasted profits in the millions. The workshop was merely a storage space for the production team. The workers were local farmers, and the equipment was a hodgepodge of scrap. Even the television used for quality inspection had been procured on credit from Zhou Feng, and payment was still outstanding. Moreover, the most daunting aspect was that this was merely the foundation. Everyone was aware that Zhou Feng intended to expand the factory and recruit more workers. How much could they potentially earn if operations were scaled up? Was money truly so easy to come by? Observing their reactions, Zhou Feng playfully teased, "Gentlemen, do not be alarmed. The factory has just commenced operations, and production efficiency has yet to increase. I take full responsibility." His light-hearted jest finally brought the group back to their senses, though Chun Jianqi shot him a disapproving glance. Zhou Feng continued with a smile, "You three hold esteemed positions, so do not underestimate our factory. Although our initial foundation is lacking, our potential for growth is undeniable. This profit is merely a starting point, and when I report back, I shall be cautious in my presentation to avoid startling you. I cannot afford such repercussions." Qiu Bo laughed heartily, remarking that if every village in the county had a factory like this one, he would have nothing to worry about. It was a pity that Zhou Feng had no interest in joining the government. Otherwise, he would surely clean up the place. Wu Yongfei waved his hand dismissively. "No, please do not hold back. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I am bold enough, so do not fear to overwhelm me." While the five engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere inside the factory was rife with anxiety. Some speculated that Zhou Feng, as the factory head, had not managed a single day, leading to accountability issues, and that he might even face arrest. Others whispered that with payday approaching, the factory lacked funds, and the leaders had come to discuss a strategy to deal with them. Opinions were varied and numerous. Amidst the chatter, Zhou Feng and his group entered the factory. Though it was winter, the factory remained warm. Despite the production team's inadequate insulation, Tian Xiaoshan had installed 6 clay stoves within the spacious factory to ensure optimal productivity, allowing workers to warm their meals atop iron pipes during lunch. As the 5 entered, it was as if a mute button had been pressed. The boisterous atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Tian Xiaoshan stood first, leading the applause, which resonated like thunder until the group took their seats. Zhou Feng approached the forefront, offering a brief opening statement before diving into the matter at hand. "Comrades, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your efforts over the past month. The purpose of this meeting is to commemorate a significant occasion. Do you know why it is noteworthy?" As his words lingered, eager voices clamored with various answers. A cacophony of responses. Zhou Feng smiled and nodded. "Some comrades are correct. Today marks the first salary distribution at Zhou Feng Electronics Factory." A spontaneous wave of applause erupted, with everyone clapping fervently until their hands grew sore. Zhou Feng raised his hands to quell the excitement and continued, "I previously promised that salaries would be distributed on the 1st of each month, and I also shared that our base salary is 15 yuan per month, accompanied by bonuses. For those who excel, additional rewards await. Today is a day of harvest." As he surveyed the enthusiastic faces below, Zhou Feng felt genuine joy and gestured to Tian Xiaolin, who promptly retrieved a bag and placed it on the table. Everyone craned their necks to see, and those seated in front exclaimed, "It's money. A bag of money." The atmosphere grew even more fervent, with all eyes fixated on the bag. Although 876 yuan was not a substantial amount, the sight of it being filled entirely with coins was visually striking. Zhou Feng cleared his throat and called out, "Li Yuehong, Zhao Jibua, Su Jun, and Zhou Ming, please step forward." The 4 individuals, unexpectedly named, were momentarily taken aback. Despite their initial hesitation, they ascended the stage. Zhou Feng shook each of their hands, smiling as he remarked, "The reason for inviting these 4 comrades to the stage is that during this month's production activities, their performance has been exemplary. They not only produced quickly, but also maintained high quality. I hope everyone learns from them." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, with no one contesting their commendation. They had all worked together and were aware of each other's contributions. Moreover, since Zhou Feng Electronics Factory produced antennas, both quantity and quality were systematically recorded and publicly announced daily. The 4, unaccustomed to such recognition, were visibly moved, their faces flushed with excitement. Due to their outstanding performance, These 4 comrades would henceforth be promoted to team leaders, with their base salary increasing from 15 yuan to 20 yuan. Zhou Feng's announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. Although he had previously indicated that rewards would follow commendable efforts, this reward was astonishingly direct. Previously, the production team's rewards had been mere red flowers and certificates. But here was a tangible increase of 5 yuan in a month. As the crowd settled down, Zhou Feng continued, "These 4 individuals also represent the highest earners in our factory this month, with salaries totaling 45 yuan. Please proceed to the accounting department to collect your wages and affix your fingerprints." A hushed murmur swept through the crowd, as astonishment gripped everyone present. They had not anticipated that the wages of these few individuals could soar to such heights. In the county, a factory worker typically earned merely over 30 yuan a month, with a monthly salary of 40 yuan deemed a considerable income. Yet, here stood someone earning 45 yuan a month, causing many to silently lament their previous lack of diligence and cunning. Had they been more industrious, it might have been them on that stage. The 4 individuals were equally bewildered, questioning if they had misheard, until the tangible feel of the 45 yuan in their hands confirmed the truth. Clutching the money tightly, they bowed to Zhou Feng before descending from the stage. Subsequently, Zhou Feng began to call out names and announce salary figures, inviting each person to step forward to collect their earnings. The average wage at Zhou Feng Electronics Factory hovered around 25 yuan, only slightly less than that of the county's factories, which brought joy to many. As Zhou Feng finally set down the list in his hands, a small group of individuals below could no longer contain their restlessness. Li Hu felt an ominous premonition. However, as the leader of his group, he felt compelled to voice their concerns. Rising to his feet, he spoke with a strained neck. "Director Zhou, why is it that our wages are absent?" Chapter 55. Why are we the only ones punished? Zhou Feng feigned ignorance and inquired, "What is your name?" "Li Hu." As he gazed upon Zhou Feng's composed countenance, Li Hu inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. He mused that he had not committed any grave offense. Previously, he had merely voiced the concerns of his fellow workers. Should Zhou Feng dare to withhold his wages, he would escalate the situation, causing chaos. With this thought, Li Hu puffed out his chest. However, Zhou Feng smiled and remarked, "So you are Li Hu." He then shifted his attention to the workers gathered below. "You may take a seat. There are still 15 comrades who have yet to receive their wages. Do not fret. Everyone will receive what is due to them." Upon hearing this, Li Hu's initial trepidation dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. He thought to himself that those who speak up are rewarded. His name had already been acknowledged by Zhou Feng, and he felt emboldened. After this incident, he wondered who in the village would dare to show him disrespect. He cast a disdainful glance at the workers surrounding him, and, seeing their rapt attention, felt an even stronger sense of superiority. With a slight smirk, he cast a proud glance at Tian Qiushan, thinking that being a mere director was not so impressive after all. Zhou Feng could do nothing to him. Tian Qiushan, recognizing Li Hu's arrogance, was nearly amused to the point of laughter, contemplating that the young man would soon find himself in tears. Li Hu's smile had yet to fade when Zhou Feng spoke again. "In addition to disbursing wages today, there are several matters to address. Each of you signed a contract prior to entering the factory. Do you recall?" "Yes," came the chorus of responses. After a few workers acknowledged this, Zhou Feng nodded lightly, but his tone abruptly turned grave. "The contract is a safeguard for the rights of all workers. It mandates that the factory must pay compensation as agreed upon in a timely manner. Today, the factory has fulfilled its promise, and those who have performed exceptionally will receive additional rewards. Conversely, the factory also has expectations of all workers. Throughout this month of production, some outstanding individuals have emerged, yet a few have also caused issues." Upon hearing this, many felt a jolt of unease, particularly the 15 who had yet to receive their wages. Li Hu's smile faltered. "Next, I will call out names, and those mentioned please stand. Zhao Xiaoqiang, Cui Yongzhu, Li Aibing." Zhou Feng continued to read off names until 10 had been called, then surveyed those standing. "You 10, during last month's production, incited your fellow workers to demand early wage disbursement from the factory. Is this true?" Before the assembly of workers, including their superiors, these individuals felt as if their dignity had been stripped away. Several women were so embarrassed that their heads nearly sank to their chests. Observing their expressions, Zhou Feng's demeanor softened slightly as he continued. "Firstly, the factory does not prohibit comrades from voicing their opinions, but it must be done through appropriate channels. You may directly approach Director Tian Qiushan, or me. If I am unavailable, You can seek out Director Wu at the commune. However, to create a scene with your fellow comrades is unacceptable. Who will bear the losses incurred from delaying the factory's production schedule? Do any of you feel unjustly treated? Seeing no one respond, Zhou Feng continued. You may refer to the contract and identify any clause that permits you to demand wages prior to the designated payday. Without legitimate reasons and failing to utilize proper channels to express your concerns, you have seriously disrupted the factory's order. Zhou Feng's words were stern, as he sought to eradicate this ill behavior thoroughly. Such audacity was intolerable. The factory was not a retirement home. After deliberation, it was decided that the 10 individuals would face the following penalties. Each must submit a 500-word reflection to Director Tian by the start of work tomorrow, and their base salary would be reduced by 1 level, from 15 yuan to 10 yuan per month. A wave of unrest rippled through the crowd, as none had anticipated Zhou Feng's severity. Just moments ago, they had envied the 4 who received salary increases, but now they found themselves sympathizing with those facing punishment and silently rejoicing in their own clarity of thought. Silence. Zhou Feng's icy gaze swept across the assembly, and instantaneously, silence fell. Noting that a few standing appeared defiant, he could not be bothered to argue further. This is a notification, not a discussion. The meeting is concluded. You may proceed to the accounting department to collect your full wages for last month. If you accept this, work diligently to earn back your wages. However, if such behavior occurs again, dismissal will be immediate. For those who disagree with this punishment, you may complete the wage collection process and directly handle your departure paperwork. You need not return tomorrow. Many gasped, truly sensing Zhou Feng's authoritarian demeanor. Zhou Feng initially intended to have them sit down and continue, but unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaoqiang raised his hand. Zhao Xiaoqiang felt wronged. He had not anticipated such a heavy penalty. He had genuinely worried that the factory might not be able to disburse wages, as his mother awaited money for her medication. Under the influence of others, he had impulsively joined in. He acknowledged that wrongdoings deserve punishment. One must stand tall when facing consequences. However, he believed Zhou Feng's actions were unjust, as he too had been incited, while the instigators faced no repercussions. With mounting indignation, he impulsively raised his hand, only to regret it immediately, fearing Zhou Feng's wrath and the loss of his job. Zhou Feng's gaze pierced him like a knife, draining his courage entirely. Tian Xiulin leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was slightly taken aback to learn that Zhao Xiaoqiang had earned 39 yuan last month, demonstrating an exceptional work ethic. After a moment's reflection, his expression softened. Comrade Zhao Xiaoqiang, do you have any thoughts? Upon being addressed, Zhao Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and replied, Director Zhou, I believe this is unfair. Why are only we being punished? Everyone discerned the implication in his words. Li Hu's expression darkened. He had thought this matter concluded, yet Zhao Xiaoqiang's stance clearly aimed to implicate him as well. Although he had initially incited Zhao Xiaoqiang, he dared not provoke Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng smiled, recognizing the situation but refraining from answering the question. Instead, he countered, Did you not err? Yes, Zhao Xiaoqiang admitted, gritting his teeth. Do you acknowledge the penalty? I do, Zhao Xiaoqiang replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What you must do is to focus on your own conduct. Only when you have ceased to make mistakes will you be entitled to inquire of me the reasons behind them. Please take a seat. Zhao Xiaoqiang was evidently dissatisfied with this response, yet he dared not utter another word and could only sit down sulkily. Li Hu believed that although Director Zhou Feng was young, he possessed a commendable sense of propriety and clearly wished to prevent the situation from escalating. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Zhou Feng's voice resound. Comrade Li Hu, I have a question for you. Chapter 56. Thunderous Measures. Li Hu was momentarily taken aback, pondering why he was being addressed in relation to the matter at hand. Why was Zhou Feng inquiring about his perspective? Despite his inner turmoil, he stood up obediently. Zhou Feng, wearing a warm smile, remarked, The factory is not a dictatorship under my sole authority. Anyone with concerns is welcome to approach me directly. However, I hope to avoid similar incidents in the future. Comrade Li Hu, I called you up to ask for your thoughts on this situation. Li Hu was stunned. He never anticipated that Zhou Feng would seek his opinion. His heart swelled with immense joy. Could it be that Zhou Feng intended to promote him? While his heart was elated, his tongue stumbled, as if restrained by a cage. This. Zhou Feng interjected. Do you believe the recent punishment was justified? Li Hu internally chastised himself for nearly squandering such an important opportunity to impress Zhou Feng. If he articulated his thoughts well, perhaps he could earn a promotion and enjoy a more advantageous position in the future. Forcing himself to regain composure, he inhaled deeply. Well, I believe Director Zhou's punishment was quite, to the point. Yes, precisely to the point. This, without punishment, it fails to address the issue. And without a firm hand, it does not serve as a warning to others. Before he could finish, the room erupted in laughter. Everyone in the village knew one another. It was evident that Li Hu's words were nonsensical. His face flushed crimson from embarrassment, yet he managed to feign a smile, as if the ridicule were not directed at him. Zhou Feng, no longer interested in Li Hu's farcical performance, took over. To say kill is an exaggeration. We are a factory, not a den of outlaws. However, I concur with Comrade Li Hu. Some individuals deserve a chance to amend their ways, but those with ulterior motives will not be easily forgiven. The laughter ceased abruptly, and Li Hu's smile froze on his face as a sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. Zhou Feng continued sternly. The previous punishment was directed at the instigators. Now, I shall announce the penalties for the ringleaders of this unrest. Li Hu, Ji Chuntao, and Zhang Guangrong. Upon hearing their names, Ji Chuntao and Zhang Guangrong instinctively rose. You three have displayed a lack of diligence in your work and have repeatedly incited your fellow workers to cause trouble. The decision regarding your punishment is now made. Li Hu, Ji Chuntao, and Zhang Guangrong are to report to the accounting department for wage settlement and to complete the necessary formalities. Effective immediately, you are dismissed from the factory and will never be reemployed. Zhou Feng's voice rang out like the chill of winter, leaving the three men feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. They had been fired? Zhao Chong finally grasped the implications of Zhou Feng's earlier words. He had been advised to focus on his own performance, trusting Zhou Feng to handle matters. The outcome exceeded his wildest expectations. The other workers who faced penalties were secretly relieved. Compared to dismissal, writing a self-reflection and losing some wages seemed trivial. As long as they worked diligently, any lost wages would eventually be recouped. Even those who had not erred were somewhat intimidated. The contract had warned of possible termination for poor performance, yet no one anticipated that 3 individuals would be dismissed within the first month. Qiu Bo, Wu Yongfei, and Chun Jianxi exchanged glances. They were aware of the unrest among the workers, but Zhou Feng had never disclosed how he planned to address it. They had come to observe his response, and what they witnessed was clear and decisive. Punishments were meted out with reason and fairness, devoid of any ambiguity. Wu Yongfei now understood why Zhou Feng had concealed the situation regarding the Kie Air project while strategizing for control over the factory. Had the commune been in charge today, the proceedings would have been far less efficient. Li Hu felt as though he had misheard. Turning to see the pale faces of Ji Chuntao and Zhang Guangrong confirmed that he had indeed heard correctly. Zhou Feng had turned against him. Not only had he been targeted, but Zhou Feng had also manipulated him into expressing his views on the punishment. Reflecting on his earlier statements felt like receiving a barrage of slaps to the face, leaving him stinging with humiliation. He had initially believed Zhou Feng's punishment of the 10 individuals was a means of intimidation while simultaneously rallying support to manage the factory. He had heard of this tactic in stories. It was known as a blend of benevolence and severity. Little did he know that Zhou Feng had included him among those to be punished. A torrent of humiliation and fury surged within him as he bellowed. Zhou Feng, you can't dismiss me. What gives you the right to fire me? I will report you. I will go to the commune and the county to lodge my complaint. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Your complaints need not be complicated. The county chief and the commune director are present. You are welcome to report me right now. Li Hu's mind reeled. Zhou Feng's reminder of the leader's presence jolted him back to reality. He recalled that both officials had entered with smiles, clearly aligned with Zhou Feng. Ah, I will kill you, you bastard. Enraged and humiliated, Li Hu lunged toward the podium, but Chun Jianxi promptly instructed the militia to escort Li Hu and his companions out. They had no right to remain after their dismissal. The remaining workers straightened their backs at this spectacle. Zhou Feng remained unfazed. Smiling as he concluded, with the matter of punishment addressed, I hope everyone takes this as a lesson. Now, I will discuss 2 additional matters. First, starting tomorrow, we will initiate the recruitment of the second batch of workers, with 103 positions available. The criteria for employment are well known. All comrades are encouraged to spread the word. Anyone wishing to join the factory should promptly register at the village committee. I will allow our community a week to fill these positions. If we do not reach full capacity, We shall open the spots to neighboring villages. This announcement reignited enthusiasm among the workers. They believed that following the salary disbursement, many would be eager to join Zhou Feng Electronics. After all, who didn't he have friends or relatives eager for such a splendid opportunity? Observing the eager faces, Zhou Feng chuckled. There's no need to rush. Recruitment begins tomorrow. And even if you return now, it would be futile. Hearing this, the crowd relaxed and laughed, no longer worried about missing out on the positions. The final matter pertains to a benefit for everyone. The mention of benefits piqued everyone's interest, and they listened intently to Zhou Feng, eager not to miss a single detail. As you know, our factory produces television antennas, but how can we, as employees of Zhou Feng Electronics, not have a television at home? Upon hearing this, the workers began to guess what was coming. Their excitement mingled with disbelief as they awaited Zhou Feng's next words. Chapter 57. Welfare. Zhou Feng smiled as he looked at everyone and suddenly called out Zhao Xiaoqiang's name. When he stood up, Zhou Feng asked, Xiaoqiang, can you guess what the welfare is? Zhao Xiaoqiang swallowed nervously and replied, a television? Zhou Feng chuckled and said, correct, it is indeed a television. The venue erupted with excitement. A television? What a remarkable prize. In the entire village, aside from the 10 test units in the factory, only the Tian Xioshan family possessed one, which Zhou Feng had painstakingly assembled. The cheapest television costs over 300 yuan, equivalent to an entire year's salary. If one performed poorly, even a year's wage would not suffice to afford it. The announcement of this welfare was astonishing. Zhou Feng, not wanting to build suspense, continued, of course, it's not for everyone. Each quarter, we will select 4 outstanding comrades from various teams to receive this reward, a television. The crowd gasped. Not only were the workers surprised, but even Chun Jianxi and others were taken aback. For televisions in 3 months? That was no small sum. Zhou Feng allowed the crowd to discuss for a moment before lightly adding, of course, it won't be from the current teams. After the second batch of recruitment, we will split your current teams into 2, each with a portion of new members to form new teams. This meant there would be 2 teams for parts processing, pipe cutting, assembly debugging, and packaging, and the factory would reward only the most exceptional workers in the best performing team. Even though Zhou Feng added conditions, the prospect remained enticing. The probability was not negligible. Anyone who worked diligently could potentially earn a television, and even if one did not keep it, selling it would provide a significant income. Until the meeting concluded, discussions about the television continued fervently, diminishing the urgency to inform relatives and friends. Zhou Feng and Chun Jianxi saw off Zhou Bo and his companion. Zhou Feng initially intended to head home, but was stopped by Chun Jianxi. Xiaofeng, are you really planning to distribute 4 televisions in a quarter? Zhou Feng nodded and explained with a smile, Grandpa Chun, rest assured, the value generated by these televisions will far exceed their cost. After this statement, Zhou Feng ceased further explanation. Chun Jianxi, satisfied with the response, did not press for more details, knowing Zhou Feng was a calculated individual. Zhou Feng's intention was straightforward, to enhance the workers' motivation and facilitate the rapid cultivation of talent. This was an opportune moment to seize the market. Producing goods meant generating profit. Initially, people might have focused on the television, but as their incomes increased, their interest might shift towards which team could outperform another. In a factory devoid of competition, creativity cannot flourish. Such an environment becomes stagnant. Zhou Feng used the television as bait to invigorate this stagnant pool. As more workers joined, a corporate culture would gradually form, benefiting future management. Upon returning home, Zhou Feng found Tian Xiaoxia and Tian Xiaoji studying, completely unaware of his presence. He chose not to disturb the sisters and quietly observed from behind. To his surprise, Tian Xiaoxia's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a unique aesthetic quality. After an undetermined period, Tian Xiaoxia put down her pen and stretched, only to look up and see Zhou Feng standing behind her, startling her. Embarrassed, she inquired, when did you come back? At that moment, Zhou Feng felt a surge of emotions. The house was warm from the winter heating, and everyone was lightly dressed. Tian Xiaoxia's stretch evoked in him the beauty of the country's landscapes. Rubbing his nose to suppress his unusual thoughts, he smiled and said, I just returned. I didn't want to interrupt your serious studying. Where are Xiaoya and Shaolin? Tian Xiaoji replied, they ran out to play after lunch and haven't returned. Brother-in-law, have you finished dealing with the factory matters? Yes, I have. How have you two been studying lately? Do you need any guidance? With a playful grin, Tian Xiaoji responded, brother-in-law, my sister doesn't need guidance. You don't know how amazing she is. She's always first in the school, leaving the second-place student far behind. Zhou Feng was genuinely astonished. He had heard from Tian Xiaoshan that Tian Xiaoxia was an excellent student, but to maintain the top position after spending so long at home was no small feat. Observing Zhou Feng's expression of surprise, Tian Xiaoxia felt a mix of pride and embarrassment. Don't listen to Xiaoji's exaggeration. My English is terrible, but fortunately, it doesn't count for much. Zhou Feng, unfamiliar with this aspect, inquired further and learned that after the restoration of the college entrance examination, English was included as a subject, but only 30% of the score was counted. In other words, scoring 100 would only contribute 30 points to the total score. That's all right. I can help you with that. Before Tian Xiaoxia could respond, Tian Xiaoji burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, you know the 26 letters. Do you really think you can teach them? In Tian Xiaoji's eyes, although her brother-in-law was quite capable, claiming to understand the complexities of English was simply absurd. Upon hearing her sister's words, Tian Xiaoxia's expression became serious. Xiaoji, realizing she might have misspoken, Tian Xiaoji had no ill intentions. She merely echoed the playful banter from her classmates. Sticking out her tongue, she cautiously glanced at Zhou Feng, relieved to see he was not upset. Their parents had sternly instructed the sisters to show respect to their brother-in-law and to avoid being disrespectful. Zhou Feng, however, did not take offense at Tian Xiaoji's words. He was not that sensitive. Instead, he pondered over the English matter, surprised by the 30% scoring system. He recalled that in the late 1980s, there had been a surge in English learning, with many university students aspiring to study abroad. Little did he expect that English would be so undervalued in the 1980s. While mastering English might not provide a significant advantage for Tian Xiaoxia in the college entrance examination, its importance would become evident in university. For Tian Xiaoji, it was even more crucial. Who knew when the scoring could revert to a full 100 points, making it challenging to catch up later on. With this in mind, Zhou Feng smiled and asked Tian Xiaoji, "What about you? How is your English?" Upon hearing Zhou Feng's question, Tian Xiaoji's face turned crimson. Tian Xiaoxia cast an exasperated glance at Tian Xiaoji and teased, "She is still no match for me." One could aptly describe her with an idiom. What idiom? Chao Xing Yu Wu. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng burst into laughter, while Tian Xiaoji, feeling both humiliated and angry, retaliated by tickling Tian Xiaoxia. As Zhou Feng observed the playful banter between the two sisters and was about to offer his assistance with tutoring, the village's loudspeaker crackled to life. Comrades! Comrades! A village-wide assembly will be held tonight at 7 o'clock in the workshop of Zhou Feng Electronics. At least one representative from each household must attend. Tonight at 7. Chapter 58. The village chief election. Zhou Feng felt somewhat astonished. Previously, Chen Jianxi had not mentioned any meeting. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind. Each household was to send a representative, and Tian Xiaoshan could go. He had no desire to join the commotion. Dinner was prepared by Chen Guixiang, featuring an array of dishes, meat, and 2 servings of rice. In the words of the petite Tian Xiaoyun, ever since her brother-in-law returned, the family's living conditions had risen dramatically, and with the celebration today, the feast was particularly sumptuous. After the meal, Tian Xiaoya eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. Zhou Feng had initially intended to showcase his English proficiency to the 2 sisters, hoping to provide them a glimpse into the modern educational system. However, before he could act, he was pulled away by Tian Xiaoshan. "Uncle, you go ahead. I shall not join," Zhou Feng remarked. Yet, Tian Xiaoshan inexplicably refused, shaking his head and insisting, "Secretary Chen specifically requested your attendance. I must take you along." Reluctantly, Zhou Feng followed, sensing that Tian Xiaoshan bore some hidden concern. He dismissed it, attributing it to his future father-in-law's lingering worries from earlier in the day. When they arrived, the factory was already bustling with people. Representatives from every household had gathered, engaged in lively conversations, boasting, and snacking on sunflower seeds, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chen Jianxi sat at the forefront, puffing on his pipe. Beside him was an unfamiliar figure, exuding an air of authority. Zhou Feng had never seen him before, suggesting he was not from the village. Upon noticing Zhou Feng's arrival, Chen Jianxi warmly beckoned. "Come, Zhou Feng, let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao Hongbing from the commune." Zhao Hongbing extended a cordial handshake, smiling as he said, "Comrade Zhou Feng, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard much about you." Although Zhou Feng had never met Zhao Hongbing before, he had heard his name frequently. Wu Yongfei had mentioned him when he returned to the capital, advising that if there were matters to discuss, one should seek out Zhao Hongbing at the commune. Realizing that Zhao was the deputy director of Hanshi commune, Zhou Feng speculated that today's meeting pertained to the election of village officials. Previously, Tian Xiulin had been appointed as the village accountant, but since Sun Fuqiang's departure, the position of village chief had remained vacant, indicating that an election was indeed imminent. Once everyone had gathered, Chun Jianxi confirmed Zhou Feng's suspicions, announcing that today was the village chief election. Zhao Hongbing was there to oversee the proceedings and to appoint the elected candidate once the results were declared. Since the implementation of the household contract responsibility system, village officials received salaries shared by both the commune and the village, rendering such positions highly coveted. Everyone aspired to this livelihood, yet not everyone could attain it. The village chief had to be a person of esteem within the community, capable of shouldering significant responsibilities, with the commune placing particular emphasis on the collection of agricultural taxes. Tax collection was no small feat. If one lacked the necessary skills, turmoil could easily ensue, given the villagers' limited means. Thus, the selection of the village chief was crucial. One must be able to command respect and unite the populace, for even the most capable individual would falter without support. This was Zhou Feng's first experience with a village official election, and he found it utterly captivating. However, he was taken aback when Chun Jianxi did not announce any candidates, but instead proceeded directly to the voting. As previously discussed, you may write down the name of the person you wish to elect on the paper provided. Director Zhao will then tally the votes, he instructed. Zhou Feng stared blankly at the pen and paper in his hand, uncertain of whom to choose. After quietly inquiring with Tian Xiushan, he learned that during his absence in the capital, the village had already notified the residents about the election. Typically, candidates were selected from the existing team leaders, thus negating the need for a formal announcement of candidates. Zhou Feng gathered some information about a few team leaders and made a choice based on instinct. As he submitted his ballot, he noticed Chun Jianxi grinning at him, and the smile made him feel uneasy, leaving him puzzled about the old man's intentions. Zhao Hongbing organized the stack of ballots, prepared the blackboard and chalk for the counting process. Zhou Feng, eager to witness the spectacle, was utterly dumbfounded when Zhao Hongbing began announcing the results. In an instant, everything became clear. He understood why Tian Xiushan appeared troubled and finally grasped the source of Chun Jianxi's inexplicable smile. This was undoubtedly a scheme with ulterior motives. Zhao Hongbing glanced at Zhou Feng with a smile and proclaimed loudly, "Zhou Feng." The tally clerk swiftly inscribed Zhou Feng's name on the blackboard, marking it with a 1 beneath it. Zhou Feng, Zhou Feng. Soon, a series of tally marks formed, and Zhou Feng stood agape. He could hardly believe this was the villagers' voluntary election outcome. After all, how long had he been in the village? What esteem did he possess? Corruption, underhanded dealings, cheating in the village chief election, and the main character was none other than himself? Zhou Feng frantically gestured to Chun Jianxi, but the latter remained oblivious, maintaining an air of fairness and transparency. Zhou Feng cast a questioning glance at his future father-in-law, seeking clarity on the matter. Tian Qiushan, feeling helpless and realizing he had miscalculated, thought that had he known, he would not have sat beside Zhou Feng. Now, there was no escaping the situation. He could only whisper to Zhou Feng, "Before your return to the village, Director Wu Yongfei held a meeting with Secretary Chun to discuss the matter of village elections. The primary focus was on Tian Fuqiang, and it was indicated that there would be a village election in the near future. During the meeting, Wu Yongfei praised your abilities highly. Although he did not explicitly mention the village chief position, it was obvious what he intended. Initially, many villagers were critical, believing you had leveraged Wu Yongfei's influence to gain an advantage, particularly among a few team leaders who felt they had a chance at the position. However, after Secretary Chun shared your contributions and announced plans for a significant factory in the village next year, those dissenting voices were swiftly silenced. Once you returned and distributed the wages, the favorable conditions at Zhengfeng Electronics spread throughout the village, and your popularity soared. In the wake of the reform and opening up, the village chief's paramount task became leading the villagers in economic development. With someone like Zhou Feng emerging in Caoshanton, it would be a grave loss for the village to overlook him. Hearing this, Zhou Feng felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that even in his absence, Wu Yongfei and Chun Jianxi had already laid the groundwork for this predicament. However, he is truly incapable of assuming the role of village chief. He genuinely lacks the time. Presently, he has a bit of leisure, but once news arrives from Gangdao, he anticipates being inundated with responsibilities, leaving no opportunity to address the myriad trivial matters of the village. Not to mention village affairs, he does not intend to involve himself excessively in the affairs of Zhou Feng Electronics either. Even if he were to be split in two, he would still be overwhelmed. Nevertheless, the election has commenced, and Zhou Feng cannot immediately express his dissent. He must wait until the assembly concludes to engage in a thorough discussion with Zhao Hongbing and Chen Jianxi. In any case, he is resolutely unwilling to accept the position of village chief. Chapter 59. Enlisting young men. Zhou Feng observed, with wide eyes, as the number of votes beneath his name multiplied, quickly overtaking more than half of the blackboard. By the conclusion of the election, there were over 400 households in Kaoshantan, and Zhou Feng alone had garnered 360 votes. Chen Jianxi did not afford Zhou Feng the opportunity for a private conversation, as Zhao Hongbing promptly announced Zhou Feng's election as village chief. Faced with the applause and congratulations from the villagers, Zhou Feng felt the weight of the situation bearing down upon him. Yet he mustered the courage to bow and express his gratitude for their trust. After the meeting, Chen Jianxi no longer avoided him. All the village officials gathered in the village committee office. The small room accommodated 7 individuals: village secretary Chen Jianxi, accountant Tian Xiaolin, militia captain Zheng Bo, women's director Li Chuiyi, Tian Xiaoshan, along with Zhao Hongbing and Zhou Feng. Upon entering, Zhou Feng could hardly contain himself. There was still room for negotiation, and delaying further would lead to complications. Director Zhao, Secretary Chen, I cannot assume the role of village chief, Zhou Feng stated directly, wishing to avoid any ambiguity in the matter. Zhao Hongbing and the others displayed not a hint of surprise. Their expressions were those of foresight. Zhou Feng chuckled ruefully. You have truly caught me off guard. It seems we are all in this together. His words elicited laughter from the group, as many aspired to the position of village chief. Yet Zhou Feng appeared as though he bore an immense grievance. Comrade Zhou Feng, this is the result of a collective election by the villagers of Kaoshantan. Not even Secretary Chen, nor Director Wu, could dismiss you immediately after the election. If there are issues, we shall address them together. Abandoning this position is not a wise choice. Zhou Feng felt a sense of entrapment for the first time since arriving in this era. He truly did not wish to be village chief, yet the election was concluded. He wanted to express his frustration regarding the lack of communication prior to the election, but upon seeing Chen Jianxi's expression, he swallowed his words. Taking a deep breath, he said, I am immensely grateful for everyone's trust, but I truly cannot take on this role. Chen Jianxi remained silent, while Zhao Hongbing encouraged him to continue. Zhou Feng, please share your thoughts. We will do our utmost to accommodate them. I am currently managing Zhou Feng Electronics, which is just beginning to expand its production capacity, Zhou Feng explained. Chen Jianxi did not even raise his eyelids, but nudged Tian Xiaoshan. Tian Xiaoshan reluctantly spoke up. Well, Zhou Feng, the affairs of the factory will not consume your energy. You need only steer it in the right direction, and I will handle as many of the trivial matters as possible. Zhou Feng felt a pang of frustration and cast a resentful glance at Chen Jianxi before continuing. In addition to the electronics factory, I plan to establish other factories come spring. The village matters are overwhelming, with family planning and agricultural tax collection demanding considerable time and effort. Without needing a prompt from Chen Jianxi, the women's director Li Chuiyi interjected with a smile. Village chief, you need not worry about family planning. Our women will handle those matters. Leave it all to me, Li Chuiyi. She concluded with a confident pat on her robust figure. Following Li Chuiyi's assurance, militia captain Zheng Bo added, I will take charge of tax collection and related matters. I am quite familiar with this, having served as deputy director during the production team days. Zhou Feng regarded Zheng Bo, whose imposing stature indeed suited the task of tax collection. It became clear to Zhou Feng that Chen Jianxi had meticulously orchestrated this arrangement, and these individuals had likely conferred extensively about the situation. After some contemplation, Zhou Feng decided to play his trump card. Previously, when I visited the capital, I communicated with leaders from the Ministry of Commerce about some future collaborations. It is simply not suitable for me to hold an official title. This time, Chen Jianxi did not respond, but Zhao Hongbing chuckled. Comrade Zhou Feng, you need not be concerned. The village chief is not considered an official. You are our elected leader in Kaoshantan. Regarding the Ministry of Commerce, before I arrived, Director Wu instructed me to convey a message to you. All eyes turned to Zhao Hongbing, eager to hear what Wu Yongfei had to say. Zhao Hongbing organized his thoughts and mimicked Wu Yongfei's tone, saying, if he uses his position as an excuse, You simply tell him, I have inquired, and it bears no impact whatsoever. Zhou Feng was left speechless, finally realizing that the puppeteer behind this scheme was undoubtedly Wu Yongfei. Previously, Gu Jun from the Ministry of Commerce had mentioned Wu Di's influence, indicating that the elder had high hopes for Zhou Feng's initiative. As Wu Yongfei's son, Wu Yongfei was undoubtedly well aware of the endeavors Zhou Feng aimed to pursue. Zhou Feng had previously found it perplexing that Chen Jianqi, known for his straightforward approach, would not even hint at the situation. However, if this was Wu Yongfei's doing, it made perfect sense. No wonder Wu Yongfei had shown such eagerness to assist, even going so far as to personally welcome him with Li Daochong. It was clear he had enlisted Zhou Feng into this endeavor. Realizing this, Zhou Feng shook his head in resignation. I commend your thorough planning. However, you need not involve me directly. So what is the purpose of appointing me as village chief? At this juncture, Chen Jianqi recognized that the matter was likely settled and ceased to feign ignorance. You need not concern yourself with those tasks. There is but one thing you must focus on. Chen Jianqi took a puff from his pipe and continued. You need only guide everyone towards profitability, ensuring the village thrives. We will take care of the rest. Zhao Hongbing added, since the reform and opening up, a village chief's paramount responsibility is economic development. Numerous exemplary economic villages have emerged nationwide, and we aspire for Kaoshan to become a model village as well. Should you require any support, I pledge that the commune will fully cooperate. The enthusiasm of Chen Jianqi and the others stemmed from their recognition of Zhou Feng's financial acumen, which also explained Chen Jianqi's unwavering commitment to Wu Yongfei's plan. Observing the situation at Zhou Feng Electronics left no room for doubt. Wu Yongfei's intentions were straightforward. Like Qiu Bo, he sought to ensure Zhou Feng remained tethered to the village. However, while Qiu Bo had extended an olive branch for a government position, Wu Yongfei understood that Zhou Feng could not be an official, yet being village chief was entirely feasible. Although Zhou Feng previously stated that he would not depart from Futian County, nor would he leave Kaoshan, Wu Yongfei remained entirely unconvinced. Even with the connection to Tian Xiaoxia, he harbored doubts. While being a village chief may not completely bind him, it would certainly strengthen their relationship. Zhou Feng's ascent coincided with the rise of Hongshi Commune. And even if success eluded him, there was little to lose. It was a matter of taking a chance regardless of the outcome. Wu Yongfei's philosophy was that even if a fly were to pass over Hongshi Commune, it should leave behind at least 2 liang of oil. Chapter 60. Industrial layout. Having reached this point in the conversation, Zhou Feng fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Both Zhao Hongbing and Chen Jianqi sighed in relief, genuinely fearing that Zhou Feng might turn against them over this matter. Indeed, their actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Previously, Chen Jianqi had discussed with Wu Yongfei whether they should give Zhou Feng a heads-up. Wu Yongfei had bluntly stated that it was hopeless, asserting that there was a 100% chance he would not agree. Although he was uncertain about how far Zhou Feng could go, there was no doubt about his considerable ambition. Engaging in a conversation with such a person about becoming a mere village head, regardless of the financial incentives, would be futile. Inquiring was a hopeless endeavor. It would be better to press him a bit. After returning to Kaoshan, Chen Jianqi underwent a series of mental preparations, investing considerable thought while conversing with Tian Xiaoshan. In his view, Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia had not yet married, and even if they did, divorces were not uncommon. Furthermore, the dynamics between the two were constantly evolving. Zhou Feng was undoubtedly impressive, while Tian Xiaoxia excelled academically at school, with a bright prospect of attending university. Once she moved to a big city, it was hard to predict what other aspirations might arise. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoshan fell into silence. He wished to counter the argument, but found himself at a loss for words. The more he interacted with Zhou Feng, the more uncertain he became, not due to distrust, but because every time he thought he had a grasp on Zhou Feng, new revelations emerged, as if this future son-in-law were shrouded in a veil of mystery. When Tian Xiaoxia resumed her studies, he noticed his daughter becoming increasingly confident, with Tian Xiaoji sharing tales of her sister's excellence at school each time she returned home. After conversing with Chen Jianqi, he realized that neither of these two young people was still under his influence. Naturally, he wished for their relationship to flourish, yet some matters were best left unmeddled by parents. All he could do was encourage Chun Guixiang to frequently express her thoughts to their daughter and create more opportunities for the pair to spend time together. Moreover, fostering a closer relationship between Zhou Feng and Kaoshan was something he hoped for, aligning with the natural course of events. Zhou Feng, drawing upon the experiences of his 2 lifetimes, quickly comprehended the underlying causes and effects of the situation. While no one enjoys feeling manipulated, he sensed the expectations that Chen Jianxi and others had for him. This expectation weighed upon his shoulders, ultimately leading to his decision to acquiesce. He had come to this era for a reason, and he wished to leave a mark. His abilities were not grand, and he could not fundamentally transform everything, but the notion of attempting to rejuvenate a small village seemed quite appealing. Previously, he had not contemplated this aspect, yet it did not conflict with his aspirations and might even facilitate them. The development of industry is invariably reliant on local support. While the entry of foreign enterprises could bring temporary policy advantages, being controlled by external forces was merely a matter of time. Although he had reached some consensus with the Ministry of Commerce, he was not naive enough to believe that everything would be smooth sailing. Currently, the ministry could only offer him the identity of a foreign investor. Without funds, manpower, or policies, if he could not establish a firm foundation, everything would merely be castles in the air. A local interest community, once developed to a certain extent, could provide Zhou Feng not only with influence, but also a protective charm. He certainly did not reject this idea. He was curious to see how far the rather quaint name of Kaoshan could spread and to what extent it could develop. Zhou Feng first sought to ascertain the village's financial situation. Following the arrest of the Tian Fuqiang brothers, some of the funds were returned to the village, leaving over 50,000 yuan in the village's account. He then spent a week visiting every household in the village alongside Chen Jianxi. Upon reaching Li Hu's home, Zhou Feng was surprised to find him sporting a face marred by scratches, as if he had been clawed by a cat. Upon seeing Zhou Feng at the door, Li Hu felt even more embarrassed. The name of the village head had circulated throughout the village in recent days, especially with a formidable wife at home. He was reluctant to further humiliate himself in front of Zhou Feng, so he donned a small backpack and left with a scoff. Zhou Feng and Chen Jianxi exchanged glances. Upon entering the yard, they heard faint sobs from within the house. The woman inside, mistaking the visitors for Li Hu's return, exclaimed, "If you have the ability, then leave. We won't starve without you." Realizing the silence, Chen Feng looked up, and upon seeing Chen Jianxi and Zhou Feng, quickly rose to wipe her tears and invited them inside. "Chen Feng, what is the matter? Is Li Hu leaving?" Chen Feng cast an embarrassed glance at Zhou Feng and replied, "Old secretary, Li Hu has caused you trouble. He lost such a good job." As she spoke, she could not hold back her tears any longer. She genuinely lamented the loss. The wages at Zhou Feng Electronics were considerable, with numerous benefits, and his future had seemed bright. Now, it was all gone. In recent days, the couple had been arguing incessantly. Li Hu's injuries were a testament to Chen Feng's wrath. Li Hu had indeed been regretting his actions at home, but the relentless pressure from his wife had driven him to the brink. He had set out to accomplish something great, only to be intercepted by Zhou Feng and Chen Jianxi. Zhou Feng was slightly taken aback by Chen Feng's demeanor. He had expected her to be sarcastic, yet she had apologized instead. Zhou Feng's visits to households were intended to grasp the village's basic circumstances. After observing the tearful Chen Feng and the child beside her resembling a little kitten, he exchanged a few simple words before taking his leave. Kaoshan comprised a total of 403 households, with the elderly and children included, amounting to 983 villagers. The primary economic source, apart from their own land, was largely reliant on self-managed mountains. Due to limited arable land, the mountains were divided among the households for cultivation, primarily growing soybeans, which were sold annually to the Grain Bureau before being processed into soybean oil at the county's oil factory. Zhou Feng had never envisioned himself becoming the village head. After his rounds, he returned home and isolated himself in a small room. He needed to devise a pathway, a sustainable development route for Kaoshan. The first idea that came to mind was to establish a village engineering team, as the rising standard of living had created significant demand for labor in bridge construction, road paving, and housing development. However, the effectiveness of this approach is painfully slow, and the earnings are merely hard-earned money. By the time everyone reacts, there will be little competitive edge left. It might encourage the villagers to take initiative themselves. Zhou Feng scratched his head, not because he was perplexed, but because his considerations extended beyond mere profit. While a lucrative project is relatively easy to establish, identifying a suitable initiative for an entire village proves to be a challenge. He not only desires to improve the living conditions in Kaoshan, but also contemplates the level of community involvement. If the sole focus were on making money and ensuring everyone is well fed, he could achieve that with minimal effort. The development of a region cannot solely hinge on economic indicators. While collective enterprises generating profit can momentarily elevate everyone's standard of living, such short-term gains are detrimental in the long run for Kwaishantan. If everyone becomes accustomed to idleness, it will be arduous to motivate them to take action later. Zhou Feng seeks a project, one that can invigorate the entire Kwaishantan and pave the way for industrialization, allowing for subsequent expansion into related industries and ultimately creating a closed-loop system. The pace of change during the 1980s was astonishing. If one were to embark on a venture, it must yield immediate benefits while also ensuring sustainable development. The most vivid memory from his past life was the frenzied craze for the gentleman's orchid, which he once dismissed as a trivial joke. A mere pot of flowers could fetch an astronomical price of 150,000 yuan in 1985, an unimaginable scenario at any time. Yet, what is the significance of that? At the moment the bubble burst, the majority of cultivators suffered catastrophic losses. Having witnessed various bubbles and fleeting industries, Zhou Feng understands that while speculative ventures can be pursued on a small scale for quick gains, engaging in real industry necessitates thoughtful industrial planning. The cycle of trading shoes to trading dogs, with the speculative bubble of chives hand in hand, serves as a cautionary tale. Chapter 61. The laborer Wu Yongfei Zhou Feng devoted an entire day to crafting a plan, which he later discussed with Chen Jianqi. Although Chen was not particularly adept in this area, he approached the task with a sense of responsibility and thoroughly reviewed the plan, raising numerous questions. Zhou Feng patiently addressed each one, though he could not answer all, as he was merely outlining a preliminary framework and lacked expertise in aquaculture. Further consultation with specialists was essential for a comprehensive strategy. After their discussion, Chen Jianqi found the proposal feasible, yet as a retired soldier, he lacked the necessary connections in this field. Neither did Zhou Feng possess such resources. They exchanged glances, and in unison, they uttered a name, Wu Yongfei. Without hesitation, Chen Jianqi made a phone call to confirm Wu Yongfei's presence at the commune, and the two promptly made their way there. Upon learning that Chen and Zhou were coming, Wu Yongfei felt a bit anxious, having recently outmaneuvered them. However, avoiding the encounter was not a viable option. The worst that could happen was a scolding from Zhou Feng, which would not cost him much. Resolving to face the situation, he awaited their arrival in his office. Zhou Feng, however, did not mention the earlier incident, as revisiting old grievances was not his style. Yet he certainly would not let Wu Yongfei off the hook easily. Zhou Feng was willing to be seen as a laborer. Wu Yongfei, too, had to be prepared for hard work. Zhou Feng outlined the general circumstances and intentions to Wu Yongfei, directly inquiring whether he had any acquaintances at the Agricultural Science Institute. Wu Yongfei exhaled in relief. As long as they were not seeking to pick a fight, he could manage. After contemplating, he shook his head, admitting he did not know anyone at the institute, as he typically did not engage with them. Noticing that both men were staring at him, Wu Yongfei felt uneasy and asked, "Why are you both looking at me like that?" Zhou Feng remained silent and nudged Chen Jianqi. Chen, feeling exasperated, sighed and said sternly, "If you don't know anyone, find out. This is a matter of great importance for our entire commune. And you expect us two old men to establish connections?" Wu Yongfei was momentarily at a loss for words, so he picked up the phone and began reaching out to contacts. Chen Jianqi felt a twinge of injustice. His life had revolved around the battlefield, first fighting against the Japanese, and now being used by Wu Yongfei as a pawn, only to turn around and be utilized by Zhou Feng. With some influential contacts, Wu Yongfei quickly reached experts at the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute. Upon hearing about Zhou Feng and Chen Jianqi's needs, the other party responded affirmatively. Chen and Zhou were overjoyed and urged Wu Yongfei to coordinate the details, leading the three of them directly to the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute. Wu Yongfei drove, while Zhou Feng and Chen Jianqi listened to him muttering to himself throughout the journey, the content of which was unclear. Upon their arrival, they were unexpectedly greeted with warmth. The vice president of the institute, Feng Yuhong, came to welcome them personally, providing a significant show of respect. Even Wu Yongfei was taken aback, and as he glanced at the bright smile on Feng's face, he couldn't help but wonder if he was indeed at an agricultural science institute. A glance at the large sign reassured him. As they settled into the office, Feng Yuhong eagerly inquired, "You wish to raise long-haired rabbits?" Zhou Feng, not one to be coy, nodded directly. "Yes, Vice President Feng, we want to raise long-haired rabbits, but we lack channels and technical support for breeding and nurturing. which is why we sought your assistance. Feng Yuheng beamed even more brightly at the confirmation, her gaze fixed on Zhou Feng, recognizing him as the key decision-maker in this venture. She responded enthusiastically, "These are not issues. This is precisely our specialty. Can you tell me why you wish to raise long-haired rabbits, and what scale you envision?" Zhou Feng was particularly concerned about the seedlings and subsequent breeding techniques. While he knew they could gradually learn, their limited resources could not withstand any significant setbacks. A failure would severely dampen the villagers' morale. Thus, they had to ensure absolute preparedness for this endeavor. Feng Yuheng's attitude provided Zhou Feng with a sense of reassurance. Vice President Feng, I heard about the long-haired rabbit breed from others. Our village is extremely impoverished, and compared to pigs and cattle, long-haired rabbits are easier to raise, with lower costs and quicker returns, allowing for rapid scaling. There is virtually no breeding of long-haired rabbits in the entire northern region, and even hearsay is rare, with production concentrated around Hu City. It is not that the north cannot raise them. Rather, the southern textile industry is more developed, resulting in higher prices for rabbit fur products, a small portion of which enters the domestic market, while the majority is directly exported. Feng Yuheng's excitement stemmed primarily from the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute's promotion indicators. They had attempted to introduce long-haired rabbits to local farmers a few years prior, but faced severe backlash due to the small scale of production and insufficient rabbit fur yield. Local state-owned textile factories dismissed the meager output, unwilling to produce for such limited and inconsistent supplies, while local villagers lacked the means to connect with out-of-province state-owned firms. Consequently, the Agricultural Science Institute had to retract the rabbits, ceasing local promotion. Hence, encountering a willing partner now was a cause for joy. However, after hearing Zhou Feng's words, Feng Yuheng felt a tinge of disappointment. They held high hopes for the long-haired rabbit industry and wished to promote it within the province. Yet she did not want to jeopardize the villagers' hard-earned money. She shook her head, expressing regret. If that is the case, you may not be suited for raising long-haired rabbits. Chun Jianxi, initially present as a supportive figure, had come with a learning mindset and felt pleased with the cordiality of the Agricultural Science Institute staff. However, this sudden declaration of unsuitability left him momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, everything seemed promising. Why the abrupt change? He anxiously asked. Why is it not suitable? Zhou Feng remained calm, intuitively sensing that Feng Yuheng's concerns likely did not pertain to the long-haired rabbits themselves. As expected, Feng Yuheng elaborated seriously. The young comrade was correct. The advantages of long-haired rabbits are substantial. They are easy to raise, have low breeding costs, reproduce rapidly, and yield high returns. However, their purchasing costs are not insignificant. Quality breeding rabbits can cost over 1,000 yuan, and female rabbits over 6 months old range from 100 to 200 yuan. This is the first issue. Both Wu Yongfei and Chun Jianxi gasped, taken aback by the pricing. Chapter 62. The Robbery of Poverty Alleviation. A diminutive rabbit, weighing merely around 3 kilograms, astonishingly sells for over 100 yuan, akin to being robbed. It is noteworthy that a hefty pig, weighing over 200 kilograms, is worth just a little more than 100 yuan. Is this rabbit adorned with gold trim? Observing the expressions of the few individuals present, Feng Yuheng sighed, fully aware that they were utterly inexperienced. And any glimmer of hope she had was extinguished. She continued, this is not the crux of the matter. The primary issue is that in our region, rabbit fur has no market, thus failing to generate value. Selling it southward yields too little volume to warrant the effort. Zhou Feng feigned disappointment, while Chun Jianxi was genuinely disheartened. After much effort to identify an industry to develop in Kaohsiung, they were unexpectedly struck with a harsh reality. No wonder Feng Yuheng was so enthusiastic. It turned out this venture was virtually non-existent in the north. Zhou Feng offered a rueful smile. Director Feng, we are from Kaohsiung in Annong. Our village is exceedingly impoverished, with an average of merely over an acre of land per person. We wish to seek a path for our fellow villagers, but we never anticipated. Feng Yuheng felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. But the Agricultural Science Institute was not a commercial entity, and even as the vice president, she was unable to resolve these issues. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, aside from Angora rabbits, have you considered trying pig farming? Our institute has a production base for the Chongbai pig, known for its strong disease resistance and high meat yield, making it quite suitable for rural farming. Zhou Feng had not expected this unexpected opportunity. There was pig farming in Kaohsiung, but it primarily involved local black pigs. In terms of taste, local pigs far surpassed Changbai pigs, yet their only drawback was their slow growth. When fed the same diet, Changbai pigs reached 200 pounds in just 4 to 6 months, while black pigs require 10 months to a year. Speed determines yield, and yield translates to profit. In the current climate of meat scarcity, taste becomes less significant. Initially, Zhou Feng had not intended to engage in pig farming primarily due to the slow returns. After a year of hard work, deducting various costs, one could earn a meager 30 to 40 yuan per pig at best. However, the Changbai pig was entirely different. Its market readiness was twice as fast. Even if the taste were somewhat inferior, meat is still meat, a concrete indicator of prosperity. Selling directly to meat processing plants would also yield considerable income. And with the imminent establishment of the integrated circuit factory next year, a substantial influx of outsiders into Kaohsiung would undoubtedly increase the demand for meat. Director Feng, what is the price for Changbai piglets? Feng Yiheng hesitated briefly and replied, for piglets reaching 10 kilograms at 1 month old, we typically sell them for 18 yuan each, but for you, let us say 15 yuan each. Zhou Feng was uncertain whether this price was appropriate. He was unaware of the local piglet prices. Chen Jianxi felt that this price was slightly higher than local piglets, which were approximately 8 to 10 yuan, but the weight of a 1-month-old piglet was generally around 6 kilograms. The two exchanged knowing glances with Wu Yongfei, eager to hear his opinion. Wu Yongfei was indeed informed. Not long ago, a pig farm in the county had procured a batch of Changbai piglets at the price of 18 yuan each, thus confirming that the offered price was indeed quite favorable. Nodding gently at the two, he observed the somewhat shabby attire of Chen Jianxi and Zhou Feng. He had previously teased them about their clothing, but now it seemed to serve a purpose. Internally, he mused that Zhou Feng was quite clever, and he would need to be more cautious moving forward. Seeing Wu Yongfei's reaction, Zhou Feng felt a sense of clarity and, slightly anxious, said, Director Feng, we are concerned we might not manage these foreign pigs well. Could you possibly send a technician to guide us for a period? Of course, we will cover travel and accommodation expenses in the village. All right, I will arrange for someone to guide you. By the way, how many do you plan to purchase? I'll prepare the base in advance. Zhou Feng smiled shyly. Let's start with 1,000 heads. Feng Yuhong, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly sprayed it out, showering Wu Yongfei, who sat across from her, with tea and leaving him with a leaf stuck at the corner of his mouth. Embarrassed, Feng Yuhong hurriedly grabbed a handkerchief to wipe Wu Yongfei's face, apologizing profusely. What could Wu Yongfei say? He was in a position of seeking a favor and dared not express anger. He merely felt that associating with these two was fraught with misfortune. While he internally complained, it was the first time he took a serious look at Feng Yuhong, and to his surprise, she was rather pleasant to behold. Zhou Feng had been observing the two, not expecting such a strong reaction from Feng Yuhong. However, he soon witnessed a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Unbeknownst to Feng Yuhong, from Zhou Feng's perspective, it was all too clear. Wu Yongfei had licked his lips. Did he just consume that half-tea leaf? Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over him. He quickly turned away, feeling a shudder. He was aware that Wu Yongfei was a single man of considerable age, but he was uncertain about Feng Yuhong's marital status, as she appeared to be in her 30s. After hastily attending to the situation, Feng Yuhong recalled the figure that Zhou Feng had mentioned earlier, feeling somewhat bitter. She had initially thought he would only buy 30 or 40 heads at most, considering it a form of poverty alleviation, but he had audaciously requested 1,000 heads. The Agricultural Science Institute did not rely on this for profit, so 18 yuan was genuinely not expensive, and 15 yuan was merely the cost price. However, the breeding base could not possibly provide that many piglets, necessitating purchases from other bases. This was not about poverty alleviation. It felt like being robbed. Zhou Feng was undeterred, prioritizing finalizing the deal, and expressed his gratitude to Feng Yuhong. She glanced at the disheveled Wu Yongfei and, recalling that she had just quoted a price minutes earlier, reluctantly conceded. After discussing the piglet matter, Zhou Feng once again brought up the Angora rabbits. Director Feng, does our Provincial Agricultural Science Institute have rabbit seedlings? Feng Yuhong was taken aback, inwardly lamenting that despite her clear prior statements, they still clung to hope. Our institute has a rabbit house, but it is solely for the purpose of conducting experiments on new breeds. In an instant, Zhou Feng understood. Although the Agricultural Science Institute had not introduced Angora rabbits locally, there must still be breeding projects in place. With this realization, an idea suddenly sparked within him. Director Feng, Why hasn't a breeding base been established for the Changmao rabbit, akin to that of the Changbai pig? Feng Yuhong glanced at Zhou Feng with a hint of bewilderment, thinking to herself that all her previous words seemed to have been in vain. There wasn't even a local population for them to breed. What purpose would a breeding base serve? However, Zhou Feng chuckled and confidently replied, Director Feng, it's simply because no one is raising them. Leave this matter to us. We will take on the responsibility of promoting the Changbai rabbit. It does not matter that our Agricultural Science Institute lacks a breeding base for the Changbai rabbit. We will establish one. You can provide the equipment and personnel, and we shall bear all other costs. Observing Zhou Feng's spirited demeanor and listening to his grand declarations, Feng Yuhong felt somewhat dazed. How could everything change so dramatically in the time it took to sip her tea? Chapter 63. The terrifying reproductive capacity of long-haired rabbits. Feng Yuhong did not hesitate to promote long-haired rabbits, yet she harbored reservations about the people involved. If the base were to fail, it would be a minor issue, but if it led to the villagers being misled, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly remarked, I can empathize with your sentiments. I, too, wish to see the promotion of long-haired rabbits. However, we must not raise rabbits for the sake of raising them. Our purpose is to create economic benefits. What happens to the rabbits after they are raised? Who will we sell them to? Zhou Feng silently commended Feng Yuhong's vision. If this were in a future context, cough, cough. Director Feng, allow me to reintroduce you, he said, gesturing toward Wu Yongfei with a smile. This gentleman is Wu Yongfei, the director of the Hongshi commune in Fushun County, Anong City. He is from the capital and is unmarried. Feng Yuhong frowned, while Wu Yongfei's eyes widened in astonishment. It was an offhand remark about Director Wu being from the capital, which came with connections to certain textile factories in the Shanghai area. As long as we can scale up, the sales channels would not pose a problem. Moreover, the rabbit fur we promote will be collected by us for unified sales, thus averting the predicament of raising rabbits without a market for their fur. Isn't that right, Director Wu? Feeling Feng Yuhong's gaze upon him, Wu Yongfei could only muster a stiff smile and nod in agreement. Internally, he cursed Zhou Feng repeatedly. The approach was strikingly similar to the previous one, where he was asked to contact the Agricultural Research Institute. This fellow truly regarded himself as a mere tool. However, he genuinely lacked confidence in establishing connections with the textile factories in Shanghai. The investment in long-haired rabbits was substantial, and if any issues arose in the sales process, it would spell disaster. Feng Yuhong remained somewhat skeptical, yet Zhou Feng's words were unequivocal. This matter concerned their interests significantly, and it seemed unlikely he would jest about it. If that were the case, it might indeed be feasible, but I must discuss it with the Institute. How many rabbit seedlings do you require? Zhou Feng did not directly answer the question, asserting that such specialized matters should be handled by experts. Director Feng, you certainly possess the most authority in this domain. Our goal is simple, to swiftly establish a scale. We also need to consider the breeding base. How do you suggest we coordinate this, and what is the initial procurement quantity? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yuhong replied, if we establish a breeding base, the breeding rabbits can be supplied by the Agricultural Research Institute. A suitable number would be around 300 adult female rabbits, along with an additional 200 young rabbits. By the end of this year, the stock of long-haired rabbits could reach 10,000. Zhou Feng and his companions gasped in astonishment. From 500 to 10,000? Feng Yuhong proceeded to elaborate. The reproductive capacity of long-haired rabbits is remarkable. The gestation period to giving birth is merely 1 month. An adult female rabbit can produce 6 litters a year, with each litter yielding 5 to 6 offspring. Assuming an average of 5, a single female rabbit can give birth to 30 rabbits annually. Thus, 300 adult female rabbits could produce 9,000 offspring in a year. Young rabbits can breed around 200 days of age, meaning those 200 young rabbits could yield approximately 2 litters this year, resulting in about 2,000 rabbits. Accounting for mortality, estimating 10,000 is still conservative. Moreover, the annual fur yield from a long-haired rabbit is roughly 1 pound, and with breed optimization, this figure is expected to rise. The market price of rabbit fur is currently volatile, but in Shanghai, a pound can fetch around 20 yuan, with premium rabbit fur priced even higher. Wu Yongfei and Chun Jianxi listened, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They were not foolish and could clearly discern the potential of the long-haired rabbit industry. If there were 10,000 rabbits, then, disregarding the rabbits breeding, The sale of fur alone could yield 200,000 yuan in a year. Furthermore, the exceptional reproductive capabilities of the long-haired rabbits made them ideal for rapid promotion. After hearing Feng Yuhong's presentation, Wu Yongfei and Chun Jianxi finally grasped why Zhou Feng asserted that long-haired rabbits were well-suited for Kaoshan Tun and could even quickly extend their influence to the Hangshi commune. Following this trend, barring any significant calamities, long-haired rabbits would likely become a pillar industry for the Hangshi commune within 5 years. Feng Yuhong was pleased with their astonishment, which reinforced her confidence in long-haired rabbits. She continued, I will provide you with the rabbits at cost price. I estimate that 500 rabbits will require approximately 50,000 yuan, with minimal fluctuations. You must also prepare rabbit housing and feed in advance. Chun Jianxi felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, extinguishing the fervor he had just felt. Zhou Feng readily agreed. Director Feng, funding is not an issue. Please communicate internally. The breeding base is our assurance. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to invest so heavily, especially since we lack experience. We will require the guidance of the comrades from the Agricultural Research Institute. Feng Yuhong was taken aback by Zhou Feng's swift agreement. This meeting truly turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Very well, keep in touch. I will respond within a week. The long-haired rabbits will take some time to gather, and the current weather is not conducive for their survival, likely after February. As for the long-haired rabbits, if the Agricultural Research Institute has no objections, I will visit Kaoshan Tun for an on-site assessment to assist you in planning the production base, including feed production. Once the preparations are complete, we will transport the long-haired rabbits. Feng Yuhong had thoroughly considered the matter, and Zhou Feng had no objections. Thus, a preliminary cooperation agreement was established. As they exited the Agricultural Research Institute, Chun Jianxi could no longer contain himself. Zhou Feng, we only have 50,000 yuan in total. Where will we procure such a substantial sum? Should we wait on the long-haired pigs? That one tea suffice. The rabbits alone require 50,000. There's a significant shortfall. Zhou Feng chuckled, patting the old secretary's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, and subtly gestured toward Wu Yongfei, who was walking alongside them. Upon seeing this, Wu Yongfei stiffened. Are you plotting something again? Is this the time to be worried about money? You're full of hot air. I have no connections to the textile factories in Shanghai. If we don't resolve the sales channel issue, what is the point of bringing back so many rabbits just for meat? Chun Jianxi was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed forgotten about this crucial aspect, mainly due to Zhou Feng's serious tone, which led him to believe they had previously aligned on this matter. If they spent such a significant amount on so many rabbits, only to find they could not sell the fur, they would surely be met with scorn from the villagers of Kaoshan Tun. Feeling somewhat reluctant, he inquired, Yongfei, do you truly have no channels? Wu Yongfei was truly on the verge of losing his composure. It was undeniable that he had certain connections, yet the nation was not his personal dominion. Did he truly need to scheme against Zhou Feng for the benefit of the commune? Zhou Feng, however, could not bear to witness Wu Yongfei in such a state, devoid of any sense of responsibility as the leader of the commune. He gestured for Wu Yongfei to look at him. Touching the corner of his mouth, he smiled and inquired, Brother Wu, is the tea pleasant to your taste? In an instant, Wu Yongfei's face flushed crimson, resembling that of a monkey's rear. Chapter 64. Zhou Feng's industrial vision. Zhou Feng could no longer contain his amusement, bursting into hearty laughter. It was not often one could discern this fellow's somewhat reserved and playful nature. Wu Yongfei, feeling utterly embarrassed, was on the verge of wearing out the soles of his shoes from excessive fidgeting. He was unsure what had compelled him to act so impulsively, to the point of inadvertently tasting the tea leaves before realizing the absurdity of his actions. He had thought no one had witnessed his folly, only to be met with Zhou Feng's keen observation, which he audaciously vocalized. In his fervent love for the party and the people, he found himself wishing for the world's end for the first time. Chun Jianxi, observing this spectacle, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the play unfolding between the two. As Zhou Feng's laughter seemed endless, Wu Yongfei could bear it no longer. Are you still laughing? Is this the time for such frivolity? I am not jesting. If we cannot find a market, I shudder to think of your fate. Zhou Feng, realizing the gravity of the matter, wiped the corners of his eyes and, still smiling, replied, Brother Zhou, I must correct you. It is not you but us. If you do not lend your assistance, I shall have no means of persuasion. Wu Yongfei felt as if his carefully crafted persona had crumbled, and in a fit of indignation, he retorted, Get lost. Clarify your plans swiftly. We have serious matters at hand. The trio then boarded a vehicle, making their way to Hongshi Commune, during which Zhou Feng shared his thoughts. At this stage, the most suitable industry for Kaoshan Tun was animal husbandry. However, its potential was limited and did not align with Zhou Feng's aspirations. If they were to pursue something, it should be sustainable and capable of continuous expansion. A comprehensive industrial chain would enhance their resilience against risks, allowing them to remain stable even amidst market fluctuations. Although raising long-haired rabbits also fell under the umbrella of animal husbandry, their primary output was not meat but fur. Coupled with their rapid reproductive capabilities, they were ideally suited to be the central industry of Kaoshan Tun. In Zhou Feng's blueprint, the first step was to establish a production base for long-haired rabbits, initially increasing their scale. Collaborating with the Agricultural Science Institute would be mutually beneficial. Kaoshan Tun would provide a testing ground and support their promotional efforts, while they would offer technical assistance as a foundation for Kaoshan Tun's early development. Through the nurturing of the production base, it was anticipated that within a year, Kaoshan Tun would accumulate a certain level of experience in husbandry and cultivate skilled breeders, thereby increasing the rabbit population. At that juncture, the entire village could engage in the breeding of long-haired rabbits, with the village coordinating the acquisition of rabbit fur, thus generating a portion of income from the rabbit offspring. Of course, while Zhou Feng could opt for large-scale breeding indefinitely, their original intention was not merely profit, but to uplift the livelihoods of the villagers, hence this meticulous planning. Beyond the profits generated from rabbit fur and offspring, they could also establish a feed factory. Zhou Feng anticipated that as the reform and opening up progressed, with improving living standards, the demand for food would surge, and pig farming would undoubtedly become a significant aspect of rural development. Kaoshan Tun could also engage in pig farming, yet Zhou Feng did not wish for the villagers to rush into it en masse. It sufficed that they could sustain local factories and meet the daily consumption needs of the villagers. The acquisition of pigs was primarily aimed at enhancing the quality of life for the villagers, as purchasing meat from the supply and marketing cooperative required meat vouchers. Once this initial step was taken, Zhou Feng was confident that consuming meat in Kaoshan Tun would no longer be a luxury. The more pigs they raised, and as various pig farms blossomed, the supply of pig feed would undoubtedly evolve into a more promising industry than pig farming itself. Not limited to pig feed, they would also produce feed for chickens, rabbits, and cattle, generating profit while supplying feed to the village's livestock sector. Wu Yongfei and Chun Jianxi were particularly concerned about the sales of rabbit fur. If this aspect could not be resolved, all of Zhou Feng's grand designs would dissolve into mere fantasies. Rabbits are undeniably adorable, yet if they fail to yield profit, few would take the initiative to raise these non-consumable creatures. Given the significance of this facet, Zhou Feng was not inclined to place his hopes on Wu Yongfei's tenuous connections. His earlier suggestion for Wu Yongfei to seek out contacts was merely a pretext to engage the Agricultural Science Institute and to tease him lightly. Moreover, even if Wu Yongfei could establish connections with textile factories in the Shanghai market, he would not be able to sell rabbit fur there. The sales channel is of utmost importance. A crucial element in the monetization process, and being dependent on state-owned enterprises in Shanghai would be akin to relinquishing control over one's destiny. With the deepening of marketization, should those enterprises falter, Kaoshan Tun would inevitably face repercussions. Currently, the primary sales direction for rabbit fur is export, with a portion sold in its raw form and another processed into yarn by textile factories for export. Zhou Feng's plan was straightforward. Once he received news from Gujun, he would facilitate direct exports under the name of a company in Hong Kong, with prospective buyers easily identifiable. Rabbit fur is not just any product. As a textile raw material, it does not entail excessive complexities. This era is not yet characterized by the cutthroat competition of later years. As long as the product quality is assured and the price is reasonable, buyers will not be difficult to secure. After hearing Zhou Feng's proposals, both Chun Jianxi and Wu Yongfei fell into silence. Chun Jianxi was taken aback upon learning of Zhou Feng's intention to export rabbit fur directly, for it was well known that all export business was controlled by state-owned enterprises. The thought of exporting was unfathomable. Even domestic sales were challenging. Wu Yongfei had not even dared to contemplate such a direction. He was aware of the dog-head guillotine plan, which pertained to chip development in the high-tech sector. Yet now Zhou Feng intended to export rabbit fur through a company in Hong Kong. He wondered how his father and Gu Jun would react to this news, but Zhou Feng's approach was entirely feasible in theory. and there had been no stipulation against using this company for exporting rabbit fur. While both men were surprised, they also felt a sense of relief wash over them. Zhou Feng's ambitions were far from simplistic. Even if a large quantity of rabbit fur was procured, it remained merely raw material, occupying the lowest profit tier. He harbored deeper aspirations, envisioning Kaoshan Tun independently managing the entire chain from raw materials to products to sales. The garment industry was undoubtedly viable, with rapid turnover and substantial demand both domestically and internationally, serving as the core industry for Kaoshan Tun's ascent. However, given the current lack of foundational support in Kaoshan Tun, they could only accumulate initial capital through rabbit fur, with plans to commence once the domestic business environment improved. Hence he refrained from disclosing this ambition. The issue regarding sales channels has found a resolution. However, another dilemma now arises concerning finances. In the village, they can muster a mere 50,000 kwai. Wu Yongfei observed the elderly man and the young boy gazing at him with eager anticipation, fully aware that he could not evade this predicament. Enough of those pitiful expressions, you two. We are not strangers to one another, he remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort at their feigned sorrow. Wu Yongfei expressed his intention to approach the bank for a loan. Currently, loans are available at low or even zero interest rates. With Wu Yongfei taking the lead, approval should not pose a challenge. Brother Wu, secure a larger loan, and furthermore, the commune should offer some assistance. Wu Yongfei shot back with a glare, retorting, am I responsible for securing a loan for you, while you expect to reap the benefits without contributing? Chapter 65. Achieving collaboration. Zhou Feng was not swayed by Wu Ji's bluster. Although we are familiar, you cannot take advantage of others. He pointed out that the guidelines were unequivocal. The village and the brigade must provide certain financial support for the establishment of enterprises, with a minimum of 10. It appeared to Zhou Feng that Wu Gu intended to contribute nothing at all. Upon Zhou Feng's reminder, Chun Jianxi recalled that it was Zhou Feng who had initially shown him the official document outlining these guidelines. Yongfei, let me tell you, we must not shortchange the support that is due. We are in a difficult situation in Kaoshan Tun, and after much effort to embark on this venture, you cannot withhold assistance in this regard. Observing the back and forth between the two, Wu Yongfei felt that Kaoshan Tun was not suffering at all. Rather, he personally felt the strain. Last year, the Hongshe commune had invested heavily in a batch of bricks and a cement factory, nearly exhausting their funds. Now, they found themselves without any money. Although the Zhengfeng electronics factory could generate profit, they had yet to see any dividends. Even if they did distribute profits, he had previously promised that the money would first go towards repairing the roads in Kaoshan Tun, leaving him with nothing before the funds even materialized. You all know that his policy. I would like to provide assistance, but there is no money. The commune is so impoverished that even a mouse would shed tears upon entry. Where am I to find the funds? Chun Jianxi, noticing Wu Yongfei's evasive tactics, grew displeased. Why should those decrepit cement and brick factories receive funding while they, with their significant potential in the long-haired rabbit venture, were denied? He no longer referred to him as Director Yongfei, instead opting for Xiao Wu. Zhou Feng, having ignited the discussion, sat back and relished the unfolding drama as Chun Jianxi recounted past grievances with great enthusiasm. Wu Yongfei, exasperated by the situation, pulled over to the side of the road, closed his eyes, and muttered, if there is no money, then there is no life to spare. Seeing Wu Yongfei's obstinate demeanor, Chun Jianxi felt his temper flare. Zhou Feng quickly intervened. There is no need for such animosity. It is not a significant matter. Old secretary, we must strive for mutual understanding. Clearly, the commune is indeed short on funds. Otherwise, given your relationship with Director Wu, it would be impossible for him not to contribute a single cent. Chun Jianxi widened his eyes, pondering the situation. If it were not for Zhou Feng's prior gesture, he would not have been so forceful with Wu Yongfei. Upon hearing this, Wu Yongfei's expression softened slightly, contemplating that this scheming fellow had unexpectedly played the role of a good Samaritan, and he restarted the vehicle. Not long after, Zhou Feng continued, Old secretary, let us not press Director Wu further for money. Instead, we can have him contact the factories in the commune to provide some cement, bricks, and steel bars. That could work, as those materials will need to be purchased anyway. Wu Yongfei realized Zhou Feng's true intentions and promptly rescinded his earlier goodwill, glaring at him while exclaiming, you're quite the crafty one. Seeing Wu Yongfei concede, Zhou Feng and Chun Jianxi exchanged knowing smiles. To forego substantial support when it was available would not be wise. It would simply be foolish. Feng Yuhong was remarkably efficient, calling the village committee the very next day, and in the afternoon, she arrived with her team. Wu Yongfei arranged for a high level of reception, mobilizing nearly all the leaders of the commune. After touring Kaoshan Tun, they ultimately selected a site, with the Agricultural Research Institute providing ready-made blueprints that included not only the long-haired rabbit factory, but also a breeding center and laboratory. Upon learning that Kaoshan Tun intended to establish a feed factory, Feng Yuhong instructed a technician to remain temporarily in the village. This delighted Zhou Feng and his colleagues. And Wu Yongfei expressed his gratitude to Feng Yuhong with abundant enthusiasm. Zhou Feng observed quietly, receiving a warning glance from Wu Yongfei. Understanding the situation, he turned to warmly welcome the supporting technician. Lu Bo was a distinguished graduate from the Provincial Agricultural College and had joined the Agricultural Research Institute, specializing in feed. His arrival was timely for Kaoshan Tun, as although the weather was warming, it remained too cold for both the Qinbei pigs and long-haired rabbits. Spring was still necessary for their development. With the army not yet in motion, provisions must be prepared in advance. Initially reluctant about Feng Yuhong's arrangement, Lu Bo changed his mind when Zhou Feng generously offered an additional monthly stipend of 15 yuan, promising further increases should they yield positive results. The allure of monetary compensation quelled any reluctance he had, leaving him invigorated with determination. Zhou Feng's decision to offer financial incentives was born out of necessity. Kaoshan Tun desperately needed talent, and once technical personnel arrived, he had no intention of letting them leave. However, he knew they could not rely solely on goodwill. Money was the most direct and effective means of support. The visit from the Agricultural Research Institute solidified the partnership between them. Feng Yuhong was pleased with Kaoshan Tun's prospects, and the institute had gained an additional long-haired rabbit breeding base, officially launching the promotion of Changbai rabbits in the north. Most importantly, Zhou Feng and his team exhibited great respect for the institute's technicians, which significantly bolstered confidence for future collaboration. She feared impoverished regions, but was even more concerned about those that, while poor, lacked faith in science. The Agricultural Research Institute's team departed that afternoon, as Kaoshan Tun's accommodations were inadequate. They opted to rest at the commune for the night. Zhou Feng could easily imagine that Wu Yongfei had been exceptionally attentive throughout, though he wondered if Wu Yongfei had discerned Feng Yuhong's current circumstances. Given her age, it was unlikely she was single. He hoped it would not end with a fruitless endeavor. The following morning, Zhou Feng first visited the antenna factory, where the new workshop was already in use, the furnace ablaze with heat, and the presence of many workers rendered it quite warm. The personnel had been gradually recruited over the past few days, all of whom were native to Kaoshan Tun. Zhou Feng was somewhat surprised to see Chen Feng, the wife of Li Hu. Chen Feng recognized Zhou Feng and nervously grasped the hem of her clothing, her knuckles turning white with anxiety. Fearing that Zhou Feng might hold her accountable for Li Hu's actions and dismiss her from the factory. Initially, she had approached Tian Xiaoshan with a tentative mindset, but to her astonishment, he had immediately agreed, leaving her grateful, though she remained uncertain about Zhou Feng's disposition. Zhou Feng merely expressed mild surprise, smiling and nodding at Chen Feng before exiting. He held no particular opinion regarding her employment. Tian Xiaoshan's approval implied there were valid reasons for her inclusion, and he had no intention of digging deeper into the matter. As soon as I emerged from the factory, I noticed an elderly lady with silver hair standing at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Zhou Feng, her eyes sparkled with recognition. You must be Comrade Zhou Feng, am I right? Indeed, I am Zhou Feng. The moment she introduced herself, Zhou Feng was taken aback. This woman was none other than Chun Jianxi's beloved wife, Ma Xiaofeng. Zhou Feng was somewhat astonished, pondering how she had managed to find him. Given his connection with the old party secretary, it seemed unnecessary for her to seek him out directly. Ma Nai, please feel free to call me Xiao Feng. Is there something you require my assistance with? Upon hearing his inquiry, Ma Xiaofeng's eyes brimmed with tears, and before she could utter a word, they began to cascade down her cheeks. Zhou Feng, witnessing this emotional display, became flustered and quickly offered her comfort, inviting her into the warmth of the factory, away from the biting cold outside. With a hint of embarrassment, Ma Xiaofeng wiped her tears and finally spoke. Xiao Feng, I have a matter for which I seek your help. Chapter 66. The request of Ma Xiaofeng. Zhou Feng hastily rose to his feet, Regardless of everything else, he felt unworthy to utter a word of request concerning his relationship with Chen Jianqi. Since his arrival at Kaoshantuan, despite occasionally behaving with a lack of decorum towards Chen Jianqi, he held a deep-seated respect for the venerable party secretary. Moreover, it was Chen Jianqi who had intervened on his behalf during the tumultuous episode involving his aunt, facilitating the transfer of his household registration. At that time, Zhou Feng had not demonstrated even the slightest value. Whether in great or trivial matters, the assistance rendered without expectation of recompense warranted gratitude. Now, witnessing the tearful plea of the party secretary's beloved, he could hardly remain composed. "Grandmama, please do not distress yourself. Whatever you require, feel free to command me, and I shall fulfill it to the best of my abilities." To say please would be to shorten my own lifespan, Zhou Feng declared, his demeanor calming Ma Xiufang somewhat. She had engaged in considerable mental preparation before seeking him out, driven by desperation. Steeling herself, Ma Xiufang recounted her plight. After the War of Resistance concluded, Chen Jianqi returned to Kaoshantuan, a man in his 30s who embodied the essence of a fine young man. Although his years in the military had somewhat delayed his life's trajectory, upon his return to the village, he was met with overwhelming admiration from neighboring towns, with matchmakers eager to secure his affection. Ma Xiufang's family was among those vying for his attention, and fate smiled upon her as Chen Jianqi took notice of her. Their affection was pure and unadulterated, leading them swiftly to matrimony, and soon after, they welcomed a son, Chen Qing. However, their joy was short-lived. When Chen Qing was merely 6 years old, the Korean War erupted, and despite his family's protests, Chen Jianqi resolutely returned to the military, departing for 3 long years. Though young, Chen Qing was a dutiful son, often aiding his mother with chores within his capabilities. Yet, this understanding child was not favored by fate. One fateful evening, he suddenly convulsed and foamed at the mouth, prompting Ma Xiufang to urgently contact someone to get him to the hospital. The doctor quickly diagnosed him with poliomyelitis. As she spoke, tears streamed down Ma Xiufang's face. This was perhaps her greatest regret in life, her failure to care for her child. Zhou Feng paused, recollecting the nature of poliomyelitis, known in later years as infantile paralysis. He understood now. During his childhood vaccinations, he was always rewarded with a sweet treat, likely a glimmer of hope amidst the nightmares of childhood. What he once thought was merely candy was, in fact, the vaccine against this affliction. Now aware of the illness, he could surmise Chen Qing's current condition, which likely rendered him less mobile. Ma Xiufang's subsequent words confirmed Zhou Feng's suspicions. In the face of poliomyelitis, the hospital had little in the way of effective treatments. Ultimately, Chen Qing's right side became unresponsive, affecting his gait and causing his mouth to tilt. Fortunately, his intellect remained intact, with the doctor remarking upon his fortune, as many afflicted by the disease faced cognitive impairments or paralysis. Upon returning to the village, no children would play with Chen Qing, influenced by their parents' warnings of contagion. They distanced themselves, branding him a little monster due to his peculiar appearance, which deepened his isolation. When Chen Jianqi returned to find his beloved son transformed in such a manner, he felt a profound mix of sorrow and guilt, yet treatment was no longer an option. With manual labor beyond Chen Qing's capabilities, Chen Jianqi turned to educating him, teaching him to read, write, and comprehend newspapers. As Chen Qing approached his 20s, his father, who had never sought personal gain, unprecedentedly appointed his incapacitated son as the record keeper for the production team. This position was highly coveted. It involved no physical labor, merely recording daily activities, and many sought it fervently. Yet, it was bestowed upon Chen Qing, inciting criticism from numerous villagers, led by Sun Fuqiang. While Chen Jianqi remained outwardly stoic, inwardly he grappled with discomfort, particularly as a man who had devoted his life to selflessness now faced public scrutiny. His intention in securing the position for Chen Qing was not for the meager work points, but rather to provide him with a purpose and an opportunity to engage with others. Chen Qing did not disappoint. He performed his duties flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. However, after the production team disbanded, Chen Qing once again found himself idle at home. Initially, when Zhou Feng sought to establish a factory, Ma Xiufang had approached Chen Jianqi for assistance in finding suitable work for Chen Qing, only to be met with refusal. The rationale was that Zhou Feng's factory was newly established and labor-intensive, unsuitable for Chen Qing. Yet, Ma Xiufang understood that Chen Jianqi's stubbornness had resurfaced. He wished to avoid rumors of nepotism and was reluctant to place Zhou Feng in a difficult position. He knew that if he asked, Zhou Feng would certainly find a way, but the more he hesitated, the harder it became to voice his request. The factory was not solely Zhou Feng's endeavor. He could endure criticism for his son, but he did not wish to subject Zhou Feng to the same fate. In Kaoshantuan, aside from the factory, there were few opportunities for Qingqing. Thus, Ma Xiufeng, driven by desperation, approached Zhou Feng with an earnest plea. She was prepared to accept a lesser salary, or even none at all, as long as Qingqing had something to occupy his time. Zhou Feng, upon hearing her story, felt a surge of empathy, lamenting the plight of parents while also harboring discontent towards Chen Jianxi. While the old party secretary was just and fair, Zhou Feng perceived him as excessively rigid and inflexible. What was there to hesitate about? Qingqing, despite his physical challenges, possessed a keen mind. In the context of Zhou Feng's own business and the future development of Kaoshantuan, laborers were plentiful. What was scarce were individuals capable of thoughtful work. Ma Xiufeng gazed expectantly at Zhou Feng after her appeal, yet he remained silent. Just as she began to fear that he intended to refuse her, disappointment and bitterness swelling within her, Zhou Feng finally spoke. "My dear grandmama, is this the sole matter that concerns you? Even if you had not come to me, I would have sought you out. Our village is embarking on numerous projects and is in dire need of capable hands, particularly those with astute minds. I had previously heard about matters concerning your family, but I never found the time to visit. Coincidentally, I plan to stop by in the next few days to have a conversation with Uncle Qingqing, who will undoubtedly be busy at that time." Although Zhou Feng spoke eloquently, Ma Xiufeng understood that it was merely an attempt to spare her feelings. It is likely that Zhou Feng is unaware of her son's existence, and his words were intended solely to maintain her dignity. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ma Xiufeng felt a significant burden lift from her heart with the resolution of her son's employment issues. Just as she was about to express her appreciation, she froze in place. Noticing the smile fade from Ma Xiufeng's face, Zhou Feng became concerned as he observed her eyes go vacant and her complexion pale. Before he could inquire, a voice rang out from behind them. "What brings you here?" Chapter 67. The village head and the party secretary have a falling out. Zhou Feng turned around and instantly understood the reason behind Ma Xiufeng's expression. The person arriving was none other than Chen Jianxi. Chen Jianxi's tone was tinged with a hint of anger. He was genuinely upset. He had previously made his position abundantly clear, stating that Zhou Feng's factory, still in its nascent stages, was not an appropriate time to speak up. To his astonishment, his wife had clandestinely approached Zhou Feng without his knowledge. He had intended to wait until the village established its long-haired rabbit production base before finding a discreet position for his son, but it seemed his words had fallen on deaf ears. Chen Jianxi shot a glare at Ma Xiufeng, commanding her to return home immediately. Ma Xiufeng's gaze dimmed as she realized that Chen Jianxi had discovered their plans, and with a sigh, she prepared to leave when Zhou Feng spoke up. "The party secretary has quite the authority, does he not? Am I invisible?" Zhou Feng's voice resonated loudly, startling both Chen Jianxi and Ma Xiufeng, and even the workers nearby paused in their tasks to listen. "Before I became the village head, I clearly stated that all economic matters concerning Kaoshantuan would be under my purview, and no one else shall meddle. The village is on the brink of establishing a new factory, and I am merely seeking to understand the available talent. What is the meaning of your abrupt intrusion? If you believe Kaoshantuan does not require my leadership, feel free to approach the commune directly. Who are you trying to intimidate here? Comrade Ma Xiufeng, let us find a more suitable place to converse." With that, Zhou Feng turned and exited the factory, prompting a momentary pause from Ma Xiufeng before she hurried to catch up with him. Meanwhile, Chen Jianxi remained rooted to the spot, momentarily stunned by Zhou Feng's bold retort. Had he misjudged the situation? Was it not his wife who sought Zhou Feng's assistance for Qingqing's employment issues? The factory workers were left in a state of disbelief. They had never witnessed anyone speak to the old party secretary in such a manner. Even Sun Fuqiang, who had previously dared to whisper criticisms, would not have the audacity to confront him directly. This was astonishingly audacious. Once outside the factory, Zhou Feng's anger dissipated, and he turned to Ma Xiufeng with a smile. "Rest assured, Ma Nai Nai, I have never failed to accomplish what I set out to do. No one can impede my efforts. You may return home peacefully. I shall visit soon, and in the meantime, please have Qingqing consider what he would like to pursue. We will discuss it further when the time comes." "All right," Ma Xiufeng replied, her voice slightly choked as she wiped her eyes and departed hastily. At that moment, Chen Jianxi also emerged, But Zhou Feng had no intention of explaining himself. He shot Chun Jianxi a glare before turning back towards home. He was eager to pick up Tian Xiaoxia, who had the afternoon off. As the workers peered through the factory gates, their suspicions were confirmed. Zhou Feng's confrontation with Chun Jianxi had ignited a wildfire of gossip throughout Kaoshan Tun, spreading rapidly among the villagers. Soon, everyone was aware of the rift between Zhou Feng and the old party secretary, and the news even reached Wu Yongfei at the commune, who promptly called Chun Jianxi for clarification. Chun Jianxi, still bewildered, recounted the events. Upon hearing the details, Wu Yongfei remarked, "My dear Uncle Chun, you truly need to think more critically. Zhou Feng is paving the way for Qin Qing. As the village head, you are the party secretary. Should Qin Qing take up work at the long-haired rabbit base, people would undoubtedly accuse you of favoritism. Now that you two have quarreled, he publicly chastised you for overstepping, making Qin Qing's entry into the factory much smoother." Realization dawned on Chun Jianxi, leaving him unexpectedly touched. Though he muttered a curse at Zhou Feng's cunning nature, Wu Yongfei detected the amusement in his voice and smirked. At that moment, Zhou Feng was leisurely transporting Tian Xiaoxia and her sister home in a bullock cart. He felt a bit helpless. The sisters attended the same high school, and every time he picked up Tian Xiaoxia, her sister was always there, leaving no opportunity for private moments. As if sensing Zhou Feng's thoughts, when they arrived at Hongshi Commune, Tian Xiaoxi jumped off the cart, waving her hand to indicate she would visit a classmate, and dashed off. Zhou Feng was taken aback and turned to Tian Xiaoxia, noticing her flushed cheeks and a hint of shyness in her gaze, which led him to understand the situation. Without addressing it directly, he shifted closer to her in the cart. Tian Xiaoxia's face reddened further, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she leaned in closer, her sparkling eyes conveying emotions that seemed to penetrate the very soul. Nestled together in the cart, they found comfort in each other's presence, even in silence. As they approached the village, Tian Xiaoxia spoke, catching Zhou Feng off guard. "Zhou Feng, I don't want to continue my studies." Zhou Feng was astonished. He had never anticipated she would express such a sentiment. He knew how much she valued her education, especially with the impending college entrance examinations just months away. He halted the cart, his expression serious as he asked, "Have your classmates bullied you?" "No." "Is there an issue with your teachers?" "Neither." "Is it academic difficulties you are facing?" Tian Xiaoxia shook her head once more. "Then why?" After a moment of silence, she replied, "Many people in the village say we cannot make it together." Zhou Feng was genuinely perplexed. He had not heard any rumors. "Why is that?" "They say once I attend university, I will surely abandon you, or that other girls will pursue you." Zhou Feng nearly laughed aloud, but stifled himself upon seeing the serious expression on Tian Xiaoxia's face. He had never imagined that this was the source of her concerns. "So, will you abandon me if you go to university?" "Absolutely not," Tian Xiaoxia asserted with unwavering conviction. "Then why would you consider not attending school for such a reason?" Tian Xiaoxia hesitated momentarily before explaining. "Going to university means being away for 4 years. I don't want to be apart from you for that long." As she spoke, there was no hint of bashfulness. Her words were earnest, revealing that she had contemplated this matter deeply. It would be disingenuous for Zhou Feng to claim he was not moved. Although their time together had been brief and their connection limited to the formal title of engaged couple, he had developed feelings for her. However, he had been cautious, reluctant to rush things, and Tian Xiaoxia had not explicitly expressed her feelings until now. Her heartfelt declaration provided Zhou Feng with the clearest answer he could have hoped for. He extended an arm and gently embraced Tian Xiaoxia. Caught off guard by Zhou Feng's sudden intimacy, Tian Xiaoxia remained dazed, allowing him to hold her. Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Do not overthink it. School is not necessarily the only path. It is essential to pursue what you love. Engaging in what you cherish does not conflict with emotions. Do not pit them against each other. Love is a matter between two individuals. If being together becomes a burden, such as when you forego your aspirations for my sake, or if I abandon my most cherished career for you, then that is certainly not a healthy relationship. A good relationship fosters mutual growth. The higher you soar, the faster I will climb to keep pace with you. You would not disdain me for my slower ascent or abandon me. Rather, you would encourage me continuously. Likewise, if I reach heights you deem unattainable, you would strive vigorously to follow me. This is what we call mutual accomplishment." Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoxia felt a twinge of inner conflict, but spoke up nonetheless. "But 4 years is truly a long time." Zhou Feng was amused by her adorable demeanor and replied, "Who said we must be apart for 4 years? I promise you, wherever you choose to study, I will establish my company there. In that moment, Tian Xiaoxia felt as though Zhou Feng radiated light. The phrase mutual accomplishment seemed to etch itself into her heart. With unwavering determination, she declared, Zhou Feng, let us marry after my college entrance examination. Chapter 68. A kiss seals the deal. Zhou Feng gazed at Tian Xiaoxia with a hint of surprise. Rather than shying away, Tian Xiaoxia met Zhou Feng's gaze head-on. Her eyes were remarkably clear, so much so that Zhou Feng could see his own reflection within them. Although Zhou Feng possessed little romantic experience, it did not imply a lack of personal beliefs regarding love. Regardless of wealth or poverty, he yearned for a love that was pure. Perhaps it was this naive notion that rendered him single in his previous life, yet it was the most genuine desire nestled within his heart. When he first arrived at Kaoshantan, he was utterly destitute, yet Tian Xiaoxia never looked down upon him. Tian Xiaoxia was both intelligent and uncomplicated. Zhou Feng could distinctly sense her intentions. Thus, he did not reject this serendipitous bond that had fallen into his lap. Conversely, should the future unfold as the villagers speculated, Tian Xiaoxia, changing after attending university, perhaps opting to abandon him for status, power, wealth, or other factors, Zhou Feng might feel regret, but he would never harbor remorse. For the moment she made her choice, it would affirm that she was not the person he truly desired. Listening to Tian Xiaoxia's crisp and resolute marriage proposal, Zhou Feng felt that any hesitation on his part would render him less than a man. He remained silent, gently leaned in, and kissed her amidst her astonished gaze. Tian Xiaoxia instinctively pushed back, but, finding it futile, surrendered to the embrace. Despite the winter chill and the old ox cart, the two felt no coldness. The sweetness of the moment permeated the air. They parted only when breathless, reluctant to separate. Observing Tian Xiaoxia's bashful demeanor, Zhou Feng's smile widened. Go. Zhou Feng playfully nudged the old ox's hindquarters with his toes, provoking a disgruntled glance from the animal. Upon returning home, Tian Xiaoshan and his wife perceptibly sensed a change in the dynamic between Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia. Though they could not pinpoint the difference, it was palpably distinct. During dinner, Tian Xiaoxi frequently darted glances between Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia, only to be reprimanded by Chun Guixiang for her restlessness. Some experiences, once initiated, tend to repeat themselves. Zhou Feng felt a budding addiction, often venturing out with the blushing Tian Xiaoxia to admire the breathtaking landscapes of Kaoshantan. Sundays saw them indulging in each other's company for the entire day, only parting when he escorted Tian Xiaoxia to school before heading to Chun Jinchi's home. As Zhou Feng entered the yard, he was promptly spotted by Ma Xiufeng, who hastily abandoned her chores to welcome him inside. There, he encountered his intended target, Uncle Qingqing. Hello, Uncle Qingqing. I am Zhou Feng, he greeted warmly. Zhou Feng's first impression of Qingqing was overwhelmingly positive. His eyes held a clarity that spoke of a life rich with experience, devoid of naivete. This far exceeded Zhou Feng's initial expectations, as he had presumed Qingqing to be a disheartened youth, which had worried Ma Xiufeng unnecessarily. It became evident that Qingqing was a man of substantial depth. When Qingqing noticed Zhou Feng's extended left hand, he paused momentarily before eagerly shaking hands with his own. The two soon found common ground, engaging in delightful conversation, much to Ma Xiufeng's delight as she flitted around, serving tea and snacks, leaving Zhou Feng feeling somewhat bashful. Through their exchanges, Zhou Feng discerned that Qingqing was meticulous and adept at reading between the lines, likely more perceptive than he let on. Zhou Feng refrained from broaching work-related matters, having swiftly dismissed his prior assumptions upon meeting Qingqing. Some things earned through one's own efforts are far more valuable than those granted by others. Qingqing held a favorable impression of Zhou Feng as well. He had often heard his father speak of Zhou Feng with admiration that was impossible to conceal, and he had longed to meet him in person. Upon their introduction, he discovered Zhou Feng to be even more admirable than anticipated, exhibiting no arrogance typical of youthful success. Their perspectives on many matters aligned harmoniously, fostering a rare and gratifying dialogue. The only discomfort Qingqing felt stemmed from Zhou Feng's humble demeanor, addressing him as uncle, despite being only 14 years his junior at 36. He felt that they should interact as equals. Zhou Feng, however, found himself in a quandary. Given the generational hierarchy, he could not address Chun Jianxi as anything other than uncle, especially since Wu Yongfei also referred to Chun Jianxi in that manner, which only highlighted Zhou Feng's perceived inferiority. Ultimately, at Qingqing's insistence, they decided to disregard their elders' titles and refer to each other informally. After nearly 2 hours of conversation with Qin Qing, Zhou Feng formulated preliminary plans and departed for the old educated youth site in Kaohsiung. This had once been the residence of educated youths during their rural service and had remained abandoned after their return to the city. Following Liu Bo's arrival from the Agricultural Research Institute, Chen Jianxi had arranged to clean up the premises and allocate a room to Liu Bo. Upon Zhou Feng's arrival, he found Liu Bo sitting by the stove, wielding a fire poker to poke around the pot. "What are you doing, Liu Gu?" Zhou Feng inquired, eliciting a joyful response from Liu Bo, who regarded him as a blessing. "The village head is here. Please, have a seat." "Just a moment, I'll be ready shortly." "Liu Gu, please don't call me village head. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Xiao Zhou or Xiao Feng to keep it friendly." "Haha. All right then, I'll call you Xiao Feng, as you are about the same age as my younger brother." As they spoke, Liu Bo retrieved several dark, unidentifiable objects from the pot, disregarding the heat as he placed them before Zhou Feng. "Give this a try. I just caught these today when I had some free time." Zhou Feng scrutinized the items for a while before finally identifying them. "Is this a house thief?" "Haha. Yes, that's the one. I caught them with a dustpan. What do you think? Impressive, right?" Zhou Feng gave a thumbs up and sampled one, discovering it surprisingly flavorful despite its lack of meat. This was his first experience with such delicacies, having avoided them in his previous life for fear of repercussions. The two continued eating until their faces were smeared with black, before finally addressing more serious matters. Zhou Feng's visit this time is driven by two primary objectives. Firstly, he aims to clarify the necessary raw materials for feed preparation. Currently, he is aware of the abundance of corn stalks available in the fields, which necessitates arranging for personnel to gather them. The county's oil mill can also readily supply soybean meal, while the remaining materials will require exploration of procurement channels. All of these endeavors demand time. Secondly, Zhou Feng intends to organize a training session before the arrival of the long-haired rabbits and the Changbai pigs to provide preliminary education for a select group of individuals, thereby establishing a foundational understanding and subsequently identifying some capable candidates from among them. Chapter 69. Talent selection. Allow them to learn from Liu Bo for a period, so they can gain a rough outline of what they will be doing in the future and acquire some foundational knowledge. Ultimately, an examination will be arranged to select 3 individuals, one to manage the pig farm, one to oversee the long-haired rabbit breeding base, and one to run the feed factory. Once these ventures are established, there must be someone to take charge, as Zhou Feng cannot afford to spend all his time at the pig farm. Future training will no longer be in small groups, but rather focused on targeted employee onboarding. He aims to swiftly set the village's industry on the right track during this period. Although Liu Bo specializes in feed research, it does not imply a lack of understanding in animal husbandry. He is merely less versed in it. Teaching the villagers of Kaohsiung is well within his capabilities. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's intentions, Liu Bo readily agreed without hesitation. Currently, receiving subsidies from Kaohsiung while idle is more distressing than being busy. He yearns to realize his value and earn the genuine recognition of the villagers. After returning, Zhou Feng entrusted Chen Jianxi with procuring the raw materials needed for pig and rabbit feed. He then announced the recruitment throughout the village via a broadcast, igniting the enthusiasm of the villagers of Kaohsiung. Many were keen on the jobs available at Zhou Feng Electronics Factory, but the requirements were somewhat stringent, demanding literacy. In contrast, the tasks at the farms were more accessible. Everyone possessed at least some understanding of pig and rabbit raising, and the technical requirements were minimal, essentially boiling down to sheer effort. Consequently, there was a surge in applications. Chen Jianxi expressed concern that as the village's industries proliferated, many would seek to secure employment, raising questions about the fate of their crops. Zhou Feng dismissed his worries with a few words. "Old secretary, this matter is simple. No one would neglect their fields out of wealth. Those pressed for time can hire help." Hiring help was a novel idea for Chen Jianxi. Indeed, the land in Hongshi commune is limited, and the intensity of agricultural production is not overwhelming. We can hire laborers from neighboring villages. Given that the villagers of Kaohsiung are currently financially constrained, our village committee can advance the payments, deducting them after salaries or the autumn harvest. Chen Jianxi pondered this, realizing that with money, these matters become trivial, though it would impose a significant financial burden on the village. After all, both pig and rabbit farming would not yield returns for the first few months, demanding initial investments while still requiring wages for the villagers. No worries. Let's see how much Director Wu can approve. If it's insufficient, I can allocate a portion of the dividends from Zhou Feng Electronics Factory to cover the gap, and we can borrow from the village for circulation. Chen Jianxi was taken aback. He had never considered such an approach, but it indeed seemed viable, albeit with the apprehension of how Wu Yongfei might react. The thought of Wu Yongfei's possible response brought smiles to the faces of the two men. Contrary to the villagers' expectations, Zhou Feng set stringent criteria for the initial recruitment of the 3 factories, eliminating those lacking education. This led to some grumbling among the populace, who muttered criticisms about Zhou Feng behind his back. However, Zhou Feng remained unfazed. He could not please everyone, and selected only 20 individuals, hoping to find those who could stand on their own. How could he expect those who could not even recognize characters to effectively convey Lu Bo's knowledge? Nonetheless, the recruitment process made everyone acutely aware of the importance of education. Previously, some had even discouraged their children from attending school, insisting they stay home to help with chores, brazenly questioning the utility of learning. Now, such sentiments had nearly vanished from Kaoshan. Even the elderly, up to 80 years of age, recognized that literacy equated to securing employment in a factory, making it impossible to disregard. To voice such nonsensical opinions would invite ridicule from the entire village. Lu Bo's lectures commenced under the eager gaze of the villagers. The classes were held in a vacant room at the Kaoshan Primary School. Each participant had been privately consulted by Zhou Feng, who made it clear that the quality of their learning would directly influence their future positions in the factory, with the 3 factory heads also considering them for selection. Of course, the theoretical examination was merely a threshold. The factory managers would need to engage in face-to-face discussions to finalize their choices, as there are plenty who possess theoretical knowledge yet lack management skills. For the farmers of Kaoshan, this represented a transformative opportunity. Thus, the 20 students attended the classes with utmost seriousness, including Chen Qing. The villagers were unsurprised by Chen Qing's selection. Had it been a physically demanding job, they might have expressed some envy. Everyone knew that Chen Qing, having served as a recorder for many years, possessed considerable knowledge. Observing the eager faces of his students, Lu Bo felt a surge of emotion, as this level of earnestness was unexpected. Their commendable attitude and enthusiasm for learning transported him back to his own academic life. Consequently, he dedicated himself to teaching with earnestness, meticulously addressing each query, sometimes engaging in discussions that extended late into the night, never growing weary of explaining. This diligence elevated his standing in the eyes of his students and facilitated his rapid integration into this quaint mountain village. Since the commencement of classes, the youth hostels where Lu Bo resided had never lacked for cabbage and potatoes. Trust is reciprocal. The villagers could sense Lu Bo's unwavering commitment. Zhou Feng was quite pleased with the learning atmosphere and even placed a call to Feng Yuhong at the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, singing Lu Bo's praises. Feng Yuhong was astonished that within a mere few days, Kaoshan had established a training program, noting that it seemed to be yielding positive results. She expressed her willingness to assist with future training initiatives should additional personnel be required. Zhou Feng, of course, expressed his profound gratitude, recognizing that Kaoshan was ripe for development and in dire need of talent, welcoming as many as possible. Despite the considerable population in Kaoshan village, the number of individuals capable of shouldering responsibilities independently remains rather limited. Upon assuming the role of village chief, he set his sights on the neighboring villages, the commune, and even the entire county. However, at present, resources are scarce, and he refrains from taking immediate action, opting instead for a period of discretion. He plans to initiate a talent acquisition strategy once there are signs of improvement. Although Kaoshan is merely a village, it has the potential to serve as the center of the commune, and even evolve into the epicenter of Fushan County, with aspirations of becoming the municipal hub of Andong City in the future. Just as Zhou Feng steadily progresses towards realizing his vision, a call from Gu Jun reaches him, not directed to Kaoshan, but rather to Wu Yongfei. Gu Jun brings 2 pieces of news, both of which are favorable for Zhou Feng. Chapter 70. Dividends. Firstly, the company requested by Zhou Feng has been successfully registered, named Gangdao Zhongfeng Investment Development Company, Limited. The second matter is that the intellectual property rights for the chips and the games submitted by Zhou Feng have been successfully applied for. Following his arrangements, the game discs have been sent to several influential gaming companies, though feedback has yet to be received. The relevant documents pertaining to the company and the intellectual property are en route and will soon arrive at the commune under Wu Yongfei. Zhou Feng remains quite satisfied with the efficiency of the commercial department. Now it is the end of January, and based on this timeline, feedback from major gaming companies should arrive around early March. Zhou Feng plans to visit Guangdao in April or, at the latest, May, to arrange meetings with these companies regarding copyright negotiations. Before that, he must complete the foundational setup of 3 factories in Kaohsiung and bring along some rabbit fur samples to establish sales channels in Guangdao. By the time he returns, the integrated circuit factory of Chi'er should have commenced construction. According to Zhou Feng's estimates, the integrated circuit production line will not be ready for trial production until July or August at the earliest. He intends to utilize this period to complete the first step of his electronic industry layout in Kaohsiung, as the time for him to reveal his ambitions to overseas capital will coincide with the commencement of integrated circuit production. On February 4, 1981, the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhou Feng celebrates his first new year in this era. For many villagers in Kaohsiung, this new year feels particularly different. Zhou Feng Electronics has been operational for 2 full months and has swiftly completed the recruitment of workers the following month. The factory has generated a profit of 380,000 yuan over these 2 months, reserving 180,000 yuan for working capital and necessary purchases. The remaining 200,000 yuan has been entirely distributed as dividends, with the Hongshi commune taking 120,000 yuan. Wu Yongfei's smile faded by midday as he glared at Chen Jianxi, who took away the still warm large pile of cash, leaving behind only an IOU stamped with the Kaohsiung seal. Chen Jianxi argued confidently that had it not been for Sun Fuqiang's interference, this money would rightfully belong to Kaohsiung. Moreover, Zhou Feng's establishment of this factory was a classic case of leveraging resources without initial investment. Zhou Feng received 80,000 yuan, of which 60,000 yuan was his share. He had numerous financial obligations at the start of the year, which was one of the reasons he sought dividends. When he placed the entire stack of 20 bundles of cash before old Li, the somewhat eccentric elder, he stroked his chest and swallowed hard, filled with heartfelt reluctance to accept. "Young Zhou, I cannot take this money. It is too much, enough to keep me awake at night." Zhou Feng was both amused and bewildered, recalling how distressed old Li had been when he jokingly suggested an investment of a mere 100 yuan. Now, faced with such a substantial sum, old Li could still utter a refusal. Did he not fear Zhou Feng would take him seriously? Zhou Feng would never make such a foolish decision, regardless of the amount. He had given his word, and without Li Daochang's connections, he might still be repairing televisions, awaiting the full liberalization in 1984 to truly embark on capital accumulation. Zhou Feng initially believed old Li was simply being courteous, but he soon realized that the old man was genuinely determined not to accept the money. This reflects a difference in mindset. Zhou Feng understood that in 1981, 20,000 yuan was a considerable sum, yet its weight in old Li's mind exceeded Zhou Feng's expectations. It was simply too much. So much so that old Li felt his heart could scarcely bear it. After all, he was the father of a director at a state-owned enterprise. In an average family, such a sum could be overwhelming. Zhou Feng found himself at an impasse. He could not take the money back. Ultimately, he had no choice but to summon Li Daochang. Upon seeing the substantial amount, Li Daochang was taken aback. Although he held a high social status, his monthly salary was just over 100 yuan, excluding various benefits. Even if he attempted to save, it would take him a decade to accumulate such wealth. After much contemplation, Li Daochang said to Zhou Feng, "Brother, let us accept this money, but let this matter end here. Do not mention dividends again in the future." Old Li became agitated upon hearing this, believing his unfortunate son had been blinded by money, even surpassing the wisdom of his elder. "You foolish brat, how can we take this money? We haven't spent a dime. This money could buy your father's life." Fearing that old Li might suffer a health crisis, Li Daochang hurried to placate him. "Father, look at Zhou Feng. If we don't accept it, he will take it back. Accepting it doesn't mean we must spend it on ourselves. Moreover, I have made an agreement with Zhou Feng that this is a one-time deal. The factory will have no further connection to us. You've often lamented the hardships faced by your old comrades. Now you can offer them support. Consider this as Zhou Feng's aid for the impoverished." Old Li's expression softened slightly at these words, and he began to waver, glancing at Zhou Feng for confirmation. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, stating that once accepted, how to use the money would be entirely up to old Li, Uncle Li. "This money is yours, You may use it as you wish. However, it lacks a clear origin, so do not spend too freely." Old Li nodded, understanding the prudence in being cautious, lest he cause trouble for his son. As for relinquishing future dividends, Zhou Feng found this acceptable, knowing that opportunities to earn would abound. As the director of a state-owned enterprise, Li Daochang would find it challenging to lack funds, whether he remained at Qi Air or ventured into the private sector. Moreover, with Zhou Feng's presence, while he could not guarantee a life of luxury, he could ensure that his elder brother would want for nothing. Nevertheless, Zhou Feng did not want matters to conclude on such a note, as if he were eager for this arrangement. He truly did not regard this sum as significant. What mattered more to him was his friendship with Li Daochang. "Brother Li, Uncle Li, you may forego the dividends from Zhou Feng Electronics, but I will gradually distance myself from that place. Entangling ourselves with the collective is not beneficial. I believe it is commendable for you to assist your comrades. I have an idea that I wonder if you might be interested in." Both Old Li and Li Daochang looked at Zhou Feng with curiosity, eager to learn what he had in mind. Zhou Feng took a sip of water to soothe his throat and stated, "I believe that if we are to embark on this endeavor, we should either refrain entirely or pursue it on a grander scale. Uncle Li, I propose that you take the lead in establishing a charitable foundation. I shall contribute funds subsequently, starting with your comrades. Let us design a long-term support program, and once you have gained proficiency in managing it, we can incorporate an educational assistance initiative." Zhou Feng's motivations for this undertaking were distinctly different from Old Li's pure intentions. His approach was tinged with a degree of self-interest. Chapter 71. Bestowing benefits. He aspired to establish an illustrious reputation for himself and his enterprise within the nation, effectively shielding himself from numerous troubles while also clearing away several stumbling blocks on his path to future development. Naturally, he was genuinely inclined to pursue this endeavor, for an old revolutionary veteran deserves to enjoy the stable life that prosperity brings. Education serves as the foundation of the nation, and technology is its cornerstone. Although he could not effectuate significant change alone, even a small alteration would be commendable. Old Li was intrigued. To be honest, at his age, he no longer harbored any ambitions for career advancement. Otherwise, he would not be confined to a modest scrap collection station. Viewing the support of his comrades as a venture was a notion he had never dared to entertain before, due to a lack of resources. Now that Zhou Feng had proposed it, his spirits were lifted. "Zhou lad, it must require a substantial amount of money, right?" Zhou Feng nearly burst into laughter. This old gentleman was indeed a character, treating money as if it were of little value, yet he was still rather frugal. "Uncle Li, I have long desired to undertake this project, but lacked the energy. Now that you are here, I am free of concerns. I will be away for a while, but upon my return, we shall commence this endeavor. You will work for me, while I provide the funds, and you contribute the effort." Old Li's face lit up with joy. He relished the idea of helping his comrades lead better lives without having to spend his own money. Contributing a bit of effort was hardly a burden. Li Daochang found himself both amused and exasperated, as his father resembled an old child. "Zhou Feng, this is a commendable initiative. I will discuss it with the management of Qi Air when I return, and we shall also participate." Zhou Feng quickly interjected, smiling, "Brother Li, you need not concern yourself with this at the outset. There is no need for state-owned enterprises to exert effort over a modest sum. Once we establish our reputation, your contributions will naturally follow. It is unnecessary to run around for such matters." Li Daochang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Zhou Feng's reasoning without further comment. Zhou Feng was determined not to allow Qi Air to interfere. Such involvement would only lead to constraints in their endeavors. During lunch in the county with Qiu Bo and the Li father-son duo, Zhou Feng was subsequently arranged to be transported back to Kuaishan by a delivery vehicle. Upon returning to the factory, he summoned all the workers. Gazing upon the more than 200 individuals before him, Zhou Feng felt a sense of reflection. This group could very well be the first wave of prosperity from the small village of Kuaishan. They represented 1/10 of the village's population, and after 2 months of hard work, many had earned between 80 to 90 yuan, with the least earning over 30, enough for a bountiful year. "Comrades, today is New Year's Eve, and I have several announcements to make. First, we shall commence our holiday shortly to celebrate the new year, and the factory will reopen on the 3rd day of the new year, February 7th. The workers' reaction to the announcement of a holiday took Zhou Feng by surprise. Instead of the anticipated cheers, the room fell into an unexpected silence. Zhou Feng pondered. Was his authority so imposing that it intimidated them into silence? Factory director, can those who do not wish to take a holiday opt out? Zhou Feng was genuinely puzzled. Upon further inquiry, he learned that the issue stemmed from concerns about wages. Many believed that if the factory closed, they would not receive pay, resulting in a significant loss over 2.5 days. Additionally, for many workers, the base salary at the antenna factory constituted only a minor portion of their earnings. The bulk came from bonuses linked to production efficiency and quality. The more they produced, the more they earned. And after 2 months of lucrative earnings, everyone was invigorated. While Zhou Feng wished to enhance the workers' motivation, he understood the principle of moderation. His intention was to improve the lives of the villagers within the framework of the factory's healthy operation, not to exploit them. Comrades, we all understand that sharpening the axe does not hinder the chopping of wood. The purpose of earning money is to enhance our lives. Everyone should return home to spend quality time with family during this festive season, visiting relatives and friends. After the new year, we will return to work with renewed vigor. I forgot to mention, the holiday decided by the factory will still be compensated. You will receive your wages even while not working. As Zhou Feng's words echoed, the factory erupted into enthusiastic applause. Everyone longed to celebrate the new year with their families, especially now that they had money in their pockets. Once the applause subsided, Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Are you all perhaps rejoicing too early?" The smiles on the workers' faces faltered momentarily. Was there more to the announcement? Just as a sense of unease settled among them, Zhou Feng gestured, "Come with me." The workers were puzzled, unsure of what Zhou Feng was about to reveal. Upon exiting, they soon understood, and the atmosphere grew lively once more as they beheld a group of hefty pigs on a truck in the courtyard. Seeing the palpable excitement among the workers filled Zhou Feng with satisfaction. Without further ado, he announced, "In the past few days, our factory has purchased a batch of large pigs from the surrounding villages. Soon, we will slaughter the pigs and distribute the meat. This year, every worker at our electronics factory will enjoy a bountiful new year." The resounding cheers drowned out any semblance of calm in the village committee. No one had anticipated such a generous gesture from the factory. Energetic young individuals clambered onto the truck and began counting, soon exclaiming, 16 pigs, a total of 16. Zhou Feng had calculated this during the purchasing phase. With 200 workers at the factory and its excellent profitability, it was only fitting to distribute benefits generously. Local pigs were not particularly large, averaging around 200 pounds, with a meat yield of 60 to 70%. Each pig could provide about 100 to 150 pounds of meat. Zhou Feng intended for each worker to receive at least 10 pounds of pork. After 2 months of hard work, everyone deserved a hearty meal. As Zhou Feng departed, the workers had already begun preparations to slaughter the pigs and divide the meat, and he chose not to linger. Initially, Zhou Feng had planned to purchase some festive goods for his family, but Chen Guixiang had acted swiftly and decisively, ensuring the household was well prepared a week in advance. During his trip to the county, he bought some snacks for his sisters-in-law, fabric for Chen Guixiang, and a few cigarettes and drinks for Tian Qiushan. As he carried various bags into the house, Chen Guixiang began to chatter incessantly, criticizing Zhou Feng for his extravagant spending. However, the undeniable smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. By the time Tian Qiushan returned, it was already evening. He joyfully tossed a bag onto the floor and took a large gulp of water from the tea jar, clearly exhausted, yet radiating happiness. Chapter 72. The visit from Uncle. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Feng rose to pour a glass of water for Tian Qiushan. "Uncle, have all the meat been distributed?" "Yes, indeed. This has truly delighted everyone. You cannot imagine how many villagers came to watch the excitement after you left. They were filled with envy, and the workers at the factory walked with their heads held high, brimming with pride." Hearing this, Zhou Feng could not help but smile, as this was precisely the effect he desired. The yearning for a better life had always lingered within the hearts of the people. However, prior to this, they had little to compare it against due to their poverty. Now that a disparity had emerged, it could serve as a stimulus for them, which was certainly a positive development. Opportunities to earn money in Kuaishan village would abound in the future, as long as one was willing to work hard. A prosperous life awaited. The only concern lay with those who were content to languish in lethargy, for no one could assist them. Upon hearing Tian Qiushan's return, Chen Guixiang set aside her tasks and rummaged through the bag. After inspecting its contents, she grumbled discontentedly. "Why is there not a single good piece of meat? Not even a chunk of fatty pork?" Tian Qiushan was not surprised by her reaction. He had anticipated her inquiry. "What do you know? The ribs are truly delectable, and the pig's head and trotters. There are no better accompaniments for drinks. While the other workers received 10 jin each, I took over 20 jin of meat. Chun Guixiang dismissed his words with skepticism, shooting him a glare. Director Tian, while promoting your style, do not try to hoodwink me. 15 jin of that 20 is surely bone. With that, she ignored Tian Xiaoshan and took the bag away to tidy up, leaving Zhou Feng and his future father-in-law exchanging bemused glances. Zhou Feng suppressed a chuckle, while Tian Xiaoshan felt a tinge of embarrassment, attempting to salvage his dignity by muttering, "Women truly are long-haired and short-sighted." Zhou Feng dared not respond, seizing the opportunity to help outside. The New Year's Eve at the Tian household was exceptionally lively, with 7 family members gathered around the table, watching television and making dumplings. Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia were responsible for rolling the dough, while Tian Xiaoji and Tian Xiaoshan filled the dumplings. Initially, Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaoyun were earnestly shaping the dumplings into ingots, but after barely 3, they began to playfully poke at each other. Such is the spirit of the new year. Otherwise, they would surely face reprimands. Aside from the dumplings, the New Year's Eve feast consisted of a pot of stewed pig trotters. According to Chen Guixiang, consuming trotters would ensure a prosperous year ahead, thus serving as a delightful omen. As the clock struck midnight, the year 1981 officially arrived. Zhou Feng, accompanied by the younger ones, set off a couple of firecracker trays, the crackling sounds seeming to herald a future filled with prosperity. Bathed in the outdoor light, Tian Xiaoxia's face appeared to be graced with a soft filter, making her beauty all the more striking. Sensing the gaze upon her, she turned to meet Zhou Feng's eyes. With a radiant smile, she took his hand, leaning against him shoulder to shoulder. In that moment, Zhou Feng felt as though the night sky had been illuminated by her smile, and he slipped his hand into his coat pocket, clasping hers. Tian Xiaoshan and his wife watched with smiles as the children frolicked in the courtyard, capturing this scene with their eyes. A glance exchanged between them revealed an undeniable joy. Tian Xiaoshan proudly puffed out his chest, beaming with self-satisfaction. "My daughter is a treasure, and my son-in-law is a gem. How could I not be proud?" Chen Guixiang shot him a disapproving look. After so many years together, she understood her husband's thoughts well. Although reluctant to admit it, the more she observed the 2 children, the more she felt they were a perfect match. This year had been nothing short of perfect for her. Her daughter had returned to the cherished campus. Her son-in-law had proven unexpectedly capable, and the 2 were clearly smitten with each other. Thanks to her son-in-law's influence, her husband had transitioned from a carpenter to the factory director, vastly improving their family's living conditions. While they were not the poorest in Kuaishan village, life had previously been a struggle. Now, not only had their living standards risen, but their status in the village had also soared. Now, who in the village would not greet her warmly? Even the previously proud elder sister-in-law approached her with unexpected friendliness, for after all, Tian Xiaolin also thrived thanks to Zhou Feng's fortunes. Without Zhou Feng, the factory accountant would still be from the Sun family, and she had once envied the elder sister-in-law for having 2 sons, even considering adopting one. But now, that notion had completely dissipated. What was wrong with having a daughter? One could have a son-in-law, and eventually grandchildren. When do you think they will get married? Chen Guixiang suddenly blurted out after a fit of silly laughter, catching Tian Qian off guard. Why was she suddenly bringing up marriage? Let us not interfere. They shall decide their own matters. Zhou Feng is quite capable now, and Xiaoxia has her own ideas. Let them be. Chen Guixiang was somewhat dissatisfied with this response. Yet she did not wish to argue during the festive season. She resolved to discuss the matter with the 2 children in a few days. By the 3rd day of the new year, the entire Kuaishan village was still enveloped in holiday cheer. Early in the morning on the 3rd day, amidst the sounds of firecrackers, the Zhou Feng electronics factory reopened for business. Just before noon, Zhou Feng had intended to visit the county to meet with Li Daochang and Qiu Bo, but as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly spotted his uncle, Ma Guoqing, loitering at the entrance. At that moment, Ma Guoqing appeared quite disheveled, his eyes red and swollen from crying, his clothes wrinkled, and there were several scabbed scratches on his neck and face. Zhou Feng was puzzled as to why his uncle had come at such a time. Had he been chased out by his wife during the festive season? "Uncle, why not come inside?" Zhou Feng greeted politely. Though he had little interest in Ma Guoqing's plight, he could not simply ignore him. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Ma Guoqing's eyes reddened further, tears threatening to spill forth as he crumpled to his knees. Zhou Feng, quick to react, swiftly supported him, thinking that if he were to kneel, rumors would surely circulate within the village. He did not fear trouble, but he certainly detested it. "Uncle, what are you doing? As your junior, Do you wish to bring misfortune upon me during this festive season? Ma Guqing, in a fit of tears, could hardly articulate a coherent response. Zhou Feng frowned at the sight. His uncle seemed excessively spineless. No wonder he had endured so much suffering in the Ma family. This uncle could barely muster the courage to speak up. Such a coward would undoubtedly be easily manipulated by Aunt Wang Shulan. The Tian family also heard the commotion outside. Upon seeing Ma Guqing, Tian Xiushan and his wife furrowed their brows, for they held a rather unfavorable impression of him and were puzzled as to what mischief he intended to stir up during this festive season. However, they could not simply chase him away. Thus, Tian Xiushan, alongside Zhou Feng, assisted the almost collapsed Ma Guqing into the house. Tian Xiaoxia poured a cup of hot water for Ma Guqing, then handed him a towel to wipe his face. Once he regained his composure, he trembled with emotion and spoke, causing Zhou Feng to freeze in astonishment. Xiao Feng, uncle begs you, please save your aunt. Zhou Feng's first thought was the realization that his uncle had not been driven away. He wondered what had happened to his dear aunt. His second thought was that the first one hardly mattered, as he felt an unexpected sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 73. Zhou Shan's debt collection. Zhou Feng inwardly chastised himself for lacking ambition, forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth that threatened to rise, and inquired, Aunt, what is the matter? Please clarify. Ma Guqing, after sipping some warm water, finally ceased his trembling. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself, yet as he opened his mouth, he found himself surrounded by eager eyes, all anticipating his next words. Ma Guqing's face contorted with embarrassment as he sought assistance from Zhou Feng. Tian Xiushan instantly recognized that the lively atmosphere had dissipated, and with a discreet cough, he asserted with authority, What are you all gathering here for? Let Xiao Feng and his uncle have a proper conversation. Having said this, he reluctantly exited the room, followed by Chun Guixiang, Tian Xiaoji, Tian Xiaoyan, and Tian Xiaoya, who turned back multiple times, seemingly reluctant to leave. In contrast, Tian Xiaoxia remained motionless, sitting obediently at a distance, embodying a demeanor of not wanting to intrude, yet her ears were perked up, believing that as a fiancée, she was entitled to eavesdrop. Zhou Feng naturally had no intention of dismissing her, nor did he perceive any matters that warranted secrecy from Tian Xiaoxia. Seeing that Tian Xiaoxia showed no inclination to depart, Ma Guqing acquiesced and began to speak in a fragmented manner, his words disjointed. It took Zhou Feng over half an hour to grasp the intricate details of the situation. It became clear that Ma Guqing was well aware of the various misdeeds committed by Wang Shulan and that he should not have been approached for assistance. Upon learning the truth, Zhou Feng understood why Ma Guqing had the audacity to seek his help. It turned out that this matter was indeed somewhat related to him. On New Year's Eve, while the Ma family was hanging couplets at home, a tall, slender youth entered the courtyard. Ma Guqing found him vaguely familiar, but could not recall where he had seen him. Once the youth introduced himself, Ma Guqing realized with astonishment that he was the eldest son of his sister, Zhou Shan, who was also Zhou Feng's biological elder brother. Initially pleased by the visit, Ma Guqing's joy quickly dissipated upon remembering that Zhou Feng had been cast out of the family. Zhou Shan's visit to the Ma household was not for a reunion. He did not even address Ma Guqing as uncle but instead walked straight towards Wang Shulan. Wang Shulan, already somewhat averse to Zhou Shan's presence, was even less pleased to see a poor relative intruding on the festive occasion. Her displeasure deepened as she noted Zhou Shan's lack of decorum. However, before she could express her irritation, Zhou Shan struck her across the face with a resounding slap, sending her sprawling. The freshly affixed front tooth fell out, leaving the Ma family in a state of shock. No one anticipated that Zhou Shan would arrive on New Year's Eve and immediately resort to violence without uttering a word. Ma Guqing stood frozen in disbelief, utterly at a loss for how to react, while Wang Shulan's head buzzed in confusion. However, Ma Guqing's two tall sons quickly sprang into action. Witnessing their mother being assaulted in her own home, they could hardly contain their anger. Though they shouted fiercely, they were swiftly overpowered and thrown to the ground, crying out for their father. Wang Shulan, recovering somewhat, picked up her lost tooth and began to wail for help, crying that someone was being murdered and robbed. Zhou Shan, however, directed his gaze at Ma Guqing and called him by name, declaring that he had come for two reasons: to vent his grievances on behalf of Zhou Feng and to reclaim the support payments. Since entrusting Zhou Feng to Ma Guqing's care, Zhou Feng's mother, Ma Feng, had been sending a sum of money and tickets every month without fail. Ma Guqing was taken aback, having been completely unaware of this arrangement. Upon hearing Zhou Shan's purpose for visiting, Wang Shulan panicked, vehemently denying any knowledge of the matter and claiming she had never seen a single cent. It was only when Zhou Shan presented the remittance receipts that Ma Guoqing confirmed the truth. Wang Shulan had concealed this fact from him for years, taking Zhou's money while mistreating Zhou Feng. A flush of shame overcame Ma Guoqing, and he felt a wave of frustration rise within him. Neighbors, drawn by Wang Shulan's cries, gathered to listen to Zhou Shan's revelations. Initially intending to intervene, they quickly withdrew, unwilling to become entangled with someone so malicious. Zhou Shan granted the Ma family a day to gather the funds, instructing them to seek him out at the county's guest house. Should they fail to repay the debt, he would return. After Zhou Shan's departure, Ma Guoqing, who had always been subservient, found himself questioning his wife about the missing money. Wang Shulan, however, adamantly denied any wrongdoing. When pressed, she resorted to a fit of rage, throwing a tantrum and accusing Ma Guoqing of being spineless, as he failed to defend her after the assault. Defeated, Ma Guoqing planned to confront her again the next day, but to his dismay, Wang Shulan left early the following morning. Upon her return, she was even more resolute, insisting that no money had ever been sent, claiming Zhou Shan was merely a delusional scoundrel. However, her bravado was short-lived. By afternoon, officers from the county police arrived and took Wang Shulan into custody. This turn of events left Ma Guoqing in a state of sheer panic. He hurried to seek the village chief, Ma Xiangqian, hoping to leverage connections for information. Upon inquiry, he was astonished to learn that Wang Shulan had been arrested on charges of contract killing. In ordinary circumstances, as village chief, Ma Xiangqian would have supported Ma Guoqing, as such alliances were vital for building his reputation. Yet, given the gravity of the accusation, he dared not involve himself in matters of contract murder, which far exceeded his jurisdiction. With no other recourse, Ma Guoqing resolved to go to the county to uncover the truth, determined to find Zhou Shan and understand the situation. Upon arriving at the guest house, he discovered that Zhou Shan had checked out early. He then sought information at the police station, and after considerable effort, he learned that not only Wang Shulan had been arrested, but her cousin, Wang Jun, had also been apprehended. The incident had begun with Wang Jun, who had confronted Zhou Shan at the guest house on New Year's Day, attempting to stab him with a knife. Fortunately, Zhou Shan's quick reflexes had only resulted in a minor injury to his arm. Once discovered, Wang Jun's chances of success were dashed, particularly as the police were conducting a security sweep during the holiday. They arrived just in time to witness Wang Jun brandishing the weapon, leading to his immediate arrest. Wang Jun, being rather dim-witted, had allowed himself to be provoked into revealing Wang Shulan's involvement. Wang Shulan was also arrested, and in the 1980s, the police conducted their investigations with vigor. By that afternoon, every detail of the events had been meticulously documented. This was entirely an unexpected gain for Zhou Shan. His initial intention in coming here was merely a pretext to demand money. He had only planned to teach Wang Shulan a harsh lesson. Little did he anticipate that she would be so cooperative. Once the matter was resolved, he had no reason to linger any longer. After conveying everything necessary at the Public Security Bureau and presenting his military officer's certificate, he departed from Futian County early the following morning. Ma Guoqing, having been driven to desperation, found himself with neither funds nor allies, leaving him no choice but to seek out Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, felt a twinge of emotion. He had not expected his elder brother to be so formidable, nor had he realized that his nominal parents had never truly forgotten him, quietly offering their support in their own way. However, he was puzzled as to why, having come to Futian County, Zhou Shan did not seek him out at Kaoshan Tun, but instead chose to leave directly. Chapter 74 Farewell to Lichang. Zhou Feng could hardly believe that Zhou Shan had not discovered his whereabouts. Given Zhou Shan's recent approach to matters, he had likely uncovered every detail of Zhou Feng's life. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to violence so readily. But why hadn't he come? Was it possible that he felt ashamed of Zhou Feng's status as a son-in-law and thus refused to acknowledge him? After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Strangely, Zhou Feng felt a sense of relief rather than any other emotion. Even though he was now Zhou Feng, having integrated his identity with that of the tormented past, the sudden emergence of a relative left him uncertain about how to confront this new reality. Abandoned by his parents in childhood and cast into the care of an unkind uncle, Zhou Feng had always maintained a distant view of familial ties. Even during his time in Jingcheng, He had never contemplated seeking out his parents or elder brother, nor had he felt any psychological burden related to them. However, learning today that his brother and parents had been quietly concerned for him complicated his feelings. Ma Guoqing observed Zhou Feng's furrowed brow, mistakenly believing he was contemplating a solution, unaware that Zhou Feng's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Zhou Feng felt no sympathy for Ma Guoqing and had no intention of rescuing Wang Shulan. The fates of Wang Shulan and Wang Jun were of no concern to him. Moreover, anyone bold enough to take action against Zhou Shan would undoubtedly face repercussions. Merely refraining from retaliation was already a display of his compassion, let alone expecting him to intervene. In contrast to Zhou Feng's complex emotions, Tian Xiaoxia's perspective was much simpler. She empathized with Zhou Feng's harrowing childhood experiences and, upon encountering Wang Shulan's boorish demeanor, could well imagine the difficulties Zhou Feng had endured while living under someone else's roof. This admiration for Zhou Shan's actions grew as she realized he had done what she wished she could have accomplished. That was the essence of an elder brother. Imagining the scene of Wang Shulan being reprimanded brought her immense satisfaction. Xiao Feng with Zhou Feng hesitating to express his stance, Ma Guoqing finally could not contain himself and pleaded. His thoughts were straightforward. Zhou Shan was the victim, but he had already left Futian County. If Zhou Feng, as the younger brother, expressed understanding, perhaps his wife could be released. Ma Guoqing's words caused Tian Xiaoxia to become anxious. She desperately did not want Zhou Feng to involve himself in this matter. While Ma Qiuqing was oblivious to the implications, she understood all too well that if Zhou Feng were willing to assist, his familial ties to Zhou Shan, along with his camaraderie with the county chief Qiubo, might indeed secure a favorable outcome. Seeing Tian Xiaoxia's anxious expressions, Zhou Feng nearly laughed aloud. He was fully aware of her sentiments. Instead of outright rejecting Ma Guoqing's plea, he comforted him, saying, "Uncle, don't rush. Let us first go to the county and assess the situation." Ma Guoqing was overjoyed to hear Zhou Feng's prompt agreement, and he ceased his lamentations, springing to his feet to open the door, only to be met by a cluster of 5 adults and children outside. Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia exchanged bemused glances at the sight of these gossip-mongers. Tian Xiaoshan, caught off guard, felt somewhat awkward, while Chun Guixiang, quick to react, urged, "Yes, your uncle. Come home for lunch." At that moment, Ma Guoqing was too preoccupied with the urgency to reach the county to care about the onlookers, casting a worried glance back at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng took Tian Xiaoxia's hand, smiling. "Uncle, Xiaoxia and I will accompany you to the county to see what is going on. We'll return by afternoon." Tian Xiaoxia, who had initially intended to discuss her thoughts with Zhou Feng privately, felt reassured now that he was taking her along. Tian Xiaoshan, having extinguished his pipe, nodded, reminding everyone to prioritize safety. Once they departed, Chun Guixiang shot Tian Xiaoshan a disapproving look. "You're still smoking even when it's out? Look at you, hopeless." Tian Xiaoshan glanced down at his non-smoking pipe, feeling sheepish for having been distracted by the commotion. Chun Guixiang, however, wore a worried expression, voicing her concerns. "Do you think Xiao Feng will help? His aunt is not someone to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoshan scoffed. No one understood Zhou Feng better than he did. Rest assured, Zhou Feng won team medal in this. He is not foolish. He harbors a dark heart. Chun Guixiang swiftly delivered a playful slap to Tian Xiaoshan's head, glaring at him. "Is that how you speak of your own son-in-law?" The sharp sound startled the 3 sisters, who couldn't help but think their mother was rather fierce. Tian Qiuxian winced, taken aback by Chun Guixiang's reprimand in front of their daughters, but he could only grumble as he retreated to the factory with a cornmeal pancake in hand. Zhou Feng, guiding the ox cart with Tian Xiaoxia and Ma Guoqing, arrived at the county police station. After tethering the cart to a tree by the entrance, they made their way inside. He was not concerned about the ox being stolen. If it went missing at the police station, he would accept it. After some inquiries, he located Li Chang's office. Since their brief encounter at Hongshi Commune, they had not interacted further. Zhou Feng was unsure if Li Chang still remembered him, but that was of little consequence. He was not there to solicit favors, nor did he intend to truly seek anyone's release. When Li Chang opened the door and spotted Zhou Feng, he was visibly astonished, immediately calling out his name. "Ah, Comrade Zhou Feng, what brings you here? Please, do tell." It was no wonder Li Chang had such a vivid recollection of Zhou Feng. It was not merely due to his association with Qiubo, but rather because he still vividly recalled the smile on Zhou Feng's face when he had pulled Sun Yuquan out from confinement. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Zhou Feng was somewhat taken aback by Li Chang's enthusiasm. However, in Fujian County, having connections was advantageous. Director Li, it's been a while. I apologize for the intrusion. As they shook hands, Ma Guoqing appeared momentarily dazed, never expecting Zhou Feng to be so familiar with the county police chief. Even Ma Xiangqian, the village chief of Ma Jiao, would struggle to engage in conversation in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, this nephew had transformed into someone he could hardly recognize, but in the current circumstances, knowing the police chief was indeed a fortuitous development. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, Zhou Feng promptly articulated his purpose for visiting, deliberately omitting any mention of his uncle's identity to avoid any misunderstandings by Li Chang. Director Li, I have heard that there was an attempted murder case in the county a couple of days ago. I wonder if it would be possible for us to gain some insight into the matter. Zhou Feng's visit was not merely to observe the spectacle. He felt that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He was somewhat perplexed as to why Wang Shulan's elder brother would intervene in such a manner, employing such drastic measures. Chapter 75. Reunion. Li Chang was aware of this case, yet he was puzzled by Zhou Feng's interest in it. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Zhou Shan. Zhou Feng you. Zhou Feng nodded directly, feeling that there was no need for concealment. Rather than presenting himself as a relative of Wang Shulan, it was more appropriate to appear as Zhou Shan's brother. Zhou Shan is my elder brother. Li Chang was taken aback. Following the Sun Fuquang incident, he had developed a curiosity about Zhou Feng's identity. Quietly, he had conducted some investigations and concluded that Zhou Feng was an utterly ordinary rural youth. The case captured his attention not only due to its grievous nature, but also because of Zhou Shan's status as an active duty officer. Connecting Zhou Feng with Zhou Bo and Li Daochang, Li Chang's mind raced with possibilities. Naturally, he could not refuse Zhou Feng's request, as it was entirely reasonable for a brother to seek clarity regarding the case's developments after Zhou Shan's departure. Soon, Zhao Yong, the officer responsible for the case, arrived at Li Chang's office. The details of the incident were not far from what Ma Guoqing had learned. After his arrest, Wang Jun insisted that he acted alone, with no involvement from Wang Shulan. His claim rendered any effort to disregard Wang Shulan futile. According to Zhao Yong, Wang Jun seemed to exhibit some cognitive issues, often acting impulsively. After all, which rational person would storm into a guest house wielding a knife to commit murder? Once Wang Shulan was apprehended, she was utterly defeated, like a frostbitten eggplant. A rural woman had never encountered such a scenario, and upon being handcuffed, she broke down, confessing to instigating Wang Jun to commit the crime without any interrogation. Ma Guoqing listened, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even he, who had little experience, understood that this matter was dire. It would be incredibly difficult to extricate Wang Shulan from this predicament. Although he often felt frustrated by her brashness, she was still his wife and the mother of their 2 children. How could he bear to see her imprisoned, or worse, subjected to harsher treatment? Realizing this, Ma Guoqing disregarded everything else and suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing his head to Li Chang and Zhao Yong, pleading, please, spare Wang Shulan. She is just a foolish woman. I will certainly discipline her properly in the future. Please let her go. This unexpected display caught Li Chang and the others off guard. He hurriedly helped Ma Guoqing to his feet, casting a bewildered glance at Zhou Feng, as if to say, aren't you Zhou Shan's brother? Why is your companion pleading for Wang Shulan? Zhou Feng offered a wry smile and explained the background to Li Chang. After listening, Li Chang finally grasped the situation but remained uncertain about Zhou Feng's intentions. Comrade Zhou Feng, what brings you here today? Zhou Feng promptly interjected, Director Li, I have come to understand the true nature of this matter, as I have several points of confusion. First, what was Wang Shulan's motive for instigating Wang Jun? This question had occupied Zhou Feng's mind during his journey. Although Wang Shulan could be somewhat foolish, she was not a fool. She must have understood the consequences of murder. To avoid repayment, would she really resort to having Wang Jun kill someone? Zhou Feng found this implausible. If she were willing to risk it, Zhou Shan would have no recourse, and at worst, she would be the subject of village gossip for a time. There was no need for such extreme actions. Second, Wang Shulan left home in the morning, and Wang Jun acted by noon. Regardless of their relationship, even a biological mother would hesitate to send her child to commit such acts. The time interval was far too brief. Excluding the travel time to the county, it seemed as if Wang Jun had made an instant decision without any psychological preparation, recklessly disregarding the consequences. Wang Jun may not be particularly bright, but he was not a fool. Fools do not possess such strong execution capabilities. Zhou Feng could not fathom any rationale that could support such behavior. After hearing Zhou Feng's doubts, Zhao Yong nodded in agreement. I share your confusion. However, ever since Wang Jun inadvertently revealed information, he has remained silent during questioning, and Wang Shulan changed her story, claiming she only meant for Wang Jun to give Zhou Shan a lesson. When pressed further, she feigned ignorance. Upon exchanging glances, Zhao Yong and Zhou Feng simultaneously contemplated a singular thought, turning their attention toward Ma Guoqing. Zhao Yong cleared his throat and addressed Ma Guoqing. Comrade Ma Guoqing, given the current circumstances, it is undeniable that Wang Shulan has violated the law. Whether her punishment can be mitigated will depend on her behavior, but her lack of cooperation is detrimental to her case. Ma Guoqing immediately panicked, asking, Comrade Public Security, what should we do now? Zhao Yong quietly briefed Ma Guoqing on several matters. After listening, Ma Guoqing glanced at Zhou Feng for confirmation, to which Zhou Feng nodded. He was not colluding with the public security to deceive his own family member. Wang Shulan was already in the worst possible situation. It could hardly get any worse, provided no other cases were pending against her. As for whether her punishment could be lessened, that would depend on uncovering the truth, which Zhou Feng was eager to ascertain. Today, Wang Shulan dared to harbor murderous intentions against Zhou Shan. There was no guarantee she would not target him or those around him in the future. There is a saying that one cannot guard against a thief forever. Understanding the situation would provide Zhou Feng with some peace of mind. Zhou Feng soon encountered Wang Jun, who, to his surprise, possessed an attractive appearance, thick brows, bright eyes, and a tall stature, looking somewhat familiar. At that moment, he was handcuffed to a chair. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Ma Guoqing finally saw his wife. Wang Shulan's hair was disheveled, her lips pale, and her eyes bloodshot, a stark contrast to her previous fierce demeanor. Upon seeing Ma Guoqing, Wang Shulan trembled, calling out, Guoqing, Brother Guoqing, you finally came to rescue me, sob sob sob. Her hoarse voice distinctly reached Zhou Feng and the others' ears, causing even the previously defiant Wang Jun to struggle again, shaking the chair noisily until two officers restrained him. Ma Guoqing was struck by a surreal sense of nostalgia upon hearing Wang Shulan's call, as if transported back 20 years to when they first met. It was that very call of Brother Guoqing that had compelled him to marry her. Subsequently, this affectionate title was supplanted by derogatory terms such as scoundrel, coward, and unfortunate. After so many years, hearing the name Guoqing Gu once again stirred a tumult of emotions within Ma Guoqing, leaving him bewildered by how life had transformed into its current state. Shulan, how could you commit such a foolish act? Are you aware that your actions may lead to severe repercussions? Ma Guoqing truly could not comprehend, and tears began to cascade down his cheeks. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shulan noticed the joy on Ma Guoqing's face vanish completely. Leaving her dazed and in disbelief, she asked, What? What did you say? Chapter 76. The unexpected Wang Shulan. Ma Guoqing's words struck Wang Shulan like a bolt of lightning, leaving her utterly astonished. How could the situation be so grave? Eating peanuts? This was something she had only heard about in stories, yet it had now befallen her. I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me. You scoundrel, are you cursing me to death? Ma Guoqing, you wretch, have you set your sights on some other woman? Ma Guoqing felt both embarrassed and sorrowful. His wife had yet to grasp the severity of the situation, thinking the police were merely engaging in some childish game with her. Upon seeing the redness in Ma Guoqing's eyes, Wang Shulan suddenly froze. She vaguely sensed that Ma Guoqing was not jesting. She merely wished for Zhou Shan to be silenced, yet it had escalated to this extent. Moreover, Zhou Shan was unharmed, merely sustaining a minor scrape. She still recalled the disdainful look he had given her when he arrived at the police station. As if understanding Wang Shulan's thoughts, Ma Guoqing lamented, Shulan, you do not comprehend. Zhou Shan is now a soldier, so this matter is far more complex than we imagined. At this juncture, you should not hold back. What is the situation? Why has Wang Jun resorted to such violence? Does it involve you in any way? Ma Guoqing's words were instigated by Zhao Yong, intending to shift the blame onto Wang Jun. He did not genuinely wish to exonerate Wang Shulan. Rather, he sought to break through Wang Jun's psychological defenses. Ma Guoqing agreed to cooperate because it would not harm Wang Shulan, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Jun. Without him, the situation would not have escalated to this point. At that moment, Wang Shulan fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Being a soldier is a revered profession, and assaulting one is a grave offense. However, she had been unaware that Zhou Shan was a soldier. Had she known, she would not have dared to entertain any ill intentions. Her limited intellect raced frantically as she contemplated how to extricate herself from this predicament, and she understood Ma Guoqing's underlying message. Yet, upon hearing Wang Jun's name, a series of images flashed through Wang Shulan's mind, as though she had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. Her overwhelming emotions began to subside, and she fixed a sullen gaze upon Ma Guoqing, stating, "I merely wanted Wang Jun to teach Zhou Shan a lesson. Who asked him to commit murder? You know my cousin, he is not the brightest. In his attempt to avenge me, he resorted to violence, intending only to frighten Zhou Shan." Wang Shulan's declaration left not only Ma Guoqing but also Zhou Feng, Zhao Yong, and others momentarily dumbfounded. Even Wang Jun, who had been somewhat unruly, displayed a hint of softness and calmness. Zhao Yong's expression darkened. Not only had he failed to achieve his objective, but the situation had also become more complicated. Wang Jun, hearing such defense from Wang Shulan, would be far more challenging to manipulate. Zhou Feng was equally astonished. He had believed that Zhao Yong's manipulative schemes would likely succeed. Given his understanding of Wang Shulan, if an opportunity to mitigate her punishment arose, she would undoubtedly divulge everything, whether it concerned Wang Jun or even Ma Guoqing. Yet, Wang Shulan's actions contradicted his expectations. She not only failed to absolve herself, but also fervently defended Wang Jun. If there was any chance for Wang Shulan to escape this quagmire, it seemed impossible for Wang Jun, the perpetrator apprehended by the police, to evade culpability. Under these circumstances, Wang Shulan's insistence on protecting Wang Jun compelled others to re-evaluate her character. Ma Guoqing's emotions shattered, and he wiped away tears as he exclaimed, "Intimidation? Are you deceiving yourself?" Wang Jun chased Zhou Shan with a knife at the guest house. Had Zhou Shan not evaded swiftly, he would be dead by now. You still defend Wang Jun? Are you willing to drag our entire family into this mess for a cousin who is not mentally sound? A flicker of struggle crossed Wang Shulan's face, only to be swiftly suppressed. This rural woman, known for her loud demeanor and impulsivity, momentarily sealed her lips, refusing to utter another word. Ma Guoqing felt a deep disappointment. He realized he scarcely recognized the woman he had shared half a lifetime with. Her silence rendered his anxiety, concern, and heartache seemingly meaningless. When Ma Guoqing returned, disheartened, to the room where Zhou Feng and the others were gathered, he was met with a smug smile from Wang Jun. Zhou Feng, who had meticulously observed every change in Wang Jun's expressions, noted this pride, akin to a child who had stolen a toy that did not belong to him, radiating both triumph and disdain for the defeated. A sudden insight struck Zhou Feng as he scrutinized Wang Jun's appearance. An outrageous hypothesis formed in his mind, so absurd yet undeniably convincing that it felt like the truth. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at his distraught uncle, feeling a genuine pang of sympathy for him. Even witnessing his uncle being humiliated by Wang Shulan in their youth did not evoke such feelings. His uncle, though simple and unassuming, had devoted himself entirely to this so-called family, sacrificing nearly everything, including his dignity. Zhou Feng was certain that, despite considering Wang Shulan to be a quintessential shrew with innumerable flaws, Ma Guoqing harbored profound feelings for her. Perhaps the prolonged battles and trivial disputes had eroded much of their affection, yet he had grown accustomed to her presence. Perhaps he had invested so much that he felt ensnared, compelled to continue investing, gradually adapting and accepting the pain. Even if it was merely a tumultuous existence, and even if their bond had become somewhat distorted, he had devoted half his life to this household and to this woman, deemed worthless by others. In that moment, Zhou Feng hesitated to shatter his uncle's nightmare. Sensing the shift in Zhou Feng's emotions, Tian Xiaoxia gently squeezed his hand, her gaze reflecting concern. Zhou Feng managed to smile, reassuring her with a light grip, urging her not to worry. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Ma Guoqing, saying, "Uncle, we have done all we can. The path lies before her. If she chooses to walk it into darkness, we are powerless to intervene." Ma Guoqing's eyes were hollow, as if he had not heard anything at all. He still could not comprehend why Wang Shulan would resort to such severity against Zhou Shan, even to the extent of protecting him, the instigator, who was also her cousin. Zhou Feng, observing this, let out a sigh and approached Zhao Yong, whispering a few words to him. The more Zhao Yong listened, the more astonished he became, ultimately wearing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 77, A Fine Performance. Zhao Yong swiftly assimilated the information relayed by Zhou Feng, increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Wang Shulan and Wang Jun had always exuded an odd aura, yet he could not quite pinpoint the source of that peculiarity. If this were indeed the case, it could elucidate some of his perplexities. However, Zhou Shan had never encountered them before. Could he truly harbor murderous intent solely because of a financial dispute? Unable to fathom it further, he decided to focus on finding a breakthrough, believing that clarity would eventually emerge. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yong approached Li Chong and remarked, "Director Li, I believe there are numerous ambiguities surrounding this case." Having collaborated with Zhao Yong for many years, Li Chong was acutely aware that his colleague had formulated a new theory. "Comrade Zhao Yong, what do you propose as the next course of action?" "Director Li," Zhao Yong continued, "although Wang Shulan, a rural woman, possesses insufficient motive to incite Wang Jun to murder Zhou Shan over a trivial dispute, it is illogical to assume that she, despite her ignorance, would not comprehend the gravity of taking a life. As an adult, I find it implausible that she would have any justification for such an act." Upon hearing these words, Wang Jun was elated, never expecting the police officer to voice such sentiments. For days, he had been tormented by guilt, blaming himself for Wang Shulan's predicament. Deep down, he harbored a sincere wish for her safety, and now, with a glimmer of hope, it seemed that fortune might be turning in their favor. Ma Guoqing also felt a surge of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as she could be freed, it would suffice. However, before they could bask in their relief, Zhao Yong's subsequent statement plunged them back into despair. "Director Li, although Wang Shulan may lack motive, Wang Jun's intent to commit murder is unequivocal. This implies that either Wang Shulan harbors undisclosed motives, or that another party is orchestrating Wang Jun's actions." After articulating this thought, Zhao Yong paused, scanning the room. Ma Guoqing's face fell in disappointment, while Wang Jun wore a derisive expression. Zhao Yong, with a light chuckle, continued, "Such a juvenile scheme, driven by impulsive emotions over trivial conflicts, leads me to suspect that the instigator is of an unsound mind, lacking maturity." Zhou Feng internally commended Zhao Yong. Had he not been aware of his intentions, he might have suspected a hidden hand at play. Li Chong nodded, recognizing the logical basis of Zhao Yong's analysis, and felt no inclination to contest it. He too was curious to see Zhao Yong's next move. Zhao Yong repositioned himself to maintain a peripheral view of Wang Jun, then spoke in a solemn tone. "Investigations reveal that when Zhou Shan visited the Ma family, not only did he clash with Wang Shulan, but he also engaged in a physical altercation with her two sons, Ma Chong and Ma Zhuang. Given that the brothers suffered losses at Zhou Shan's hands, they, being young and sensitive to humiliation, would have ample reason to seek vengeance through their uncle. At their age, they are prone to acts of bravado. Providing sufficient motive, I request immediate interrogation of the two brothers." This declaration struck Ma Guoqing like a bolt from the blue. He could hardly fathom that a visit to the police station would lead to the risk of his two sons being implicated. Before he could process this shocking revelation, Wang Jun erupted, crashing to the ground along with his chair. His neck rigid, veins bulging, he glared at Zhao Yong with bloodshot eyes and seethed. "You dog of a police officer, they are not involved. It was I who intended to kill Zhou Shan for daring to harm my sister. I will see him dead." Wang Jun's explosive reaction left Ma Guoqing momentarily stunned. Since the incident at his father-in-law's home, he had scarcely interacted with Wang Jun. He had never heard Wang Shulan express any fondness for her nephews, and Wang Jun's vehement outburst caught him off guard. Li Chong, observing Wang Jun's menacing demeanor, appeared contemplative, as if a realization dawned upon him. He nodded at Zhao Yong and declared, "Agreed. Act immediately." Zhao Yong saluted and prepared to exit. However, Wang Jun, in a panic, dragged his chair forward, shouting, "They have nothing to do with this. You are wronging innocent people. If you have the courage, come at me, not them." The prospect of implicating Ma Chong and Ma Zhuang filled Wang Jun with anguish, reminiscent of his own harrowing experience upon entering the police station. As Zhao Yong approached the door, his pent-up fury erupted. "You cannot go. I swear I will kill you. I will flay you alive." The resounding bang of the closing door sent Wang Jun into a tailspin, tears and snot staining his face. "If there is any business with me, I will accept it. I will take the blame. Just do not harm my sons." In that moment, the room fell silent, save for Wang Jun's sobs, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ma Guoqing stared at Wang Jun, a mixture of fear and confusion washing over him. He began to doubt his own hearing. Yet, As he scrutinized Wang Jun's face, a disquieting familiarity emerged, one that echoed the likeness of his own son's. Shaking his head vigorously, he desperately wished it were an illusion, but upon looking again, the unsettling sensation persisted. In that instant, Ma Guoqing felt as though he had heard the shattering of his own heart. All the warmth and joy of his past memories dissipated, leaving only the visage of Wang Jun. Though Wang Jun appeared disheveled, Ma Guoqing discerned an ironic twist in the situation. Having always held Wang Jun in disdain for his reckless behavior, which had once caused chaos within his family, he now found it deeply ironic that the very person he had scorned had played him for a fool, while he had unwittingly nurtured his sons for over a decade. At that moment, Ma Guoqing perceived himself as a jester, a complete failure. The responsibility of caring for his sister's children had slipped through his fingers, while his wife had, in secret, engaged with her dim-witted cousin for years, all while he remained oblivious. The two beloved sons he had cherished since childhood were, in fact, the offspring of his cousin. The gazes of those present pierced his heart like countless daggers, leaving it riddled with wounds, a bloody mess, utterly agonizing. With a creak, the door swung open, and Zhao Yong stepped inside. At that moment, Wang Jun realized he had been deceived. He glanced at Zhao Yong, then at Ma Guoqing. Ma Guoqing, you spineless wretch. Your son is on the verge of being apprehended, and yet you remain utterly silent. Chapter 78. The rescuer Ma Guoqing was so enraged that he felt as though the world was spinning around him. Zhou Feng, quick on his feet, supported his uncle and cast a peculiar glance at Wang Jun, who lay sprawled on the ground. After entrusting his uncle to Tian Xiaoxia, Zhou Feng crouched beside Wang Jun. Who claims your mind is dull? Your reflexes seem rather sharp, do they not? Wang Jun, under Zhou Feng's intense gaze, felt a chill run down his spine and retorted menacingly, watch your mouth. Zhou Feng couldn't help but laugh at the audacity of the man. How boastful you are! Yet, I never engage in quarrels with the deceased. You would do well to clarify every detail. Should there be even a hint of ambiguity, I shall ensure your two sons experience the true meaning of suffering. I will torment them for 3 to 5 years before sending them to join you. Zhou Feng's words were spoken with a smile, yet they sent a shiver down Wang Jun's spine. If he were able to move, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Zhou Feng, but he was utterly powerless at that moment. Wang Jun averted his gaze from Zhou Feng and shouted at Li Chong and Zhao Yong. Comrades of the police, comrades of the police. He is threatening me. He intends to harm my sons. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Initially, Li Chong and Zhao Yong were mere spectators, but upon meeting Wang Jun's expectant gaze, they silently turned their backs to him. Zhou Feng's remarks seemed to awaken Ma Guoqing, who found himself devoid of hope, joy, and dignity, leaving only hatred. Hatred for Wang Shulan and Wang Jun, a desire to strip their flesh from their bones. Like a man possessed, Ma Guoqing charged at Wang Jun and delivered a kick to his face. Unfulfilled, he grasped Wang Jun's head and rained down blows. The sound of fists striking flesh was enough to send chills down one's spine. Even the most mild-mannered individuals were astonished by Ma Guoqing's fury. Wang Jun, at that moment, had no strength to retaliate. Initially gritting his teeth, he soon began to wail as the punches rained down. Li Chong and Zhao Yong chose to ignore the scene, and Zhou Feng waited for a moment before pulling Ma Guoqing away. It was not out of pity for Wang Jun, but rather concerned that Ma Guoqing, in his rage, might strike a fatal blow. As Ma Guoqing stood, he clenched his teeth tightly, the muscles in his jaw twitching, and Zhou Feng felt a sense of unfamiliarity in his gaze. Zhou Feng gently patted his uncle's back. Unable to find comforting words, this battle was one he had to endure alone. Ma Guoqing took a deep breath and turned to Zhao Yong. Comrade of the police, I have something to report. Over 20 years ago, when I married Wang Shulan, her parents and Wang Jun's parents were all in good health. However, within a few short years, they all passed away. Initially, I thought it was mere coincidence. But now it appears highly probable that it is connected to this vile couple. Zhao Yong pondered Ma Guoqing's words, contemplating an investigation into Wang Jun's village, yet he held little hope, perceiving Ma Guoqing's actions as mere retaliation against the adulterous pair. After Zhao Yong nodded, Ma Guoqing made another request, to see Wang Shulan once more. This put Zhao Yong in a difficult position. Everyone had witnessed Ma Guoqing's fury towards Wang Jun, and now Wang Jun's face was beyond recognition. If he were allowed to meet Wang Shulan and anything went awry, it would be a challenging situation to explain. Zhao Yong looked to Li Chong, who then turned to Zhou Feng. The matter was not insignificant, and if Zhou Feng shared the same intention, Li Chong was willing to extend a favor. Zhou Feng smiled at Li Chong, saying, "Director Li, I kindly ask for your understanding. I wish to accompany my uncle to see Wang Shulan." To Zhou Feng's surprise, when Ma Guoqing encountered Wang Shulan again, he was remarkably calm, as if gazing at a stranger. Wang Shulan had never seen such a look in Ma Guoqing's eyes, causing her heart to race with unease. Seeing Zhou Feng beside Ma Guoqing only deepened her sense of foreboding. "Wang Shulan, have I treated you poorly? Have I wronged you in any way?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shulan's pupils contracted, a realization dawning upon her, yet she dared not confirm it, forcing a hollow smile as she feigned ignorance. "Guoqing, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ma Guoqing's expression turned to one of disappointment. "I already know everything, yet you still wish to deceive me, Wang Shulan. We have been married for over 20 years, and I now present you with two choices. Either you clarify everything for me, and in light of Ma Chang and Ma Zhuang calling me father for so many years, I will grant them a chance at life. If you choose to keep your secrets, I shall send them below to await you. After raising them for so many years, I simply want my life back." Ma Guoqing's words shattered Wang Shulan's illusions like a biting winter wind. She had initially hoped to concoct some excuse to evade the truth, but the unfamiliarity in Ma Guoqing's face silenced her. After a long hesitation, she finally spoke. Wang Shulan confessed that her affair with Wang Jun had begun before her marriage to Ma Guoqing. The living conditions in Ma Jiao were modest, and the family was not particularly prosperous. Wang Shulan had sought out Ma Guoqing merely because the timing was right, and he was a man of integrity. She and her cousin had become entwined during their youthful exploration of passion, unable to resist the allure of their secret encounters. The village harbored hidden corners where traces of their rendezvous remained, and their feelings had intensified rapidly. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. Despite their cautiousness, they were caught in a compromising position after one such encounter. They were discovered by Wang Shulan's parents, who found them entangled on the Kong, the air thick with embarrassment. This revelation infuriated the elderly couple, as their daughter had become involved with her cousin, prompting them to summon Wang Jun's parents and the entire Wang family. Wang Jun's father, a man of fiery temper, could hardly accept that his reckless son would commit such an egregious act, violating his own sister. Seizing a firewood stick from beside the stove, he beat Wang Jun mercilessly, leaving him bloodied and battered, truly enraged, and striking with unrestrained ferocity. Wang Jun, having to answer for his indiscretions, was beaten so severely by his father that his demeanor transformed entirely, becoming a brash troublemaker, frequently finding himself on the wrong side of the law. Wang Shulan's parents initially intended to wait for a while before arranging a suitable match for her. However, to their astonishment, Wang Shulan found herself with child. In order to preserve their family's reputation and to prevent any rekindling of feelings between Wang Jun and Wang Shulan, they sought to discreetly identify a suitable suitor. At this juncture, Ma Guoqing emerged as a candidate. He was of an appropriate age, closely matching Wang Shulan's own. With a character marked by sincerity and simplicity, it was likely that he could manage the delicate situation regarding the child without drawing attention. Furthermore, with a less populous household, there was less fear of exposure should the truth come to light. Weighing all these factors, Wang Shulan and Ma Guoqing ultimately decided to unite. Chapter 79. The letting go of Ma Guoqing. Zhou Feng, upon hearing the account, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The Wang family truly harbored no virtuous individuals. Wang Shulan was a scourge to every household she entered, and uncle's misfortune was unparalleled, entangled with such a character. Ma Guoqing, however, chuckled as he grasped the situation at last. He realized that he had been ensnared from the outset. Wang Shulan had never intended to build a life with him, but merely used him as a shield. Thus, the myriad behaviors that he found intolerable after their marriage were finally elucidated. It was not a transformation of character, but rather a simple lack of affection, who would concern themselves with the whims of a mere tool. Ma Guoqing's laughter sent a chill down Wang Shulan's spine, making her hairs stand on end. She attempted to flee but found herself firmly anchored to her seat, glancing left and right, only to see Ma Guoqing and Zhou Feng present. As Ma Guoqing approached step by step, fear enveloped Wang Shulan entirely, and she trembled as she stammered, What do you intend to do? Help! Help!" Before she could finish her desperate cry, Ma Guoqing's hand struck her. Over 2 decades of tolerance stemmed from care. The adage that one should not strike a woman was merely nonsense. It was born of insufficient hatred. Should honest individuals be subjected to bullying? Should they be burdened with raising another's offspring? Should they be treated as mere servants? I shall no longer be an honest man. Zhou Feng did not intervene. He merely needed to ensure that Wang Shulan remained unharmed. Even he, as an observer, felt suffocated by the situation. If Uncle did not vent his frustrations, he might very well suffer the consequences of repression. The matter was clear now, and the police would handle the aftermath. The trio made their way back on the ox cart. The atmosphere on the return journey was heavy. Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia tried to engage Ma Guoqing in various topics, but he remained unresponsive, lost in silence. Uncle, let's move to Kaoshantan. I will find you a place to stay, and we can start anew. Zhou Feng finally spoke up, reflecting on the blood ties despite their shallow relationship. Ignoring him would likely yield no positive outcome. At the very least, he should be given time to heal, away from that environment, overcoming this hurdle. After a moment of silence, Ma Guoqing hoarsely replied, "Good. Accompany me back to Ma Jiao." Zhou Feng was surprised by Ma Guoqing's swift agreement, but felt a sense of relief. Avoiding stubbornness was a positive step, and time would gradually mend all wounds. Upon arriving at Ma Jiao, Zhou Feng urged his uncle to begin packing, while he and Tian Xiaoxia headed to the village branch to find Ma Xiangqian. Since they had come this far, they aimed to resolve all matters thoroughly. Zhou Feng directly requested Ma Xiangqian's assistance in transferring Ma Guoqing's household registration to Kaoshantan, hoping to minimize his uncle's visits to this painful place. Ma Xiangqian was well acquainted with the affairs of Ma Guoqing's family, having previously helped with connections. Seeing Zhou Feng there to transfer the registration, he assumed it was due to Wang Shulan's inability to return, without considering other possibilities. Zhou Feng had no inclination to explain. After all, it was not a matter of pride. Zhou Feng had become something of a celebrity within the Hongshi commune, not only for being the youngest village chief, but also due to the envious conditions at the Zhongfeng electronics factory, where he served as manager. As a result, more and more people were becoming aware of him. Despite whispers suggesting that Zhou Feng had merely latched onto Wu Yongfei's coattails, Ma Xiangqian had previously lamented not recognizing Zhou Feng's potential back at Ma Jiao. Just imagine if this golden goose could thrive in Ma Jiao. As the village chief of Kaoshantan and Ma Guoqing's nephew, Zhou Feng faced no obstacles in processing the household transfer. Ma Xiangqian complied readily, stating that they only needed to return to the commune for county registration. When Zhou Feng and Tian Xiaoxia returned to Ma Guoqing's home with the documents, they were taken aback. The ox cart was laden with pots, pans, and a bundle of belongings. Ma Guoqing meticulously arranged firewood around the house in neat stacks. Tian Xiaoxia attempted to approach, but Zhou Feng pulled her back. After such a severe shock, as long as uncle did not act foolishly, it was best to let him be. Once the firewood was arranged around the house, Ma Guoqing unhesitatingly struck a match and tossed it onto a rag. Flames ignited, growing increasingly fierce, quickly enveloping the entire structure. The towering inferno illuminated the sky, and Ma Guoqing stood outside the courtyard, dazed. This house had been built for his wedding, and now it had fulfilled its purpose. The conflagration drew the villagers of the entire hamlet, but by the time they arrived, it was already too late to salvage anything. The fire was too intense. Ma Chong and Ma Zhuang, the two brothers, were at a friend's house discussing matters when they were drawn to the blaze. Upon realizing where the fire was, panic ensued, and they raced home. Pushing through the crowd, they spotted their father standing there, his familiar face flickering in the firelight. "Father, what happened? How could our home be on fire?" "Indeed, Father, what is going on?" Ma Guoqing did not turn to regard his so-called sons. They were innocent in this scenario, unable to choose their lineage. Yet, he could not continue to treat them as he once had, nor did he wish to. "This house was built by me, and I set it ablaze. We have no relation moving forward, and you need not call me father any longer. For any clarifications, you may inquire at the county police station with your mother." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the two brothers in stunned silence. Not only were they bewildered, but the villagers of Ma Jiao were equally perplexed. Initially, they believed it to be an accidental fire and felt sympathy for Ma Guoqing, only to discover that he had ignited it himself. What manner of madness was this? Moreover, it seemed he had severed ties with his two sons entirely. Ma Guoqing had no intention of offering any explanations. As he departed Ma Jiao, he did not look back even once. On the journey home, Zhou Feng contemplated how to best arrange things for his uncle moving forward. He had considered this matter prior to his visit. Should uncle still acknowledge those two unruly sons, Zhou Feng would assist him through this initial tumult, but thereafter, whether he thrived or faltered would no longer concern him. If Uncle could decisively let go of the past, Zhou Feng would provide him with a new beginning. This is not a critique of the brothers Ma Chong and Ma Zhuang, but rather a reflection of Ma Guoqing's thoughts on his future life. The choice of such matters must always be made independently. There is no absolute right or wrong. Zhou Feng cannot overstep his bounds, yet he naturally has a greater appreciation for the latter choice. Upon returning to Kaoshan, Zhou Feng took Ma Guoqing directly to the Tian family. It is said that one should accompany the Buddha to the West, and leaving him alone at the educated youth point would inevitably lead to restless thoughts. In the stillness of the night, Zhou Feng observed Ma Guoqing staring blankly at the ceiling, his hollow eyes filled with sorrow. Zhou Feng sighed. After all, humans are creatures of emotion, and severing ties is not as simple as it seems. What Ma Guoqing requires now is time and a new environment. Elder uncle, would you like to visit Gangdao? Chapter 80. Commencement. Ma Guoqing departed, and Zhou Feng personally escorted him to the train bound for the capital. In Zhou Feng's view, his uncle had never been a hard-hearted individual. Even if he did not outwardly display his feelings, he must have been experiencing profound internal turmoil. The process of self-healing was exceedingly protracted. Upon arriving at Gangdao, confronted by a new environment and lifestyle, and meeting new acquaintances, he might discover a world anew. By the end of February, the small village of Kaoshan had regained its vibrancy. After a rigorous selection process, the heads of the three main industries in Kaoshan were appointed. The director of the feed factory was Niu Chunhai, who had managed the cattle shed since the days of the production team. In Lu Bo's words, Niu Chunhai possessed an innate understanding of the feed industry. The pig farm was overseen by Li Chuiyi, the women's director, who was appointed after passing an examination. Li Chuiyi was one of the few educated women in Kaoshan, known for her efficiency and some management experience. Zhou Feng also considered gender factors. Managing a pig farm was less arduous than working in feed production and not as meticulous as rabbit farming, thus requiring less from individuals. Zhou Feng hoped that having a female director would inspire the women of Kaoshan to pursue their careers. As the village was in dire need of talent, and women represented an indispensable force. As for the position of director of the long-haired rabbit factory, Chen Qing was elected as expected, which relieved Zhou Feng. Chen Qing was one of the few individuals in Kaoshan he recognized for his growth-oriented mindset. The long-haired rabbit factory required a leader capable of continuous learning, adjustment, and improvement. Not only was it essential to achieve short-term benefits, but it was also vital to collaborate with the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute to enhance rabbit breeds, improve fur quality, and increase yield. The long-haired rabbit industry was now the cornerstone of Kaoshan and needed to be established quickly and stably, and there was no doubt that Chen Qing was the best candidate. As winter gradually receded, the frozen ground thawed, and construction in Kaoshan blossomed. Zhou Feng and the former village secretary spent an entire day in the office studying the map of Kaoshan, devising a long-term plan for the village. The site for the integrated circuit production line was already chosen, and a designated area for future manufacturing plants was outlined around it. Zhou Feng intended to relocate the antenna factory there as well. The initial decision to establish the factory at the village committee was primarily driven by the need for rapid production and cost control. Now that the factory was profitable and expanding, remaining at the village committee seemed inappropriate. However, this matter was not urgent. Zhou Feng planned to wait until he returned from Gangdao to initiate the construction of a standardized factory, moving away from small workshops and preparing for future product upgrades. The western end of the village was designated for livestock farming, taking into account odor considerations, and was situated some distance from Kaoshan. Similarly, the feed factory was also located there. The smell from the feed production was not significantly less pungent than that of pig manure. Although the villagers currently had no objections, it was crucial to create a pleasant living environment as more outsiders would inevitably be drawn to Kaoshan in the future. The construction blueprints for the three factories were provided by the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute, all following a scaled-up approach. In Chun Jinsha's words, this pig pen was more spacious than many homes. When the initial proposal was presented, many villagers expressed opposition, deeming it excessive. In response, Lu Bo provided a thorough professional analysis, detailing the necessity of the factory construction conditions. Some understood his theories, while others became increasingly confused, but ultimately, the pros and cons became clear. The advantages were significant, while the drawbacks were primarily financial. Zhou Feng made a decisive call to proceed, and the dissenting voices were swiftly silenced. Chen Jianxi traversed between the three factories daily, his expression brightening at the sight of the gradually taking shape structures, yet he felt apprehensive when returning to tally the accounts. According to his estimates, the construction of these three factories would require a minimum expenditure of 20,000 yuan, not including materials sourced from communal resources. The village previously had 50,000 yuan on hand, and Wu Yongfei assisted in securing a 5,000 yuan interest-free loan from the bank, along with a 12,000 yuan promissory note from the commune. Recently, they had transferred 15,000 yuan for piglets and 50,000 yuan for rabbits to the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute, while 20,000 yuan was allocated for the construction of factory buildings. And 5,000 yuan was spent on the initial procurement of equipment and raw materials for the feed factory. This meant that nearly half of their funds had already been expended without seeing any returns. Observing the former village secretary alternately frowning and smiling, Zhou Feng found himself in a bittersweet predicament. It was no wonder Chen Jianxi felt this way. In the short term, there was little prospect of recouping investments for these three factories. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for Kaohsiung Tun, potentially causing it to falter entirely. Zhou Feng believed that money was secondary, confidence was paramount. During this initial phase, even the slightest error was intolerable. All construction personnel were sourced from the county. While they had experience, it was limited, and their skills were somewhat lacking. Zhou Feng dedicated himself to overseeing construction progress and quality day in and day out, spending nearly all his time on site. Except for the day he took Tian Xiaoxia and her sister to school. Zhou Feng's requirements were straightforward. Construction had to strictly adhere to the blueprints, and any unauthorized modifications would necessitate rework, with the cost of wasted materials deducted from the construction budget. Consequently, whenever the construction team saw Zhou Feng approaching, they were exceedingly cautious, fearing he might identify further errors. On March 15, 1981, a date etched in the memories of all residents of Kaohsiung Tun, nearly 2,000 villagers gathered at the entrance of the long-haired rabbit factory and the pig farm. From the elderly aged 80 to toddlers taking their first steps, nearly everyone capable of movement in the village was present. Amid the anticipation, over a dozen trucks arrived steadily. Once the vehicles came to a halt, children rushed to surround the trucks, eager to catch a glimpse of the curious little creatures inside. The small white pigs were undeniably adorable. With their soft, pale bodies and moist noses, the long-haired rabbits were even more enchanting, swiftly winning the hearts of the children, who wouldn't want to raise a delightful rabbit. Even the adults were captivated, unable to tear their eyes away from these charming creatures, as the crowd was filled with exclamations of awe. Zhou Feng merely cast a glance before moving towards the rear of the convoy. This time, it was Feng Yuhong personally leading the team. And not only had she arrived, but she had also brought along the researchers who would soon be working at the long-haired rabbit production base. Zhou Feng arrived at the rear and not only spotted Feng Yuhong, but also witnessed Wu Yongfei descending from the driver's seat. He had previously pondered why Wu Yongfei, a figure of such significance in Kaohsiung Tun, had not attended, but the mystery was now elucidated. He had taken on the role of a gallant protector. Director Feng, your efforts are commendable. Fellow comrades, welcome to Kaohsiung Tun. Observing Zhou Feng's exuberant and radiant smile, Feng Yuhong felt a wave of joy. Her visit was motivated by a desire to personally assess the progress of the factory's construction in Kaohsiung Tun. Secretary Chen, Village Chief Zhou, your arrangements are indeed impressive. Chapter 81. The sweet trap of Zhou Feng. Before Chen Jianxi and Zhou Feng could utter a word, Wu Yongfei interjected, you have traveled such a long distance, and the villagers are eager to welcome you. Zhou Feng nearly burst into laughter, gesturing for Wu Yongfei to observe the enthusiastic villagers. Wu Yongfei, upon disembarking, had his gaze fixed on Feng Yuhong, and now noticed that the simple folk of Kaohsiung Tun were either watching rabbits or pigs, completely disregarding their presence. Feeling a flush rise to his cheeks, Wu Yongfei realized he had laid on the flattery too thick. Zhou Feng seamlessly continued the conversation. Director Feng, Director Wu, allow me to show you around the long-haired rabbit breeding base. Feng Yuhong glanced at the entrance of the base, which was densely packed with people, reflecting that it would likely be challenging to enter at this moment. Before she could suggest waiting a while, a burly man swiftly emerged with a few others, parting the crowd as the villagers retreated to make way for them. Director Feng, this is Zheng Bo, the captain of our militia in Kaohsiung Tun. He will be responsible for the security work at our factories moving forward. Before our precious rabbit seedlings arrived, Teacher Lu Bo had already instructed us that long-haired rabbits are naturally timid, and villagers should refrain from making loud noises to avoid startling them. Zhou Feng's words were not solely directed at Feng Yuhong. Lu Bo, standing alongside Qin Qing, also heard him and cast a grateful glance at Zhou Feng, his face slightly reddening. He had previously mentioned this, but it was Zhou Feng who took over the security responsibilities after Qin Qing sought him out. Feng Yuhong nodded appreciatively at Lu Bo, saying, "You've done well. It has been a tough time for you." Lu Bo's face flushed deeper. Previously, he had been a mere inconspicuous figure at the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, where his work and feed was undervalued. His arrival at Kaoshan Tun was purely serendipitous, and many considered it an undesirable position. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen to him. Zhou Feng then introduced Qin Qing to Feng Yuhong without mentioning his connection to Qin Jianqi, merely stating that he was the most outstanding student from the Kaoshan Tun training class and currently the head of the long-haired rabbit breeding base. Observing Qin Qing's somewhat uncoordinated facial expressions, Feng Yuhong quickly deduced it was a residual effect of polio. Although she held no disdain for him, she was curious as to why Zhou Feng had chosen him as the factory director. Zhou Feng had previously instructed Qin Qing to lead the tour of the long-haired rabbit breeding base. He could not afford to constantly oversee the rabbits and required Qin Qing to step up. Unlike the other two factories, the long-haired rabbit facility needed to maintain close communication and collaboration with the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, particularly as there was a laboratory on site. The advancement of the long-haired rabbit industry in Kaoshan Tun hinged significantly on the experimental breeding progress at the academy. As they walked, Qin Qing provided an overview of the breeding base. The long-haired rabbit factory was impressively expansive, far exceeding Feng Yuhong's expectations, capable of accommodating up to 100,000 rabbits. Furthermore, the rabbit cages were meticulously replicated according to the latest design plans from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, with all steel edges smoothed to perfection. What astonished her the most was that the entire heating system for the long-haired rabbit factory was already in place, and the layout was impressively arranged. Noticing Feng Yuhong's surprise, Qin Qing smiled and said, when Teacher Lu shared his production experiences, he recounted an incident where a breeding farm in Shanghai lost hundreds of long-haired rabbits due to a heating malfunction that caused smoke to leak from the furnace. Thus, we collaboratively redesigned the heating system. We can ensure that the entire rabbit farm maintains the optimal temperature for long-haired rabbits year-round. Feng Yuhong was continually impressed. She never anticipated that Kaoshan Tun would execute such meticulous preparations for the production base, truly a delightful surprise. Previously, she had advised Zhou Feng to wait until the weather warmed before sending the rabbit seedlings, but it was evident that Kaoshan Tun had already made comprehensive arrangements. Qin Qing also guided Feng Yuhong through the research institute, showcasing the lounge, laboratory, and breeding rooms, which further solidified her confidence in promoting the long-haired rabbit industry. Observing Feng Yuhong's satisfied demeanor, both Qin Qing and Lu Bo stood proudly, knowing that their efforts had culminated in this success. During the visit, Zhou Feng formally expressed his gratitude to Lu Bo, recounting the various contributions he had made during his time in Kaoshan Tun. Zhou Feng's words were genuine, and those present recognized Lu Bo's efforts. Nodding in agreement as they listened, Feng Yuhong was naturally pleased. The personnel from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences had garnered unanimous respect in the village, and she felt a sense of pride by association. As she contemplated giving Lu Bo more responsibilities upon returning to the academy, Zhou Feng spoke again. Director Feng, Teacher Lu has provided us with tremendous support during this time. Now that the foundational work is complete, the villagers, young and old, have approached me about Teacher Lu's departure, and I must humbly request something from you. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's earnest expression, Feng Yuhong realized he had been waiting for this moment. Amused yet exasperated, she remarked, "Are you trying to poach him?" Zhou Feng quickly replied with utmost seriousness, "I would never dream of it. Our little temple cannot hinder Teacher Lu's future. That would be a grave error." Acknowledging that his request might be presumptuous, Zhou Feng admitted, "This is entirely my idea, and I hadn't consulted Teacher Lu beforehand." He intended to extricate Lu Bo from the situation without allowing Feng Yuhong to perceive any reluctance on Lu Bo's part to return to the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, for that would surely create animosity. Zhou Feng had indeed kept him in the dark about this. Recognizing Lu Bo's bewildered expression, Feng Yuhong understood that he likely had no prior knowledge of this matter. "Please share your thoughts. I will consider them, but ultimately, It is essential to respect Comrade Lu Bo's opinion. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Director Feng, before I speak of Teacher Lu, allow me to address the arrangements for our comrades at the Changmao Rabbit Research Institute in Kaohsiung. Although each of you has come to Kaohsiung ostensibly to undertake the cultivation of the Changbai rabbit for the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, your presence here provides us with a comprehensive technical support in breeding technologies. Furthermore, we shall subsequently benefit from your research outcomes. Therefore, after deliberation, the Kaohsiung Research Institute has decided to grant each researcher working at the Changmao Rabbit Research Institute a monthly cash subsidy of 15 yuan. Chapter 82. The burdensome task transforms into a coveted opportunity. Zhou Feng's words caught all the comrades from the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute by surprise. Even Feng Yuhong was taken aback. Her assessments of the economic conditions in Kaohsiung had been consistently erroneous. Previously, when Zhou Feng and his companions visited the Provincial Agricultural Institute to express their financial woes, she had sold them 1,000 piglets for Kaohsiung. Later, when Zhou Feng sought to establish a production base and purchased 500 long-haired rabbits, she believed that Kaohsiung, while not prosperous, was certainly not impoverished. However, after her last visit, witnessing the living conditions in the village altered her perspective once more. Furthermore, during the journey this time, Wu Yongfei briefly described the situation in Kaohsiung, revealing that these projects were all financed through debt. This revelation added to her sense of urgency, prompting her to consider how she might provide greater support to the village. Yet, to her astonishment, before her assistance could arrive, Zhou Feng announced that he would grant subsidies to all researchers, with each receiving 15 yuan per month. It is worth noting that these researchers earned only 40 yuan a month. She found herself utterly perplexed, questioning whether this was merely an act of saving face. Zhou Feng's announcement, however, was a delightful surprise for those researchers who had already committed to working in Kaohsiung. No one wished to leave the provincial capital for a small mountain village, but the prospect of additional financial compensation changed everything, leaving them with the sensation of having struck a remarkable bargain. Among those accompanying the team were not only the incoming researchers, but also some engaged in related industrial studies, whom Feng Yuhong had brought along to offer advice. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's proposed benefits, they were all intrigued. In this era, people did not place excessive value on material wealth, yet no one would refuse an abundance of money, as earning it was notoriously difficult. Feng Yuhong had gained a considerable understanding of Kaohsiung's situation and, after much deliberation, said, "Village head Zhou, you need not go to such lengths. This is our duty. If Kaohsiung's economic conditions were sound, I would wholeheartedly support providing subsidies to the researchers under my supervision. However, given the village's current state, coupled with the fact that these projects cannot yield profits in the short term, I fear that Zhou Feng's desire to save face could exacerbate the village's plight, which would contradict my intentions." Zhou Feng understood Feng Yuhong's concerns. Yet his motivation for providing financial support stemmed not from a desire to display wealth, but from the belief that talented individuals were invaluable assets. He recognized that the village's subsequent industries would gradually expand, and without technical support, progress would be neither stable nor swift. Retaining capable individuals in Kaohsiung and attracting more talent required the establishment of an appealing policy, which must be widely communicated. Otherwise, the village's development would be severely constrained. When Zhou Feng initially proposed this strategy, it had been met with skepticism from Chun Jianxi and others, yet Zhou Feng remained steadfast. The subsidies would not be limited to the Provincial Agricultural Institute. Anyone with the capability and the courage to come to Kaohsiung would be welcomed with financial support. Director Feng, this is a decision made by the village, and we hope to provide more security for the researchers who have left their homes and families. Once the long-haired rabbit factory becomes profitable, the subsidies will increase. Furthermore, should any research outcomes benefit the factory's development, the village will consider offering rewards based on the situation. For those willing to stay long-term in Kaohsiung, we will also provide job opportunities for their families. I assure you, Kaohsiung will offer not only the respect you deserve, but also substantial material security, allowing you to focus solely on your research. This resolute declaration resonated profoundly with those present, prompting spontaneous applause. Lu Bo, who held unwavering faith in Zhou Feng, was the first to applaud, his palms turning crimson. Feng Yuhong felt a wave of emotion. The arrangements made by Kaohsiung had genuinely taken her by surprise. Prior to the researchers' arrival, she had personally spoken to each of them, and after hearing Zhou Feng's words, she suspected that none would harbor discontent. As experts from the Provincial Agricultural Institute, they were accustomed to being treated with utmost courtesy wherever they went, but such significant attention was indeed unprecedented. Zhou Feng, observing the scene, felt a sense of quiet joy, confident that the news of today's developments would soon spread, ensuring that any future needs expressed by Kuaishan Tun would garner a strong response. Once the applause subsided, Zhou Feng smiled at Feng Yuhong and said, "Director Feng, I would like to have Teacher Lu continue his work in Kuaishan Tun. Our recent training sessions have been highly effective, and we wish to extend them further, not only in Kuaishan Tun, but also to nearby villages and communes, thereby building a talent pool for the promotion of long-haired rabbits." Upon hearing Zhou Feng's proposal, Feng Yuhong could hardly refuse and turned her gaze toward Lu Bo. Since arriving in Kuaishan Tun, Lu Bo, previously an inconspicuous figure at the Provincial Agricultural Institute, had seemingly discovered his purpose. The fulfillment derived from teaching and imparting knowledge had enriched his spirit, and his finances had improved as well. Without hesitation, Lu Bo nodded in agreement when Feng Yuhong sought his opinion. Chen Xing was particularly pleased that Lu Bo would remain, as they had exchanged ideas extensively during this period. With Lu Bo on board, communication with the Research Institute would become even smoother. This was also a key reason Zhou Feng desired to retain Lu Bo. Financial incentives, along with Lu Bo's connections, would facilitate the continuous invitation of talent for lectures, broadening their network. In Zhou Feng's vision, their training program would not be limited to animal husbandry, but would gradually encompass various fields. If talent was lacking, they would cultivate it themselves, allowing individuals to step directly into positions upon completing their training. Feng Yuhong's visit to Kuaishan Tun turned out to be a resounding success. Before she could even return to the provincial capital, several researchers approached her, expressing a desire to travel to Kuaishan Tun to teach the villagers, leaving her both amused and enlightened regarding Zhou Feng's intentions, as well as gaining initial insight into Kuaishan Tun's ambitions. With the cooperation of the Provincial Agricultural Institute researchers, the relocation of long-haired rabbits proceeded smoothly, and these little creatures adapted well to their new environment. The feed produced at the feed factory, formulated by the Provincial Agricultural Institute, was well suited for both the Changbai pigs and long-haired rabbits, alleviating the concerns of the new workers at the factories, marking the successful first step of their long journey. On this day, Zhou Feng and his team were engaged in the critical task of shearing the long-haired rabbits, an essential step in their process. As Zhou Feng prepared samples to take to Gangdao, just as they were engrossed in their work, Chun Jianxi arrived at the factory. "Zhou Feng, the phone from the commune requested us to make an immediate trip to the county." Zhou Feng quietly slipped out, and once he had distanced himself, he inquired softly, "What has happened?" Chun Jianxi furrowed his brow and responded, "Wu Yongfei did not clarify much. He simply instructed us to proceed to the county government," mentioning that both county head Chiu and factory director Li are present. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback. The presence of these individuals, along with the summons for both himself and Chun Jianxi, strongly suggested that there was likely an issue arising from the integrated circuit factory. Chapter 83. The problem lies with the neighbors. When Zhou Feng stepped into Chiobo's office, he nearly believed he had ascended to the heavens. The room was so thick with smoke that it obscured the people within. Clearly, these seasoned smokers had lingered in this space for quite some time. "Zhou Feng, you have finally arrived," Chiobo exclaimed, eagerly pulling Zhou Feng to take a seat. Both Chiobo and Li Daochong held an inexplicable trust in Zhou Feng regarding the issues surrounding the integrated circuit production line. If it hadn't been for Zhou Feng's initiative to seize this project, they would not have even considered pursuing it. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Zhou Feng was somewhat surprised to find Wei Hongjun present alongside Li Daochong and Chiobo, indicating that the problem at hand was indeed significant. They had no time for formalities. Li Daochong promptly outlined their current predicament. The technical team from the island nation had arrived in the country a week prior and had now reached Anong. The communication with the team from the island was being facilitated by Wei Hongjun and other technical personnel from Hucking. Initially, the interactions were smooth, as Wei Hongjun was theoretically on par with the counterparts, but he lacked practical operational experience. Trouble arose when the team from the island, upon arriving in Anong, refused to proceed further. They claimed that Anong was not a suitable location for building a production line, a justification Wei Hongjun found utterly unacceptable, recognizing it as merely an excuse. What frustrated Wei Hongjun was the other party's complete lack of willingness to engage in deeper discussions, bluntly stating that if they insisted on establishing the factory in Anong, the island team could not guarantee the production line would operate normally. With no other options, Wei Hongjun ventured alone to Futian County to confer with others, hoping to devise a solution while avoiding alarming the Ministry of Commerce unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Feng was equally perplexed. While en route, he suspected that the team from the island was perhaps nitpicking on certain details or attempting to extract some monetary gain. However, after hearing Wei Hongjun's account, he dismissed his earlier conjectures. This was not merely a matter of petty maneuvering. It appeared they were intent on abandoning the project entirely. Without any useful information at hand, Zhou Feng understood that the priority was to clarify the issues at play, lest they be unable to formulate an effective strategy. Professor Wei, they cannot simply have a change of heart without reason. Do you have any theories? Wei Hongjun furrowed his brow, having contemplated this issue himself, but was at a loss. Their previous communications had been relatively smooth, and they had shown ample respect to the technical team. No, I am just as confused. Everything was fine in the capital, but since arriving in Anong, it feels like they have taken a wrong turn. Anong is a small, inconspicuous city within the country. Why would such a humble place provoke such a drastic shift in the island team's stance? Zhou Feng was certain that their opposition was not due to Andong's unsuitability for a factory. Rather, the presence of the integrated circuit facility in Anong would inevitably have repercussions for them. Anong. He quickly searched his mind for any distinctive attributes of Anong, and suddenly, it was as if he had grasped the crux of the issue. Zhou Feng swiftly organized his thoughts, growing increasingly convinced and exhilarated, while simultaneously chiding himself for not having recognized this significant advantage during the initial pursuit of the project. It was only now, thanks to the cunning of the islanders, that he had unearthed this colossal geographical asset. In that moment, Zhou Feng felt as refreshing as if he had sipped ice water on a sweltering summer day, laughing joyfully. Observing Zhou Feng's reaction, Wei Hongjun and the others felt invigorated. Qiu Bo, ever the impatient one, stroked his crew cut and urged, "Zhou, what have you thought of? Please share." "Haha, Brother Qiu, do not rush. We must treat them to a meal later. Otherwise, we will be left clutching a golden rice bowl while begging for food." At this, Qiu Bo could hardly contain his excitement. As the county head, he was well aware of the value of such a golden opportunity. Zhou Feng did not keep them in suspense and directly addressed the core issue. Scanning the room, he asserted, "The problem does not lie with us. Anong is not at fault. The issue resides with our neighbors." Zhou Feng's words opened a window for everyone, their thoughts immediately expanding. Wei Hongjun remarked in surprise, "Zhou Feng, are you referring to North Korea?" Zhou Feng nodded with a smile. It was no wonder Wei Hongjun failed to comprehend. Being a native of the capital, he would not readily associate the island team's motives with their neighbor, North Korea. However, Qiu Bo remained somewhat perplexed. He was all too familiar with North Korea, which lay across the river from Futian. Futian was impoverished, and North Korea even more so, with many of its citizens risking their lives to cross over in search of food. Sometimes, he could not help but lament in his heart that such a destitute neighbor, if it were even slightly better off, could offer some assistance to Futian's development, but now they were of no help whatsoever. Now, Zhou Feng suggested that Futian had secured a golden rice bowl solely due to this impoverished neighbor. Li Daochong, possessing broader insight than Qiu Bo, tentatively inquired, "Zhou Feng, do you mean the United States?" Zhou Feng nodded and explained, "The island's actions are fundamentally influenced by the United States. The significance of the semiconductor industry is now undeniable, and North Korea, being reckless, spends all its frugal savings on developing weaponry. Once North Korea advances, South Korea will be the first to feel the impact. As the protector of South Korea, the United States cannot remain indifferent, and consequently, the island nation, as a protege of the United States, cannot afford to stand aside. We are too close to North Korea. They are likely seeking to prevent future troubles and avoid provoking their benefactor." This reasoning was straightforward, and upon Zhou Feng's explanation, everyone comprehended. Yet, Qiu Bo still wrestled with the notion of the golden rice bowl. "Zhou Feng, what did you mean earlier? What benefits do we gain from being neighbors with North Korea?" "Brother Qiu, the semiconductor industry is a technological sector, as well as a labor-intensive one. The essence of competition in this field lies in cost and efficiency. What does North Korea possess? People, resources. Once we thoroughly comprehend the technology, we can, on one hand, recruit a number of workers from Beihan, and on the other hand, relocate certain polluting and low-tech industries to the newly established region of Xinzhou and Beihan. Most importantly, while Beihan may be impoverished, this does not imply that the military of Beihan is lacking in resources. Due to the existence of the Baton Huayuan Hui, both the United States and Japan refrained from selling chips to Beihan. However, we do not face such restrictions. Chapter 84. Countermeasures. Upon hearing this, not only did Qiu Bo comprehend the situation, but even Chun Jianxi grasped the essence of the matter. Zhou Feng not only desired the inexpensive labor from Beihan, but also aspired to cultivate Beihan as a private client. However, this ambition hinged on the capability of the Qi Air factory to enhance its technology and production capacity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to satisfy domestic demand, let alone scheme against Beihan's military industry. With clarity regarding the motivations behind the actions of the island nation's team, the atmosphere in the office lightened considerably. Wei Hongjun could not resist asking, even if Beihan is the reason for the island nation's withdrawal, what should we do now? If they are resolute, can we simply relocate? Zhou Feng remained unfazed, his mind racing with a singular thought. Who granted these obstinate fellows such audacity? Fear not, Professor Wei. We shall meet with this group shortly. I am confident they will provide you with a satisfactory response. After all, I still hold the title of technical advisor. Zhou Feng's confidence was well-founded. He had prepared for both outcomes. Should negotiations succeed, joy would abound. If they faltered, he had contingency plans. This production line, if coordinated with Wei Hongjun's Huaqing team, could be established by himself, albeit with a bit more time investment. Half of the procurement funds for this production line had yet to be dispersed, and the final payment would only be made upon delivery. If the island nation could not furnish a valid justification, that sum could indeed be saved. Initially, Zhou Feng had not intended to take such measures. On one hand, he was pressed for time, and on the other, he needed a compelling reason to explain his extensive knowledge. He understood the adage about the tallest tree being the first to be felled. This would be a last resort, and he could not shoulder every responsibility, as this was detrimental to cultivating semiconductor talent, an industry that could not thrive with only 2 individuals. Yet, if pressed into such a corner, any rationale must suffice. Zhou Feng's confidence stemmed from the fact that, in terms of advancement, the production line being introduced bore no semblance of cutting-edge technology. It produced the mainstream 3-inch wafers currently prevalent in the market, which did not present formidable technical barriers. As technology evolved, chips became increasingly smaller, with a growing number of electronic components. However, in the case of wafers, larger sizes were preferable. Akin to a cake, a larger dimension yields more slices of integrated circuits, thus enhancing production efficiency. Given the current timeline, the island nation and the United States should have commenced construction on 5-inch wafer production lines. The necessity to expend foreign currency on a relatively less advanced production line was driven by 2 primary reasons. First, the development of the electronic industry is intricately linked to yet distinctly separate from chip advancement. Cutting-edge chip manufacturing technology embodies future productivity, while seemingly outdated technologies represent the current demands of the electronic market, stable and cost-effective. Secondly, this production line encompasses the most comprehensive manufacturing stages, from wafer fabrication and cutting to photolithography and final packaging tests. It effectively covers every application scenario in chip manufacturing, providing valuable insights for the future systematic development of semiconductors domestically. Li Daochang drove Wei Hongjun and Zhou Feng towards Anong, leaving others behind as their presence would yield little significance. Professor Wei, is there anyone proficient in the island nation's language in Anong? Indeed, the Ministry of Commerce assigned an accompanying translator. Previously, our communications with the island nation's team were facilitated by him. And another member of their team understands Chinese. Zhou Feng pondered and continued. Are there any others apart from these 2? Wei Hongjun paused, then began to understand Zhou Feng's intent. He was not questioning the translator's professionalism, but rather concerned about the translator's potential biases. There is indeed. Zhao Wei, do you recall him? He has also joined the team this time. He speaks the island nation's language fluently, and his father works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, endowing him with a natural talent for languages. Besides the island nation's language, he is also proficient in English and Russian, facilitating everyday communication. Zhou Feng was genuinely astonished. Disregarding his status as a Huaqing University student, his linguistic capabilities marked him as a prodigious talent. In this era, acquiring language skills was far less convenient than in later times, and mastering so many languages undoubtedly required immense dedication. Brotherly, Professor Wei, let us first find Zhao Wei. This time, both the Island Nation's team and Huaqing's technical personnel were accommodated at the Andong Hotel, the highest standard of lodging currently available. Upon arrival, Zhou Feng turned to observe the shimmering river, with Beihan clearly visible across the water, the watchtower on the opposite bank distinctly outlined. It was no wonder the island nation had changed its stance upon reaching Andong. They likely only recognized the gravity of the situation upon arrival, or they would not have resorted to such a flimsy excuse. Zhao Wei was delighted to see Zhou Feng. Their previous encounter at Huaqing had dampened his spirits, as Zhou Feng had dispelled the inflated sense of pride he had been harboring. Zhou Feng embraced Zhao Wei, exclaiming, "Comrade Zhao Wei, welcome to Andong." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Feng moved directly to the point, "Comrade Zhao Wei, I've heard you are proficient in the island nation's language?" Zhao Wei, unsure of the reasoning behind this query, nodded affirmatively. "Very well. Could you translate a phrase for me? Let us see how well you can do. You say it. I shall give it a try." There is an ancient Chinese saying, "Those who understand the times are the wise." Although Zhao Wei found Zhou Feng's behavior somewhat perplexing, he complied and translated without hesitation, "Zhongwa shiwu zhizhe jiwen jiegu yenyu." Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng silently berated himself for being foolish. He could not comprehend it, only recognizing the Chinese-influenced island language. Feeling somewhat awkward, he chuckled, "That sounds splendid. Splendid indeed. Comrade Zhao Wei, you are truly a genius." Zhao Wei beamed with pride, for language was indeed his forte. "Comrade Zhou Feng, do you understand Japanese as well?" How could Zhou Feng respond? He could only modestly indicate a basic understanding. Speaking these words, his demeanor remained unflustered. He indeed possessed a rudimentary knowledge. Come, Fushin Waraku. He knew these phrases, but they were not suitable for in-depth discussion with Zhao Wei. "Comrade Zhao Wei, I would appreciate your assistance as a translator this afternoon. Please translate everything I say without embellishment. I will bear any consequences." Zhao Wei began to grasp Zhou Feng's intentions and glanced at Wei Hongjun, who nodded in agreement. "Zhao Wei, follow Zhou Feng's instructions without hesitation." "Understood. I will ensure my translations are clear and precise." In the afternoon, when Zhou Feng and his three companions arrived at the conference room, both the representatives from the Island Nation team and those from the Andong government had already assembled. The current predicament faced by the project had instilled a sense of trepidation within the Andong government. They had invested considerable effort to secure the project through the Ministry of Commerce in the capital city, and if the Island Nation team were to disrupt proceedings and jeopardize the project, they would find themselves bereft of any recourse for their despair. Chapter 85. Understanding one's position upon the arrival of Zhou Feng. The eyes of Qianjin, the deputy mayor overseeing this matter in Andong, sparkled with recognition. He vividly recalled the moment when Zhou Feng had confronted Qi Zhongtong from the Jiangnan radio factory in the capital, leaving the latter visibly distressed. After returning to Andong, he had reached out to Qiu Bo from Futian County, hoping to recruit Zhou Feng, but regrettably, the latter showed no interest in a governmental position. Zhou Feng acknowledged Qianjin with a nod before taking his seat. The occasion did not lend itself to interaction, and he was already quite familiar with the Andong contingent, thus eschewing formalities. Zhao Wei, seated nearby, began to elucidate the situation to Zhou Feng. The delegation from the island nation consisted of 4 members, 2 of whom were principal figures. One was the spokesperson for the team, Yoshimura Taku, known for his rigid demeanor and inflexible stance. The other, Suzuki Oja, who possessed a command of Chinese, served as the second-in-command, yet he exhibited a gentler disposition compared to Yoshimura, lacking strong opinions. Wei Chuan from the Ministry of Commerce, who had previously been responsible for translation, was now acting as the meeting's host, providing a brief introduction for both parties. Before stepping down, he cast a lingering glance at Zhou Feng, harboring reservations about Andong's arrangements. As the ministry's esteemed accompanying translator, he had not anticipated being replaced in such a minor locale. When issues arose with the island delegation, he had intended to report the situation but was thwarted by Andong's representatives and Wei Hongjun, although it was not within his job description. To his astonishment, after extensive research, a young individual was brought in, and the first action taken was to replace him as the translator. Although he considered himself an upright person, he could not entirely suppress a sense of schadenfreude. Zhou Feng, however, had no inclination to concern himself with the translator's sentiments. His sole desire was to expeditiously resolve the matter at hand, and returned to address the pressing issues awaiting him at Kaoshan, before ultimately heading to Gangdao. He wondered how his uncle was faring there. As the meeting commenced, Yoshimura Taku scanned the room with his small eyes and began his address. Zhou Feng could surmise the gist without the need for translation. Once Zhao Wei completed the translation of Yoshimura's words, it aligned closely with Zhou Feng's initial conjectures. Yoshimura reiterated his disapproval of establishing a factory in Anong, providing a more substantial rationale this time, indicating that he had exerted considerable effort to substantiate his claims. The reasoning they had conjured centered around Andong's geographical location. With its rivers and lakes interwoven, Andong's high humidity posed a significant concern, as humidity plays a crucial role in the production process of integrated circuits. Excessive moisture could severely diminish the yield rates. Furthermore, Andong's proximity to the Bohai Sea raised alarms about potential seismic activities affecting the region. Given the island nation's experience with earthquakes, their perspective carried considerable weight. Yoshimura spoke with sincerity, momentarily catching the audience off guard. Those with limited industry knowledge might have believed he was genuinely advocating for the project. Li Daochang instinctively glanced at Zhou Feng and Wei Hongjun, seeking to discern the truth behind Yoshimura's assertions. While Yoshimura's words may have deceived the uninformed, seasoned professionals could easily distill his message into a singular conclusion. Anong was unsuitable. A different location should be sought. Wei Hongjun furrowed his brow, his disdain for the island team reaching a boiling point. Had there been a compelling excuse, he would have entertained it. But he found Yoshimura's statements unworthy of a response. Recognizing Wei Hongjun's reaction, Zhou Feng understood it was time for him to speak. Despite his reluctance to clarify, he needed to address the presence of many non-experts in the room, whose cooperation would be essential for the project's smooth execution. Rising, Zhou Feng addressed Qianjin and the others, expressing gratitude for Yoshimura's careful considerations. He proceeded to elucidate, stating, firstly, regarding humidity, Andong's levels, though high, are incomparable to those of your island nation, which is surrounded by seas. I am confident that our new production line will not be adversely affected. As for the seismic concerns, it is well known that the design of integrated circuit production lines is highly precise. Significant fluctuations can indeed disrupt operations. However, this is predicated on being situated at the epicenter of an earthquake. Every production line's construction takes such factors into account, which is precisely why we are collaborating with esteemed representatives from your nation. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's response, Yoshimura's brow furrowed. He had not intended to persuade anyone with his arguments. Rather, he sought a more dignified excuse to save face. Now, Zhou Feng's analysis of his rationale diminished his standing. Yoshimura leaned in to whisper a few words to Suzuki Oja, who nodded in agreement before rising to address Zhou Feng. Apologies, I seem to have forgotten your name. But we believe that if there are better alternatives, why should we settle for less? If your side insists on establishing the project in Anong, we will consider presenting our reasonable suggestions to your Ministry of Commerce. The moment those words left his lips, the faces of Andong's officials, including Qianjin, darkened. Their displeasure was not born from fear of a complaint, but from a sense of being slighted. If the island delegation pursued this course of action, it would jeopardize the project's feasibility and tarnish Andong's reputation. Zhou Feng, however, remained unfazed. To him, this was merely a sign of desperation. They likely intended to leverage a threat while fearing it could backfire, thus invoking the Ministry of Commerce. With a smile, he shook his head, patted Zhao Wei on the shoulder, and addressed Suzuki Oja, stating, I believe it is essential for your party to first comprehend one fundamental truth. You are merely here to assist the technical team of the production line. Thus, I kindly ask that you accurately understand your identity and responsibilities. Of course, whom you choose to address and what you choose to say is your prerogative, but your primary obligation is to ensure the production line is installed and operational within the stipulated time frame. The rest is not for you to concern yourselves with. With each of Zhou Feng's statements, Zhao Wei diligently translated, ensuring clarity for all present. At this juncture, both the Anton government officials and individuals like Li Daochang widened their eyes in astonishment. Typically, individuals of such stature refrain from speaking too bluntly, always aiming to preserve a semblance of dignity for one another, especially when engaging with foreign friends, where an extra measure of politeness is exercised to avoid appearing discourteous and thereby losing face. Although Zhou Feng did not resort to outright insults, his demeanor nearly conveyed the sentiment of questioning these islanders' qualifications to engage in comparisons with him. Chapter 86 Two choices. At this moment, Wei Chuan sat opposite the Japanese team, observing their expressions with clarity, as if a vibrant dye had been spilled. He had come to terms with the decision to replace the translator with Zhou Feng. Were he in Zhao Wei's position, he would not have directly translated Zhou Feng's words without some degree of refinement. At the very least, he would have made an effort to polish the language. However, given that Zhou Feng was merely a young individual, ostensibly a technical advisor, it was evident that he had been hastily brought in to fill a gap. While it was satisfying to witness the reactions, Wei Chuan felt a twinge of concern. If this matter was not handled delicately, it could escalate into a diplomatic incident, a burden no one present could bear. He resolved to report this situation to the leadership after the meeting. Suzuki Oja felt somewhat awkward due to Zhou Feng's remarks. He wished to clarify that those previous statements were instigated by Yoshimura Taku and had nothing to do with him. Zhou Feng's words caught Yoshimura Taku off guard. Since the commencement of negotiations regarding the integrated circuit production line project, both officials and technical personnel had shown him considerable respect, even bordering on reverence. When he reported back to his superiors that Huagua intended to establish the production line in Anong, the directive aligned with his expectations, and they planned to send officials to handle the matter, which he had declined. In his view, as long as he proposed an idea, the likelihood of Huagua opposing it was minimal. Even if there was dissent, he was confident that with a firm stance, the issue would be manageable. He had even assured that he would prevent the sensitive integrated circuit production line from being established in Anong. However, before he could assert his authority, Zhou Feng had already taken the initiative, delivering his remarks with unfiltered candor. The most disconcerting aspect for Yoshimura Taku was that Zhou Feng's unreserved comments were indeed grounded in reality, leaving him, as the technical liaison, with no legitimate ground to dictate where the Huagua project should be located. Furthermore, he had not devised any contingency plans for the current situation and could only resort to delaying tactics. This time, he chose not to let Suzuki Oja speak on his behalf, but instead took a stand himself. Zhao Wei translated Yoshimura Taku's words in real time. He stated that they required more time for internal discussions to assess risks before providing a final recommendation. Zhou Feng, noticing that Yoshimura Taku intended to continue speaking, abruptly interrupted him. "Apologies, Mr. Yoshimura Taku, but perhaps I was unclear in my expression. What I mean to convey is that this is not a matter for you to deliberate. Your role is simply to assist us in establishing the production line at the location we require and ensure its smooth operation. The two reasons you previously mentioned are irrelevant, so I believe we should not squander any more time and focus on what needs to be done." Wei Chuan felt a jolt in his chest, casting a bewildered glance at Zhou Feng, whose assertiveness seemed somewhat excessive. Qian Jin and others were equally astonished. Zhou Feng's demeanor towards the Japanese technical team could no longer be described as merely impolite. It was exceedingly rude. Even Wei Hongjun and Li Daochong did not anticipate Zhou Feng's direct confrontation. Yoshimura Taku's face turned pale with fury. He had not expected Zhou Feng to press so relentlessly, leaving no room for maneuver. Naturally ill-tempered, he rose abruptly and launched into a tirade. Zhao Wei, sensing the tension, hesitated before translating. "He says you are a man devoid of etiquette and cannot comprehend why Huagua would invite someone of your low caliber to participate in discussions. He finds this entirely incomprehensible. If you are to continue as the technical liaison, he will choose to refuse communication. Furthermore, he states he merely requires time to deliberate on this matter. And your aggressiveness conveys a lack of respect." Upon hearing Zhao Wei's translation, everyone sensed that the situation had deteriorated beyond repair, as the facade of civility had been shattered. Zhou Feng, however, broke into a smile. His directness stemmed not only from a desire to withhold cordiality from the Japanese, but also from an intention to confirm certain matters. Based on his understanding of the electronic industry's trajectory, he recognized that the Japanese semiconductor sector was currently at its zenith, rendering their relationship with their American counterparts particularly delicate. The United States could not tolerate Japan's ascendance, yet Japan had indeed surpassed the U.S. in various semiconductor domains. This was the moment when the leash around Japan's neck began to tighten. Zhou Feng had articulated his position clearly, yet the Japanese technical liaison remained obstinately fixated on the project in Anong. Their concerns did not stem from North Korea, which held little relevance for them. Rather, they were apprehensive about the American perspective, reluctant to provoke their patrons' ire at this juncture. With the United States being domineering and Huagua technologically lagging, the choice of allegiance was evident. For Zhou Feng, given his current stature, He would relish the opportunity to ignite a fire in the already fraught relationship between the United States and Japan. Whether for the subsequent execution of the Doghead Guillotine Plan or to secure ample technical support from the United States, the more strained their relationship became, the more it warranted celebration. Ultimately, regardless of whether the Japanese team participated in the integrated circuit project in Annong, Zhou Feng intended to publicly declare that they would bear the blame. Therefore, he would not extend any semblance of courtesy to them. It was inevitable to offend, so why endure the humiliation? Mr. Yoshimura Taku, we can certainly grant you time. At this point, Zhou Feng paused, allowing Zhao Wei to translate directly. Yoshimura Taku assumed Zhou Feng was about to relent, and his expression softened slightly, believing that if the Japanese maintained their firmness, Huaguo would eventually yield. Leaning back against his chair with his chin slightly raised, his haughty demeanor incited a sense of irritation among all present. Wei Chuan felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Increasingly irritated with Zhou Feng, who had truly embarrassed them on the international stage. After a brief moment of silence, Zhou Feng continued, Mr. Yoshimura Taku, you need not concern yourself with why I am here at this meeting. You are well aware of what my presence signifies. I am willing to grant you time. Let us proceed in this manner. I shall grant you a day's time, and by this time tomorrow, I expect your response. You may either consult with your domestic team to assign a different group to provide technical support, or you may find yourself returning to your homeland by tomorrow, as the realization of this project no longer necessitates your involvement. According to the stipulations of our agreement, you are obligated to assist us in completing the project infrastructure. Since you appear unwilling to fulfill this obligation, we shall also refrain from disbursing the remaining payments. This concludes today's meeting, and I look forward to your reply. Chapter 87. The Fearless Gu Jun. As Zhou Feng nodded towards Qianjin, signaling Wei Hongjun and others, he rose and departed. This sudden move left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Wei Chuan was truly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Zhou Feng would display such assertiveness against the technology team from the island nation. Where did he find the audacity? Was he not afraid that the island nation would completely withdraw? Qianjin, however, felt a sense of gratification. As members of the Annong government, their role was merely to facilitate the project's implementation, leaving them with little authority to voice opinions. Furthermore, they were not fully aware of the significance of the island nation's involvement, thus lacking the depth of feeling that Wei Chuan had. Suzuki Oja had firmly etched Zhou Feng's name in his memory. From the moment he heard Zhou's first words, he sensed the man's extraordinary nature. And now it was evident, as he had turned the tables entirely. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Yoshimura Taku. Fortunately, he was not the leader this time, nor had he made any grandiose claims. He was relieved that the target of Zhou Feng's fervent output was not himself. Yoshimura Taku's face, which had yet to fully display a triumphant smile, froze as Zhou Feng's unorthodox approach rendered him powerless. He had initially thought it was a contest of wits, only to discover that the other party was not playing by the rules and had effectively sidelined him. It was blatant bullying. Internally, he howled in frustration, unable to endure such a humiliating defeat. He was certain that if Huaguo agreed to Zhou Feng's proposition, the outcome for him would be dire. The only viable strategy now was to take the initiative, whether in dealings with Huaguo's Ministry of Commerce or addressing the domestic elite. Just as he was pondering his next move, Zhou Feng turned back at the door, looking at the still-dazed island team, smiling as he said, "What are you still sitting here for? Have you not prepared a meal? Mr. Yoshimura, I must remind you to report today's events in full detail. Our discussions were recorded throughout." Zhou Feng pointed to the camera set up in the corner, its flashing red light seemingly mocking Yoshimura Taku. As the technology head dispatched from the island nation, your lack of cooperation in the project is unacceptable. You have placed your focus on matters unrelated to your responsibilities. My demands are entirely reasonable. Therefore, your time is limited. Contemplate the two options I provided and refrain from wasting time on futile endeavors. Observing the increasingly contorted expression on Yoshimura Taku's face, Zhou Feng added with a smile, "This is a friendly reminder. Goodbye." With that, he departed, leaving the translation task to Suzuki Oja, whom he deemed more competent than Yoshimura Taku. Zhou Feng and his companions made their way to an office within the city government and promptly dialed Gu Jun's number at the Ministry of Commerce. Zhou Feng recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, providing a thorough analysis of his perspective. He did not overstate his role in the project, but instead highlighted Wei Hongjun, expressing that Professor Wei had a strong confidence in the project's feasibility after reviewing the design plans and equipment. Wei Hongjun, who had been listening intently, widened his eyes in surprise. Zhou Feng's sincerity was so palpable that he began to question whether he had indeed made such statements. Gu Jun quickly grasped Zhou Feng's intention. It was not about entirely abandoning the island nation's technology team, but rather seizing control of the situation. The worst-case scenario would be to dissolve the cooperation agreement, allowing Huagua to independently pursue the project. Although this would extend the timeline, the potential rewards would be substantial, providing significant guidance for establishing a complete domestic production line. Should the island nation ultimately concede and send another technology team, it would be even more advantageous, as the new representatives would likely be more astute and cooperative. Gu Jun, accustomed to dealing with various nations, understood that even if Zhou Feng's team engaged the island team amicably, securing their agreement to proceed with the project in Anong would inevitably lead to numerous subsequent challenges. A technology team with an improper mindset could cause far more trouble than convenience. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jun stated, "I understand the situation. I will communicate with the island nation and insist they provide us with a reasonable explanation and accountability." Speaking with unwavering confidence, Gu Jun had no reservations, assured that with Wei Hongjun backing him, there was little to fear. Wei Hongjun, however, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As soon as the call ended, he turned to Zhou Feng with an anxious expression, saying, "Zhou Feng, how can you speak so casually with Minister Gu? This is no laughing matter." Zhou Feng, smiling, urged Wei Hongjun to take a seat and poured him a glass of water, saying, "Professor Wei, worry not. My intention in saying this was to bolster Minister Gu's confidence, so he feels assured when negotiating with the island nation. With you as a safeguard, do you not believe he will be fully prepared?" This explanation offered little solace to Wei Hongjun. He recognized the validity of Zhou Feng's words and could vividly imagine Gu Jun's eager demeanor. He was more convinced that Gu Jun's negotiations with the island nation were not merely about settling terms. The likelihood of them asking for exorbitant demands was exceedingly high. "Is that what I am concerned about? I worry about what will happen if the negotiations fall apart." Zhou Feng chuckled mysteriously, saying, "Professor Wei, rest assured. The island nation's participation is merely a bargaining chip for them, a means to negotiate terms. However, this leverage only works if we are in need. Otherwise, they will not achieve their objectives, such as persuading us to abandon Anong for another location. If they perceive that this card holds no value for us, do you think they will continue to play it?" Wei Hongjun felt as though he grasped the concept, yet it also seemed slightly beyond his expertise. At that moment, Li Daochang chimed in. "As long as Minister Gu remains fearless and convinces the island nation that we possess alternative methods to independently establish the production line, they will not dare to threaten us with the non-deployment of technical personnel. For if negotiations collapse, the island nation stands to lose the most. They would not only fail to prevent us from establishing our production line, but also forfeit a substantial sum of money. They would not engage in such a losing endeavor." Zhou Feng directly gave Li Daochang a thumbs up, as this was precisely his intention. Naturally, he possessed his own trump card and was genuinely unafraid of the challenges posed by the island nation, allowing him to act with abandon. Shortly after Zhou Feng concluded his call with Gu Jun received a phone call from an official under the Ministry of Commerce. "Minister, the situation with Qi Yi Air and the Anong side is utterly unacceptable." "Oh, what seems to be the issue?" "The individual responsible for the technological team from the island nation, Wei Chuan, just called me. He stated that a comrade named Zhou Feng has shown a complete lack of respect for foreign guests, directly offending someone and jeopardizing the integrated circuit project. Comrade Wei also mentioned that the island side is extremely upset." Gu Jun's earlier good mood vanished in an instant, and he lost all patience to continue listening, simply setting the receiver aside. Chapter 88. A letter from Gangdao. Gu Jun took a moment to compose himself before picking up the receiver and abruptly interrupting his subordinate's narration. "Comrade Wei Chuan possesses quite a unique perspective as the team's translator," he remarked. "Of course, you are commendable as well. The individuals you have trained are versatile." After speaking, he hung up the phone and casually inscribed 2 robust characters onto a piece of paper, Ji Liang. He then turned to his secretary and said, "Such a multifaceted individual is underutilized in our ranks. Please check with the retired cadre bureau to see if there are any vacancies available. Let them assist there." The secretary nodded in agreement and exited the room. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan, still in Andong, received a call that left him incredulous. He asked several times to confirm he had not misheard. Unsure where the issue lay, he called his direct superior. The response he received was an ungracious tirade, leaving him pale and drenched in sweat by the end of the conversation. What could possibly be the reason for this? Zhou Feng, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Wei Chuan, resolved not to waste any more time on the Jitsuanjua team. That day, he returned directly to Kaoshan. He refrained from inquiring about the integrated circuit project. If his involvement was necessary, he would receive word. And the absence of news was the best news. Instead, he devoted all his time and energy to the 3 factories in Kaoshan. Currently, the 3 factories were beginning to operate smoothly. The Changmao Rabbit Factory was running efficiently with the support of a team from the Provincial Agricultural Academy. The feed factory was producing an abundant supply of feed, and the Changbai pigs were adapting well to their new environment. In just a few days, the workers at the pig farm had already observed the advantages of the Changbai pigs, which had grown significantly in a remarkably short time. With these 3 major industries, the entire Kaoshan had begun to flourish. The villagers were filled with enthusiasm. Although the factories had yet to turn a profit, they instilled a sense of hope within the small mountain village. Just as everything in Kaoshan was progressing in an orderly manner, Zhou Feng finally received the long-awaited news. The preparations on Gongdao's side were complete, with 3 developers expressing clear interest. Zhou Feng first informed Chun Jianxi about his impending departure, as he, the village chief, would be away for at least a month and needed to brief the former secretary. Chun Jianxi had anticipated Zhou Feng's departure, though he had not expected it to come so soon. He simply advised Zhou Feng to take care and assured him that he would manage the village affairs in his absence. Zhou Feng then made a trip to the Zhongfeng electronics factory. During this period, he had been immersed in the 3 factories in the village, leaving the antenna factory in the capable hands of Tian Qiushan. Tian Qiushan had become increasingly adept at his role, and with a solid foundation in place at Zhongfeng Electronics. Coupled with favorable working conditions, everyone valued their jobs, preventing any incidents similar to those involving Li Hu. "When are you leaving?" Tian Qiushan inquired, taking a puff from his pipe. "I plan to leave shortly, staying overnight in the provincial capital before heading to Yanqing tomorrow," Zhou Feng replied. Tian Qiushan frowned. "Why the rush?" Zhou Feng chuckled. "The sooner I go, the sooner I return." Tian Qiushan nodded. "I'll accompany you." Just as Zhou Feng was about to decline, he noticed his future father-in-law limping out, and he swallowed his words. Upon reaching the doorway, Zhou Feng suddenly heard a thud. Turning back, he was startled to see a young man kneeling on the ground before him. Tian Qiushan, noticing the commotion, reacted swiftly. "Zhao Xiaoqiang, what are you doing?" Zhou Feng realized this was the young man previously taken advantage of by Li Hu. He hurried over to help him up, but Zhao Xiaoqiang stubbornly kept his knees firmly planted on the ground. Zhou Feng remembered him not just for being duped, but for his ambition. In the wage rankings from February and March, Zhao Xiaoqiang had performed admirably, only slightly behind the senior group leaders. He had heard from Tian Qiushan about Zhao Xiaoqiang's family situation. His father had passed away, and he had an elder brother and sister, all raised by their capable mother, Ji Hong. In this era, it was no small feat for a single person to raise 3 children, yet fate seemed to delight in tormenting the unfortunate. Just as Ji Hong appeared to be on the brink of a breakthrough, her health deteriorated. She had suffered from severe headaches for the past 2 years, trying various treatments and remedies, yet her condition only worsened. Among the Zhao siblings, the eldest, Zhao Xiaozhuang, was strong but not particularly bright, often referred to by Tian Qiushan as someone who could not produce results. He had applied for a position at the antenna factory during the initial hiring phase, but was not selected due to his lack of aptitude. He now worked in the feed factory. Zhao Xiaoqiang's sister, Zhao Xiaolan, was clever but was needed at home to care for their mother. A dutiful daughter. She had even called off her engagement when her mother fell ill. Now that Zhao Xiaoqiang had begun earning money at the antenna factory, and with Zhao Xiaozhuang also bringing in a salary, Zhou Feng had hoped their lives would improve. However, Zhao Xiaoqiang's current predicament was unexpected. Frowning, Zhou Feng disapproved of Zhao Xiaoqiang's approach. Kneeling to plead was hardly an admirable action. When Zhao Xiaoqiang attempted to speak, Zhou Feng interjected, "If you have something to say, stand up. If not, you may continue kneeling." "Factory director, I implore you, please help me," Zhao Xiaoqiang pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. Seeing that this young man could not grasp the situation, Zhou Feng turned to leave. Tian Qiushan was taken aback by Zhou Feng's resolute demeanor, unable to comprehend why he would not even listen to Zhao Xiaoqiang's plea. With a forehead smeared with dirt from bowing, Zhao Xiaoqiang lifted his head only to see Zhou Feng's silhouette fading into the distance. His last hope shattered. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Witnessing Zhao Xiaoqiang's despondent state, Tian Xiushan felt a pang of compassion. He had heard about Ji Hong's latest medical condition, but felt utterly powerless. In all of Kaoshan Tan, it seemed only Zhou Feng could assist Zhao Xiaoqiang in overcoming this hardship. However, Zhou Feng was merely his future son-in-law, and even as such, he could not intercede on their behalf. With a sigh, Tian Qiushan departed, leaving Zhao Xiaoqiang slumped helplessly on the ground. Chapter 89. Special skills. As Chun Jianqi stepped outside to relieve himself, he happened upon Zhao Xiaoqiang, who appeared utterly despondent, seated on the ground. A figure in the distance brought clarity to his understanding. Approaching him, Chun Jianqi helped Zhao Xiaoqiang to his feet and brushed the dirt off his clothes. Come on, let us go inside and sit for a while. Once inside, Chun Jianqi handed Zhao Xiaoqiang a towel. Wipe your face. Xiaoqiang, did you go to seek the village head? Zhao Xiaoqiang nodded hesitantly and then shook his head. You should act like a man. At this juncture, who can you rely on if not yourself? Your sister or your brother? Zhao Xiaoqiang mustered a semblance of spirit, managing a bitter smile as he replied, Grandpa Chun, the village head didn't even let me finish speaking before he left. At this point, Zhao Xiaoqiang felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. He had no familial ties with Zhou Feng, yet he could not fathom the origin of this feeling. Oh, what transpired? Does he still remember the foolishness you committed before? It was understandable that Chun Jianqi recalled this. In his memory, Zhou Feng had always been gentle with others. Even if he declined to assist, such behavior was uncharacteristic. Zhao Xiaoqiang hesitated, the reminder from Chun Jianqi causing him to waver. Could it be that the factory head still held a grudge against him? After pondering, Chun Jianqi dismissed this notion. Zhou Feng was not that petty. Had he truly harbored resentment, he would not have retained Zhao Xiaoqiang, but rather dismissed him entirely to avoid the sight. Please elaborate on what happened. Once Zhao Xiaoqiang recounted the events, Chun Jianqi sighed and pointed a finger at him. What can I say about you? Look at your innocent and bewildered face. What you did was not seeking assistance. It was inviting enmity. Zhao Xiaoqiang was taken aback. He never intended to make an enemy of Zhou Feng. Ever since acquiring the job at the antenna factory, his family's circumstances had improved tremendously, and he felt nothing but gratitude. Grandpa Chun, you didn't intend to make an enemy? When Zhao Xiaoqiang nodded, Chun Jianqi continued, this is just between us. I'll be blunt. If you were there to express gratitude, bowing would signify your sincerity. However, kneeling before someone to beg is another matter altogether. Didn't Zhou Feng tell you to stand and speak properly? Did you lose your senses listening to the opera? Did you think that kneeling would compel him to agree? Is this a request or a coercion? Zhao Xiaoqiang fell silent, realizing the folly of his actions. He had not considered the implications at the time. In his desperation, he merely sought to convey his utmost sincerity, inadvertently complicating matters. I understand now, thank you. Zhao Xiaoqiang bowed deeply to Chun Jianqi before rushing out. Zhou Feng had originally planned to return home to gather some belongings before departing, but he was taken aback when Tian Qiushan and Chun Guixiang presented him with two large bundles, one filled with clothing and the other with food. Chun Guixiang had even prepared a batch of pancakes to include. Zhou Feng felt a mixture of humor and exasperation. He had intended to decline, but witnessing Chun Guixiang bustling about the house, searching for additional items to contribute, rendered his refusal unvoiced, and he felt somewhat touched. Having grown up without parents, this life offered him nominal parental figures, yet it was Tian Qiushan and his wife who truly imparted the warmth of family. Tian Qiushan had already harnessed the ox cart to take Zhou Feng to the county. Chun Guixiang, sensing the distance Zhou Feng was about to travel and uncertain of when he would return, felt a heaviness in her heart, stopping only at the village entrance. As Zhou Feng watched the diminutive figure recede into the distance, he felt a twinge of sadness, a sensation he had never experienced before. As they journeyed halfway, Zhou Feng thought he heard someone calling out. Uncle, did you hear that? Someone is calling. Tian Qiushan, upon hearing Zhou Feng's remark, reined in the cart and listened intently. Indeed, a voice echoed from behind them. Within a minute or two, they spotted someone sprinting towards them. It was Zhao Xiaoqiang. Zhao Xiaoqiang reached the side of the ox cart, leaning heavily on his knees and gasping for breath, yet he dared not delay. Fearing Zhou Feng's impatience might lead him to depart once more. Factory head, I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Feng was not surprised by Zhao Xiaoqiang's pursuit. Tian Qiushan had mentioned it during their journey. Zhao Xiaoqiang's family had recently taken his ailing mother to the provincial city for a checkup, only to discover a tumor in her brain. The headaches stemmed from this tumor pressing against her nerves. The doctor indicated that surgery had a 60 to 70% chance of success. Otherwise, she might endure for a maximum of 2 years. Zhao Xiaoqiang wished to proceed with the surgery to remove the tumor, as the pain was unbearable, not merely a physical torment, but a profound suffering that transcended mere flesh. Enduring it was not a viable option. He felt compelled to fight for her health. Ultimately, however, the family returned home, reportedly due to the exorbitant cost of the surgery, which their modest household could not bear. Can we speak candidly? Zhao Xiaoqiang nodded earnestly. Come up, you have half an hour. Zhou Feng was willing to assist within reason, yet he refused to become a mere benefactor. Zhao Xiaoqiang needed to demonstrate his worth, as compassion without reciprocation would only render one a target for exploitation. Speak plainly, how much do you require? 2,000. Tian Xiaoshan was taken aback by the figure. He had not anticipated that a surgical procedure would demand such a sum. Zhao Xiaoqiang felt anxious, uncertain whether Zhou Feng possessed the means or would be willing to assist him. Nevertheless, he could not bear to witness his mother suffer daily due to her affliction. Having toiled throughout his life without enjoying any comforts, Zhao Xiaoqiang found it unbearable that it might culminate in such a dire outcome. Why should I help you? As Zhou Feng's calm gaze met his, Zhao Xiaoqiang's unease diminished slightly. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I can work for you to repay the debt. You are already employed at the factory, which counts as working for me. Given your current salary, it would take you 5 years of relentless toil without eating or drinking to repay 2,000. Zhao Xiaoqiang was instantly at a loss for words, comprehending Zhou Feng's implication. He realized that borrowing the money would leave him incapable of repayment, while accepting it would render him powerless. Factory head, I can stay by your side and assist you with anything. You provide me with sustenance, and I will remain until you deem my debt settled. Zhou Feng chuckled softly. Although he could sense the sincerity in Zhao Xiaoqiang's words, it was insufficient. What do you expect me to do by your side? Zhao Xiaoqiang, growing anxious, revealed his lack of leverage. He had never attended school, having learned to read only from his elder sister during his childhood. The sole skill he had acquired was at the Zhou Feng electronics factory. Factory director, I can run. No child from my village has ever been able to outrun me. Additionally, I am proficient with firearms and shoot accurately. Before joining our factory, I was the best marksman in the militia. You can ask Uncle Tian, right? Tian Xiaoshan nodded, acknowledging the truth in this assertion. Indeed, the young man possessed a remarkable dexterity in this regard. Although there had been fewer opportunities to handle firearms in recent years, during the collective farming days, they often conducted drills. Even at the tender age of 15 or 16, Zhao Xiaoqiang's marksmanship had left Zheng Bo, the militia leader, in awe, frequently lamenting that the boy was born in the wrong era. Zhou Feng felt a stir of interest at this revelation. It truly was a unique talent. Chapter 90. A small gathering for Zhou Feng. There was no need for security measures domestically. However, as he would inevitably travel abroad in the future, he found himself lacking trustworthy companions. Yet, upon glancing at the innocent face of Zhao Xiaoqiang, he felt he might be overthinking the situation. Relying on him for protection would prompt Zhou Feng to draft a will in advance. Of course, Zhao Xiaoqiang was considered a decent young man in Kaoshinton, at least diligent and hardworking, and his filial piety suggested that his character was unlikely to be flawed. Xiaoqiang, you should head back now. When you return, ask Uncle Tian for some money, and make sure to write an IOU to treat your mother's illness. During this time, continue working at the antenna factory and collect your wages. We will arrange things for you when I return. Zhao Xiaoqiang stared at Zhou Feng, momentarily unable to believe that he had agreed to this. Director, have you truly agreed to help me? Zhou Feng shot him a sideways glance, exasperated. If you remain this slow-witted, I may not be able to keep you on. Zhao Xiaoqiang took no offense at being called slow. He merely approached the situation with a mindset of trial and error, never expecting it would actually come to fruition. The thought of his mother being freed from suffering made his lips tremble with excitement. Look at you, appearing so hopeless. This isn't a gift, it's a loan that must be repaid. If you can't earn money, you'll be stuck working as a laborer. Zhao Xiaoqiang found Zhou Feng's words amusing, wiping away his tears with a grin. I will definitely repay you. I would gladly work for you as a laborer for life. Zhou Feng chuckled and shook his head. He was not inclined to trust such promises. Aiding someone in immediate distress was one thing, but alleviating poverty was another matter altogether. If Zhao Xiaoqiang were to rise from his struggles, that would be a pleasant surprise, but Zhou Feng held no expectations for now. Go home. If you linger any longer, you will truly reach the county. Zhao Xiaoqiang nodded earnestly, and, without waiting for Uncle Tian to stop the cart, leapt from the ox cart. This startled Zhou Feng, who quickly glanced over to see Zhao Xiaoqiang stumble as he landed. Just as he was about to call for Uncle Tian to halt, he heard Zhao Xiaoqiang exclaim, "Grandfather Chen said that begging on one's knees is coercion. Now that I have begged, I thank you. Village chief, Zhao Xiaoqiang sincerely appreciates your help." He then bowed deeply to the ground. This gesture stirred a complex array of emotions within Zhou Feng, as the voice of the village youth echoed like a clear, pristine stream. Uncle Tian felt a pang in his heart. No one wishes to bow down casually, and this was the second time Zhao Xiaoqiang had knelt today, not due to weakness, but rather the pressures of life. Quickly return home, and remember to seek out your Uncle Tian this afternoon. If there are any issues regarding your mother's treatment, consult Grandfather Chen. He will assist you. Zhou Feng was unsure if Zhao Xiaoqiang even heard him as he lay prostrate on the desolate path. After a while, Zhao Xiaoqiang lifted his head, already in tears, enveloped by a whirlwind of emotions. As he saw the ox cart vanish from sight, he rose and resolutely turned back, his steps significantly lighter. Xiao Feng, your kindness has truly uplifted Xiaoqiang. Their family has faced considerable hardships. Uncle, please don't speak that way. I expect him to repay it. Just don't think me stingy, Zhou Feng replied. Uncle Tian was somewhat agitated by this. Why would I? Money doesn't just fall from the sky. Besides, I understand your intentions well. Since you became village chief, every action you've taken aims to empower the villagers. Those who refuse to stand on their own will not open their mouths for food, even when it is offered to them. Zhou Feng felt a sense of comfort. He believed that assisting others was a skill, and if executed poorly, it could yield detrimental results. He had encountered numerous examples where money was spent without thought, resulting in resentment and even bitter rivalries. Some individuals were worth helping, while others were not. Zhou Feng was acutely aware of this balance. He would not engage in thankless endeavors, nor would he allow Cautionton to do so in the future. Uncle, are there many families like Zhao Xiaoqiang's in our village? Upon hearing this question, Uncle Tian fell silent for a moment. Quite a few. Minor ailments are often endured, while major illnesses are laid to rest. Especially amongst the elderly, many are reluctant to go to the hospital. Even those with some spare money dare not seek treatment. Zhou Feng sighed. He had anticipated this situation, yet had not found the time to contemplate it deeply. His mind was filled with models of exemplary villages from his past life. Once they became prosperous, the village would distribute money liberally, but spiritual impoverishment would ensue, resulting in a bulging wallet but a withered soul, a scenario that proved more detrimental than beneficial for a community. Much like many lottery winners, the vast majority could not sustain their wealth, and after reckless spending, often found themselves in a worse predicament than before. This was not merely a matter of luck. It was a matter of virtue not matching one's position. Without the ability to manage corresponding wealth, a reckoning was inevitable. Zhou Feng had no desire to tread that path. If he continued as village chief, he could not distribute money indiscriminately. Prosperity required hard work, and work necessitated education. If the habit of obtaining without labor took root, the village would be doomed. While other matters could be overlooked, healthcare and education must be prioritized. Zhou Feng planned to collaborate with Chun Jianxi upon his return from Gangdao to discuss how to establish a robust system in these areas. He patted his small bundle, which contained samples of rabbit fur, hoping these items would fetch a good price, as the village's welfare depended on them. Upon reaching the county, Zhou Feng instructed Uncle Tian to take him directly to Old Li's place. Before leaving the village, he had already contacted Wu Yongfei and others, intending to gather for a small reunion. At noon, Zhou Feng, Wu Yongfei, Qiu Bo, and the father-son duo of Li Daochang convened for a brief gathering. Everyone was aware of Zhou Feng's impending trip to Gangdao, so there was little to discuss. During the meal, Li Daochang brought up the topic of the integrated circuit production line, unable to suppress a smile. The last time the technical team from the island caused a stir, they left behind evidence. As a result, Gu Jun unleashed a torrent of resources, not only dispatching a new technical team, but also providing an additional $2 million worth of components. The new team was expected to arrive in Anong within a week, and the production line would soon be operational. Zhou Feng was taken aback by this arrangement, silently admiring Gu's formidable approach. The production line from the island was significantly overpriced, yet Huahua had no alternative. After all, they had fallen behind. Now, with the addition of these components, it somewhat mitigated the inflated costs. As the afternoon approached, everyone had work commitments, and Zhou Feng had matters to attend to as well. They all refrained from drinking during lunch, agreeing to have a proper celebration upon Zhou Feng's return from Guangdao. After Zhou Feng departed, he made his way directly to the school. It was now April, and the Gaokao was fast approaching. He certainly needed to convey a few words to his fiancée before leaving. The security guard, an elderly gentleman, recognized Zhou Feng's face quite well and was aware that he was not a delinquent. However, visiting during class hours to seek someone out earned him a stern reprimand. In response, Zhou Feng could only wear a smile. After all, he was in need of assistance. Moreover, having such a vigilant security guard was beneficial for the students, as it ensured that all unwelcome visitors were kept at bay. Noticing Zhou Feng's courteous demeanor, the elderly man reluctantly asked him to wait while he went inside to locate the person Zhou Feng was seeking. Chapter 91. Guda Mountain. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Observing her graceful silhouette, Zhou Feng could not help but smile. As she approached him, glancing back at the elderly man still lingering in the distance, Tian Xiaoxia eagerly grasped Zhou Feng's hand and exclaimed with surprise, "What brings you here?" Zhou Feng chuckled, "I couldn't help but miss you. So I thought I would check in to see if you've been eating well and to assess whether you've lost any weight." Feeling Zhou Feng's gaze sweep over her, Tian Xiaoxia blushed deeply and playfully punched him. "Your wit seems to be growing sharper." Since that intimate encounter on the ox cart, it was as if they had unlocked a deeper connection. In front of her family, Tian Xiaoxia embodied the role of the elder sister, yet before Zhou Feng, she adopted a more youthful demeanor. This transformation delighted Zhou Feng, who reveled in the change. After exchanging affectionate banter for a while, Zhou Feng noticed the elderly gentleman returning and swiftly shifted the conversation to more serious matters. Tian Xiaoxia's previously joyful mood dissipated at the thought of departing so soon. Noticing that Zhou Feng carried nothing with him, she inquired, "Aren't you bringing anything?" "I'll pick it up after I see you," he replied. "Have you bought your ticket?" "Not yet," he admitted. Under the astonished gaze of the elderly man outside, Tian Xiaoxia tugged Zhou Feng and they began to run. "Wait, Tian Xiaoxia, you have classes," Zhou Feng called out. From a distance, Tian Xiaoxia's clear voice rang out, "Grandpa, I'm skipping. I'll be back before dark." Her bold declaration nearly caused the elderly man to stumble, as witnessing such audacity in skipping class was a rare occurrence. After running for a while, Tian Xiaoxia adjusted her tousled hair and smiled at Zhou Feng, saying, "I want to take you to a wonderful place." Zhou Feng nodded, secretly surprised by her spontaneous decision to flee. He had hardly processed it. "Why are we running?" he asked. Given Tian Xiaoxia's academic standing, taking a leave of absence was a trivial matter. Good students often enjoy certain privileges. She shot him a glance. "Is it so wrong for me to want to skip class?" Zhou Feng was rendered speechless. He thought such rebelliousness was behind her. With her hands clasped behind her back, Tian Xiaoxia walked lightly ahead, her ponytail swaying. She could not divulge to Zhou Feng that her desire to skip stemmed from not wanting to waste time explaining to a teacher for a signature. She merely wished to spend more time with him, even if just for a minute longer. As they walked, she described their destination, Guda Mountain, aptly named for the ancient tower that graced its summit, a relic of an indeterminate age. It was said that long ago, Guda Mountain was a place of vibrant worship, but after the campaign to eradicate the Four Olds, it fell into disrepair, and visitors dwindled. Tian Xiaoxia had discovered this place unexpectedly while working part-time a few years prior. Initially, she led the way, but soon it became Zhou Feng who guided her, as the path was somewhat treacherous due to the lack of foot traffic. The weather in April was perfect, and upon reaching the summit, they beheld the entirety of Futian County, with the spring breeze offering a refreshing sensation. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Tian Xiaoxia's forehead, prompting Zhou Feng to gently wipe it away with his sleeve. Although the tower had seen better days, it still bore signs of its former grandeur, with intricate murals adorning its facade. "I heard from the nearby villagers that this tower once housed the relics of a revered monk, which made it quite efficacious. During the strictest times, many would sneak up the mountain, but now that life has improved, the number of visitors has decreased," Tian Xiaoxia explained. Listening intently, Zhou Feng sensed that her words hinted at something deeper, as if she were speaking of more than just the tower itself. Before he could ponder further, Tian Xiaoxia knelt before the tower, clasped her hands in prayer, and murmured incantations. Once she rose, Zhou Feng could no longer contain his curiosity. "Do you believe in Buddhism?" Tian Xiaoxia glanced at the tower, her smile radiant. I do. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, mentally berating himself for his foolishness. Having just prayed, it would be contradictory to claim disbelief. What wish did you make? He asked. That must remain a secret. Speaking it aloud would render it ineffective, she replied, leading Zhou Feng further into the depths of the mountain. Not far along, they entered a clearing where a grand tree stood before them, its branches adorned with snow-white pear blossoms. The air was perfumed with their fragrance, and as a gentle breeze blew, petals danced gracefully to the ground. Isn't it beautiful? Zhou Feng remarked, observing the sparkle in Tian Xiaoxia's eyes. Indeed, she affirmed, running to catch a falling blossom, bringing it to her nose, and closing her eyes to savor its scent, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. Zhou Feng approached her, gently wrapping his arms around her. As she opened her eyes, she saw her own reflection in his gaze. In this picturesque setting atop the mountain, they drew closer until their lips nearly met. As Tian Xiaoxia descended the mountain, her cheeks remained flushed, adorned with a flower crown crafted by Zhou Feng, attracting glances from passers-by. She initially intended to accompany him to the bus, but he adamantly refused, concerned for her safety in such a bustling environment. When he finally escorted her to school, her slow steps revealed her reluctance to part ways. Yet, the journey was long and separation inevitable. At the moment of farewell, she disregarded her shyness, standing on tiptoe to plant a soft kiss on Zhou Feng's cheek, earnestly declaring, "Be safe. I will wait for your return." With that, she turned, glancing back multiple times as she walked away. Once Tian Xiaoxia entered the classroom, Zhou Feng finally turned to leave. Just as he stepped away, she emerged from the door, silently watching his retreating figure. Strangely, the words spoken during their time on the cart echoed in her mind. Zhou Feng's pace quickened beyond her expectations. She no longer wished to remain a mere observer praying for safety before the Buddha. She longed to weather the storms of life together with him. Zhou Feng took 4 days to reach Gangdao, a duration expedited by his local identity. Otherwise, the scrutiny would have prolonged his journey. The towering skyscrapers before him rendered him momentarily disoriented. In his mind, the 1980s Gangdao had always held a unique significance, being a paragon of economic and cultural prowess in Asia. Witnessing this era firsthand evoked a profound sensation within him. Stepping off the platform, Zhou Feng felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, gazing around in wonder. The atmosphere was vibrant with the essence of the times, and the cacophony of sounds constantly reminded him of the reality surrounding him. While he was absorbed in the sights, a hand patted his shoulder. "Hey, handsome, welcome to Gangdao." Chapter 92. The transformation of Ma Guoqing. Zhou Feng found the dialect spoken in the area rather pungent, initially thinking he was being approached by someone soliciting business. However, upon turning around, he nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. The individual before him sported pointed dress shoes, floor-length bell-bottom trousers, a flamboyant floral shirt, a leather jacket, and oversized sunglasses, all crowned by a head of wavy hair. Goodness! Zhou Feng felt as though his own voice had distorted. He simply could not reconcile the fashionable figure before him with the image of his earnest uncle. Observing Zhou Feng's stunned expression, Ma Guoqing exchanged amused glances with the man beside him. It was then that Zhou Feng noticed the other individual. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Li Jialu, sent by Boss Gu to pick you up. This is not the place for conversation. Let us talk later." Zhou Feng could only suppress his internal bewilderment as he followed the two into a car, all the while speculating that his uncle's remarkable transformation was likely linked to Li Jialu. The taxi soon arrived at an office building, where Li Jialu led Zhou Feng directly inside. Upon reaching room 1409, Zhou Feng noticed the sign outside read Gangdao Zhengfeng Investment Development Company, Limited, confirming it was indeed Ma Guoqing's rented office. Prior to his uncle's arrival, Zhou Feng had instructed him to assist in securing an office space, providing him with a goal to prevent aimless wandering. Zhou Feng was not particularly concerned about the office conditions, but upon seeing the cramped space, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Sensing Zhou Feng's sentiments, Ma Guoqing remarked, "Xiao Feng, do not underestimate this small office. The monthly rent is 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, which translates to about 1,600 renminbi. Quite expensive." Zhou Feng chuckled softly, deciding not to dwell on it, but his curiosity regarding his uncle's drastic change grew. He felt it necessary to express gratitude to Li Jialu first. "Brother Li, I appreciate your efforts during this time, and thank you for looking after my uncle. It brings me joy to see him in such spirits." As Zhou Feng glanced at his uncle's trendy attire, he could no longer contain his laughter. Li Jialu, shaking Zhou Feng's hand, joined in the merriment. I am aware of old Ma's situation. When he arrived, I took him around Gangdao, and I asked him what his aspirations were. Do you know what he replied? Zhou Feng turned to his uncle, who wore a beaming smile, genuinely curious. What did he say? He expressed a desire to live anew. Thus, I arranged this outfit for him, which is currently the most fashionable among the youth. Zhou Feng could not help but chuckle, genuinely pleased for his uncle. It was not the ambition that frightened him, but rather the absence of it. Having taken this step, a fresh life awaited him. He marveled at how Gangdao was indeed a place where Eastern and Western cultures collided most fervently, even allowing his uncle, typically so straightforward, to sprout new ideas. Zhou Feng gave Ma Guoqing a thumbs up. Uncle, with that outfit, you'll certainly turn heads back in the mainland. Though Ma Guoqing felt a tad embarrassed by his nephew's candid remarks, he soon straightened his posture and began recounting his experiences during his time in Gangdao. Zhou Feng was pleasantly surprised to learn that Li Jialu had included Ma Guoqing in all his activities, taking him to various social gatherings to broaden his horizons. It was no wonder his uncle had undergone such a transformation, even becoming more loquacious. Zhou Feng gained a deeper understanding of Li Jialu, feeling that no further thanks were necessary. What he had accomplished was commendable, as it was not merely a political obligation but a sincere act of friendship. After a leisurely chat, Li Jialu transitioned to business matters. Comrade Zhou, the tasks assigned by Minister Gu have been completed. Currently, 5 companies have expressed interest in your game, but they are uncertain of your arrival, which is why I have not provided them with confirmation. I thought there were 3? Zhou Feng inquired, surprised. While he remained confident in the game, he had not harbored overly high expectations. I communicated with the capital yesterday, but you were en route, so I could not relay the information. The other 2 companies do not have branches in Gangdao, which delayed their responses. Their representatives have now arrived in Gangdao. Brotherly, could you introduce me to these companies? Of course. Li Jialu proceeded to elaborate on the details of the companies he was aware of. Zhou Feng learned that 3 companies were involved, the most renowned being the Neon-based Rentian company, set to dominate the console gaming market for the next 2 decades, yet still not having taken the crucial first step, as the globally popular Famicom was still in its infancy. The second company, which Zhou Feng recognized from his research, was the American gaming titan, Yajiali Company, a prime example of a fleeting success, destined to be sold off by 1982. Zhou Feng's familiarity with this company stemmed from its collapse, which plunged the American gaming industry into a deep abyss, leading to years of the term gaming being associated with deceit, famously dubbed the Yajiali collapse. The third company, currently an American console developer named Donggon Shiji, had initially been overshadowed by Yajiali. It later transitioned to game development and became the first third-party developer for Rentian Company, reaping significant profits from the success of the Famicom. The other 2 companies included a game development firm from Neon, Chemile, and a console company from Taiwan, Pulley. Zhou Feng had little recollection of the latter 2, as his knowledge in the gaming sector was largely derived from indirect information gained through the semiconductor industry, leaving his understanding somewhat limited. Brotherly, how soon can we meet with them? Anytime. They have been pressing me for a while, but I managed to delay them. Now that you are in Gangdao, I believe they would be eager to meet you. Then please arrange for them to come to the office in 3 days, and we can discuss the game as agency. Li Jialu appeared surprised, questioning, you want them all to come together? Zhou Feng nodded. Neon and the United States were his primary negotiation targets. Initially uncertain about the scale of the game as agency, the presence of 2 companies in one location was promising. Competition would drive up the price, and as for Pulley, he was indifferent to its outcome, considering it merely an extra. Chapter 93. The shameless plagiarist. The most prevalent form of gaming at present is the arcade, and a well-crafted game can catalyze the rapid proliferation of arcade machines. Zhou Feng is confident that once this game is launched, it will incite a wave of procurement, a conviction that bolsters his negotiations with these manufacturers. He is acutely aware of where these enterprises derive their profits, and as he has no aspirations for the arcade market, he feels no qualms about granting regional agency rights to these companies. As long as usage is strictly confined to the arcade context, it will not impede his future development. In recent days, Zhou Feng has been industrious, tidying up the office with his uncle and acquiring several substantial items. Upon arriving in Gangdao, Ma Guoqing found everything novel and spent quite a sum, notably over 100 Hong Kong dollars on his attire, an expense he would have never contemplated previously. However, After witnessing Zhou Feng's spending speed, he realized he was still a naive bumpkin. His nephew treats money with utter disregard, having shelled out 10,000 Hong Kong dollars for a computer and an arcade machine. Spending a fortune in a single day left Ma Guoqing, who believed he had emerged from his cocoon, feeling quite pained, both physically and financially. Zhou Feng, too, felt a sense of helplessness. He did not wish to expend such funds, but believed one must invest to reap rewards. The arcade machine was necessary to showcase the game's features, and the computer was essential for adjusting the program to suit the arcade, as well as for future development. He could hardly return to his homeland and rely on others' computers for development. Nevertheless, it must be said that current electronic devices are exorbitantly priced. A computer using the 6502 processor, the Apple II, costs an astonishing 6,000 Hong Kong dollars, a price he only managed to secure through connections with Li Jialo. This further solidified Zhou Feng's resolve to hasten his pace. One cannot merely be harvested. A single misstep in the electronics industry can lead to a cascade of setbacks. On April 15, 1981, auspicious for business dealings and transactions, the time to seek appointments and commence construction had arrived. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the 5 companies that had previously been contacted began to arrive in succession. As the representatives of these enterprises entered the modest office, their expressions subtly shifted. To them, today's attendees were all old friends, and even those they had not met were known by reputation. Each company had already conducted detailed assessments of the game through the floppy disks sent to them, and they were optimistic about its market potential. Otherwise, they would not have come. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce battle, having secured permissions from their companies upon receiving Li Jiali's notification. Yet upon witnessing the scale and magnitude of the gathering, they instinctively lowered their bids. Zhou Feng remained indifferent to their thoughts, treating them with politeness but displaying no enthusiasm. This was not an act of pretense. Rather, he genuinely had no need for it. None of those present were executives. All were managers. He felt little disappointment, as he had never expected to summon the industry's titans with a single game. His standing was not sufficient, nor was the game of that caliber. In Zhou Feng's view, a reasonable reception sufficed, although the gaming companies present might have perceived it as somewhat lacking. With 20 representatives from 5 companies, along with Zhou Feng and his 3 companions, the small office felt akin to a can of sardines, filled to the brim, though fortunately, there were enough chairs to accommodate everyone. Li Jialo had previously suggested renting a conference room at a hotel for the day, but Zhou Feng had declined, believing that the product's excellence would speak for itself, rendering any extravagant setting redundant. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Feng approached the front. He began by welcoming the representatives from various companies to this game presentation and introduced himself as Zhou Feng, the head of Zhou Feng Company and the designer of the Jin Gang. No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man from the island stood up, speaking rapidly and volubly. Zhou Feng did not comprehend a word. He had not even arranged for a translator, believing that companies wishing to represent the game should provide their own translation. He had no interest in collaborating with those who could not even prepare a translator. Though he could not understand the words, Zhou Feng could discern from the man's expression that what he was saying was likely unfavorable. All the representatives from the island looked at Zhou Feng with skepticism. Li Jialo furrowed his brow, puzzled by the man's behavior. Surprisingly, the translator from the island refused to translate, instead whispering a warning to Yamamoto. The American translator, however, was enthusiastic and eager to inform everyone of the developments, providing a thorough translation, including a version in Chinese. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Yamamoto is the chief game designer at Rentian Company. He claims that this game is his creation, and you are a shameless plagiarist. He does not know how you obtained the game materials, but you registered the copyright ahead of time. This revelation caused an uproar in the room. No one had anticipated that Rentian Company would launch such a heavy blow from the outset. Everyone was eager to understand the situation. For if it were true, this presentation would indeed become a farce. Zhou Feng felt a sudden clarity. When he had instructed Gu Jun to assist with the copyright registration, he had hoped to preemptively secure it, but he was unaware of the Jin Gang's specific release date. Thus, this maneuver was merely an experiment, and he had not expected it to succeed. However, it was undeniable that the game, completed in concept and halfway through development, had been sent to Rentian's headquarters in floppy disk form, a blow of significant magnitude. For Yamamoto, this revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving him astonished. He immediately suspected an internal leak and frantically reported the situation to the upper management, prompting Rentian to conduct a thorough internal investigation. The results arrived swiftly. Several employees were apprehended for misconduct, yet none were connected to the Jin gang. For Yamamoto, this was utterly unacceptable. He could not tolerate having his painstaking creation usurped. Yet, all evidence indicated that Zhou Feng's version of the Jin gang, in both concept and design, far surpassed Yamamoto's unfinished work. The ultimate conclusion drawn was that Yamamoto, in pursuit of performance, had somehow learned of Zhou Feng's project but failed to preemptively secure it. To mask his own failure, he had stirred such a commotion, turning the tables on Zhou Feng. Yamamoto found it utterly unacceptable to come to terms with this outcome. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his innocence, for he had not engaged in any act of plagiarism. It was the company Zhou Feng that was truly guilty of such deceit. However, he lacked the necessary evidence to substantiate his claims. Within the ranks of Rentian, no punitive measures were imposed upon Yamamoto. They were indifferent to this act of imitation, for if it bore fruit, it would generate value for the enterprise. Yet, in the event of failure, it would amount to naught, serving merely as a caution to Yamamoto to refrain from causing further disturbances and to act more decisively in the future. Although he outwardly acquiesced, his heart simmered with resentment. Upon learning that Zhou Feng Company was to hold a promotional event, he hastily made his way to Gangdao, intent on confronting this shameless company and its creators directly, aiming to expose them and tarnish their reputation irreparably. Chapter 94. Friend or foe? Zhou Feng's reaction was utterly unforeseen by all. It is intolerable for any creator to face accusations of plagiarism, regardless of the truth. Everyone believed Zhou Feng would vehemently refute Yamamoto's claims. However, Zhou Feng simply smiled and invited Yamamoto to the stage, hoping that the American translator could once again serve as a bridge for their communication. Not only did others find it perplexing, but even Yamamoto himself struggled to comprehend Zhou Feng's intentions. Nevertheless, he was resolute and would not retreat. Gazing at Yamamoto with wide-open eyes, Zhou Feng remarked, "Since Mr. Yamamoto claims you possess similar creative ideas, let us set aside other matters for now. I would like you to share your understanding of this game, and then I shall present my perspective. Let the audience render their judgment, shall we?" His tone was remarkably gentle, as if addressing a junior rather than a rival. Those present understood Zhou Feng's intention. He sought to subtly assert his ownership of the game. Although Yamamoto was not fond of Zhou Feng's condescending tone, he was determined not to back down. What Zhou Feng wished to discuss was precisely Yamamoto's forte, his tireless contemplation and understanding of the game. Moreover, Yamamoto's desire to vent his frustrations outweighed concerns of right or wrong. He understood that, with clear copyright ownership, he could have no substantial impact on Zhou Feng. Even if the audience condemned Zhou Feng morally, they could not deny that he was the true owner of the game. Even if Zhou Feng were to expel him from the stage, Yamamoto would have no retort. Yet, Zhou Feng graciously provided him the platform to showcase his insights. Taking a deep breath, Yamamoto shared his understanding as if he were the true designer of Donkey Kong. His initial inspiration stemmed from American films such as Beauty and the Beast and King Kong, which he used as a foundation for the game's design, narrating a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. The original design was far more intricate than its eventual manifestation. However, due to technological limitations, the initial version had to be simplified. Yamamoto elaborated on the challenges he encountered throughout the design process and how he systematically resolved each issue, providing detailed explanations for every small module he crafted. As Yamamoto concluded, Zhou Feng led the applause, and the audience exchanged glances before joining in. Yamamoto felt a sense of relief from his recent frustrations and cast a challenging look at Zhou Feng. No matter how grand Zhou Feng's demeanor appeared, it could not conceal the fact that he was a plagiarist. How would he explain himself this time? Yamamoto's account was so genuine that it made everyone present feel as though they were part of the game's development, leading to doubts about who the true creator of the game was. This skepticism deepened their understanding of the game, especially for the American company, Yajiali, which had a strong premonition that Donkey Kong would achieve success. They did not care who the actual designer was. They sought copyright ownership. If Zhou Feng was indeed a plagiarist, it would undoubtedly facilitate future negotiations, making the price much more agreeable. Many companies shared Yajiali's perspective. However, Zhou Feng's demeanor was remarkably composed. He offered no response to Yamamoto's provocations, but instead spoke with a smile about his development philosophy and understanding of the game. Zhou Feng did not directly address Donkey Kong. Rather, he began by discussing the current state of arcade games. The mainstream arcade games were still akin to shooting games like Space Invaders and Galaga. The previous year, in 1980, a maze game titled Pac-Man had captivated the world. Yet, these games shared a common flaw. They lacked sufficient engagement to maintain player retention, and their monotonous gameplay led to diminished excitement. Based on his understanding of contemporary games, Zhou Feng eloquently explained why he designed Donkey Kong. It was the world's first platform game, intricately woven with a narrative concept, making the gameplay richer and establishing a clear goal for all players, to rescue the damsel from the clutches of Donkey Kong. The infusion of heroism would further ignite players' obsession with the game, offering not only clear objectives, but also diverse gameplay mechanics. The design of levels would stimulate players' sense of achievement, allowing them to feel that this was not merely a game, but a complete story. Zhou Feng also revealed numerous Easter eggs he had integrated into the game, demonstrating each segment using the arcade equipment on site, elements that were previously unnoticed by the audience. Unlike the others who were captivated, Yamamoto's face grew increasingly pale as he listened. He could not fathom how this was possible. Zhou Feng's narrative diverged entirely from his own, yet the game presented was so eerily similar. He could palpably sense that Zhou Feng's creative vision was authentic, yet the more tangible that feeling became, the more bewildered he felt. He even began to question whether he had truly seen the design of this game, as claimed by his company. Zhou Feng offered no clarification to Yamamoto but continued to address the attentive audience, stating, "Donkey Kong represents not just a game, but a new era for arcade gaming. However, one game alone is insufficient. We require exceptional operators to ensure that more people become aware of and grow fond of Donkey Kong. This is the purpose and significance of gathering you all here today." The audience spontaneously erupted into applause. At that moment, they realized a crucial point. Yamamoto's presence had not served its intended purpose. Rather, it had allowed Zhou Feng to dissect Donkey Kong in even greater detail, rendering Yamamoto akin to an invited guest. This revelation heightened the vigilance of American companies, Kamile and Purue. Zhou Feng was pleased with this outcome. He had invited Yamamoto to the stage with this very intention. He had never taken Yamamoto's challenge to heart. Instead, he had transformed him into a mere tool. Even if Yamamoto were the true game designer, Zhou Feng's insights were beyond Yamamoto's reach. They were simply not on the same level. Much like the excerpts from various literary texts presented in language classes, where instructors meticulously dissect each sentence to uncover the meaning of specific words and the emotions conveyed. The original author, if present in the classroom, might express to the teacher that they are overanalyzing. Observing the eager demeanor of representatives from several companies, Ma Guoqing felt a surge of pride rise from deep within his chest. Chapter 95. What I observe is sincerity in stark contrast to Ma Guoqing's mere enjoyment of the spectacle. Li Jiala experienced an entirely different sentiment. Having long navigated the intricate corridors of the business world on Gongdao, Li Jiala could acutely perceive the extraordinary nature of Zhou Feng's demeanor. Faced with skepticism, his unflappable composure emanated a confidence deeply rooted within, coupled with a level of maturity that belied his years. Initially, when he received the directive from above, Li Jiala executed it without hesitation, yet he did not place much significance on it. His engagement with this additional task lacked genuine endorsement, and it was merely a means to fulfill his obligations. His concern for Ma Guoqing was not primarily due to Zhou Feng, but rather an empathy for the tribulations faced by this middle-aged man, hoping he could find rejuvenation in Gongdao. However, what transpired today completely transformed his perception of Zhou Feng and the undertaking at hand. Among the 5 companies present, none could be deemed inconsequential. Even Li Jiala, who had limited knowledge of the gaming industry, recognized the illustrious names of Rintian and Yajiali. Thus, witnessing Zhou Feng maintain such tranquility in the presence of these industry titans compelled him to reevaluate his earlier impressions. Throughout, Zhou Feng refrained from defending himself, and yet, upon concluding his discourse, no one remained doubtful of his identity as a designer. In his mind, Li Jiala silently reassessed and repositioned Zhou Feng. The unexpected arrival of Yamamoto was indeed unforeseen by Zhou Feng. In this context, he needed to resolve matters with subtlety. Inviting Yamamoto to take the stage was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Zhou Feng aimed not only to address the inconvenience, but also to showcase the distinctive characteristics and potential of the game with clarity. Simultaneously, he intended to tantalize the audience, compelling all gaming companies to believe that Daijing was merely a prologue, with many more exceptional creations on the horizon. Thank you all for your patience in listening to me. I wonder if you have noticed this? Zhou Feng remarked, gesturing towards the animated figure on the arcade machine. His name is Maliao, a humble plumber whose future holds grander stages awaiting him. Silently, Zhou Feng mourned for Ren, as from this day forth, Maliao would change his nationality. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, the audience revived with enthusiasm. A representative from Yajiali promptly inquired, Mr. Zhou, do you have any other works beyond Daijingang? Zhou Feng commended the representative for his diligence, truly a commendable supporter. I am already in the process of designing a new game, which will be unveiled by the end of this year. Could you possibly share some details about the new game? The representative pressed. Zhou Feng thought to himself that by the time the game was announced, it would be impossible for them to remain unaware. Yet, he maintained his smile and refrained from responding to the inquiry. I believe it is time for us to discuss the issue of regional representation for Daijingang. Nanny? Regional representation? The actual representative from Rentian, Shuichuan Ilong, expressed his astonishment at the mention of such terms, stumbling over his rudimentary Chinese. The translator, having listened attentively, turned to Zhou Feng and said, Mr. Zhou, I believe you may be mistaken. We are here to purchase the copyright for Daijingang, not for regional representation. That holds no significance for us. Zhou Feng was not surprised by Rentian's reaction. As the most ambitious among the 5 companies present, having witnessed Daijingang, Rentian would undoubtedly cling tenaciously to the copyright. Should they decline the copyright, it would imply a lack of confidence in the game. Rentian sought not only the market in the island nation but also aspired to expand into Megua. Should the gaming representation in Megua falter, it would undoubtedly deliver a substantial blow to their market presence, which was utterly unacceptable. Zhou Feng remained indifferent to Rentian's intentions. He would not part with the copyright, and even regional representation would be stringently confined to the arcade. Mr. Shuichuan, I am uncertain what led you to this conclusion, but I must clarify that Zhou Feng will absolutely not sell the copyright. This stance is unwavering. If you desire to secure multi-regional representation, it is feasible, provided you demonstrate your sincerity. Zhou Feng's resolute refusal took all the representatives by surprise. The modest office environment led them to presume that Zhou Feng would be eager to sell the copyright for a handsome sum. Yet Zhou Feng's decisive rejection left no room for negotiation. Everyone was uncertain, unsure whether Zhou Feng genuinely wished to retain the copyright or was merely attempting to leverage the situation. Faced with the persistent probing from several companies, Zhou Feng felt exasperated. He did not wish to squander time on this matter. He reiterated, do not be misled by the current modest scale of our company or our financial limitations. I truly do not care about money. I will not sell the copyright, so please do not doubt my words. Furthermore, my consideration for regional representation is not for profit. My primary aim is to promote Daijingang. I aspire for Zhou to become a globally renowned gaming company. What I seek is influence. At this juncture, it became evident to all that Zhou Feng was indeed uninterested in selling the game's copyright, disrupting the plans of many companies. Unexpectedly, the representative from Taidao Purwei, who had remained somewhat invisible, spoke up in a somewhat affected tone that clashed with his balding appearance. Mr. Zhou, you mentioned that you do not care about money. May I interpret this to mean that as long as the game can be promoted, we can negotiate the regional representation fee? Realizing the intent behind the representative's words, Zhou Feng understood that Taidao Purwei was attempting to capitalize on his statements, exploiting a loophole in his own words. Internally, he felt exasperated yet maintained a polite smile, nodding. You are correct. I indeed do not concern myself with the amount of money involved, but I cannot simply take your word that you can promote it. What matters to me is sincerity. The balding man's eyes lit up, immediately pressing. And how is sincerity demonstrated, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Feng regarded him with a smirk. Those who invest more money exhibit greater sincerity. Upon this declaration, the office fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. No one had anticipated Zhou Feng's playful wit. The balding man's face flushed crimson. Realizing he had become the subject of Zhou Feng's jest, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he huffed and led the representatives from Taidao Purwei out the door. Zhou Feng could not be bothered to retain those who sought to take advantage of him. He had no intention of granting them any semblance of dignity. Being overly gentle would only encourage them to exploit his kindness. This served as a warning to the remaining enterprises not to harbor delusions of obtaining benefits without effort. Ladies and gentlemen, while we may not have been familiar in the past, we could potentially become close partners in the future, and I hope we can be forthright with one another. As for the local agency of Daijingang, I am indifferent to whether it is one or two firms. Let us not wait for a more opportune moment. but rather finalize the agency arrangements today. Chapter 96 Regional Agency. With a subtle gesture from Zhou Feng, Ma Guoqing promptly distributed a stack of papers among the 4 companies. My initial expectation was a maximum of 2 agencies. Therefore, esteemed guests, concerning the agency rights for Dejin Gang Arcade, I invite you to submit your bids for the local agency rights in this region. The format is flexible, and I shall select one company from each of the 2 regions. For instance, if Kamil Company secures the local agency in the island nation and wishes to obtain the local agency in the United States as well, we shall proceed to a second round. Of course, if any company chooses not to participate, that is perfectly acceptable. We are all friends here, and we can gather again in the future. Zhou Feng's primary motivation for this approach stemmed from his concern that these enterprises might conspire behind closed doors to reach an under-the-table agreement. Regardless of how they divided the spoils, Zhou Feng would inevitably be at a disadvantage. The 4 companies exchanged glances, none of them anticipating such urgency. However, they understood Zhou Feng's final statement, which implied that should anyone choose to leave now, returning to engage would be utterly out of the question. Zhou Feng was also unconcerned about the representative's authority. Despite the bravado surrounding this game, without prior market validation, it was merely a gamble. Each enterprise would first consider the investment with a degree of skepticism. Zhou Feng was not overly ambitious. Dejin Gang was merely a preliminary experiment aimed at accumulating initial capital to establish the electronic industry framework. Ren Tian Company's response was the swiftest. They immediately took paper and pen to a corner to discuss quietly, while a translator diligently recorded their deliberations. With a leader emerging, the other 3 companies followed suit. At this juncture, no one would opt to leave. The culmination was at hand, and even those merely observing wished to see it through to the end. Amidst the fervent discussions of the companies, Li Jiala quietly inquired of Zhou Feng, "How much do you think they will offer?" Zhou Feng had a fair estimation of the value that Dejin Gang could generate. Unlike home gaming consoles, arcades create value through a combination of equipment and games, yielding higher single profits, but with less sustainability. An exceptional game would continually generate value for the arcade operators while also benefiting the game manufacturers through equipment sales. Currently, arcade prices remained elevated, with manufacturers profiting around $1,000 per unit. The greater the popularity, the higher the profits and the larger the sales volume. $1 million, he estimated candidly. This represented a minimum expectation for the agency, translating to nearly 2 million RMB. Without this, the promotional meeting would be deemed a failure. Zhou Feng was acutely aware of Dejin Gang's vast market potential, yet these enterprises were left only to speculate. If Zhou Feng aimed to maximize his profits, he could grant a 1-year authorization for this region, allowing him to set the price freely once market reactions intensified. However, such a strategy would lead to a sharp decline in regional agency revenues and compromise his domestic funding arrangements. He was unwilling to sacrifice the entire industry's lucrative period for the sake of maximizing profits on a single game. Time, indeed, equated to money. Although Li Jiala had long suspected that this transaction would not be trivial, he was still taken aback. Surprised as he was, he did not doubt Zhou Feng's judgment. He had come to regard Zhou Feng as an equal and had to concede that Zhou Feng possessed significantly more expertise in the electronic industry. In stark contrast to Li Jiala's composure, Ma Guoqing, who had been eavesdropping, appeared almost incredulous. How much? Zhou Feng smiled at him. Uncle, remain calm. You will find out shortly. For now, it is all speculation. How could Ma Guoqing maintain his composure? He was just beginning to grasp the magnitude of the business at hand. $1 million. In dollars. The thought of such money made him feel as though it could crush him. He suddenly realized that the remarkable experiences that had initially overwhelmed him upon arriving in Guangdao were merely a glimpse of something far grander. Was there truly such wealth to be made? Zhou Feng was unaware that this promotional meeting had opened a window for Ma Guoqing, allowing him to glimpse a much larger world. After approximately half an hour, all 4 companies had concluded their bidding discussions. Ma Guoqing forced himself to remain calm as he collected all the bid sheets, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. Once Zhou Feng spread the bids across the table, his expression shifted from one of mirth to solemn contemplation, his brow furrowing. All eyes were on Zhou Feng. They were keen to prevent any mid-discussion alterations to the bids and to gauge his reaction. As Zhou Feng's facial expression changed, the representatives felt a pang of anxiety. Was he dissatisfied with their offers? Li Jiala shared similar concerns. Since Zhou Feng reviewed the bids, The atmosphere in the room seemed to chill. Were these offers far removed from Zhou Feng's expectation of $1 million? Li Jiala, possessing his own ventures in Guangdao, though not well-versed in the video game industry, had heard enough to recognize that if a game garnered the endorsement of mainstream manufacturers, it implied a certain market potential. Should the bids be outrageously low, the promotional meeting would falter, compelling him to reconsider his involvement. Resolute in his decision to examine the arcade market further, Li Jiala contemplated the potential for transforming his current trade business. Observing Zhou Feng's increasingly grave expression, he could no longer contain himself and approached Zhou Feng, whispering, "It's all right." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the bid sheets, and the rest of his words were abruptly silenced. Li Jiala found the world to be utterly insane, a madness that felt surreal. Zhou Feng's own emotions were similarly tumultuous as he recalled the perceptions of the island nation from the 1980s. They could purchase the entirety of the United States and lease it back to the Americans at exorbitant rates. Yet, it was still only 1981. By 1985, such extravagance would only escalate. With the support of economic bubbles, high-end luxury goods would become indistinguishable from refuse in the eyes of the island nation's affluent, as merchants from the island could acquire the globe. Zhou Feng had previously regarded this as a mere jest. Yet today he truly witnessed the financial prowess of these individuals. As he gazed at the quotation in his hand, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing his earlier underestimation of them. Clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, he expressed gratitude for their participation and proceeded to announce the regional agents for the markets of Rigua and Megua.